Coming up in the LCS Preview Show, we take a look at the playoff picture, look ahead to Worlds, and provide all the info you need to buff your fantasy game.
The LCS Preview Show does not actually guarantee fantasy points. All advice given is the express opinion of the casters or a bronze level player they paid to write this segment. Actual results may vary. Riot Games is not responsible for your personal fantasies. Nerf Teemo.
And on that note, the LCS Preview Show starts right now.
Kill. One shot can kill a few. That's what he needed. And here it comes.
A quadra kill from Sneaky. What an insane fight.
Could be from chasing. Okay.
Triple kill for Double It. The quadra kill is right in his eyes. And he completely zeroes him out for the quadra kill retribution takedown.
That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. He gets it. That's a pentakill. Reckless with a pentakill in the summer split.
And Reckless has just been part of everything here.
Welcome to the LCS Preview Show, everyone. I am Rivington Bism III, and it's good to be out on the prow of this ship that is the League Championship Series, along with my own Kate Winslet, Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman.
You might want to rethink that metaphor, but it's good to be here.
Yeah, either way, my heart will go on, Jat.
Yeah. Anywho, we're both glad to be here as the teams are teetering on the edge of the playoffs with Worlds just around the corner.
That they are, and there's a lot of ground to cover, so let's get right to it. First up, it's going to be a look back at some of the highlights from the European LCS in Week 9. We'll begin with the 11-9 Supa Hot crew, who faced off against the 10-10 Roccat. It didn't take very long to get into the meat of this one. Just 1 minute in, there's a bada bing on the Kasing.
One of your earlier first bloods, but Jankos came around the back, Roccat came right up the gut. Who waits in that brush still? It's just a misinformed play, and it cost him first blood.
Really some unfortunate ways to start the game. Here you get a 2-for-1, but it looked like it was going to be all in favor of Roccat when things started off here. As the team comes around the corner, Jankos getting away. You're like, oh, this is great.
Roccat was really hoping to come back in the game right here because you can see they're down about 6,000 gold, but just the way the fight ended up crumbling. Yes, they picked up Kasing, but he's just a Thresh support. The 2 kills were much more important, and they take us for the victory.
Selfie always coming up big in the late game, really helping Super Hot Crew to come up big, and a double kill on Orianna 23 minutes in is only an item threshold she loves to hit. Next up, we're looking at Gambit versus Alliance. Diamond returning on Rengar this time. Shook on the Riven.
Yeah, this was a nice style pick by Shook. Even though he did it 2 times this week, just kind of pulling out the new jungler against Diamond, the guy who usually used to innovate the jungle. Added insult to injury here. Diamond goes in when he shouldn't have.
Another one. They see the tidal wave views and they feel the waters are safe to dive in.
Yeah, definitely not. And Rengar can see everyone. That's why that was so perplexing by Diamond.
And just look, this is how it feels. It feels good to be that fed on Riven. Shook had some great games in the ULCS on that channel.
Takes the Syndra ult just because he can. Alliance crushed.
Yeah, crushed and broke their losing streak thanks to Shook coming up huge. Everybody in All-Star on that team coming up towards the end of the split. Up next, Copenhagen Wolves and their 2 new members went up against SK Gaming. Familiar face there.
I recognize Broken Chart. He was in the NALCS earlier this split, but this early gank looked very good for SK early on, but Broken Chart had other things in mind.
He's the guy that never gives up. The odds look against him, but there is still a kill in his eyes. Here comes the artillery fire from Xerath, but wait, here comes a shield that he knew in the communication he was going to get.
Just an absurd amount of damage by the 2 new guys on the team get spiked down there, and Woolite, Copenhagen Wolves always has good AD carry.
These are some of my favorite plays, where the Tristan just gets to run around and say, king me, where's my resets?
Yeah, even with the hook, it was too little, too late by N-rated. He hooked to his own demise right there.
Soren and Broken Shard, some great play, turning around a bot lane gank to snowball a Copenhagen Wolves to their win against SK. Next up, we're looking at Gambit versus Fnatic. These 2 teams going head-to-head, and the Rammus was brought up this game.
Yeah, the jungle picks were a throwback to Season 2. Rammus, Maokai. You know, Fnatic didn't make it to Worlds in Season 2, so maybe this Rammus pick was going to be great. They do get first blood with it.
Diamond beating his head off the top laner there to get the first kill, but it's going to be off a wall continuing after this. The game did not go the same way for him.
No, after that gank, though, Fnatic did start pulling ahead in gold, and you could really see with this gank, even with Diamond putting a lot of his points in Powerball for more damage, they still didn't have enough damage, and they get caught out in a 2v3 and just picked off.
And this is just a 3-for-0 overall in the end, coming in very strong. The Aatrox picks that continuously come in from Soaz as he diversifies in the top lane, bringing that out continuously. Really great play all around. And
this was fun.
Reckless. The name is true to the guy. When you play Reckless, you get that Reckless advantage to get out like this.
Yeah, Reckless was like, Yellow Star, you're a god for the Lantern. Let's not forget about Peke, who threw the shield and the heal on him before that Lantern could get pulled in. Still got to feel pretty good to get away from that.
Very nice double kill to clean up that one as Fnatic takes down Gambit. And with just 2 weeks remaining in the summer split, here's a look at the standings for Europe. Alliance patched up their issues while Fnatic remained on point as both teams went 2-0 last week, keeping them in the number 1 and 2 positions. Multiple changes have been happening in the middle of the table as Millenium have improved to 3rd place, while SK Gaming have slid down into 5th. The Super Hot Crew and Rockat occupy the other slots in the standings, while the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit are almost certainly facing a trip to the promotion tournament. So to get a closer look at what's been happening in the European LCS as the teams head into the home stretch, let's bring in the man whose accent makes everything sound smarter. How's it going, Quick Shot?
Pretty good, Riv. Things are heating up in the summer split, and it's hell of a warm here in Cologne as well.
I believe you. So right now, Fnatic looks like they might be the best team in the European LCS as they enter Week 10 on an incredible hot streak.
Well, yeah, Fnatic are just peaking at the right time. They hit their stride as we're approaching playoffs. They have been dominating everybody for the last 3 weeks. It started during week 7. It was a super week, and Fnatic just seem to come alive. They're firing on all cylinders. They've taken down every single team in the league between then and now. And as a team, they're adjusting to patch as well. They're evolving with the meta game extremely effectively. And I think we need to give some props to Aranea. He has joined the team as the analyst, and he's definitely helping Fnatic get more prepared for each game of each week. Truthfully, if we step back and look at Fnatic, they are just a world-class team. They've had a stable roster for multiple seasons. They have got extremely talented players in every single role, and they're actually looking to break their winning streak record that they set in spring of 2013 last year. They're currently on an 8-game winning streak, and if they take down Alliance today, they will equal their 9-game streak from last year. They will need to beat Millenium tomorrow to set a brand new record. But regardless of that, whether or not Fnatic actually set that record, they already have 3 LCS titles secured under their belt. They've set their eyes on Gamescom on the summer split to look to make it a quadra, and I'm not sure if anybody can stop them.
And a big part of Fnatic's recent success have been the play of their bot lane. Last week, Reckless has completely wrecked the Copenhagen Wolves, going 18-0-3 on Vayne. Not only were those 18 kills the second most in LCS history for one game, but it set a record for the most kills without a death as well. In addition to his perfect performance, Reckless also joined one of the most exclusive clubs in the LCS, the Penta Club. Now that his dues have been paid with a pentakill against the Wolves, he joins the ranks of Wild Turtle, Bjergsen, Alex Each, Cop, Shifter, and Alltech as the only players to score a penta in the regular season LCS match. So, that was the past. And this week, Reckless and Fnatic will try to take back a share of first place from Froggen and Alliance in our BF Game of the Week.
Oh, it definitely is a big game, and it is for multiple reasons. I want to start with Alliance, because they're the team that's desperately trying to be the first team that is not named Fnatic to actually win a split. Undoubtedly, Fnatic are kings of Europe, and it is Alliance that's looking to dethrone them. Today's match would not only be a victory against Fnatic for Alliance, but it would also further the distance in the tables. Alliance would actually own the head-to-head 3-1 in the eventuality of any of those tiebreaker scenarios that we know and love here in Europe. But on the other side of the coin, a win for Fnatic would tie that head-to-head up. It would give Reckless and crew a share of first place for the first time all split. Fnatic have not been in first at all, and that tied head-to-head would allow Fnatic to set up a tiebreaker match if it was needed at the end of the next Super Week. Anyways, I want to look back at the last 3 games that these teams have played in the summer splits. And if you compare their KDAs, things are very close, with Fnatic having a slight edge, 3.93 to 3.28. Don't forget that Fnatic gifted Alliance a win with that very bad call in the base race all the way back in week 4. And then just something else that I do find interesting is that 8-game winning streak we talked about. Alliance had an 8-game winning streak in spring earlier this year. It was broken by Fnatic. Now, Alliance could get revenge and break Fnatic's 8-game winning streak if they pick up a victory here today. I think Alliance and Fnatic, they are both just in top shape. They are looking better than they have all year long. This could be the most exciting game of the split. And as I think it is just the two best teams in Europe right now. Before I go, I do think this is also a taste of what could be potentially the summer split grand final from Gamescom. So I'm extremely excited to see the game later in the day, and I'm hoping it's going to deliver as well.
As always, thank you for all the information, Quick Shot. We'll definitely be watching both you and that match later today. So while Fnatic and Alliance are fighting for first, this week there will be a couple of European teams fighting for their playoff lives. Gambit has never been out of the bottom three for the entire split. And with 2 more losses, 2 wins by Roccat, or a combination of 1 win and 1 loss by both teams, they will be sent to the promotion tournament. The Wolves are also in a dire position. At 7 wins and 15 losses, they could also be eliminated from the playoff contention if they lose both of their matches, and Roccat goes 2-0. And interestingly enough, we could learn Gambit's fate after the first game of this week's European LCS action. Gambit's playoff hopes are on the line as Thursday's matches kick off with Roccat versus Gambit. Like we said, a win by Roccat and Gambit is out. And then, of course, there's our BF game of the week, Fnatic battling out Alliance. On Friday, we've got 4 more matches, including a showdown between SK Gaming and Roccat, as both teams look to stay out of that relegation zone. Now, during Week 10, all the LCS action will be played on the 4.12 patch. So let's turn it over to Jat, who can break down what the changes mean for the LCS.
And thanks, Rib. The 4.12 patch introduces a few tweaks that will impact the LCS. First of all, Ahri and Alistair did receive some buffs. Let's start with Ahri. She hasn't been able to keep up in a lot of ways. The assassins haven't been that big with AD carries becoming stronger, but this will actually help her wave clear to get to the point where she can assassinate. Orb Deception, cheaper, better ability power ratio, which means it will be better at wave clear. Also, Alistair, he's seen very small amounts of play support, mainly as a counter to Leona, but this might bring him into the mainstream. Pulverize, reduce mana cost. Headbutt, reduce mana cost. Big thing, his ultimate has 70% damage reduction at his first rank, and it did cost him the double damage to monsters from his trample passive, but Alistair players aren't worrying about that. They're happy about the changes. And another change was the addition of jungle timers, actually. The main thing this will impact is the precision at which teams arrive at major objectives. Previously, if teams had Dragon or Baron timers, there was some aspect of bookkeeping as well. They had to relay the information. Not everyone on the team knew exactly when it would spawn. That changes with these jungle timers. Assuming the team has vision of the buff as it dies, the next spawn of the buff could lead to some explosive team fights, as both teams will know the exact moment that that buff respawns, and they should be able to test it with more precision. But next up, let's actually talk about champion changes this week. One will take a champion out of the league, the other will put a champion back in. First up is Lucian. He had some major gameplay changes in 4.12, so he will actually be out of the LCS this week. And this may have a substantial impact on the AD carry champion pool. Lucian has been a 73% pick, even if he's fallen off in the last few weeks, across the LCS this split. Expect to see even more Kog'Maw, Trist, Jinx, and Twitch this week as AD carries adjust to not having Lucian. But he steps out, guess who steps back in? Shen. He's actually been disabled in the LCS since the 4.5 patch, which was 3 months ago due to an issue with his ultimate. And since he's been gone for so long, we'll see if teams remember how to use him, or if he even fits into the current playstyle of teams. My prediction, I think we will see Shen in the future, just not this week. He always finds a way back into team comps based on his utility. But let's actually turn from the patch to the Fantasy LCS. Studs, duds, sleepers, and alerts coming out of Week 9 and Week 10. First, though, let's take a look at the studs. Creaton, 71 points. This guy has been a top performer all split, as has Reckless, and nothing was different last week with that pentakill. 64 points is actually low when you consider how many he had in that first game. Also, Quas, big performance. Top laners do not score huge amounts of points often. 62 points is huge considering he was only estimated for 27. Let's actually turn to some duds from guys who had been performing very well. 2 COG players make this list. Aphromoo, mid-season MVP by the preview show here, 20.7 points is not a performance you expect when you have such a powerful support on your roster. Dexter as well, high risk, high reward play style, also leads to some failures sometimes, 19.3 points. And Dyrus, the pillar of consistency for TSM, falls flat here, only getting 16.7 points. But looking ahead, we got to take a look at some of the sleepers. Overpow, Rockat had a tough week 9, losing both games, but the team has been surging, and Overpow should be a solid pick in points as they face Gambit and SK. SK's on a slide, remember. The Super Hot crew as well has the same competition. Mr. Ralds is a strong pickup because he pretty much always gets decent points as AD carries, even more so against this competition. And we have to call out Voyboy as well, versus Counterlogic Gaming and Evil Geniuses, 2 teams that Curse have actually excelled against, and Voyboy has been putting up huge numbers if you've been keeping track of him. So if you have him, definitely play him. And there's some alerts you need to pay attention to as well. Glebe, he has been benched in case you missed the news. We'll discuss it in detail later, but in the meantime, make sure he is out of your starting lineup as well. Cutie Pie, he's playing a red hot Cloud9 and a Complexity team that he's actually done really poorly against. Against Complexity, Cutie Pie has twice as many deaths as he does kills. Does not translate well into fantasy. And N-Rated is on SK right now, who is in a slide, plus support players with losing teams generally just have really poor performances. But with those fantasy tips in mind, it should improve your week drastically in the standings, because that's the important thing about the...
Whoa. Now wait just a second, Jet. Isn't there a matter of the bet from last week that we need to settle?
Yeah, maybe there is, Clayky D. I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. The bet where I was right because Curse did so well in fantasy.
No, I mean the bet where I was right. And this time, 56% of the tweets out there backed me up.
Ooh, look at you with the numbers. 56% of the tweets. Who cares about the numbers of when Curse had more points? Ooh. That music is lovely, by the way. It really helps. Anyway, I did not forget about this. Let it be said,
slow down, Jack.
Clayky,
Let's slow down.
that I am a man of my word.
You know,
You better be happy about this because
you look good.
I did actually win the bet, I would have to say. And for some reason, the preview show staff thought the tweets should be open until yesterday, when really the only people getting tweets were all the people you went around to were like, let's vote for Clayky D, let's make Jet wear this shirt. Anyway, there it is.
Yes, just one step closer to world domination.
Goodbye, Clayky. Now, it's time to go behind the scenes and hear what the players wish you couldn't hear until now. That's right, it's time for All Chat.
I can't believe he's playing a trackball, to be honest.
Doesn't it feel bad to losing someone who has a trackball?
Yeah.
So we'll make sure we don't lose.
Do you know what I want today, guys?
Yeah.
A win?
No. Sushi.
Are you guys ready? Yeah.
Ready?
Ready?
Happy birthday to you.
Okay, Dexter.
Good job.
Good job.
We can end.
Okay, we can.
Thanks, Dexter. You guys are too busy singing happy birthday to someone.
It was worth it.
So clapping wins your lane?
Yep.
Why aren't you clapping? There you go.
Oh yeah, we do the ritual.
You remember season spring split?
Oh yeah.
Hold hands. Come on.
Wasn't that when we went 0-7?
Oh, me.
Coming. I'm running.
Oh shit, you're dead.
No, you're not.
Yellow man, what a god.
What is true power? That's what I will show you, man.
Baron's up. I got you. Go. High chance there. Baron. Do I have to defend bottom? I'll defend bottom, okay? Okay. Yo, are you okay? Whoa! No, back.
Nice.
That's the difference between life and league. There's not one path. There's not one lane.
There's 3 paths in league.
Yeah. Well.
And remember, you can find extended versions of All Chat on the LOL Esports YouTube channel. That's even more behind-the-scenes moments of delightful for your ears. Last week, the European players kicked it into gear, and we had 3 new champions make their summer debut. So let's check out the champion countdown. The Riven became the newest champion to grace the Rift as Shook picked her up against Gambit and went 7-0-3 on the Exile. But she's making a splash this summer in the LCS pool party. Cyanide also put down roots as Maokai, and Diamond rolled out Rammus as well in week 9. That'll bring us to 69 total champions so far this split, and we're still off the curve from the 85 we saw by week 10 in the spring. So now we'd like to tip our hat to the tweeter who correctly picked Riven as the next champion that we would see this summer. Nice work at another MCLP. Great prediction and proper hashtag control. 2 things we absolutely love. We also love seeing the first Rammus ever in LCS history last week. And while you didn't technically win by that tweet, I have to give props to the people who not only mentioned tweeting Rammus, but also said that Diamond would be the pro to play him. Congratulations, fans, and the Armadillo. We heard your tremors loud and clear. There are still 2 more weeks in the split where we might see some champions for the first time this summer. So tweet us your predictions at LOL Esports, along with the hashtag LCS Preview. Remember those 2 things. Guess correctly, and you could live in infamy as part of the LCS Preview Show. Now let's take a look back at the champions and the pros who played them as we check out the North American LCS action from week 9. First up, it's going to be the 5-15 Evil Geniuses versus the 13-7 CLG. A lot of people had just how this was going to end in their mind already.
I mean, remember when this game started, it was last place versus first place, so everyone thought CLG would roll over them. EG did have other things in mind right here.
They did. It started off early. Rush Hour putting a traffic jam in the bottom lane. They were able to take down. Altec transfers back here, but CLG thought getting Rush Hour going was all they needed.
It was a first pick Kog'Maw, and Twisted Fate did not have his day in this one. EG opened up a pretty big lead, which led to this desperation fight by CLG. Again, Link can't get anything done.
Even when CLG is behind in gold, they still go for these all-out fights, and EG lulls them into that false sense of security we hear Crepo talking about, and they reset the fight for a nice 3-0.
Yeah, you can really see how fast Altec was with that blood boil on him. It left nowhere for CLG to run. And EG was pumped after that win.
Huge key team fight to take down the game. 6-15 EG coming out of that one. Then Counter Logic Gaming looked to pick up a win as they faced off against the first place LMQ.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty long highlight because this was a thrilling game.
Barons against LMQ. We saw this all the way back in Super Week 1. It's a bad idea.
I saw Hotshot GG's reaction video to this one. He did not appreciate that Baron play.
All the players as well. You almost know that's when that sinking feeling hits for everybody because the fans felt it as well.
7,000 gold swing from that one. And then this just became an Ackerman highlight reel after this. He makes this play into another one, but this outplay was just fantastic by Ackerman.
Couldn't believe the positioning and the ease of ability use on his skills. Very, very well played in the peace of mind there.
Yeah, and it's not completely apparent here, but he teleported to base and immediately came back to make this play.
Yeah, there was hardly any lag time between these 2 plays. He instantly healed and instantly came back with some shock and awe.
Yet, with all that being said, CLG does not give up without a fight. Doublelift pulls a quadra kill out of nowhere, but this was probably the most shocking moment of the match, right?
It was one of the biggest. The first quadra kill that Doublelift would get to keep things going. But wait, he goes down as well. Ackerman's been getting big.
Yeah, just such amazing play. And then here you think CLG's on their deathbed. There's no way. Oh, wow, another quadra kill? Really? Doublelift. How fed is he going to get? Could CLG actually turn this one around?
And with 2 quadra kills, you're going to be able to make some moves. You're going to be able to dictate some moves, right?
Yeah, how often do you get 2 quadra kills by the same guy and don't win the game? Here you can see Doublelift max items, gets a little bit overconfident. Pay attention to Xiao Xiao and the amount of damage he puts on a Doublelift in this fight. A blue card, followed by what? Bam. Just completely disappeared. And that was game.
An easy push through after that for LMQ to take the game. CLG struggling a bit last week. We'll see if they can pull it around coming up in Week 10. And here are where the teams in North America currently stand at the start of Week 10. LMQ has surged ahead of the pack and now hold a comfortable 2-game lead in first place.
Yeah, but right behind them, we have 3 teams knotted up for second as Cloud9, CLG, and TSM all have matching records, with Dignitas just 1 win behind them.
And earlier this week, Team Solomid announced that they were making a roster change, replacing Glebe in the support role with Lustboy, formerly of South Korea's CJ Entis Blaze.
Yeah, and this is a huge risk for TSM, as there is only 2 weeks left before the playoffs. Clearly, TSM thought they were vulnerable with Glebe at support and needed change quickly. You only replace a player with 2 weeks left in the season if you are in desperation mode. But with that being said, they picked a veteran with a pedigree of success to add to their roster. If TSM were to have done this at the beginning or even the middle of the season, it would be looked at as a fantastic move. But now it's a gamble, and it could pay off with a trip to Worlds, or it could fall apart with a poor showing at the North American playoffs.
And while Team Solomid is reloading for their playoff run, as we saw in last week's highlights, CLG shot blanks. They have dropped into the second place pack where they currently are tied with Cloud9 and TSM for an all-important playoff bye.
Yeah, and out of the 3 teams vying for the second playoff bye, I do believe there is a stronger contender. But before we choose one, let's first take a look at some of the facts. Each one of these teams hold a winning record over one of the others. Cloud9 owns a record over COG, COG over TSM, and then TSM actually owns it over Cloud9. So the next 2 weeks won't just be about securing wins for these teams, but securing the head-to-head tiebreaker advantages or eliminating them against their rivals. So which of these teams is the strongest? First, we need to take a look at TSM. As we just discussed, they have added Lustboy as their new support. If we look at history, mid-season support changes have paid dividends in the past. In 2013, Bloodwater joined Vulcan to much success, and Daydreamin joined what was then known as GGU, and they went all the way to second place in the playoffs. However, there are only 2 weeks left in the season. Add that to the fact that TSM is only 3-9 against the top 5 teams in NA, and they're the least likely, I think, to finish second. Now, on to CLG. Besides having one of the best supports in the game, Counterlogic Gaming has one other advantage over TSM. They've already played their last game of the summer against LMQ, and it is a legitimate advantage to not have to play the #1 team in the North American LCS again. But the team that I think has the best chance of taking at least second place is Cloud9. After a shaky start to the summer, the meta has shifted once again to standard lanes, and Cloud9 solo laners have started to return to their spring split form. Balls in particular looks like the most dominant top laner in the league once again, which means bad news for the rest of the LCS. And honestly, this has been the most competitive split in NALCS history, and this close battle at the top of the standings is a perfect example of why this summer has been so damn exciting.
And Dignitas is just 1 game behind those second-place teams and still hoping to climb the standings, of course. With competition at an all-time high in the NALCS, ever wonder what separates the pros from the average Joes? Our guest correspondent Laserbeam set out on a quest to find the secret of success.
Being good at League of Legends is no easy task. It requires precise hand-eye coordination, nimble fingers, and a brilliant mind. However, to be professional requires something different, something secret. But what is this secret? Some would say hard work, others camaraderie. Maybe it's Hot Pockets, the cheeseburger flavor, I don't know. But what I do know is, I'm going to find out. I sat down with Dignitas to reveal the elusive edge to professional success. How many hours a night do you sleep?
8. 7 to 8.
Not bad. Follow-up question, what do you dream about?
Ooh, man. I dream about a lot of things. Like, I actually don't dream about anything now that I think about it.
How many right clicks can you do in a minute?
Maybe 500.
Damn. Time. Is this mouse even regulation? What are your pregame rituals?
My pregame ritual is either take a dump in the C9 or EG room.
I'll say a word. You say a word or phrase that first comes to mind.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm not ready though.
Okay, how long do you need?
Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay, excellent. Yeah. Dignitas.
Great, fantastic, superb, outstanding.
Keep going.
I can't think of anyone.
That felt good. Secret.
I'm not gonna tell you my secret.
Okay. Okay. Secret.
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
The secret is...
Oh, I'll tell you my secret. Come a little closer.
You gonna tell? Okay.
Every time we win, we win.
I didn't find the secret I was looking for. Anxiety began to take over. I was scared. Scared that I would never unearth the secret to being a pro. Until. Sometimes, when you least expect it, fate hits you like an infected cleaver to the face. Hand warmers! That's it! The hand warmer was invented in 1923 by Japanese inventor Nishi Matoba to keep hands comfortable and at optimal performance temperature. Because of the pro team's continuous hand warmer usage, they're constantly increasing their hands' blood flow and circulation, resulting in a faster reaction time and a higher creep score. In every sport, innovation spontaneously occurs. And when it does, it advances the level of gameplay. In football, it was the forward pass. In basketball, it was the slam dunk. And in baseball, it was steroids. Kudos to the LOL pros for discovering that warm hands bring great success. This isn't an opinion, it's science. This is Laser Beams for 3 minutes.
Awesome stuff. And hand warmers are actually the secret for the preview show as well, in case you've been wondering.
Oh. That's what those are for. They're your hands. I get it. That explains so much. So speaking of warming up, I'm going to go ahead and put that down. The North American LCS will turn up the heat this Saturday as they kick off their Week 10 matches. Their matches begin with LMQ versus Complexity, and then later in the day, Cloud9 will try to fend off Dignitas, who will be looking for a win to climb those rankings.
Yeah, and Sunday will begin with EG taking on Curse, followed by a top-of-the-table battle between Cloud9 and LMQ.
And it's nearly time for the European LCS to kick off their games, but let's take a moment to look back at the edge of your seat plays from Week 9. I know I want to, or as Reckless can now call them, the Penta.
And coming in at number 5, Ackerman Gravis goes into overdrive.
Oh, wait a minute! Oh my God, the home guard Ackerman comes in, and he wants to share a cup with Double Lift. Oh, look, you see how he body slammed through the wall to dodge the chompers? Man, fat man reflexes.
And at number 4, we welcome the new Nidalee to the LCS.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Straight under the turret, tries to 1v1 again. Gonna throw it on the shoulder. Oh, he gets the auto attack and it just floats along. So this is what that new Nidalee looks like, huh?
At number 3, Yellowstar offers safe passage to Reckless.
Diamond does get in there with a stun. Taunt will go in
Nick
as
can
well.
kill him.
Stun comes out from Nick and Reckless. Is he going to go down? There's a protection from Oriana. Oh, the lantern! He took the lantern. He managed to get away, and they get a shutdown on Nick. Diamond goes down as well. And would you believe it? Reckless there with hardly any health. He punches the air in celebration there. Yellowstar again coming up big to save his life.
Coming in at number 2, Ackerman puts an end to Double Lift's excitement.
Oh, wow, whoa! Vasily, he needs to use the fast fingers. Both summoners to get out of that one alive. Oh! The
Great
sniper! Double Lift hits it! Can he get excited enough? The rest of the team is hit. Double Lift has put himself now in a 2v1 situation. Another hit! Triple kill for Double Lift. The quadra kill is right in his eyes. The zap hits the backside of Ackerman. He is going to be going down. Tries to hit up Double Lift. And he completely zeroes him out for the quadra kill retribution takedown.
I cannot believe Ackerman killed Double Lift right there.
And our number 1 play in this week's Penta was a Penta.
Their sentence goes out, connects with Youngbuck. Tower's being secured in the background, and Youngbuck is going to get dashed on. Chum the Waters connects on Woolite, the best target possible. The exhaust was used on Peke, so damage was reduced. First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the cocoon, looking for the triple.
One more.
Reckless has got a triple. He's looking for broken shot. That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. Tower's down on the back line. Reckless may get the penta. He gets it. That's a pentakill. Reckless with a pentakill in the summer split.
So good. Still have 2 weeks left for more Pentas. I'm sure somebody can grab one. Remember, you can always head over to LOLesports.com and find the preview shows home at the top of the page.
Yeah, and that's where you can relive the glory days of our past episodes by watching them all over again.
I know I do. If only we sold Claky D Was Right shirts there as well.
Yeah, sure. That'd be great.
We're about to close out another installment of the LCS Preview Show, but first up, we would like to address something. Last week, we took a look at Tabs' recently underwhelming performances. Apparently, Tabs took issue with our critique, and today we want to clear the air. We did name Tabs as our midseason MVP, and for good reason. He has proven that he can be the hero that Alliance needs and deserves. So, we salute you, O King of the Keys, in our last hit.
Great catch by Tabs. And it's Tabs that picks up the kill. Tabs is going mambo!
Previously on the European LCS.
Mr. Ralls will flash himself. He has to turn back around and have a go at Selfie and then Cullen. Almost knocked it down. Wow, last second Valkyrie. And the Super Hot Crew managing to go 2 for 1.
Sven's actually looking for the fight. If Jess is coming in as well.
Well, Destiny is up. There's the gate. Instantly fled, and look at the damage. Wow, with the right of a cane.
There's the shot where Chuck's going to go down the impossible. Oh, he got away. He's got alive somehow out of that one.
First kill secured by Reckless. We do see that's a double kill as he sidesteps the Cocoon, looking for the triple. Reckless has got a triple. He's looking for one shot. That's the quadra. He's looking for 5. Towers down the back line. Reckless,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 10 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined by Martin Deficio once again, as we only have 2 weeks of the regular season play remaining in this summer split.
And even though the playoffs are right around the corner, no one's position has been set in stone, meaning this week's matches, every single one is key for the teams here in the LCS.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at where the teams currently stand. Up at the top of the table, well, it's Alliance and Fnatic. They have now qualified for the playoffs and are looking to secure them top 2 spots with at least 3 games separating them from the rest of the pack. Next, of course, is Millenium and the Supa crew. They are tied for 3rd place with 12 wins apiece and hoping to solidify their position in the top half of the table with this week's matches, while SK, well, they are 1 single match behind them in 5th place.
And then Rockat is in 6th spot, which would grant them a trip to the playoffs as the lowest seed, but they could still easily climb higher as they're only 2 games out of the 3rd place. At the very bottom of the European LCS are the Copenhagen Wolves and Gambit. And this week's matches are absolutely crucial, with the possibility that both teams will be eliminated from the playoffs hunt by the end of the week if they don't pick up any wins.
Well, today's matches will kick off with Roccat versus Gambit, a crucial game for those 2 teams. That's going to be followed by Millenium, who will take on the Copenhagen Wolves.
And then we'll have a top-of-the-table clash between Fnatic and Alliance, and SK Gaming will square off against the super hot crew. And after today's LCS matches, we'll hand it off to Freak and Cyrene for the European Challenger Series semifinals, where H2K Gaming will take on SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-3.
And now with so much on the line, let's take a look at the players we should be keeping an eye on this week. Deficio, I know you're particularly impressed with Creaton's performance last week.
He was absolutely fantastic. I mean, he picked up Corki and he went 16-2 and 16 in 2 games. Very, very impressive. And for me, Creaton, as long as he can keep proving to me he's one of the best AD carries in Europe, then I feel like Millenium actually has a good shot at going towards World Championship because he's such an important member for them.
Well, for me, it's the new man in for Copenhagen Wolves, Soren. Every time the Wolves need to find a replacement for Kautard, they look towards a Soren. First, of course, it was Soren Bjerg, who you guys may well know as Bjergsen. This time around, well, it's just Soren, plain old Soren. He looked good in his first week, but can he consistently perform without Orianna?
So, a player who can really perform consistently is Selfie, who's going to be our next player to watch here. He's a great player in terms of mechanical play, but we still see way too many mistakes from him. His decision-making is lackluster, and Super Hot Crew as a team, they doesn't seem to have anyone to help him avoid position mistakes or wrong engages. If they can fix their loose cannon, then they have a great mid laner with a lot of potential for the future.
Well, in the top lane is the man from Alliance. He's been playing extremely well, Wicked, in that top lane, especially lately on Gragas. He has successfully adapted to the meta changes each patch this season.
And now, last team to watch, we're gonna say, is a team who didn't really adapt well enough to the patches. SK Gaming, not really sure what's going on here. They lost the last 4 games they played and look like a team just keeps going down and down and down. They returned to their old playstyle last week where Freddy, he picked Nidalee, he split pushed, but it still didn't work. They didn't pick up any wins, and it appears the teams have figured out SK Gaming, and we have to see something special if they want to regain the position as one of the best teams here in Europe.
And remember, of course, you guys at home can find the stats for these players, as well as the schedule information, VODs, recaps, and much more over at lolesports.com. You'll also be able to let us know which team you think will win each of today's matches.
Just click on schedule and get a thumbs up to your choice. And you can also find out how to join us here in the studio to watch these teams play in person. Just click tickets for all the details.
Just a couple of weeks left here in Cologne, of course, and now we want to hear your thoughts. Since 4.12 has just been enabled this week, we want to know which European LCS player or team do you think adapts to the new patches the fastest and why?
So I feel like Alliance are very fast when it comes to champions. But the play style we saw the last few weeks, they had some issues adapting to the patch here. So it's very hard to say here in Europe. There's a lot of different options, so it's going to be great to hear from you guys. And send your answers to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. And then, of course, we'll read some of them later in the show.
Yes, of course. So it is time to get the first game underway. Starting off with Rockat versus Gambit Gaming. Despite finishing third in the spring split, Rockat began their summer run with a disastrous 1-7 record. But since they have started improving, the Polish squad hope that they can keep up their game as they head towards playoffs and earn some fans along the way.
At the start of the split, we had a huge break, 1 month.
So we went 1-7, and from that point it couldn't get worse, I think.
Alliance has been soaring. Rockets, though, they've been going in the opposite direction. They definitely don't look like the team that finished in third place in the playoffs of the spring split.
Our team have to play to be consistent.
I mimo, że mieliśmy 1-7, każdy wierzy w to, że odbijemy się od dna, no i po prostu dostaniemy się na Mistrzostwa Świata.
All right, next up, let's talk about Roccat.
Right now, they have a 5-game winning streak. Rockat have just found life.
It's very hard to be consistent all the time. We don't change much when we are winning all the time, and all of a sudden we are starting to losing, and we didn't change anything.
It's about the mentality, like if you know you can beat those teams because you did it in the past, then obviously you can do it.
We have to come back to the shape we show in this dominant time for us. So we are still trying to build our identity. It's our second split, so people don't know us that well.
People prefer to cheer for like Alliance, for like Fanatic, because they got the star players.
XPK himself was like not that famous before the super backdoor thingy with Cassidy, but after that action, like everyone was like, wow, this guy is actually good. And I would say that the results are really important, but you have to like outstand in some action to gain the fans.
It's just most of the Polish players never played in European teams, so they just don't know those people.
We are just 5 players that are trying their best. So in my opinion, our best shot to get fan and fan base is to actually achieve something, and the fans will come. We are trying to do like small steps. Then we can, think about playoffs and going towards.
If we want to get recognized, we should prove that we are the top team in Europe, not just the average one or the weak one. I think it's just the start. People won't believe in the weak teams, they just want to believe in winners.
Other tournaments before the LCS was just a way to go into the LCS. I had to get some experience, find some good people that I can actually make it to the LCS and then try. That's why we are all here, right? For the awards.
Well, that's why everybody is here to get to Worlds, and some very honest words, I think, from Rockat there.
It's the way we always hear them talk. They will tell you, if we are sad, we're sad. We don't believe in our skill or whatever is going on, they will tell you. And therefore, we know as well how they think as a team, and if the confidence is an issue, often when they start losing some games, it is a big issue. Need a win, and then they come back and start winning games.
We'll see how this one works out, of course. Now, these two teams have both been struggling at the start of the season. Both desperately need a win here because after each went 0-2 in a very rough week 9. Of course, Rockat hold a big advantage in the head-to-head over Gambit. They are 3-0 up in those stakes, so they will be coming into this match as the strong favorites.
Yeah, and if you do look at last week here for Rockat, they had some good moves, we have to say it, but it was just completely overshadowed by either team or individual mistakes. The early Dragon against Supa crew was a bad mistake and actually ended up losing them the entire game, 7 minutes into the game here. They've dropped down in the standings a little bit and are 2 wins behind Millenium and Supa crew because they lost to them last week. So they need to pick up some wins if they want to try and get towards the top spots.
And somebody that did surprise us and has surprised us many times before, is Overpower. He pulled out Morgana in the mid lane this time. It wasn't quite Mordekaiser, but it was still something new.
Yeah, so the idea was to use Morgana to counter Twisted Fate and protect Selivar with this massive black shield you get when you build AP on Morgana. It did, however, mean Rockat, they had 0 damage unless Selivar had a very, very good game and got to his late game point. He never did, because Millenium actually controlled the game, and the pick ended up doing nothing for Overpower. And the losses last week put some pressure on Rockat now, because they haven't secured their playoff spot just yet. The Wolves, they're looking better and better, and Rockat, they need to secure 14 wins to be 100% safe in the top 6.
And for Gambit, it's time to be a little truthful, I'm afraid, because they find themselves rooted at the bottom of the table after equaling Deficio's own Copenhagen Wolves losing streak of 9 games straight back in the spring 2013.
All planned.
However, of course, they don't have a Bjergsen flying in to save the day like you did back then, and instead they are in danger of getting closer and closer to the all-time losing record that was set by Dragonborns back in that same spring, 0-13 that was. Long way to go still to get there. Now, this is the hard fact. They now only have a 0.09% chance at qualifying for 6th place playoff spot. They are a long way from the team that qualified to the World Championships for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and it didn't make it easier last week. They had probably the hardest schedule you can actually have here in Europe. They faced Fnatic and Alliance on the same week, so ended up losing both games, didn't really have much of an impact in any of the games. Diamond, he returned to the starting lineup, and like the rest of the Gambit members, he had a hard time playing here. He did pull out the Ramos, which was a fun pick, and it actually worked out really well on the start of the game, but once the team fell behind, he couldn't do anything and just ended up losing. We have to say though, if they are to win a game, it could be this one against Rockat, because Gambit as a team, they have only won games on red side in this split. And now, of course, they're red side against Rockat here. Maybe they can pull it off. I still think, as a team, Gambit should just focus on improving team synergy, coordination, get some confidence going here. Because the Wolves, while they're just a few wins ahead, I still don't think they can actually catch them.
A little bit of keyboard maintenance from Genja there. And of course, Diamond still very popular with the crowd here. So let's check out those starting lineups for these two teams in game 1. Over on the blue side, it is Rockat. It means in the top lane, we have Zazee, Jankos in the jungle. A very honest Overpower in that mid lane. Selivar as the AD carry and Vanda on support.
On the red side, we have Gambit Gaming with Kuban in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick as the mid laner, and of course Genja as AD carry and Edward on support.
So as we head towards Champion Select, let's check your predictions for this match. Going to LCSesports.com, 77% of you have given it to Rockat. You know, this just shows really how far Gambit really have fallen when the new upstarts, I mean, I say new upstarts, this is the second split that Rockat have been here, and they did finish 3rd last split. But Gambit really just don't even get the fan votes anymore. The fans are starting to wean away from them.
So it's all about current results. I mean, yeah, you have your history, you can look back, Gambit and Moscow 5, what they did in the past, but it doesn't matter now. It's all about who people actually think is the favorite for this game. Rockat has been winning some games lately. Gambit has been losing 9 games in a row. You have to give it to Rockat as the favorites.
Let's see how this one works out. Picks and Ban's about to get it away. It is 4.12, so remember, there's a couple of things to note. Lucian is disabled for this one. Shen is back. And of course, we saw Nidalee last week starting to be prevalent in that top lane. So what do we expect from this one?
So if we just take Genja, now you mentioned Lucian being disabled. He's played Lucian 9 games, Caitlyn 8 games, and the rest 1 game of the other AD carries here. So we could definitely see a Caitlyn ban from Rockat to take it away here and force him on something he only played once before here. But of course, for Gambit, it is a pretty tough still on the red side because Kassadin is
so far, standard pick and bans, I would say. Twisted Fate and Evelyn taken away from Rockat, so still focusing on the Evelyn from Diamond. There is the standard Kassadin ban, 93.2%. No matter how many times he gets changed, he still lives in that ban cycle, generally for the red team. And of course, Lee Sin taking away both Jankos and Diamond, good on that one. It does mean, of course, that Elise is out there as one of the popular jungle picks. I wonder if someone's going to ban that one. And Nami ban taken away from Eddie. That's a bit of a nice ban for him. And there's the Gragas taken away from Zazee in that top lane.
So Jankos normally loves to play Elise, but we've seen a lot of different junglers here. And this has been a champion last week, which was banned very, very often. And once it was open, teams would actually lock it in. Not as a first pick, but still, here in Europe now, the mid laners really love Fist. And it's, again, Athene's got nerfed a few patches ago where the MR went down, making it easier for Fizz to pick up kills on one-on-one. And he's not as affected by exhaust as an assassin like Zed is.
Well, here in Europe, of course, Fizz is primarily played by Overpower and Kerp, of course.
Yeah.
The two mid laners. We'll see how it works out for him. We did mention the fact that Elise kind of is still in there, but it looks like Diamond is favouring maybe Kha'Zix in the jungle. Has had a slight buff to his Q, his Taste of Fear. Only a slight one, but is it going to be enough to become now a primary jungle pick?
So I don't think we're going to see it too often. So it is a fine pick. It was before as well. I mean, it has its way. You just played a bit different than you did before. But the Caitlyn from Genja, no real surprise. Again, we talk about how Lucian and Caitlyn are the two main picks for him. It's not exactly a champion he's done a lot on, but same can be said for the rest of Gambit, of course. They have been losing a lot of games. It's hard to put up good numbers.
So Thresh will be locked in alongside him. That means we're going to see Eddie, the Thresh Prince, back in action. So lane in the bottom lane, they're going to have to really perform because they've had some questionable results, I think it's safe to say, over the last few weeks.
And just weird plays.
That duo lane, some very weird plays, and often giving up first blood. Of course, the man that does get a lot of first bloods is Jankos. And if he gets on that Evelyn, which is one of his favoured champions, it does work well for him. Of course, there's a Morgana again. This could be for Panda as that support pick. But Jankos seems to be favouring towards Jarvan once again.
So it's funny with Elise.
Nope.
There's a lot of different opinions here. Most junglers still put Elise as one of the top junglers, but we still see a few leave it and say, you know what, I'd rather play Rengar or Jarvan or whatever, maybe a Rammus from Diamond. But Elise is a main pick for Jankos, and it's a pick he normally picks up first blood on here. So Gambit needs to be careful.
Well, there we go. Gambit do go with the Kha'Zix in the jungle. Something they were toying with, but they realised they don't need to first pick that one away. Ziggs, of course, also being picked up for Nick.
So Gambit here have some decent wave clear. Decent, I mean great wave clear. They have Ziggs and Caitlyn together. So they can stall the game and really go late game where both Caitlyn and Ziggs will shine. And it's going to be a top lane Maokai here.
Maokai, interesting.
Alright, so the idea behind top lane Maokai is you become insanely tanky. Like just your abilities themselves, your ulti and everything provides a lot of tankiness. You have a lot of CC, you have a slow, you have your snare with the W to engage fights, and you're just very, very hard to kill late game. His laning phase is not the best, but he can always farm with either sapling or his Q and just manage to get all the gold he needs to get his tanky items. Rod of Ages should be first item here from Zazee, and then full tank afterwards.
Let's have to blind pick that one in. Would we see maybe Kuban trying to counter this one? I mean, Jax is out there, a big favourite champion of his. Or would we see him just going for something for the team? What would fit right now?
So, because Gragas is banned away, I'm actually not sure what he wants to pick against Maokai here. Renekton would be able to deny him some farm in the laning phase, but when in terms of team fights, you're going to get outscaled. If he picks a Yorick here, maybe he can poke the Maokai, but remember Maokai, he will sustain pretty well. This used to be an old favorite for Kuban back in the MYM days. Not sure he's
You never know when it's Edward. You never know when it's Edward. He's just like, you're playing with the hearts. Okay, while they're deciding on that one, let's look. Of course, it's going to be Thresh Caitlyn up against a Morgana Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Morgana Kog'Maw here. Actually, Gambit Gaming, because they have Caitlyn, should be able to put a lot of pressure onto Celebi in the laning phase, but not enough to actually deny him too much farm. I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue for Rockat to deal with this dual lane. I really like the Dr. Mundo pick up here because you now have a tank against a tank. Both of them looking to do the same thing, get into late game points and just be this massive frontline tank. Very hard to deal with for both teams. Issue is for Kuban, Celebi has a lot of percent magic damage against him, and it's very hard for Kuban to actually deal with someone like Celebi in the late game team fights. Also, if there's a Blade of Ruin King onto the Kog'Maw.
Fantastic stuff. Of course, Gambit, as I pointed out, they absolutely have to win this game. If they do not win this game, they are not going to make playoffs, and that is a big, big deal.
And then it's all about promotion tournament. They're just going to have to look towards it, improve as much as possible. I like how we do see some new picks from Gambit. I mean, Dr. Mundo, we haven't seen Kuban play it before in the top lane. Just to see, does it work? Okay, can we stick to this one?
Well, we'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. Do you guys still think Rockat will come out on top after those picks and bans? Tweet us, #RockWin or #GMBWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be checking out those results as we get into the game. Something to take note of as we load this game up. There is a double teleport for Rockat. In the mid lane, of course, we do see Overpower with that teleport on Fizz.
And we saw it last time he actually played Fizz mid. Takes a teleport. Early on, he used it just to farm in lane, go back to base once he takes too much damage, buy, return to the laning phase. But then once he gets an item or two, once you get some damage, he will start split pushing with this teleport here and kill you one-on-one, and then join into with the rest of the team. And Maokai as well, teleport ganks, very scary. If he goes down to this bottom lane, instant snare on to someone like Edward or Genja, Rockat should be able to pick up a kill and a dragon.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Week 10 about to get underway. We're almost there. The playoffs are looming over every single one of these teams, and results now seem more important than ever. Of course, all season long they're important. It all leads to this one point, and it's been Gambit that have been struggling with Rockat with those 3 wins over them already this split. Can they make it a clean sweep? Can they go 4-0 and knock, honestly, a team that they looked up to and respected for the last 2 years? You heard interviews with Jankos talking about how he respected Diamond. It's like the legend that is. And can he surpass him now? I would say become the master, but that's going a little bit too deep on the old start.
Probably. But if you just look at this summer split here, Jankos has definitely been the better jungler. Again, we always talk about how he picks up so many first bloods. He's #1 in both EU and NA in terms of first bloods, and he loves to do it on Elise. And Rockat, very standard picks for them, except for the Maokai in top lane. We often see Morgana support together with Elise jungle, because you have now Binding and Cocoon to set up easy kills, to set up picks, and then of course Overpower can just jump in, instant burst down whatever target he gets, or whatever target Jankos or Vander can actually root.
Well, at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a standard start. We can see potential buddy system maybe, but it does seem we're going to have a 2v2 in this bottom lane. It's kind of been similar since 4.11, honestly, since those small tweaks and changes that we don't tend to see too many 2v1s anymore. Vander comes in, gets a face full of damage from Genja as soon as he walks into that bush. For once, Eddie was not up front.
No, normally he's the guy walking in at level 1, looking to fight here, but at least now both teams know where the dual lane is, and we're going to get standard lanes. Up in this top lane, I don't think we're going to see too much action between a Dr. Mundo and a Maokai.
I want to talk about the support items, because we are seeing Eddie beginning with a Doran Shield instead of a GP5 item.
Normally we do see Relic Shield from a Thresh here, but Doran Shield, so really putting a lot of focus on combat stats from the start, and will probably look to be very aggressive against Vander and Selva. We do see it already. He's just walking straight in, looking to fight against them.
And of course, he will give him the regen, so he can just step away, and he's making sure he can keep those basic attacks down. Maybe there's something they've worked out here, something with that aggressive style that Edward always used to have. I distinctly remember having conversations with Crepo way back in 2013 about Edward and his Doran Shield, something he was very, very vocal about.
It will sacrifice a little bit of sustain for Genja, because he doesn't have the Relic Shield. Edward to just give 50 HP over to Genja if he takes some poke. But because he's Caitlyn, he will stay far back and should be fine by himself, trading against Salavar. And Gambit already pushing down his bottom lane very aggressively, constantly looking to just poke between Edward and Vander. And Diamond, of course, taking his blue buff, just looking to start farming away. So nothing really happened yet. Standard lanes. This mid lane, however, is going to be very interesting to see how much Overpower can actually do against a Ziggs in lane.
Both junglers potentially making their way in. Nick's being cautious. Of course, you see Diamond nearby. Jankos is just off the race. It doesn't look like he wants to get involved, though. It is Nick just being very cautious indeed. Overpower's going to play this one passive, I feel, in the mid lane to begin with, until he starts feeling he's getting that damage, and then it's just going to pile on Nick. That flash is going to be so vital for that Ziggs.
Played the teleport fist against SK Gaming, where it was Freddy who played Yorick, and they started split pushing against each other after the laning phase. Freddy actually won the first fight, but then Overpower went back, brought a Void Staff and just killed him and took full control of the map. So Rockat is looking to do the same here, just wait for both Zazee and Overpower to pick up items. They don't really need to force anything here in this early mid game. They can just get farm, get the key items, and then look to actually impact the map.
Okay, so we see our first back. It was down in the bottom lane, actually. Genja went to buy and get himself that second Doran's Blade. We'll keep our eye on that one at the moment. I want to talk about this top lane on your screens right now. Zazee up against Kubon. Maokai versus Mundo. As you mentioned at the start, tank versus tank, and Jankos looking to try and create an advantage for Rockat.
So Kubon is staying very far back. He just farming with his cleaver. Jankos will actually go in. Not exactly an easy game to pull off, because Kubon was staying so far back. They do actually get a Cocoon.
Got Cocoon and forced the flash out of Kubon. That was a potentially a little bit early, but it's better to be safe, I guess.
So I think here Kuban wanted to drag Zazee under the tower and force him to flash away, but because the new W here on Maokai is a bit faster than the old one, he couldn't actually do it in time. It is a cool thing about Maokai top lane. It's very, very good for setting up ganks, because you can just walk straight up, land your W, snare them, and apply the slow. However, this time, because Kuban was so far back, he does stay alive. And Nick, trading with Overpower, he's one level ahead because he has a bigger minion wave, but shouldn't be an issue for Overpower to farm. He still has his teleport as well, and a health potion left.
Yeah, you just saw a little bit of aggression from Overpower there. Of course, he has got that crystalline flask. He won't be out of charges now. Eddie starting to put a little pressure down. Boots, second item for Edward. Gonna keep her eye on this build, see where he's going with this Thresh this time around.
So we often see supports get a very early Moby Boots and focus on roaming around the map here and make plays. Edward taking some damage here actually. Not too much, the Dawn Shield will help.
Yeah, not a good trade though for him. There was nothing going back the way of Rockat. Still no first blood. We are only just approaching the 6-minute mark. Eddie keeping that river very much warded out. Genja keeping a pretty good farm with Salavar, but Salavar is going to be weaker at this phase of the game.
He definitely needs a few levels he wants to complete. Most likely his Trinity Force as the first item. He already has the longsword into a Phage, which will make him very, very strong in just quick trades, because you get your Sheen, you get your proc from it, and then you back away. Nick though, putting some pressure in this mid lane and up this top lane here. Kuban actually winning the lane here. The first time we see Kuban winning his lane in the 4 games we've seen him.
Yeah, that was good pressure actually. Forced Overpower back. He's gone back and bought the Sheen, so we'll see how that works out. Now teleport back to lane. Keep your eyes on that one. He's about to hit level 6. There is the 6th level. Diamond will get spotted out. There is a ward just down there. Zazee himself went back. He's moving towards the Catalyst, it seems. So it's going to go with Rod of Ages for item for him on Maokai. 100% there you go.
100% Rod of Ages.
Which is of course why Kuban building towards that with the Negatron Cloak. So completely building towards it. Eddie, sidestep in there. It was a very, very slow sidestep of the Dark. Oh, son of a caught out, hooked in. Eddie goes in, but that was a good quick reaction. Black Shield from Vander prevents himself getting flayed.
Again, a very, very good trade by Rockat. Yes, the hook landed onto Salavar, but instantly, as the hook landed, Black Shield was there to make sure he didn't actually get knocked back and could just do all the damage onto Edward here, forcing him away. And once again, Gambit actually losing the trade down this bottom lane here. One thing we do have to talk about is all the magic damage on the side of Rockat here. Even your support does full magic damage. You have your jungler doing magic damage. Maokai as well, all magic damage. Salavar, bit of a mix between them, will do more physical damage in the late game points, but still, there is some magic damage involved, so Gambit can focus a lot on magic resist and make it very hard for Overpower to kill anyone in a one-on-one, or just in teamfights in general, and also make it very hard for Zazee to have much of a damage impact.
Overpower gets himself his first blue buff of the game for Rockat. Diamond, meanwhile, forces up with the red buff because he went blue second, which is where Nick will be acquiring his shortly. We'll see whether anyone tries to get involved and cause any problems for him.
So Diamond actually involved his W as the very, very first thing he did as he hit level 6 here. So looking to pose and of course get the extra slow from the W here.
Oh, here we go.
Overpower jumping onto Nick.
Jumping straight in there. Good satchel charge from Nick though, immediately replying. Overpower tries to playful trickster onto him, didn't quite catch on, gets a little poke. And Nick is very much safe from that one. He's going to get himself that blue buff, very much well received for him. Of course, he went with the Chalice, he's building towards that Fiend's standard start for Ziggs.
So just going back to Diamond here, involving his W, Gambit is really looking to just poke and siege. You have Ziggs poke, you now have Diamond with his W, hitting multiple members, you have Genji and Caitlyn, of course. There's so much poke and range now from Gambit. They can basically look to group as a team, go down towards the tower. If Rockat wants to engage, you just instantly disengage from Gambit here. Caitlyn can jump away, she has a slow, you have the slow from Ziggs, you have slow from Cleavers from Kuban, again now also the slow from Diamond. Everyone from Gambit here can slow down Rockat and make sure to disengage, and then go back to the tower and just keep poking again and again and again.
Yankov's going to get spotted out, that ward went down, Dark Binding does not land. Eddie once again sidesteps that one, and that's going to be another failed attempt from Yankos. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board. As we mentioned, most first bloods for junglers. He very
for
much
everyone.
For everyone. Well, in fact, back both North America and EU as well, that is. We saw Kuban using that sadism in that top lane, getting that ultimate just to keep him in lane a little bit longer, of course, against Zazee. Who himself is Maokai ultimate, very different now, sticks to him, doesn't go in one particular spot. Diamond looking to counter. They knew that Jankos was nearby, but he's headed back to the jungle to keep that farm going. And a pretty passive opening farm lane phase from both these teams with the first 10 minutes.
Very passive. Nobody really been going for any dives, so we've seen very few ganks as well. But for Gambit, because they do want to run the siege poke comp, they really need to be careful they don't lose the first dragon or pick a wrong fight, because if they do fall behind...
Well, at the moment...
Sorry, my voice just cracked here.
That's okay. That's why I'm...
yeah, so if Gambit falls behind, Rockat can always engage onto them or try, and therefore force them away from towers and make sure they can never group as a team. Because how do you stop a siege comp? You make sure they never group up. You force them out in different lanes. You just beat them 1-on-1, 2-and-2, and don't let them get in as a team. So if Gambit does fall behind, could really smell trouble, especially because they have nobody who can actually kill Overpower.
Genja just using that ace in the hole to try and burn down some of the health of Rockat. Obviously not going to create any advantages with that. So at the moment it is all about lane farm, lane-wise. Still pretty even towards them. Dragon could well be an objective that these teams start thinking about now. You can see that pink ward's being pressured and immediately Gambit move in to defend it. Quickly reacted to this one. Jankos needs to be careful. That pink ward was cleared and taken down. Overpower, look at this, just waiting off at the side there. I think he realizes both nearby. Nick's going to face check straight in towards him. He's going to eat a shark. It's a giant earth this time around, of course. And he will do nothing.
And Overpower didn't want to follow. He knew Diamond was nearby. So just got the flash out of Nick. Well, good enough for him. He needs to be careful here, though. Slow landing from Diamond as well. They're going for it.
Good satchel charge. Flashes from both of them. Overpower taking low on this one. Playful tricks are not available. And Nick just burns him down with the bomb.
So Overpower, he used his ult here. Nick didn't want to follow because he knew Diamond was nearby. And instantly as he comes back to the lane, he jumps Nick and doesn't expect Diamond to stay around. Silly, silly play, Mr. Overpower. Giving up first blood now. Perfect for Gambit over to Nick. The guy who's really been playing well for them.
We talked about the evolved W there. I can never remember the damn name of it. The evolved W, nevertheless, is obviously what slowed him down there. So Rockat still favourites despite the good start here from Gambit. It is only 11 minutes gone and now he's in trouble. Teleport comes down. Zazee is going to get on towards him. Edward will go down. It's Overpower. Tell a lie. Teleports in and gets himself a free kill.
And instantly Rockat now moving towards the Dragon. We talked about how Zazee could do it. He could TP to this bottom lane, get a kill and go Dragon. When you have two TPs, it doesn't really matter who does it. Very nice setup here by Vander. Dragon for Rockat, getting the goal lead, despite Overpower dying in his mid lane before.
Well, this is something, of course, Gambit have had a problem with over the last few weeks. Now Nick again getting pounced on by Overpower. This time around, Satchel charges away to great success. But we want to talk about that Dragon stats because Gambit have just been suffering from that one. And it's something they used to be known for. They used to dominate that Dragon.
They used to actually be the #1 team in Europe at getting Dragons earlier in the season here. But it's just not been working. Last week where they played Fnatic and Alliance, they didn't pick up a single Dragon. They only picked up one tower as well, so there was no objective goal, no global goal for Gambit as a team, and it means everyone simply suffers for it, and it's been too easy for the other teams to set up one kill, get the Dragon, and then just go back to lanes and just wait for Gambit to do something, and then Gambit will just stay and farm in the laning phase, wait for the next Dragon, and if they end up losing the next one as well, they simply fall too far behind and won't be able to do anything. Last week we talked about how Gambit, on average, at 20 minutes, since they made roster changes, has been behind 5,400 gold. This game around here, 13 minutes in, they are behind, but not exactly 5,000 yet.
Yet, but it could go that way. At the moment, it's only 1,500. Diamond will get a ward and cover out. Overpower taking away those wraiths. Thought about having a peek towards that pink ward, but that's Overpower doing a successful defense. Diamond roaming, cleans himself. Pink one, of course, it's a small victory for Gambit when they've already lost that Dragon, but it's enough to set the crowd alight. So let's have a peek across the items because Jankos actually has gone for a double Ruby Crystal.
Double Ruby Crystal. So we want some early combat stats here. We want some tankiness. We often see different ideas with new release. Haunting Guys is an item we see a few times.
There we go.
Well, you say here we go. Nothing really happened, but at least they used the ultis, they hit each other in the face and just backed away.
As I've mentioned many times in the past, two fat lads from Grimsby fighting it out, and that's exactly what's going on in that top lane. They are not going to kill each other. It would take a very, very, very long fight for Zazee and Gubot to take each other down.
Yeah. Nice thing for Kuban, however, when you're against double AP or 5 AP or 4.5 AP, you can get a Spirit Visage early on Dr. Mundo. It's basically your key item. Makes your ulti even better. Good enough start for Kuban up here, been farming really well, and we all know how annoying a Dr. Mundo can be in those late game points.
Tower pressure here from Rockat, but that's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb. It landed actually on Silver and Jankos. They didn't follow up on this one because nobody managed to get hooked in there. We did have Diamond nearby, but he will back away. But nevertheless, Tower was successfully held.
Everyone's simply returning just to farm. Rockat did put some pressure on this bottom lane. Very good ult to make it play down. Actually, Jankos stays in this bottom lane, so they want to take this tower here and push Gambit even further up and then possibly go mid lane with someone like Teleport to try and take the next tower. It's going to be hard though against Nick and all his wave play.
Well, and Diamond, more importantly, of course. He's got the, as you mentioned, the Void Spikes evolved. They're going to wipe out this wave very quickly. Genja again, of course, just cleaning up, getting all those last hits. He's keeping him just slightly ahead of Salavar, but Jankos is not backing away from this fight.
Simply staying, and it means at least Zazee and Overpower, they know where Diamond is because he constantly walks down to this bottom lane to wave clear. There's no pressure on the solo lanes at the moment for both teams because Jankos as well is in this bottom lane. Will be a tower now for Rockat. So let's see if they want to send Salavar mid lane afterwards with Jankos and start.
Well, if you took a note of the mini-map there, you can see Diamond, of course, he'd snuck away to get the wall, so maybe a little bit too greedy there. Wasn't expecting Jankos to try and stick around for, I think, 3 or 4 waves, which he finally got that tower down. Nonetheless, it is a tower, and Rockat have themselves now a 2,000 gold lead. Speaking of gold lead, Kuban in that top lane has started to dominate. He's got 20 CS advantage over Zazee, who's had to go back again, but of course he's going to be slightly delayed on his power spike, if you can call it that, for Maokai with the Rod of Ages. And we do see, of course, now Salavar, along with Jankos, actually heading towards that top lane.
Okay, so gonna focus on the top lane here. Genji is still in this bottom lane. Kuban is actually recalling with
Vanda's gone down bottom, so they're leaving Salavar on his own now in that top lane. He's got the support, the backup of Jankos, just in case I think Kuban is around. But it seems that they are
also
both
just
going
to
to
push
stick
it.
up there, yeah.
Yeah, they're just gonna push it in again here. Double range, some decent wave play as well. Just constantly pushing the waves here. Jankos needs to be careful.
Jankos face check and gets hooked in. Eddie's on there. Teleport comes down. Jankos is going to repel, but he's got nowhere to run. Kuban came a little too late to that party. Didn't manage to get himself the assist. It's a second kill for Gambit.
All right, 2 kills for Gambit here. Diamond was in the right place at the right time. Same for Edward, actually. He moved from this bottom lane, or from the base, sorry, straight to the top lane. He expected something to happen here from Rockat and was in a very, very good position. Dragon in 1 minute, so Gambit wasn't able to get any objective gold from the kill. We'll at least get some wards.
Well, it's a triple kill for Diamond and wards, at least, put it that way. So he's continuing to clear that jungle very fast now. He's starting to step up that rate, but he is behind on Jankos in terms of CS, and it's a fairly substantial number, but of course he has that kill and assist, which does keep him close. It's only a 100 gold differential between those two junglers. Vanda starting to roam a bit here. Hasn't been around with his AD carry, who is now currently going down towards that bottom lane. Overpower's the man we need to keep our eyes on, because he's going to start looking to split push.
So Kuban used the teleport before to try and join in for the kill on Jankos, which means he's now stuck in his top lane. Dragon, 18 seconds. Zazee can join in with his teleport, and Mundo has no way of stopping him. So Rockat can just look to group up, force it, and if Gambit does decide to fight, turn it quickly into a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, I think they're going to move down, clear out this wave, and head straight on down there. Salavar's already moving into position. Kuban is heading down, so Gambit have the timer on this one this time around. Eddie gets himself in position. It's a dangerous position to be in, though, but he does get the ward clearance, importantly, on that bush. 5 members of Gambit down here, and of course, he does leave that top lane exposed. Zazee takes down the turret and can teleport and join in. He's going to shove the wave on towards that top tower, and then join the party down here.
So it was a very smart move by Rockat. First to send Salavar top, but as soon as the teleport from Kuban was used, they took Salavar and moved him down towards the dragon and put Zazee with his teleport up in his top lane to stay in one-on-one. Gambit, they are starting the dragon here. TB coming in, Zazee very far behind, however.
It's a fast dragon, and Diamond manages to outsmite Jankos there, who both winning. It's a fight between the two. Pops his stealth, gets himself a little bit of stealth cover. Zazee moves in. Mega Inferno Bomb goes in towards there. Nice Diamond pulls Zazee into his team. I'm not sure they wanted that with his ultimate running. And Gambit are on the retreat here, but Rockat are very, very low. Eddie gets caught out. He will go down. It's still only a 1 for 0. Remember, Gambit got
not in range.
That
Overpower's behind them.
Dragon coming around the side, up towards it. There we go, just pounding into the screen. Overpower cannot get close enough. Chum the waters. No, it doesn't matter because Genja gets scored out. That's the AD carry down. And it's a 2 for 0. Can they take the tower?
It is such a strong combo when you have Elise and Morgana. Again, land Cocoon, land the Binding, the next follow, and you just lock down targets for the rest of Rockat to kill them so easily here. Bit of a messy team fight at first. Zazee joining with his teleport way behind the rest of Rockat, but still managed to get in range of Diamond. And Diamond actually jumped while Zazee was onto him, pulled him into the rest of the team, and Rockat could just start chasing here. Was a Dragon, however, to Gambit, so they get some gold from it.
Yeah, relatively even in gold. 2 kills, a lot of assists compared to the Dragon. So overall, wasn't a great deal of change between the two teams. Of course, it's still only a 2.5k advantage, though. If Gambit can shove this wave in, get themselves onto this tower early. Jankos takes a big burst of damage there from Nick. He's got to be careful. Eddie doesn't fancy throwing out a hook here. Instead, it's going to be the Lantern to get him away from Vanda, who closes the gap.
It seems the teams now moving back to the lanes, but now Rockat actually decides to send Overpower to this bottom lane. Did the same thing against SK Gaming. Once the laning phase ended, once he got some items or some gold, they did send Overpower to this bottom lane and kept Zazee in the other lane. And just put Selva on his mid lane. Just sit and farm by himself. Simple. He still has his mid tower, so should be fairly safe and can now just farm, keep pushing in. If Overpower kills someone by himself, Gambit needs to send a member to defend the lane. Overpower is in, and therefore opens up for the rest of Rockat to either take the mid tower or the top tower.
Well, look at this. Grouping around Overpower. Ace in the hole will land. Eddie and Diamond stealthing around the side. Oh, he doesn't land the slow. Tries to jump on towards him. Chop the waters. Lands on Diamond. And Overpower, I think he's got away from this one quite clean.
They did actually manage it. Oh, Nick in trouble.
Nick in very much trouble there, but I'm not too sure Sullivan wants to go too deep on that one. The bouncing bomb will come in. Black Shield protects him. The turret went down actually to the minions, so despite all that, Gambit come out ahead.
Yeah, so actually a good move by Gambit. They pushed out mid lane first, and then they sent all the members to this bottom lane to try and kill Overpower, and kept Nick in this mid lane to just wave clear in case it was needed. So while they didn't get a kill, at least they forced a summon out of Overpower, and did actually get mid tower, because Rockat were just looking to help Overpower, moved every single member to him instead of wave clearing the mid lane.
Well, Diamond still continuing to try and find a game. Neither of these junglers have been overly successful. Good warning, honestly, from both these teams, spotting out the trouble early on. Kubon tries to shove that wave in, but Zazee will successfully defend that turret. A little bouncing bomb thrown to Overpower. This mid lane turret may well be the next focus, but Nick will not have too many problems clearing that wave. He gets the pouncing help of Diamond as well.
And every single time Rockat push up this mid lane, Diamond will jump over the wall from Wraith, just use his W, try and wave clear with Nick here, and force Rockat away. They did, however, get some damage on the tower, so just 1 or 2 more pushes, and they should be able to take it down, unless Nick wants to use his ult.
With all this wave clearing going on, of course, Nick has built himself up a healthy CS lead as well as a gold lead. He's 1,000 gold ahead right now. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's going to wipe out the wave and give a big chunk of damage onto Celavar there. Black Shield does, Dark Binding, sorry, does not land on Eddie.
We did see, however, Celavar, he knew the minion wave was going to die, but he stayed just to get the Sheen proc from his Trinity Force onto the tower, and then he could back away. So another good thing about Trinity Force as the first item, if you do want to push early towers. And we did see all the focus on this bot lane by Jankos earlier to take down the tower, open up the map for Rockat to then send Celavar in a different lane and just start poking down these towers here. Yes, Nick can wave clear it, but just 1 hit every single time with your Sheen proc and the tower will go down. Slow, but will go down.
So right now it's all about who can put the most pressure on the map. Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, that will certainly be a pressure point. Top lane has been shoved a little bit here. Diamond goes in there, that's going to force Zazee to try and counteract that one. We'll see whether Gambit do try and create something. And also, we're going to start looking towards items, because with a minute to go, the big item spikes will start happening. Everybody's starting to hit the 1-2 item bracket.
We do see in Vintage on Genja here. Didn't actually get any attack speed items yet, except for his boots. But Gambit needs to get into this dragon area and put up some wards if they want to contest it, because they need to have full control of where Rockat is and then poke them before going into a team fight. You don't want to start Dragon, let Rockat engage onto you, because then you will lose it. You need to poke, you need to get some good wards around it. We do see Edward now moving in, putting up the wards. And if Rockat now moves in as a group and Gambit is ready, they can land so much poke, they can zone them so well with Ziggs, with Caitlyn, with the Cleavers again, and with the W from Diamond. Get them low, get Dragon, and then potentially look for a team fight.
Bunch of Sunfire Capes being picked up by, of course, Zazee and Kubon. They're going to be definitely the big tanks in this one. There is an interesting scrying warp. Salavar getting positional advantage, and Rockat actually the ones that have actually got themselves in the river, but they backed out.
So Gambit, they moved in, they put up a lot of wards, and just moved away.
Just didn't defend them, yeah.
Didn't defend them at all. So Rockat now moved in, cleared the important ones, and can now stay around this dragon. And we didn't see any poke from Gambit. We didn't see anyone trying to stop them, except for Diamond staying around. And just wasn't enough. They didn't get any poke now. First cleaver from Kuban. They need a lot more.
Overpower also shoved in the bottom lane. Chum the Waters does not land. Teleport from Zazee also pulled the trigger early there.
As it works.
And that's a problem. Rockat now burned quite a bit there.
And TP down, ulti from Overpower, and now Gambit feeling more confident, moving in as a team. Dragon is alive. And Rockat is very split up here. Selva is all alone in this mid lane. Gambit can start the dragon.
Yeah, Nick is actually zoning him out. He does manage to get the tower down in that mid lane. Now Gambit caught out there. Zaza's ultimate also burned. Kuban caught this time with the Dark Binding. Middle turret down. Rockat got themselves a small advantage, and that dragon taken low. They're going to move in. It's going to be a smite fight. This time around, Jankos gets it. He gets hooked in, though. He will not be able to repel away from this one. Is he going to get flashed away? Yes, he does. And he gets home and dry.
And Rockat is simply just fooling Gambit here. First, Selva's pushing mid lane. Nick goes back to try and stop him. The rest of Gambit start the dragon, and as soon as Rockat move in towards them, they just back away. Run away from this dragon here, and Rockat take it. So easy for Rockat to force Gambit away, get a dragon, get the mid tower, and also disengage afterwards, because nobody was really low enough for Gambit to actually chase and try and take someone down with the long range they have.
Yeah, there was also a giant wave that was shoved in down that bottom lane that Overpower would have pushed in there. That would have been a lot of CS wasted crashing against the tower. Overpower back down here once again. Didn't really land with the Blade Foot Trickster. I think he wanted to wipe out that bottom wave. But he's going to back away. So Gambit started to trail behind in gold here, and this is a danger warning. Big flag starting to set up for Gambit. The pressure very much on them in this game to pick up their first win over Rockat in the summer split. Keep their hopes and dreams of the World Championships alive.
In terms of gold, it's been the best game for Gambit we have seen in a few weeks. I mean, still fairly close to Rockat here. 26 minutes in. They have lost the dragons, or at least they lost the last one and lost the outer turrets, but still, they are in the game, they're farming. Nick especially is farming really well. Kuban in the laning phase did well against Zazee, now falling behind a little bit, which is the few CS, doesn't really matter too much. And Genji as well, I mean, they're keeping even with Selva, so it's the first game in a few weeks where Gambit has actually been doing well in the laning phase, getting all the farm they needed. They just need to play better around the map, because it's been too easy for Rockat to get objectives, get outer turrets.
Gambit now looking to focus towards this Baron area. There's a good wall placement from Rockat in and around there, so they have managed to clear it out. A lot of pinks actually on the map coming out from Rockat, which will get cleared. Diamond is in there. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught with that Dark Binding, and they start the Baron off, and it gets a few cheeky hits on Diamond there. Took a fair bit more than he planned. Not too sure that Black Shield's going to stop any of the ace in the hole.
So Rockat is only staying around this Baron to buy time for Overpower to push his bottom lane with his teleport, and just make sure Gambit stays around and nobody's there to actually try and stop him. Kuban is up in his top lane. He's the guy with teleport from Gambit. He needs to go down to this bottom lane, start trying to deal with Overpower. He won't be able to kill him, but at least he can try and stay on the tower and get some minions. Nick could be forced to use his ulti here.
Yeah,
this massive wave.
I think Mega Inferno Bomb may well be thrown down. No, looks like he's just going to move on down and cover it himself. Well, almost giving up on it. That's because there's pressure around the Baron from Jankos.
Now, Kuban did actually recall, so he will go down to this bottom lane and try and stop Overpower from taking the tower. And Overpower didn't get a Void Staff yet. So Kuban is a very, very tanky Dr. Mundo here. They can just look to push it up. If they do manage to get the teleport out of Kuban, it really spells trouble for Gambit.
Well, we heard from Rockat earlier on. They've talked in the past about how they don't take risks when they absolutely don't need to, and at the moment Gambit are not pressuring them in any way, so they are happy to let this game just go slow, go long, let Salavar become this insane Cogmore that he knows he can become, and of course Overpower going to start stacking out those items. Got himself the DFG now, so he will be looking to single pop the likes of Nick and Genja in this next fight.
And look at Diamond here, full damage. Last Whisper early on, Brutalizer, armor penetration, really looking to just poke and hurt as much as possible, and then he evolved his E, level 11, to jump in, get a reset if someone gets low. So again, Gambit, they need good wards, they need to be able to spot Rockat moving around, and then they need to land the poke if they want a team fight. If they do feel confident, they can start grouping up and pushing down towards the tower. But with teleports on the side of Rockat here, and with Rockat being ahead in gold, they can just TP in behind them, force a team fight, and Gambit will lose it. So now they're in a tricky situation. They're basically just farming, waiting for a moment where they can get some poke onto Rockat and then potentially get a tower or maybe a Baron if they do manage to pick up a few kills.
The problem is Gambit are playing passive. They
are.
They're not shoving towers. You know, they've got this great wave clear, which is great for defending, but you just saw Kubon. He just shoved that bottom wave down, immediately backs out, overpowers them. Thank you very much. I'll get himself a massive wave engulf and shove straight down there. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Genja again done the same. Zazee immediately reacts, goes in there, teleports, didn't even use the teleport, sorry. And they're sitting on these two teleports. They can control Gambit, and that is exactly what they're doing right now.
Yep.
Gambit are just simply having to react to everything that Rockat did.
Again, we said earlier, Gambit, they can't afford to fall behind because then they suddenly can't group up as a team and just push down a tower because Rockat can always engage onto them and win the team fights. So Gambit is now basically forced to just sit and farm, try and get some key items onto Genji, onto Nick. When you have so much wave clear, you can extend the game and make sure we go to 40, 50 minutes, pick up 5-6 items on all your members, except for the poor supports. And then look for these late game team fights, where again, with the lineup Gambit has, they do have a lot of late game potential here. Issue is, they don't have anyone who can deal with overpower in the split push.
It seems that both these teams are happy to just play the passive game. They want to sit this one out and farm up as much as possible for that one big fight. And it's a dangerous game, honestly, for both these teams to play, and it is something they're clearly working towards. So let's look at it this way. You know, obviously, if both teams get their primary ideal engaged, they go straight at it in a 5v5. Who is likely to come out on top? Say, is it going to be down to, say, that big Mega Inferno Bomb hitting the right key targets?
So Gambit doesn't even want to engage. They just want to kite. They want Rockat to engage onto them and then just kite backwards, keep hitting the poke, because they don't really have any engagement on the lineup unless Edward lands a hook and starts the fight. Otherwise, they're just looking to kite backwards. Diamond here. Oh, Fish coming in for overpower.
Oh, Chum the Waters will land this time around. Diamond in trouble. The lantern gets thrown out. He stealths away.
Oh,
Zaza's pulled in, goes in, gets himself the kill. He may pay the price with his own life, but he's a massive tanky monster, and he's keeping us alive. He's locking onto Nick. Nick's in trouble. He's going to get locked down. Tries to jump away. Will get caught out. Now Genja's going to be focused on, can he take the lantern? Yes? No? Just about 90 caliber net back and forth. But that is Gambit absolutely out of the picture for this one. It's not going to be the Dragon focus. They're moving to Baron.
And Zazee with his W just followed Diamond through the entire map, and he's so tanky already. The two members recoil, they both have teleports, so they can just join in for this Baron here. Genya's back in base. This should be an easy Baron for Rockat.
There's one teleport. Kubon's going to find him. It's overpower. He can just flip and flop straight over towards the Baron, and this one will go down. We see Nick very low on hit points. He's got Mega Inferno Bomb. Can he go for the steal? Kubon's going to throw something out. No! Nick caught out. He goes down. Overpower gets the kill. Chum the Waters catches onto Kubon. He's the big tanky machine, but is he strong enough? He's got that sadism running. He can see it's taken everything from Rockat to try and shut him down. Baron was taken in amongst all of that as well, and Rockat continued to turn the pressure on, and Gambit are in real danger now.
Oh, Zazee's been hooked. Nope. Edward doesn't really want to play with him. And we just see here why Maokai top lane, as long as you get the farm you need in the early game, becomes so strong in these team fights. He followed in, he was in between 4 members of Gambit, he just tanked everything, kept going, got the kill onto Diamond, moved on to next. We're just gonna see it again. Everything invested onto Diamond, but because he's stealth, Overpower can't actually jump him after DFG. Zazee, however, he's like, I'm Superman, I'm just gonna follow you. Jump as well, gets the kill, stays in between all the members of Gambit here, taking a lot of damage, but not enough. And then next snare comes in, easy binding from Yankers. Binding, or easy cocoon, of course, from Yankers. Chase up here, binding on to Genja now. Another snare from Zazee. You just have chain CC constantly from this lineup. So annoying to play against.
They absolutely locked up Gambit there, and it's working well for them. So, get themselves a Dragon. They did get Baron in there. My eyes didn't deceive me. Of course, so Rockat stats should have one Baron on there, but most importantly, they have themselves a pretty big lead now over Gambit built up. It's a 7,000 gold lead, and of course, item-wise, and the stats that Baron does give you. Let's see what they do with it. They've been playing very passively, not been pushing those waves out, but now, let's see if they can start shoving in, because there is great wave clear in the hands of Gambit, so they should be able to defend their towers pretty successfully.
They should be able to hold off Rockat for some time, especially because Zazee and Overpower both use the teleport to take the Baron. So they are now going to stay in the lanes, push them up, and then either move in with the rest of the team, try to go 5-man, maybe dive Gambit on the tower here, or we're just looking for Overpower to find this one kill by himself. It is Kubon against him, and still no Void Staff on the side of Overpower, so shouldn't be able to kill him, please not, by himself.
Well, currently a 3v3 setting up. Zazee shoves that wave in the mid lane. Is actually may get caught out of position. Diamond's gone on towards him. We're not quite keeping our eye on it. There is Zazee. He's going to go turn aggressive. Remember, Diamond all about the aggression. Nick throwing out the bombs, and Rockat taking some punishment here, despite the fact they have got the Baron hill. Gambit are quite happy to engage them in that jungle. Kuban, of course, keeping Overpower busy down in that bottom lane, which is why he's not getting involved in this one. As you mentioned, no teleports available. Good pressure. Salava gets himself a couple of free shots on the tower, and Gambit hold for now.
Hold for now, but still, every time you take some damage onto a tower here, it simply means one more wave, two more waves, and it will go down. Because Salava, he's not afraid to walk in. Hit it with the Sheen. We talked about it earlier again. Boom, get a few hits, backs away as soon as Gambit moves in. And oh, Diamond might be in trouble here.
That tower's gone. They're going to get shredded away. Gambit back away from it. Kubon still keeping Overpower busy now in the mid lane, having to wipe out that wave. But Rockat, they're all rotating around. 5 members straight in there. They're going to get around the back side. And this is going to be the inner turret going down in the mid lane now.
Oh, Diamond almost died. Oh, Yankers hooked in.
Not going to follow that one up. That would be a very risky
Yankers
move.
says no.
There's the tower going down. So that's 2 more inner turrets for Rockat. They do take advantage of that Baron buff.
Going for the very last one down this bottom lane. Need to wait at least for the minions. Perfect timing actually on the blue buff.
Well, they can press tab now and
they
look
can.
at the timers.
True.
They know when it's coming up. See, taking advantage of that one. Even the pro players can use that timer. So, big wave comes in. Tower getting poked. Dark Binding does not catch, but nonetheless, it's the 3rd inner turret. Successful Baron usage.
Picked up every single outer turret now. All about the base, where Gambit can now move between the lanes very, very fast and get or try and wave clear. Didn't really work for them on the outer ones here. They were too afraid of Rockat either diving onto them or simply because they knew they couldn't actually hold the tower. It was just a matter of time. So now all about the base from Gambit. Picked up 1 tower, same that it picked up last week in the 2 games. And I don't think they're going to get more.
Yeah, big spike, of course, from Overpower. He got the Zhonya's just asked to get in that Baron. Now he's got the Void Staff on there as well. So a massive amount of burst damage available from Overpower. He's going to get himself a blue buff as well. We did see the Ziggs bomb coming out a moment ago on towards the opposition blue buff for Gambit. Didn't quite catch it in time. Well, in fact, on that timing. So everybody from Rockat goes back, purchases some giant items, and now have a 12,000 gold advantage. And, you know, Nick had a gold advantage for a long period of time over Nick in that mid lane, but Overpower now leads it. Of course, he's got himself a 1,000 gold swing back in his favor. So Nick, despite the fact he's got great wave clear, has so far not been too successful at keeping them off the turrets.
Well, it's been very hard for Gambit to force Rockat away in time. Couldn't really instant clear the wave. And there was always the risk of this Zazee going on the tower. And just picking whatever target he wants to break the Banshee from Nick, and he can go straight towards him. Doesn't even matter if he tries to flash away. You will still follow him, as we saw earlier with Diamond, lock him down, rest of the team can follow, land a binding, land a cocoon, and you do have a dead target. The poke from Diamond here, the idea,
already
in a siege drop. Oh,
that's the flash.
Forced away here, but again, the poke from Diamond, it doesn't really do any damage on the Rockat.
Yeah, when the bouncing bombs miss, it's not going to wave clear too well either. Genja caught out Dark Binding. They don't choose to follow this one up. Well, it's only a matter of time. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, Kubon is having to do a jostle, and Kubon in trouble here. Overpower does go in. DFG was used. Remember, Zhonya's Hourglass available for Overpower if he needs it. Kubon is going to successfully defend. Sadism there.
Oh, got away.
Thought about going back in on that one, but Kubon holds on for now. But that was just about everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at him.
And Void Staff was completed by Overpower, so he went aggressive, going in again.
Playful jumping away. Again, Tower not able to hit him. Keeps landing that urgent strike on him. Moment though, Rockat are going to back away. So 40-second timers on the Baron, 15 seconds on the Dragon. Of course, that is now probably Rockat's objectives. They have full control of this map. Not a lot of wards out there because frankly they don't need them because they can see where Gambit are. They are all shoved in the base.
Still, didn't actually manage to take down a tower, even though they've been staying in this top lane for some time. Now basically waiting for objectives. Hoping Gambit will move out of the base, go towards the Baron to try and steal it or stop Rockat from doing it, and then Rockat can engage onto them, force the team fight. and hopefully for Rockat, win the game. We do see Overpower down his bottom lane again. Gonna push it up, wait for someone like Kuban to show himself, try and one-on-one him, and then if he does kill him or gets him very low, he can then TP in to the Baron here. And Gambit did actually move out of the base. They want to stay around here and try and stop Rockat from doing a Baron.
Pressure very much on Gambit here. They tried to shove out the lanes. They are leaving Overpower very much exposed in that bottom lane. If he gets on that tower, he will do a heck of a lot of damage, but they can't run the risk of losing another Baron to Rockat, which is why they're sticking around in this mid lane, trying to keep Rockat active and on their toes. But with those double teleports, the split push is really causing a serious problem. Kuban again, the only one that goes down to deal with it, but it's not going to work out for him. Vanda takes a good bit of poke, not a lot. It's in a hole, blocked off by a gigantic tank of Zazee.
So Rockat were just waiting for Vanda to bring the pink ward, clear everything. Gambit actually puts down and just waiting around here again. Overpower still in his bottom lane, and we are waiting for a move.
So Gambit, what are they going to do? How are they going to get themselves out of this horrific situation of potentially being out of playoffs? It means we won't see a Gambit out Worlds. Currently it's looking almost certain. We do see the Baron started off. Rockat going in towards it. They've taken it down to half health already. 7,000 hit points. Oh, Diamond caught out. That's going to be problems. Lantern was thrown out. He flashed the opposite direction. And that means Diamond is getting all sorts of trouble. Gets himself a giant heal there. Nick comes up. Overpower does manage to use the Zhonya's, but he will get the kill onto Diamond. We see Genja going down. Rockat making all sorts of problems. And Gambit are sinking without a trace here. They've been so passive throughout the game. Zazee continues to chase. He's just happy to taunt Gambit and pressure them into their base. Look at the damage on Nick there. Salavar putting the pressure down. It's a 3-for-0. Baron's not on their minds now. Winning the game is.
They just need to get into the base here, kill the tower so they can move in afterwards. They don't even need the Baron. They are so strong. We see it again. They're just waiting for Gambit to move too close to the Baron and engage, win the fight, and now go towards the base of Gambit.
Well, we talked about they've got getting a single turret last week. They've only got one in this game, and it doesn't look like they're going to get much more. The inhibitor will go down. Rockat will step away after this. I think they're going to move straight for that Baron.
So they did at least open up the base now. Got super minions in this mid lane. Can then focus on doing the same thing they actually did for the last 10 minutes before they went to the Baron. 4 members in top lane, Overpower in his bottom lane. Going on to Diamond. Again, the stealth. Makes it very hard for Zazee to actually get onto him. And Overpower in his back here going towards Genji. He missed the ult, hit onto Edward. Didn't manage to kill Genji instantly, but the rest of Rockat is there to take him down. And there's no damage on the side of Gambit. It's all about poking first. As long as Rockat can always engage, nothing Gambit can do in these fights.
Bouncing bomb's not quite enough to take away that Baron. No messing with the smite there from Jankos. Secures that one, the second Baron of the game for Rockat. On those 3 out of 4 dragons, so big gold advantage for Rockat. Base, as you mentioned, opened up for Gambit now. Wave clear no longer really going to be enough. They have to start trying to create a play here. They have to do something desperate, I feel, is required for Gambit. Pressure of the situation, of course, this means they will effectively be relegated. They're going to have to fight for their way back in towards the LCS promotion-wise if they lose this game.
And the important thing to note is, because they are the bottom team in the table, they don't have a choice between who they want to face in promotion tournament. So they could end up with what looks like H2K at the moment, but it's very hard to say. We of course have the Challenger Finals coming very soon, where we can actually see who the best Challenger team is, and who potentially will face Gambit in the promotion tournament.
Yeah, long way to go for that, of course, all to happen. That will be happening over the next couple of weeks. Long way to go, but right now Rockat continuing. Edward just gets melted by Jankos. That's the jungler just destroying him. Nick gets taken down. Zhonya's Hourglass, not enough. Overpower pops his own. Kuban gets dropped in a matter of seconds. And Rockat completely cleaning up here against Gambit. This is not a problem for them. It looks like they're going to be taking a 4-0 victory over Gambit. Something that honestly, if you'd have told them back in the spring when they qualified for the LCS, they would have thought it was impossible. But it seems that Gambit will be going out of the LCS. They will not make it to the playoffs. And Rockat will indeed look to try and secure that 6th spot. It's a great victory for them, but it's a terrible, terrible loss for Gambit.
very safe game again by Rockat. Not taking any chances. They knew they were just waiting for Overpower to get some items, so he became strong in the one-on-ones and just played the laning phase really well. Got the first dragon, returned to the lanes, kept just farming, getting the outer turrets away, extended the goal lead, and safe play by Rockat. And didn't actually feel like they had to do something special to win.
No pressure at all, honestly. 11-2 the end scoreline for the kills. And gigantic advantage. They did get themselves a second turret, so they've got 2 turrets.
Oh,
okay. That's a good count for them. But Gambit, it's a long way from the old Empire, Moscow Fire that we used to see going so aggressive. See hero, kill hero. Now it's see hero, run away from hero, and it's a big problem, honestly.
It is,
and it's something, you know, me myself as seeing a strong, aggressive Gambit of the past. It's something I don't like to see. You know, this was a team that was great to commentate because they were always so openly aggressive and in your face, and right now they've just sat so passively for the entire split, and it's very much a change in contrast, whether the meta just simply hasn't suited their team, nobody's just maybe moved to it. You know, it's our question of the day, talking about what team has changed, what player, what team has reacted best to the patch change tiers. Gambit absolutely is not one of them.
Definitely not. And it's just been downhill for Gambit for a long time. I mean, they talked about how they always had issues as a team. Alex was very vocal about it, one of the reasons he left. Edward left to join Curse as well, if we think back to last year. So there's always been some issues. Now it just seems like the issues got the best of Gambit. And it's not over yet. Still a promotion tournament, they can re-qualify to the LCS.
It's a tough one though.
Of course, it's always tough. It's never fun to go and play relegation. You sit with the pressure because you know, if I lose here, my job is potentially gone.
And of course, with that loss, Gambit become the first team to be eliminated from the playoff contention this split. They can still, of course, overtake the Copenhagen Wolves for a better seed in the promotion, but that is about it.
Yeah, and they need to win like 4 games now. And with the way they're playing, I don't see them beat 4 teams in the Super Week. I mean, it's so hard for them to get the wins. They need, okay, 2 wins behind Copenhagen Wolves, but still, you need to start picking up some wins. We're going into Super Week where everyone is just going to be full on prepared because it's all about getting the best seed before playoffs.
And of course, the Wolves are looking better these days. They are, of course, playing the next match. They will be up against Millenium. It's going to be a tricky game for them. But for now, let's talk about the winners. Of course, let's throw it over to Shox, who is standing by with Zazee from Rockat.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Efi Shox, joined here by Zazee, who played Maokai in that last game versus Gambit. Talk us through when you decided to pick that and what it offers in a game.
Well, to be honest, Maokai is really good right now. I would say it's second best pick at the top lane, right after Gragas. And I didn't really care versus who I will play. I just knew that it's really good pick right now.
Well, obviously you can train it in scrims, but then you're in an actual LCS match. Then tell me how it played out versus Mundo in that lane and in the team fights where you played a crucial role.
Well, Maokai isn't that good at lane versus Mundo. He's pretty decent versus Irelia or Jax because of his sustain, but versus Mundo I cannot do anything, just harass him a bit. But in the team fights I'm pretty much immortal, how could we see later on. And that's his job, just root people and being immortal.
Absolutely. As you go in further on the look for that playoff spot, how is the meta treating you right now in the top lane? We know you like playing those tanks, but it is opening up right now. How does that treat you?
Well, yeah, I prefer playing tanks. I do like AP champions, but they are not my best. I don't feel that good on them. I like playing Jax, Irelia, and so on. I mean, the top meta is pretty fine right now because you can play pretty much anything like tanks, APs, assassins even. So I like it.
All right, well, thank you very much and good luck in your upcoming games. All right, we have to take a quick break to check if any of our players isn't a Doombot in disguise. But when we come back, we're going to break down this game, and Millenium takes on the Copenhagen Wolves.
Gambit, go!
Gambit, go Gambit, go Gambit.
Oh, Chum the Warriors will land this time around. Diamond in trouble, the lantern gets thrown out, he stealths away. Zaza's pulled in, goes in, gets himself the kill. Does manage to use the Zhonya's, but he will get the kill onto Diamond. We see Genja going down, Rockat making all sorts of problems. But right now, Rockat continuing, Edward just gets melted by Jankos. That's the jungler just destroying him.
Welcome back to the European LCS. I'm joined by Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry for a breakdown of how Rockat managed to pull out that win. And guys, we got to touch on the Maokai first off. It was last pick, and we heard Zazee say, well, I didn't really care who I was up against because it was going to work anyway. What were your guys' take?
Yeah, I also like the fact that he said he didn't care. He feels it's a second-base pick behind Gragas. Gragas, of course, was banned out, and they actually fulfill a similar role. They both build tanky, they're both very disruptive in team fights, and they mostly there for the peel and the protection to the rest of the team. But I definitely think it performed well, and Zazee had a great game.
First of all, I think it's great that Zazee is branching out to new champions. But I also want to touch quickly on the Caitlyn pick out again. Deficio mentioned it earlier on with Lucian now out for 4.12, that Genja's options seem to be very, very limited. And I'd like to see him going back to the likes of Cogmore that he used to be fantastic on, because up until now, you know, Caitlyn, Lucian being his two picks, when one's automatically out, it's kind of easy to know where Genja's going to go, and maybe even ban that Caitlyn away from him in the future.
Yeah, good point. On the other hand, we saw Diamond coming out with not a new pick, but something we haven't seen in a while. Kha'Zix coming out again, a small buff to him in the patch, but Trevor, really not that impactful.
No, it wasn't. It was a very small addition to his damage on his Q. The last time we seen Kha'Zix was in the hands of Cottonex. He picked it in a panicky state, and both performances were below average. Diamond had no presence. He was not a threat. That poke comp that they were trying to get to allow Kha'Zix to get the resets never came to fruition. And Gambit and Diamond struggled. He pulled out Rengar last week and had no presence. Diamond is not the same terrifying jungler he once was.
I'd actually like to have seen him picked up the Elise when they were hovering over that earlier on, rather than letting that go over the other side to Rockat, because I think that Diamond, whilst it's great to see him pull out the likes of Rengar, of Rammus, for example, it's obviously not doing Gambit any good in the long term. I mean, take the Elise when Lee Sin and Evelynn are gone.
Yeah, and when you touch on the Elise, of course, a Kha'Zix and an Elise in a game, yet no early pressure from any of the sides. What do you think caused this kind of slow start from both teams?
Well, I think for Rockat, it was a comfort factor. You know, Maokai wanted to get 2 items. He wanted his Rod of Ages and some tankiness. Fizz really needs to get to a Lich Bane and some AP. And a similar vein with Cogmore. He wants his Trinity Force, maybe Cutlass or Blade before they start fighting. So I feel like Rockat were quite comfortable to just extend the laning phase, farm up fairly well. They weren't really under kill pressure all that much, and even though they gave up, you know, first blood, it wasn't a game changer. So Rockat played it smart, and we've seen in the team fights, we've seen them roaming and pushing around objectives. It was strong, it was coordinated, it was controlled.
Yeah, and I think that's the key thing with Rockat. We've already heard them say, we're not so comfortable, we're scared of making mistakes, so they don't take risks. And we saw them baiting in around Baron, taking a fight. Even then, you know, they managed a couple of kills. They didn't push in and finish off the game straight away. They did everything by the book. And this is a Rockat that wins games, a safe, controlled Rockat. They only need to keep doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's actually take a look at one of their team's fights. I'll get that up on the screen because it also illustrates, as Zazee said, how annoying that Maokai can be if played correctly.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to highlight just before we see the play, 31 minutes on the clock, Gambit of 5,000 gold down. The reason I highlight that fact, or 4,000 in fact, is Gambit have not been this small of an amount behind in their last 9 games. So this is actually a better performance, but it is still a bad performance from Gambit. Let's roll this clip out and you'll see Diamond. 1-0-1. Nobody was really afraid of him, and Overpower's just going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. Zazee with an awesome trip downtown. Gets pulled 3 screens away, basically. And we can roll the rest of the clip at full speed. Picks up the kill. Rockat are just going to surround Gambit and continue chasing. And that's a Sunfire Cave as well as Rod of Ages and the Frozen Heart for Zazee. He's not going down anytime soon. They pick up almost a kill in Genja before grabbing Baron. This was the first Baron of the game. It took a little while longer to close it out, but it was just complete control. From here on out, Gambit had no chance.
Also think that Fizz is a champion right now that you have to ban. We've heard the fact that last week, in fact, I think 7 out of 8 games Fizz was actually banned. We already heard from Deficio about how the Athenes change unless MR really helps Fizz get going. And I think Fizz, especially with someone like Overpower, has already proved that he can do well on that champion. You've got to start to think of banning that one away from them.
Yeah, good stuff from Rockat, but then on the other side, of course, as we heard, Gambit is now eliminated out of the playoffs. They will be relegated. And guys, a couple of words about what this means for the team and going forward.
Okay, so first of all, that was their best, worst performance of recent weeks. It is a 10-game losing streak. looking to break that Dragonborn's record, which isn't great. But what is good to see is a little more synergy, a little more cohesion between the players. They now need to try and do battle with the Wolves to try and take away 7th position. So Gambit will be looking to win the rest of the games, hoping Wolves lose the rest, and if they can pick one of the challenger squads in the promotion tournament, that is a long way to helping them re-qualify for LCS next year. And it's all about building synergy, practice, and training for the team.
I almost feel like Gambit might even perform better now because Worlds is completely off the table for them. There's no pressure on that front. And they can almost use these last games to try and overtake the Copenhagen Wolves because, as you rightly pointed out, if they get 7th, they get to pick as the last team that gets to pick, albeit. But I think if they end up 8th, there's a very real chance that they could end up against a team like Ninjas in Pajamas and Alex Ich. And that story has got horror written all over it for Gambit.
Yeah, it is actually weird to think about if you think of the history of Gambit, what is going on with them now, but we wish them the best of luck, of course. Now we're going to send it over to Demon and the Fee Show, but first, the Wolves have recently added a new jungler and mid laner. And while Broken Shard has been on the scene for a while, Soren is harder for Millenium to prepare for.
Broken Shard has been playing a lot against, like, he's been around for a while. So obviously we know how he plays, and we also saw in NLCS, so we can scout him a little bit. But for Soren, you just only know what he plays in solo queue, so he's to scout him in solo queue basically.
Well, Jay Ree saying he knows all about Broken Shard, and he knows all about that losing record. He was on that Dragonborn team, unfortunately for him. Let's see.
Well, he qualified with them. He didn't actually play. It was Maluna.
That's very true. It's very true. He did qualify with them. Nevertheless, let's get the next game underway, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big match. It is Millenium facing the Copenhagen Wolves. And Millenium, while they have that 3rd place position in the table, it doesn't really reflect the head-to-head between these teams because currently the Copenhagen Wolves lead 2-1 despite only being 7th in the table. Of course, their last match only being just 2 weeks away. Last week, though, Millenium, they had a strong week, beating both SK Gaming and Rockat in traditional Millenium scrappy style. They looked for picks and kills, and they found them all over the map.
And we have to give full credit to Millenium's duo lane. They looked so good. Jiri, the main engage on Leona, played it twice last week, and it worked in every game for him. Creaton, he racked up kills on Corgi. A new champion he's been picking up here. His stats on Corgi is insane. 16 kills, 2 deaths, and 16 assists in 2 games. It's very, very impressive. It's very important for me, however, that Millenium expands their champion pool before the playoffs, because if we take Crescent as an example, he played 12 games as Lucian, who's now banned here in 4.12, and then only 3 games as Corgi as the next most played champion. So Millenium is a very predictable team, which could hurt them when you go into playoffs and these best out of 5 matches.
Yeah, and that's, of course, with the time when your champion pool matters most. Of course, everybody gets statistical on you and analyzes everything you can do. And, of course, the Wolves, well, they had some changes of their own last week. And while their opening game didn't exactly go so well for them against a very much on-form Fnatic, they bounced back very strong against SK Gaming.
100%, and the 2 new players, they really performed against SK Gaming. Broken Shard on Javan, he got his lanes ahead, and he played very aggressive. And then Soren, he got his main champion Orianna, and he looked both strong and confident. Jiri just said before here how it's a bit hard to scout Soren because he's a solo queue player. It's not hard to predict Orianna is his main champion, because he has like 100+ games on Orianna compared to the rest of his mid laners here. So it should be an easy ban for Millenium in this game here. We also see improved shot calling from the Copenhagen Wolves. They secure objectives, they pick the right fights most of the time, and overall it's looking better because they are still chasing a playoff spot and they still have a chance. 6 games remaining and they're 4 games behind Rockat. So if Rockat starts losing a lot of games and the Copenhagen Wolves can win the next 5 games, should
well, one spot right here. It's Wallite, the star man, I think I can say, from Copenhagen Wolves, looked in high spirits there. He was having a fun time with that hand warmer, of course. Everybody knows that's what helps the pros. So let's check out the starting lineups for these 2 teams. On the blue side, it is Millenium. That means in the top lane, it's Steady Eddie Kevin. He's always been reliable up that top lane. Jungle is Cortex, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton is AD carry, and Jay Ree, his amazing Leona last week, on support.
And on the red side, we have the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbok in the top lane, Broken Shard in the jungle, Soren as the mid laner, Woolite on AD carry, and Unlimited as the support.
So before we get to picks and bans, let's tally up your votes from LOLesports.com. With 75% of you voting, it looks like Millenium will be taking this victory according to you guys.
So Millenium 2-0 last week, looked very, very strong. I want to see if Copenhagen Wolves have prepared something special here. Really want to try and do like a counter pick composition from Copenhagen Wolves, like get Morgana, get Lulu as maybe an early pick here to make sure it's not so easy for Millenium to just lock down a target, pick up an easy kill, and then get towards objectives. Because it's all they do. They never go for like dragons or barons by outsmarting you. It's by running straight in your face and kill you, and then they'll take objectives.
Well, Millenium are all about the kills, and the Wolves have certainly been not ones to shy away from that.
True.
Thinking back to the LCS London, their game against Alliance. In fact, Alliance, they've got a 2-1 head-to-head lead over. They have a 2-1 head-to-head over Millenium, despite being in 7th place. So this is one of the teams they do well against. What is it that would do that? Well, I mean, is it simply the pick comp they can counter it well? What is it that gives them the edge there?
Yeah, it could definitely be because they can counter pick comp here. We need to see what they will do here in Champ Select.
Yeah.
I think Soren, sadly, won't get his Orianna. Should be a ban from Millenium. And then on the Copenhagen Wolves side... Straight away, okay. Was an obvious one. When a guy plays so much Orianna, ban it away. He played against SK last week and destroyed SK Gaming as well.
And something, of course, you did talk about is the AD carries. Lucian is banned in 4.12. Had that rework, of course, so won't be available. That could impact on Kraton quite heavily. Has differed into a number of champions, but it was his most played champion, as it was majority of AD carries.
Yeah.
Long wait on the bans here, of course. Copenhagen Wolves do miss one ban because of the pause last week. It was I can't remember the exact name for it. It's when they basically, it's an illegal pause.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you lose a ban.
I'm sure there's a technical name for it that the referees give it.
So it actually means, I think Copenhagen Wolves wanted to ban multiple mid lane champs here. Kassadin, Fizz, and Twisted Fate. Now they have to choose. Do we leave Kassadin open, even though... Actually, they could leave Kassadin open because Millenium, they don't play Kassadin. They normally ban it themselves, even though they're blue side. So if Kassadin is left open here, it might actually mean Copenhagen Wolves can take it.
We'll see how that one works out. Brian was taken away. Millenium...
ban the Kassadin.
I'm going to ban Kassadin, so...
TF probably
last
from Copenhagen Wolves.
No, Twisted Fate is open then, so Aatrox was banned away. Interesting, taking that one away. It means Gragas is out there, every single jungler's out there. Big choice of mid laners. There's a lot of pressure on Millenium, and it means generally it is going to be a Lee Sin for Connect, so they're favoring that one over all of the mid lane champion choices.
I wonder if Soren actually plays TF. Millenium put a lot of focus here on getting their jungler, give away Gragas. He's been a top pick now for all the top laners, and Twisted Fate. So two of the best picks when it comes to top lane and mid lane, just by the fact you get Lee Sin here. So Cotnex, you better make some plays.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting match already. The Wolves trying to see if they can open something up. What will Millenium choose, of course? That the new, generally, they were going to be against that. We just heard Zazee saying Maokai potentially the second best pick in that top lane. I wonder if we see that. Corki counter could be good. It's worked well for Kraton. The few times he played it, it's got incredible stats on it, honestly.
Yeah, been very, very strong, and he likes to play it with Jerry, who loves to play Leona, and you just have this lane where you constantly proc the passive as well, and you have a lot of all-in damage. So been a very good pick for him, and the fact that Copenhagen Wolves didn't either ban it, because again, they only had 2 bans, so didn't early pick it, should mean Kraton will be happy. Woolite should actually also be the AD carry who is the least affected by the fact Lucian is disabled. He only played it 5 times. He also has Twitch 5 games, and Tristana could be a good pick for him.
Tristana would be an interesting pick. Broken Shard played Jarvan last week to great effect, turning a number of ganks around basically in their favor. But for Kraton, sorry, we talked about those incredible Corki stats. 27 kills, 2 deaths, 28 assists. That is an incredible KDA.
It's fantasy points.
That is a lot of fantasy points.
It's a very, very good stats for him. Blitzcrank from Mr. Jerry. He did play it before, and he's the guy to really play Blitzcrank here in
It's a tricky one against the Tristana, though. I mean, he's just going to pounce straight away.
Well, the good thing is you can actually stop him midair while he jumps. Also with your knock-up, so it could be a counter to Tristana. If you do get in close, he tries to jump away. You just knock him in the air.
Hello!
Faker, faker, faker.
So, where is this going?
Mid lane.
It's a mid lane.
Yasuo top lane, Zillion mid lane.
Interesting. So Kevin fancying himself as the Yasuo, and as we saw Faker playing Zillion just the other day, despite getting knocked out of the OGN, it worked out great success. It was the only game that SK Telecom T1K won, and with Faker on that Zillion. Let's see if Kerb can react with his trackball and see if that works out for them.
A lot of mid-game focus here by Millenium.
Yeah.
Corki, very, very strong in the mid-game. Zillion, very strong in the mid-game. Also in the early game. But late game-wise, They do have Yasuo, who's strong in the late game, but still, the Copenhagen Wolves lineup look very, very good if you look towards the late game here. So I think Millenium needs to make sure they can close the game before someone like Woolite gets his 4, 5, 6 items, and he will become an absolute monster, and the same can be said about Soren in the mid lane.
So knock-up potential works well for Kevin in that lineup as well. Looks like it will be a Blitzcrank for Unlimited here. Interesting. So it's worked well. J-Re knows exactly what it's about, and it's all about Hook City between the two supports. See if they can hook each other. Interesting picks from these two teams. I feel this could be a bit of a wild ride, this game.
Yeah, we could definitely see a lot of action early on. Millenium, they need to force some fights here. They have a very, very good mid-game comp, and they have a lot of knock-ups as well for Kevin to try and set up his ult. And Copenhagen Wolves, a lot of pick potential because you have Twisted Fate, because you have Blitzcrank, and even Jarvan to help set it up. So a lot of ways they can set up kills here and force team fights or force ganks with Soren going down, land hook from Unlimited, and TF joins in. You're dead in this bottom lane. There's no way out, unless, of course, everyone from Millennium is just waiting, but probably won't happen.
It's amazing how much the pick and ban phase does open up sometimes with just that one ban going away. It opens up all sorts of possibilities. Of course, we'll see how this one turns out for these two teams. Of course, now that we know the lineups, who do you think will take this one? Tweet us #MILWin or #CWWin to @LOL Esports. We'll see who you think came out ahead.
This could be a very painful lane for Soren early on Twisted Fate against the Cillian. So annoying. In, bump your face, walk away, and it's so hard to deal with. But late game wise, he should be stronger. So it's important for Millenium. They do get these early mid game team fights before a Cillian. When it comes to real late game points, your damage kind of falls off and you become more of a support. But still, if you get a good start, you can kind of kickstart yourself towards the first few items.
One thing I would point out, though, he can't stop Twisted Fate getting away.
True.
He can't stop that Destiny.
Put a bomb in his face.
You could put a bomb on him. He's going to turn up with Destiny and with a bomb on his head.
Yeah.
But he can't stop him.
No. True, he can't stop him, but should be able to at least bully him in the laning phase and try and deny some farm here.
Oh, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Week 10 underway. Millenium up against the Copenhagen Wolves. The Wolves, of course, just seen Gambit going out of the playoffs. The Wolves themselves are chasing the likes of Millenium and Rockat and SK down at the lower mid-tables. Can they get themselves into the playoffs? They have a slightly higher percentage, of course. They have a couple more wins than Gambit had. The destiny is very much in their own hands.
Ooh, Kevin here, Youngbuck, spitting him out. Now, Unlimited is waiting nearby as Blitzcrank if Kevin decides to stay around, but Soren in the mid lane. Ghost Flash, it's what we normally see on a TF. It's very, very strong for ganking potential, very strong late game, but it makes you slightly weaker in the early game in the laning phase. And now with a Flask as well, yes, you got some extra sustain, but you're very, very squishy. 2 bombs from Curb and an Ignite, you might be forced out of the lane.
Could be all she wrote, and of course if Cotnex can get onto you as well, it's going to be big problems. So we'll see how this one works out at the moment. It seems that the top lane blue buff is probably where Cotnex is going to start. We are seeing red buff start for Broken Shard almost certainly. He's waiting up around there. We're going to wait to see in the duo lane though of Woolite and Unlimited currently in the mid lane. So is this going to be a mid lane pairing, or will they rotate down towards the bottom? They are going to go bottom.
They were just waiting to see if Millenium wanted to either invade into the jungle or if Millenium was swapping around with Kevin up in his top lane. They did see him actually stay, and therefore they now move down to get there. The 2-on-2 lanes. And Tristana is a very good laner, but so is Corki. So it's going to be a lot about the hooks here from the two supports.
Well, this is the trade that I was wondering, because I'm
look at the damage already.
Pretty sure to go in and get one of those stun cards down, you have to be in range to put that bomb on your head. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Every single time it's off cooldown, and you can see he's already just bullying away. It's one of the most annoying things, because as soon as that bomb's on your head, you know you can't do anything about it.
Yep. Nothing worse. And what you need to do is, of course, run to your teammates so they also get hit by the damage.
Standard
just to send a message and show you're the guy in control.
I'm not sure that's the exact way you should go about it, but thanks for promoting that style. So, level 2 hit for both mid laners, looking like Kurt may well keep himself good style of pressure. This one, I'm interested to see how the hell this is going to work out. Kevin on Yasuo in this top lane, against Youngbuck, who honestly on Gragas is favored to be the #1 top laner right now.
And we actually seen this matchup in the mid lane where Yasuo can farm really well in the laning phase against Gragas, but Gragas is the guy who can set up potential kills either by himself, or if Broken Shot joins in and you are level 6 on Gragas, you just knock Kevin back and it's very hard for him to get away. Seems just for now, Kevin is doing well in the laning phase, but both of them actually farming pretty evenly, and we need to see what happens later on. Of course, it was a mid lane matchup, still same champions, different players.
Double buffed up Cotnex, looking to try and make some plays here, moving in towards the jungle area. Broken Shard himself is there. It's the top lane he's heading towards, though. He's going to try and get around the backside of Youngbuck, who is unawares right now. He's going to come around. He should be able to get in. It's a good knockup from Kevin. Comes around the side. Doesn't get a great deal of damage, though. The body slam does get himself away.
But notice the way Kevin positioned himself. As soon as he jumps towards Youngbuck, he moves behind him so he can't just body slam away from him. He's forced to flash body slam. It's a very good setup by Kevin to force the summoner away from Mr. Youngbuck. Now just staying here up in this lane, even though Broken Shot just showed himself with the ward.
Yeah, Kevin getting vision of that ward, knows that the jungler is in the top lane. It gives the safety towards the bottom lane, who is honestly under a little bit of pressure here. He's keeping even in farm though. And to be fair, you would expect that one between a Corki and a Tristana. Of course, Tristana will get his longer range as the game goes on, but we're only at the level 3 stage right now. It doesn't seem we've had too much early aggression between these two, despite them both having hooks.
Tristana normally will always push the lane due to explosive shot and just keep pushing it in, keep pushing it in. We've seen over in NA where they go static shift first item, walk back down to the lane and just constantly push it, take the tower, go mid lane, do the same thing, keep farming the jungle camps as well, and then skyrocket towards your Infinity Edge and get your 2 items, which is your first power spike as Tristana. We need to see if Wula wants to do the same. But now he's just happy farming both supports. Staying behind the minions, nobody really looking for anything.
Very passive play from the two lanes. Broken Shot, he's looking to make a play. Slides in, flag and drag on Kirby. He comes quickly around. Still only level 4, remember. No ultimate available for either of these. Cotnex now taking a lot of damage. Has to flash away. Stun guard, no. Safeguard isn't available. No. He gets caught away.
One more.
Oh, Soren, can he pull the yellow? Yes, he can. Flag and drag comes through. It's a double kill for Soren XD.
So Kirby, he tried to flash over to Cotnex to get him to join the fight, but Broken Shot was already part of everything here, did so much damage to Kirby, it was very low. Cotnex was left by himself against 2 members from Copenhagen Wolves, and they just get a double kill going towards the dragon as well here. Only the dual lane from Millenium nearby to try and stop it. We'll probably just ward it and get the timer.
Yeah, that's all they can do here. Not going to get too close. Or are they? The hook comes in. A double hook, actually. Unlimited catching out there. There's the dragon going down on the Wolves with a hot start here against Millennium.
Perfect start. The funny thing is, Broken Shot is the jungler in Europe who absolutely loves Jarvan the most. He really thinks Jarvan can dual this in easily in these early stages. We just saw it before here. He did a lot of damage to Cotnex, but it was mainly because Kerb was forced out of the fight instantly, and then Cotnex went in by himself in a 1v2, and of course nothing he could do. But Broken Shot is the guy who often talks about how Jarvan is such a good jungler, and definitely up amongst the top junglers.
Absolutely, at the moment though, Kevin keeping that pressure on Youngbuck, has himself gaining a little bit of an advantage, but we'll see where that 2 kills can go. You can already see the advantages built in items. Almost got that Fiends complete. Just 900 gold is all he requires for that one. Meanwhile, triple Doran's ring was picked up by Kerb. Hook on Unlimited. They got the jungle support this time around. Kraton comes in, Cotnex on towards him, but Unlimited just honks his horn and drives away with Overdrive.
Heal was used by Woolite just to make sure Unlimited could get away here. And Copenhagen was just going to pick up the farm they can. Kraton and Jerry, actually just in general being a very passive bottom lane. Saw the action in mid lane, we've seen a gang up in the top lane. But for now, just been slow farming. Soren though is level 6, looking towards the top lane, where Kevin, Trollface, is already gone.
Yeah, to expect something there. Kevin himself goes back, gets himself that Zeal, static shift, first item looking like for Kevin. Meanwhile, Youngbuck yet to go back. We do see Kevin again starting to be a bit more aggressive, get some good poke on towards him, make sure he does go back to base. It's explosive cast being used there, but that's on a very short cooldown, as you all know. So Broken Shot got himself the red buff. We'll keep track of him to see if he wants wants to look for any kills. Just about to hit level 6. Speaking of level 6, Soren taking a big blast from Kerp this time around.
Yeah, nice little trick on Zillion. If he's standing next to a minion, you just double bomb the minion. You get instant damage for both bombs. And you saw Soren here get hit by both of them. Taking a lot of damage, but still has the flash to try and sustain back. And will, or should be looking for a gank here soon. His ulti is still ready. He wanted to go top lane. Kevin was already gone. I've just been staying in his lane against Kerp. But Kerp is actually, because he's playing Zillion, he's a champion who can roam between lanes fairly easily because of his speed up with his E. And then try and join him if Soren TPs him.
That didn't work.
Nope.
Blue buff. Accidentally, I think Soren being a little bit cocky there, just thrown out the cards, not needed it, and went a little bit early there. And Broken Shard ends up with the blue buff. So Kerp gets himself the blue buff. We'll have a slight advantage, you feel, maybe with that blue buff. We'll see whether it works out with them cooldowns on those bombs. Broken Shard, of course, could come around and get himself another gank on towards him. Kerp being a little bit more cautious this time around.
So Cotnix up in his top lane here. Kevin want to try and set it up. No knock-up for him yet. And Youngberg is already pretty tanky, only building towards the Rod of Ages, which is Gragas himself is just both fat and tanky.
Well, he loves to chug down that beer, and that's exactly what he's doing. We are going to see Cotnix going up towards him. Flash, easily used from Young, but quickly gets away from that one.
I want to see what Kerb actually wants to build in his mid lane. Triple Dorns, because he died, he wanted their early dominance in his laning phase, so just get instant combat stats. We saw FLICKR build tier into Athenes, and he upgraded the tier afterwards. I've seen straight death cap Zillion, if you just like crazy damage but you have no mana regions, so it's not ideal because you can't do longer fights and you can't really poke. It's just all in damage and then you're pretty much done. So I would expect him to go towards the Fiends, but the triple Thorns will slow him down a little bit.
Double bomb on towards him. It's just annoying when you can get that damage down so quickly and you can't react to it at all. You just got to accept it. Warlight hooked in there. Kraton's going to give us some good damage away, but again, you can just rocket jump away from there. Soren XD pops out that Destiny. He's coming in towards the top. It's Kevin they're focusing on. Gets the flash stun on towards him. Flag and drag bouncing in. A Broken Shard gets himself a kill.
Everything invested into getting this kill here for Copenhagen was they're going to push it down. Cotnex is in this mid lane, so Soren will run back, try and wave clear, maybe trade tower for tower here.
Well, they're going to push it as hard as they can, Cotnex and Kerp.
It's mid tower.
I think they should be able to get this one down. They will trade for the top tower, I expect here. But 3 kills for the Wolves, and it's a very good opening lane phase for them. I don't think Youngberg is going to get this tower.
Now, there's no teleport on Kevin, so he needs to run. He needs the next minion wave to arrive here from Youngberg. Won't be there in time, so he's forced to go to back away from the tower at least. So Millenium respond with the mid tower, even though Copenhagen's got a kill in his top lane. So actually worth it for Millenium.
It does open up the map a little bit for both mid laners. We'll see how they deal with that one. Of course, Destiny was used, but it's a pretty quick cooldown. Kerp himself is going to look to get involved, and we shouldn't underestimate, of course, the ultimate that Kerp will have now when it comes to the team fights. It's going to be a big deal breaker maybe if it's used on the right target.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to use it on the right target because there's no real tank on the side of Millenium. Yes, Connect will build some tankiness, and Woolite getting hooked again.
Another great hook. This time he goes for it, and again a rocket jump away from Woolite puts him to safety. Valkyrie was not used by Kraton to close the gap.
But Jerry, he needs to delay his flay here and wait for the jump from Woolite, and then he flays, stops him from jumping away and force him straight into the box or to flash away. He's flaying way too soon. Land the hook, go in, wait a second, and then once Woolite starts jumping, you flay. Do the same thing against Caitlyn. When she tries to net away, you will stop her, and therefore force a flash.
Well, 3 members of Millenium closing down, now make that 4, all moving to the tower. Kerp's going to come around straight towards the bush where Broken Shard is lying in wait. They know he's there. Though Dragon's up, they see Broken Shard comes around the corner, gets a quick bomb. They're going to force him away. Millenium go for the Dragon. Well, we do see Copenhagen Wolves, they're moving for this. They may be a little bit too slow though.
There's a lot of damage on Kerp here with the large rod. He might actually go for the death cap build, but let's see. Millenium on the Dragon. TP coming in for both top laners.
They're going to come and join the fight here. Unlimited's going to get that focus. J-Reed taken very low. He's tanking the Dragon actually right now. The Dragon on towards him. Kraton gets singled out there. There's going to be the ultimate use coming out from Kerp. It saves the day for the jungler, but Copenhagen Wolves are coming out so well in this fight. They get themselves 2 kills for 1. I think the Dragon also went across that Millenium. They managed to react on that one. They also pulled Kerp, so technically they got 3 kills. but nonetheless, 2 is only going on the board.
Connect never managed to actually get his ulti off, so he couldn't set up an ulti for Kevin. None of them were used in the fight if you look at both Kevin and Connect at the moment. So not a good fight by Millenium, but they did get the dragon. We'll lose the mid tower, however. So definitely in favor of Copenhagen Wolves.
It's honestly a tricky, dangerous position for Millenium to be in that pit. When there's a Gragas on the opposite side, Explosive Cast could just burst him all straight down. He's Unlimited, comes straight in, silences as many as he can as well.
Notice here, Kevin TPing behind, Connect goes in, but he gets knocked up, and then he dies with the ulti from Kerb. So he didn't get any knock up. Kevin couldn't use his ult a single time in this fight, and therefore Copenhagen Wolves can clean it up, take mid tower. And we did see an issue for Millenium. When you don't have a tank, I know we're very early on in the game, but we saw how squishy they were in these fights. Connect went in, instantly just dropped, and had to get the ulti from Kerb, got back up here, got the dragon, and managed to jump the wall at least. But no tank or nobody from Millenium who can actually take any damage at this point of the game.
It's not just Connect, so of course it has no fear. We saw Unlimited just trundling straight in there, no fear whatsoever. I'm gonna get a power fist into either AD carry or your mid laner's face, and there's not a lot to stop them. Honestly, there's nothing to slow them down.
Do what they want, but still a risky setup by Millenium, staying in the Dragon Pit. It's very easy for Copenhagen Wolves to find the right target because everyone is just grouped up, and they were the ones to start the fight as well. Jerry was forced away instantly because he got hooked in and had to flash away. Not flash away, but was just forced away or out of the fight instantly, and Kerb will actually go for his death cap. Very first item. Only has the Doran's rings as the mana regen. So I want to see how it works in the longer fights. He might run out of mana.
Let's see how this fight works out. Cotnex is going to join him. There's Explosive Casket. Will force him away, and good flash there from Youngbuck. Dodges out. That's 3 times. He's had some great flashes every time Cotnex has come up.
Every single time he flashes back up, Cotnex joins in, force it, and then push down the minion wave. Broken Shot, however, instead of paying attention to the top lane at the moment, he's going down towards the bottom lane. Soren's going to do the same thing.
It's going to be a 4v2 in the bottom lane. Creaton and J-Re, they're already making tracks. Can J-Re get the play straight on him? It's a good stun on towards Creaton. Not going to be able to get away with this one. He just gets pancaked by Broken Shard there. And now J-Re, he gets locked up. It's going to be another double. Oh, good Zillion ulti. Not going to be enough, though. He's not going to get away. Yes, he is. It's the flash from J-Re.
So Kerb joining in, saving the day here, at least for J-Re. Still lost. Creaton will lose the bot tower, robbing his top lane. Both Kevin and Connect pushing in, and Youngbuck is actually dead.
Yeah, while that all happened, Youngbuck, of course, was taken out in the top lane from the pairing of Cotnex and Kevin, and they were pushing, so that's a tower apiece for both Millenium and the Wolves.
So both junglers picking different lanes, but both of them actually picking up kills, getting towers for the team as well. Broken Shot, however, looking very good on this Jarvan. So we're just going to see actually the kill again. Youngbuck, he stayed even though his flash was gone. Now they get the kick and ulti from Kevin. It's such a good setup. It makes Yasuo so hard to deal with in these one-on-ones or 2v1s because once he comes in,
Soren caught out again. There's another Kevin ultimate. Now Broken Shot's going to get locked in. Oh, great hook comes out from J-Re. Broken Shot tries to run, but it will be a double for Creaton.
And down this bottom lane here, Kerb pushing in. He will be able to get the tower. Rest of Millenium can push up mid lane and force Woolite now to choose. Do I want to try and defend this bottom lane or the mid lane here? Good setup by Millenium and getting 2 very important kills for him.
It's going to be Creaton, Kerb is going to push this bottom lane down. It's going to have to take it with the next wave, but it will go down. J-Re joins him, and that will be the 3rd outer turret of the game for Millenium. So, on towards the inners. Let's see if they continue pushing. I don't think they will go much further than this. They don't have too much support. We do see Kevin. He's going to head towards the top and cover off and defend Youngbuck's push. And of course, Millenium will have to step away. Wolves are all reacting.
And notice here, Kevin, first item played during King. Normally we always see static shift first item just to get the wave clear, the upfront burst, some early crit damage, or crit as well. But well played, simply just to stay in his lane here, sustain himself one-on-one against Youngbuck and just farm. Get his second item, his 3rd item now. And then he can really become strong in these team fights. Once you have the static shift in Infinity Edge and you have 100% crit rate, yeah, if you're an AD carry and you get locked down and Yasuo gets onto you, you die.
Trinity Force and Infinity Edge, of course, picked up by the 2 AD carries. Mid lane, we did see Kirby has completed that. Rabadon's Death Gap. Soren looks like he's probably going to head towards that as his 2nd item. Potential Void stuff for Kerb coming out 2nd. What is he going to go with? You said about the multitude of item builds that you can go with Zillions these days.
Could also be Haunting Guys just to get some more damage. Haunting guys into Void Staff could definitely be an option. Just full magic penetration now. And just look to do as much damage as possible in this mid-game on Cillian. Still, his issue might be the mana. I want to see how he handle it in the team fights, because late game especially, you want to just spam your W just to get your ulti off cooldown, get your E off cooldown, and it costs a lot of mana.
Well, you talked about mid-game. This is the time to shine for Millenium, and of course it is another dragon fight that is potentially brewing. 15 seconds. Wolves being very cautious that they don't walk straight headlong in towards this bush, which Millenium were waiting in.
Unlimited constantly moving around this blitzcrank, looking for someone who can... Jerry can do the same thing, however. And everyone just waiting. Not a lot of wards around this dragon here. Just one pink ward from Millenium. And otherwise...
I think Unlimited was considering a blind hook in towards that bush there. Doesn't need it, doesn't go for it. We do see Youngbuck now, had gone back. He's going to go towards the top lane. He's got teleport available. Kevin making his way, actually stealing the red buff, while the rest of the Wolves do try and take this dragon. So he's going to come in with the red buff as well. There's the teleport. Kevin joins the fight here. Then come around the side. Unlimited hits that overdrive. The death sentence will not land. And now the teleport counter. Youngbuck comes in. They try and turn it around. Ghost hit by Soren. He doesn't get the gold card though in time. And now we see Connex coming deep on and towards Unlimited. Explosive cast being used by Youngbuck. Forces Millenium away. Follows straight in. Gets straight on towards him. It's a great ultimate for Kevin. He just obliterates the Wolves there. And they were not expecting so much damage. Your Broken Shard sacrifices himself to try and prevent the death of his mid lane. But it was a 4-for-1 turnaround fight for Millenium this time.
Such a good setup by Jerry here. He landed hook onto Woolite, went into the middle of the Copenhagen Wolves team, knocked them up here. Kevin joined him. We're just gonna see it again here. Wait for Jerry to land hook. Unlimited, he wants to flash hook. Doesn't work for him. The first kick from Connex, Kevin doesn't really follow up. And it's all about Jerry now. On to Woolite. Jumps in, gets the play, gets the knockback, and Kevin jumps in, hits multiple members from Copenhagen Wolves. Everyone drops low. The bomb from Curb as well, hitting 5 members here. Everyone just drops so low. And Scumbag Jerry didn't even... Scumbag Curb didn't even want to ult his support.
Just lets him know, yeah, he had that ultimate. Actually, he did use it. He used it on
Kevin, but...
Kevin, yeah. Well, I mean... I guess when the Yasuo goes into 5 members, you kind of expect him to be focused, but...
All about the support. Save the support.
It was Jerry that started everything else, and of course, as an ex-support player, you would say that. I do say ex-support, you try and think yourself a mid laner these days.
It's not going really well.
No, it's not. No surprises there. Nonetheless, blue buff being picked up by Soren. And Millenium now with the kill advantage and the gold advantage. That was the second dragon of the game for them. Let's see what they can do here. We did talk about Millenium being strong in this mid lane. Of course, the Wolves will get a little bit of a power spike as the lane game goes on. The question is, can they hang on long enough?
So losing a dragon fight definitely wasn't something Copenhagen wanted to do. They didn't even actually have to stay and actually team fight. They disengaged first, forced the TP from Kevin, could have just moved away from the dragon, but yet they were actually the one who speeded up towards Millenium. Unlimited tried to flash hook onto something they really want to team fight, even though Millenium are so strong now in this midpoint.
And Youngbuck, you remember, used the explosive cast very much at the start. Oh, Woolite caught out this time around. Kevin just hunked him down straight on towards him. Unlimited almost caught out Soren in the jungle. He's going to ignite. It doesn't matter. Oh, Kirk does get it with the bomb, actually. I think the ignite may well finish the job. Unlimited now in trouble. J-Ree comes in. The play goes on towards him. Creator puts the rocket in the wrong direction. Finally does find himself the kill. And that is another chunk of deaths for the Wolves. This time it's another 3, and Millenium continue their bloodthirsty madness. And those 2 members, Creaton once again having a fantastic game on Gorky.
And Millenium are just so strong in this mid game here, finding the kills, getting the towers. Everything started from the last dragon. Copenhagen Wolves, they wanted to team fight, they went in, they got destroyed, and now they're just losing more towers. Oh, hooks are going in, denied.
Played straight away by J-Ree. The Wolves are actually looking to pursue here. Are we going to see a belly slam?
There's no ult on Soren, so he can't really join.
No, I don't think. I think they need to stop the pursuit here. I think Millenium are actually happy to try and take this fight. Youngbuck trying to force them away. The Wolves are not backing away from this one.
Let's see here if they want Unlimited actually moving around. See if he can sneak in a hook. Millenium running as a team, however, they're fully aware of Copenhagen was actually chasing them. They might just look for the next fight. Ulti is ready for Kevin and Cotnex.
Yeah, they're just forcing them away. They want, I think, take the middle turret. That's what they're trying to bully them away from. They could take the middle and the top. Top turret almost certainly. Youngwood's going to have to tank this one down. It will get dropped. Warlight will take that. Mid turret is going to get defended though. Millenium coming around in force. They know that it's a 5-on-3. They're chasing them down that mid lane. I don't think they've got enough to catch on towards them. Cotnex is not quite quick enough. And the Wolves, good tactical play, get themselves a turret out of that.
Yeah, so made sure Millenium couldn't recall and just return back to the lane, so just kept forcing him to run away, and therefore take the top tower. Didn't actually get a mid tower, even though the minion wave was pushing down. Millenium managed to get around and defend it at least.
Morellonomicon picked up by Kerp, the second item, so getting some of all that bleed damage on towards him. Zhonya's Hourglass picked up by Soren. We'll see whether he can do some of his famous Zillion play, Twisted Fate play, jumping in towards the team and popping in.
Zillion can do the same thing, to be fair.
Well, technically,
Flash in and just ult yourself.
Full troll. Didn't work out so well last week if you would have kept a keen eye on Twisted Fate players. We'll see whether it works out for Soren.
Well, let's see here. Unlimited waiting in there. Lovely corner when you're playing Blitzcrank. Just waiting for a single support to move up and just hook him in, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves weren't really ready, and they don't want to be at this point.
No, it's 4 members in the mid lane. Kevin split pushing in that top. Remember, of course, split pushing is very fast on a Yasuo. It's got that static shift, got that Bloodthirster in there. He's going to be chunking down those towers if left free in that top lane, and that's what Millenium are trying to force here. They know that Youngwook's going to have to go up and deal with him, and I think they fancy the 4v4.
Question is if Millenium want to try and go for a dive, because you have Zillion ult. So Cotnex can go in first, or Jerry can go in, give him the ult, and he can just tank up the tower. But they do need to blow up a target from Copenhagen Wolves instantly, so it would require Kevin to move down from this bottom or from the top lane. Because the issue with a Yasuo with teleport is you need to be there when the fight starts. Because you need to be there for the first knockups, use your ult. So if you TP in while the fight is already starting or already going on, you might not get a chance to use your ult, like we saw in the very first team fight of the game.
Oh yeah, let's not discredit Copenhagen Wolves here. That was the perfect fight for Kevin in that last fight.
Oh yeah, last one.
Landing that ultimate. That's the perfect wombo combo that you're looking for as a Yasuo player. You're so happy when somebody lands that. So Wraith being stolen away by Kevin. And honestly, everything is slowly being clawed from Millenium here, building that gold gap over Copenhagen Wolves.
And even better in the last fight, because they got so many members knocked up, the bomb from Kerp just hit everyone.
Yeah.
Like double bomb, instant death cap Zillion.
It's the best team fight they could have hoped for. Exactly. Absolutely the best situation. Worked out well for them. We'll see how this pressure is manifested. Dragon will be spawning right about now. Millenium are going to be all over that one. And actually, well, the Wolves are not going to react to this one. They don't really have any positional advantage on this one. So it's an easy Dragon to hold that.
Pretty smart by the Wolves at least to not try and fight for this one. Saw it last time.
Oh, Soren out of position.
Oh, ghosting away. Looking at Cotnex trying to come around. Too far away.
Yep, Soren.
At the bomb and speed up as well.
Kick on him, didn't go for it. Very dangerous play. Soren with that summoner spell burnt. Millenium happy to go back and spend some of that well-earned gold. Of course, they've just took themselves down that dragon, so we'll see a couple of items popping in. Another BF sword for Kevin along with that giant belt, so he's got a hell of a lot of damage and health now to boot. Speaking of boots, it's Kerp got himself the Sorcerer's Boots. Infinity Edge picked up by Kraton along with that Trinity 4. Static Shiv was of course picked up by Warlight as well. Lich Bane now for Youngbuck. And this is an interesting one. This is where really it's going to be one of the key, I feel, Youngbuck. You know, he's had issues, it's safe to say. Don't think they're going to take the Baron here. It's going to have issues on ability power champions in the past. Those explosive casts are going to be vital in these team fights.
Everything for Copenhagen Wolves in these team fights is going to be very, very important because Millenium are ahead at the moment, because they have so much AoE damage. If Copenhagen Wolves miss position and stay together as a group, it's just perfect for Millenium to kill multiple members very, very fast. But yeah, with Youngbuck, he's the guy who can either start the fight with Unlimited, or he's the guy who can disengage it. Otherwise, you have your safe engage in Broken Shot going in on Jarvan. But because there's a lot of mobility on the side of Millenium with Lantern from Jerry, in case someone like Kerp gets caught out of position, if he doesn't manage to speed up first, then it can be hard for Broken Shot to actually pick a target. Kraton, of course, can jump out. Cotnex can jump out. Kevin, if there's a minion nearby, would be able to do the same thing. Otherwise, you do have the Lantern and the speed up So it can be hard for Brokenshot to actually start a fight, and therefore it's going to be a lot about Youngbok, how he uses his ulti.
Tricky game for AD carries here, dodging all these hooks. Of course, we've seen Woolite hooked a few times. You haven't seen Unlimited man too many so far on Blitzcrank, but he only needs to land that one key one. Bottom lane, you can see in the lower corner of your screen between Youngbok and Kevin continuing to fight back and forward over that tower. Millenium are rotating around trying to gain advantage over the blue buff, which I believe has spawned. So we'll see whether they manage to steal that one away. Millenium, though, not able to put too much pressure. There's good wave clear from the walls, but now it seems that Kevin is getting a little bit of free time. There's the blue buff being taken away. Whether this one's going to smite it out, I think Connex. No, it's going to be given across to Creaton. As Millenium rotate round, they're going to take this bottom turret. There's no one really stopping it other than Youngbok.
There's no minions either, so they're actually just tanking the tower to get some damage and now forced to back away. Look, the minions are coming all the way down here on the bottom side of the map. So Millenium have a hard time actually pushing because the wave clear from a Gragas, from a Twisted Fate. Oh, who Kevin?
Kevin gets caught out. It's going to be dropped down, but again, the Zillion Bomb was a point there. Youngbok gets hooked in. Soren goes down, and Millenium turn on the power as they push in towards it. The bombs are going off left and right. Woolite gets taken down. He's dropped. Bomb will be enough, and there's going to be a double, a triple picked up for Creaton once again. His stats just continue to tumble as he destroys the Copenhagen Wolves with an easy ace and 2 towers.
And who cares about the late game if you can finish the game before you can even get towards it? Millenium are so strong in this mid game, they keep getting the team fights and they keep winning them.
Incredible, incredible stuff. I talked about Creaton early on. 27-28 were his stats on Corki in 3 games played. 4 games is looking to just grow even more. What a hook.
Hook onto Kevin. It's actually just a bait. Oh, there's a Gragas. He was just a baby. Back in the team fight. Ulti was used by Curb. And everyone from Copenhagen was there to kind of pile onto him. So now all the AoE damage from Corki, from Zillion, just hits everyone. And there's nothing the Wolves can do. They need more time. Especially Woolite, he needs more time on this Tristana before he can actually deal with Millenium.
Wow, so 16-7. Bit of a contrast to the previous game, that's for sure, in terms of kills. We knew it was going to be a bit of a bloodthirsty affair between these teams when we saw the pick and bans. Nobody was looking to play passively. Unlimited could get a hook on J-Ree. J-Ree in trouble here. Has got flash. He's going to have to use it to get out. He's going to hook himself onto the Baron, and he's home free. Baron started off now. Millenium on towards it. Broken shot. Can he be the man of the moment? He's going to have to jump in, but instead he gets knocked away. Not getting close enough in time, and now they're all in trouble. Kevin jumps on towards him. Gets himself down 1. Gets himself down 2. Creaton picks up that kill. Soren, you've got a gold card, but there's 3 on your tail. Instead he has to flash away, and the Wolves evacuate once again as Millenium get themselves 2 in a Baron.
And damn, Cotnex, he's very, very fast on Lee Sin. He was the guy who jumped out, kicked Broken Shot away, jumped back into the Baron pit, smited it, got it for Millenium, and made sure Broken Shot couldn't even get into the Baron pit and try and steal it. And then Kevin just jumps in onto Woolite, crits him in the face, he's forced to jump away, picks up a kill. So Baron, 2 kills, and now pushing up towards this mid lane.
So, Yasuo top lane. Seems to be a big deal, that's for sure. Working out well. Is it a counter that they found against a Gragas, or is it simply just a well-played team fight working with that comp? That's going to be the inhib turret going down. There is a very dead Woolite. Didn't even have a chance. Hook on Youngbok. He comes in. He's in trouble. He goes down. It's another kill for Creaton as they chase on towards Unlimited. They could finish the game right now as we see some wild cameras. Millenium will catch on. That's the inhib going down. The hook will not land on Soren. And what's he going to do? He gets caught out. Has to use the Zhonya's instantly. Broken Shot punked it in towards the team. Soren gets focused on. He goes down. It's Curb that picks himself up. It's another picked up for Creaton as well. Unlimited just playing possum on his fountain. Can't do anything as Kevin keeps him at bay. The Nexus will go down and Millenium destroy the Copenhagen Wolves in a 30-minute matchup.
Really well played by Millenium. They knew that the mid-game come and they just forced the fights here. Copenhagen Wolves, however, they have done it in the past, did in this game as well, where you pick these fights early on, even though you're actually in a disadvantage. Simply meant Millenium won the second dragon fight, got very far ahead, and used it to just snowball the rest of the game.
So, Corki stats for Creaton. He's now 37-3-35.
Well, who needs Lucian anyway?
That's not a bad turnaround when Lucian gets banned out. You know what? I'll just fall back onto Corki. Pretty good on him.
It works really well because they are so aggressive in this early mid-game where Corki is very strong. And we see them, they love to just find the fights. And once they do, Corgi fits in perfect because he's so good. Trinity Force and Vintage pretty much every single time for Creaton, so once he hits both items, he will melt you. Especially because if you look at the lineup from Copenhagen Wolves, didn't have anyone who could actually tank the damage from Creaton because it was way too early in the game. Gragas went Rod of Ages into a Lich Bane, no tanky items yet. Broken Shot, actually picked up a Brutalizer, I believe. Yeah, picked up a Brutalizer on Jarvan, and then he built towards tank. No armor, however, so Creaton just melted everyone.
Once you get on towards him, they're in trouble. We need to talk about the Yasuo in the top lane as well. 5-2-15 for Kevin. Fantastic turnaround when everybody's playing Gragas, everybody's pulling out Maokai. He goes, you know what, I'm going to go Yasuo, I'm going to go full aggression. And it fits, as you said, the team comp and Millennium's playstyle because they love finding fights.
Love finding picks and fights, and when you have a Zillion, you can just jump in. You don't really need a tank. It's what we saw from Kevin here. As long as you get the knock-up, get your ulti off, you just get the ult from Kirk every single fight.
Lifeline support from a Zillion as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you go and you do all the damage you can, you die, you come back to life, and you just try and do it again. So Millennium were basically just rolling over Copenhagen Wolves, and every time they did get a knock-up and a setup for Kevin, he would go in. Laning-wise against Gragas, it was very even. They just farmed, and then Cotnex came up, forced a flash from Youngbuck every single time. Otherwise, it was pretty much a farm lane for them. Nobody really killed each other just one-on-one or forced each other away. One-on-one, it was all about the junglers joining in whenever something happened.
So let's talk about Kerp's mid-lane Zillion. It's the first time we've seen it in Europe. Of course, we've had a J-Re on support Zillion, but now we've got a 2-1-16 it was at the end there. And of course, his ultimate, could have used it one more time. Could have saved J-Re, but we've seen J-Re being left in the Dragon Pit once before. So, what do we make of it overall? This is a new mid lane that's coming out, maybe just to counter Twisted Fate. Were they expecting it? Because obviously when you look at the pick and ban phase, they knew what was going to happen. They knew there were going to be potentially a Gragas on Twisted Fate.
Yeah, so I would say it works well against Twisted Fate because you can put so much pressure in the laning phase and you can speed yourself up to join the lanes wherever he ganks. But it's not a counter pick per se. It's just very, very strong. Again, in a composition like this one where you have so much dive-in potential and you have so much damage, you have a Zillion who builds Death Cap first item, full-on damage on his bomb, and also his ulti will now make sure you come back with like 90% HP. So just overall, worked really well in the comp, and Kerr played it well.
And this will call, despite the fantastic start that the Wolves had, that double kill for Soren in the mid lane. So, what a great win for Millennium. Let's head over to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Kevin's Yasuo.
Thank you very much, Demon. Indeed, Kevin, who is playing Yasuo in that game, as Trevor and I are going to talk to him about that win. Kevin, talk me through picks and bans, and of course we want to know about the Zillion first, who we saw earlier this week in OGN. Why did you guys want to play it?
We wanted to play exactly what we just played. We had the picks set down besides bot lane, but we knew 100% they would pick Gragas, so we didn't even bother to first pick it or something, because I feel confident against it, and I don't really have to ban it or pick it from someone. So that's basically it.
Quick follow-up regarding the Zillion. We obviously seen FLICKR play it earlier this week. Joe was actually telling me that Zazee had played it over in the LPL about 2 weeks ago. How long has Millennium been practicing this composition? Because you said it was exactly what you wanted.
We started to play it a bit in scrims, just for fun actually. Kurt wanted to try it because he saw it on FLICKR and Zoloki, I think. And we started just for fun, and it went good. And this week we just had the goal to practice that, and with Yasuo, just a super strong combo. So definitely thanks to FLICKR as well.
Well, then talk me through that combo, because the Fisher was mentioning it's not about the Yasuo-Gragas matchup, it's about what you can do in this composition. So talk me through the lane matchup and what came after that.
So the lane matchup normally is pretty equal. I have to play really good to actually get the lead or something, and I think I didn't do it too good this time, but it's fine. But overall, in this comp with Zillion and the potential for knockups we have with Trash, and that's it, I think.
Lee Sin?
Lee Sin, of course. Oh, sorry.
Well, I tell you what, talking about the knockups, I actually want to talk to you about one of the replays. Let's pull this up onto your screen. It's the first big Dragon fight. It comes in around 18 minutes on the clock. Crowd's very excited for the replay, Kevin.
Exactly.
I want to know what's happening in your communication. Gold is even, towers are super close, and up till this point, it felt like the Copenhagen Wolves were somewhat in control of the game. So let's roll this clip out and talk me through what's happening in your mind and with your team.
So basically, my team actually wanted to go mid and push, but I said, no, let's fight. And so everyone turned and we tried to engage. We saw it didn't work out, and it wasn't in our favor, so we turned. But as we saw, like they chased us for no reason. Sadly, the kick was out of range for me, but it was good. And then this awesome grab lens, and we just decided go, go, go. I ultimate, and we basically just killed them all.
So was the big threat for you in this situation the Blitzcrank hook? You know, what was it that made you decide to run away and then re-engage? Because obviously seeing Unlimited miss that flash hook is a big signal.
Yeah.
But what else were you concerned about in terms of that team comp?
I think we used speeds, for example, from Zilean, and just the potential for our engage was gone with Zilean E down. So we just decided, and we didn't want to go too far into their territorium right there, because they have still a strong team comp, and if Tristana gets some free kills, they will snowball. So we were a bit cautious and played this time a bit with brain.
Yeah, one last thing I want to ask you about the game, because I loved that last moment where you get hooked in and then you get the Zilean ult on you. Is it a matter of, I know I'm going to revive, I'll be fine, or do you get a little scared when you die there?
I got actually a lot scared. Like I thought actually I'm going to die because Zilean, like Kerp was silenced as well. So I was like, oh shit, maybe I will die. And we actually threw it. Luckily he got it out and we turned it.
Right, good stuff. Now, you guys here in the standings, you can still get top 2. Actually, you're doing so well. What do you think it is that has changed you guys recently that you have been able to make that last step up?
To be honest, I actually have no clue. We just started to play way better as a team as well. We feel super confident, and bot lane is just playing super good. So we just trust each other, and we have the backup from everyone that he will play good. So that's why actually I can just play whatever I want as well with Yasuo and with other champions as well, which I maybe can play as well. We will see.
Well, fantastic game from you guys, Kevin. And now we're going to check in to see what you guys had to say on Twitter this week when we asked which European LCS player or team do you think adapts to new patches the fastest and why? The first one is from Ido Berlin or I Do Berlin. Fnatic, versatile players and large, varied champion pools allow them to adapt to any change fast and efficiently.
Yeah, I think that's the truth. Soaz in particular stands out in my mind. And as a team, Fnatic have always been fairly innovative. If you go back to double teleports last year, the Fnatic bush camps that would make work, they're just a smart team with smart players.
Kevin, is that something you also always have to take into account playing them?
For me, Soaz just is in his meta right now, AP tops, crazy laners as well. So he's right now in his favorite meta right now. So Soaz for me right now, a really great player.
All right, the second one is from @GS Umbreon. Shook, especially with his flavor pick of Riven in the jungle to thrive off the rise of immobile mid-champ picks.
The irony, while his point is correct, is that was the first time that we've actually seen Shook playing not Lee Sin, Evelynn, or Elise all split long. So yes, it was innovative in that regard, but he needs to keep it up for that to be 100% true.
We will see what he will pick in the next matchup, of course. The last one is from, oh, go ahead.
Maybe Ashy jungle.
Ash jungle. Who knows? Arrows from nowhere. The third one is from @iSolia. I think that Millenium have been the best adapting to the patches. They have been equally amazing on them all. Kevin?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm
so
sorry.
Has Millenium been the most adaptive to the patches? Because they're saying you are.
Maybe in some way, yes. I think we don't find picks ourselves. We look a lot on OGN as well. So I don't think so.
All right, but well, you tried some new things here and it certainly worked out for you guys. Those were some great tweets, but we'd still love to hear more from you. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to weigh in on the conversation. It's Fnatic versus Alliance. When we come back, need we say more? Don't touch your browser.
Lose yourself to dance. Lose yourself to dance.
Please don't show that. They will. Please.
Taking a lot of damage. That's the flash away. Stun guard, no. Safeguard isn't available. No. He gets caught away.
One more.
Oh, Soren, can he pull the yellow? Yes, he can. Flash comes through. It's a double kill. Follows straight in. Gets straight on towards him. It's a great ultimate for Kevin. He just obliterates the wolves there, and they were not expecting so much damage. Kevin gets caught out. It's going to be dropped down, but again, the Zilean bomb was a point there. Youngbuck gets hooked in. Soren goes down, and Millenium turn on the power.
Welcome back to the European LCS, where Alliance is about to take on Fnatic. But here I am joined first by colorful player and coach of Fnatic, Alvar Aranea Martin. Aranea, when I talked to you first in London, you said that you were first acting more as an analyst before you moved into the house. What has changed for you and the team now that you're actively living with them?
Well, now I'm actually like talking way more with the team. I'm actually watching every single scrim. We are talking after every single game, what are the mistakes, what are the problems, or even like trying to work on, even if they win, I try to always point on any kind of mistake to work on that to like get closer to perfection.
Well, you also mentioned that you saw a lot of mistakes when you first started working with them. Obviously, they have been doing so well the last couple of weeks. How much of that do you attribute to your work with them, and what have been their biggest improvements?
I think like, even though people is saying that I help a lot of the team, I kind of help them, but I believe it's more the motivation. Like right now, when Worlds is getting closer, players are getting closer, the motivation of the team is really high. I'm always like trying to help on that, like not only in-game stuff, like also about the motivation and about how they approach every single scrim and every single game. But still, I think their mentality changed a lot in the moment that the players are coming, and especially when I joined the house, they kind of changed the mentality and they are like working really hard to get in the base shape.
Well, you talk about mentality, and it's obviously crunch time right now, and especially in this matchup versus Alliance. How have you guys been approaching this game?
It's kind of hard to like analyze against a game against Alliance, because they do always the same. Like, I know how they think, but I don't know what exactly they are thinking right now, because they always do the same. They go to a week, they train on a scrims like a certain comp, and then they always pull that. Like last week, we saw how they play like Rockat top lane, Privam jungle, Serath mid lane, and Corki in AD carry. And they probably like play that on every single scrim, and that's what they're gonna play on the LCS. So it's kind of hard to keep track on them, because they also like playing on another account, so we cannot like really keep track on their picks. But still, I think we are in a good shape, and we did a really good preparation against them. So I hope my team is in a good shape for that.
Well, your team certainly seems relaxed here behind me. Thank you very much, Arne.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's time to get into that matchup. So let's meet our casters, Joe and Trevor.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm Joe Miller, along with Quickshot, as we head into the clash for first place as Fnatic take on Alliance. Now, this is the fourth and final time that these teams will meet in the summer split. Alliance currently hold the head-to-head record 2-1 over Fnatic, but this game is especially important for Fnatic, as a win against Alliance will earn them an absolute heap of accolades. They will tie the wins and losses with Alliance for third, and tie the head-to-head, ensuring at least a tiebreaker for a potential first-place seeding playoffs. They will also equal their winning streak from spring of last year at 9 games and open the potential to break the EU LCS record.
Just a little bit of pressure.
2 records there.
Now, before Fnatic can actually secure that win, they need to ensure that they don't make the same mistakes that they have made against Alliance in the past. The most notable being that base race drama from week 4, where Fnatic actually had some control in the game, but they made a terrible choice to base race, and they gifted Alliance the victory. If we look at Fnatic and the way they play against Alliance a little closer, we can highlight the players that struggle to perform and those that do perform. So let's start with Soaz and Yellowstar. They both have their worst KDA against Alliance, in comparison to their scores against every other team in the European LCS, meaning Soaz and Yellowstar struggle more against Alliance than the other 6 squads. The man that does shine for Fnatic is Rekkles. He's got a 12 KDA against Alliance, 16 kills, 10 assists, and only 2 deaths. And Alliance should be focusing all of their efforts on Rekkles if they want to walk away with a win and break Fnatic's losing streak.
Well, let's focus our attention here then to Alliance. They looked unstoppable at the beginning of the split, pulling away from the majority of the European teams until recent weeks where they had their 8 game. 8 seems to be a magic number here in Europe, by the way. Their winning streak broken by Fnatic, funnily enough. Alliance will want to break Fnatic's winning streak and also ensure that that head-to-head lead is in their favor going into the playoffs.
Yeah, well, the importance of that first place seed cannot be understated. If Alliance lose this match, Joe, it'll mean that 2-2 in the split and the potential for our lovely European tiebreakers for playoffs. I do want to contrast 1 or 2 players that perform well and struggle for Alliance when facing Fnatic, starting with Froggen, the positive. He really carries Alliance through their games. He's got 9, 2, and 15, which is his best KDA against any team in Europe. So Froggen is not under no pressure from either Peke or from Cyanide, and he's able to put up those strong stats. But on the other side of the coin is Nif. He really struggles when playing against Fnatic. This is his worst stats in the league. A moment ago, we talked about how well Rekkles plays, and it's partially due to picking off Nif multiple times. So Nif really needs to step up. And just in closing, Wicked on Gragas is terrifying at the moment. Alliance seem to have ironed out those patch-related problems that they've had when they had that 4-game losing streak, and I'm extremely interested to see how they handle 4.12.
Well, there's a lot of respect between these 2 titans in the European LCS, but both sides believe they will pull out a win in today's battle.
Fnatic has only one playstyle, and that's pick comps. I wouldn't say they are necessarily better than us, but I'm not 100% sure, and they are really good. And even if we are good, it's not really good for us to go equal late game, I think, as I believe that we have like stronger early game, so we should have used that fact since the late game might be a bit shaky.
All their roles are solid, and they work well together. They're a really good team, and I respect them a lot.
The standings are still relatively close, so we have to take every game seriously, and especially against Alliance, since they're a good team, so if we are not well prepared, they can take us on easily.
We have to beat them because if we lose to them and we end up in a tiebreaker with them, they will get the first spot since they beat us 3 times.
We don't want to end up tying with them for 2-2 score, so we're going to try our best to beat them.
We have to defend our first place against them, and I'm pretty sure we will do that.
Alliance had a bit of a slack lately, and we had a bit of a slack in the beginning. So maybe right now both of us are having a good time, so the game might be a lot better than you've seen before.
We just have to crush an enemy in a game and make a statement that we're back. We're no longer here to lose games.
Wow, very interesting to hear there from both sides. Some strong words even coming out from Shook at the end.
I think you can feel the tension and the excitement in this game. Rekkles in particular really encompassed it. They each had a little bit of slack, a little bit of downtime at different parts in the split, but they're both arguably at their best shape at the moment.
Well, we'll see if Fnatic can continue that run of wins that they're on. But first of all, let's check out the starting lineup, starting on the blue side with Fnatic. They are Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Rekkles on AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And this crowd is definitely excited for this game. Alliance will be on the red side with Wicked in the top lane, Shook playing in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane with Tabs, who's going to play like a man, as well as Nif on the support role.
And in our featured matchup of the day, we wanted to highlight the junglers, starting with Cyanide, who's considered to be one of the most supportive junglers in the European LCS, against Shook, who, on the other hand, is considered to be the hard carry, aggressive jungler. But when we look a little bit deeper, it isn't exactly as clear-cut, especially when you see that Cyanide has more kills, less deaths, and more assists than his carry opponent, Shook.
Yeah, not only that, Cyanide also has a healthy GPM lead over Shook, and I was personally blown away by the fact that Cyanide was stronger in almost every statistical category. So we dug a little bit deeper, and when Alliance and Fnatic actually stand off, Cyanide appears to forego jungle control in favor of lane presence. So this is exemplified by the fact that Alliance have stolen the second highest number of buffs against Fnatic than any other team. And Fnatic have stolen the least amount of buffs against Alliance in comparison to every other opponent. So in English, what this means, Shook plays more aggressively in Fnatic's jungle than Cyanide does. And I'm interested to see which style will come out ahead. Remember, Shook played Riven last week, both games. Cyanide pulled out Maokai, so we may even see some new jungle champions from both of these players.
Well, before we get to those bans and picks, let's check in and see which of these top-tier teams you think will win. Not a surprise to me, 73% of the vote heading with Fnatic in this one. We'd also like to remind you that you can still get tickets to join us here in Cologne for our last Supa week of the season, and playoffs are also right round the corner. For tickets to the quarterfinals, just head to lolesports.com and click on tickets for all of the information. And if you want to join us for the finals at Gamescom, check their site out for the details on how to get tickets.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting few weeks, that is for sure. All culminating with the top 3 teams qualifying for 2014 Worlds.
It's all coming around very quickly.
It's a little far away.
Yeah, you say that, but if you look at a calendar, you'll realize there's not all that much time between now and when that all gets started, which means teams have got to do work starting here today. First place clash, what are we expecting from bans and picks?
So 4.12, once again, Lucian not available. We need to see where the AD carry focus is going to go. If Reckless gets his hands on Vayne again, the combination of Reckless plus Vayne is the highest KDA player to champion combo in the European LCS. It's only 48. So we need to see if he wants to do that.
It's not very good, is it? With Lucian being away, it's actually the most played champion of both AD carries in this game, but we've already seen that they can play a lot more. Currently, we're seeing quite a bit of focus on the junglers. Lee Sin and Evelyn both taken away. Xerath removed from Fnatic as well. They don't want Froggen getting his hands on that. And Twisted Fate. So 2 mid lane champions from Fnatic with the jungle ban as well. On the other side, there's that standard red side Cassidy. The Evelyn, what will Alliance finish off with here? Will they go towards another jungler? Will they be looking to first pick the one of the 3 top junglers, I guess we can say, remaining? Although we've already seen the likes of Riven for sure, he's not scared to
It has to be a consideration. Elise is Cyanide's most played jungler. And with it still available, the question is, what is first pick priority here for these teams? Gragas is up. Hell, we've seen a Maokai, and according to Zazee, is one of the preferred picks. You've also got the likes of Fizz thrown in the mix. So it does look like the preferred top laner is where Fnatic are going.
And why not? We've seen time and time again that Soaz, when he's on form, when he's feeling good, feeling confident, he can carry Fnatic at the best of times. That now leaves Alliance with possibly taking away that Elise here for the jungle. And we have to wonder whether AD carries will come a little further up the picking order today with Lucian not available.
I completely agree with you. And I wonder, the biggest question for me is how comfortable and confident Shook is on a champion like Riven. Because if they allow the Elise to go through, and Alliance feel confident in their playstyle with those champions, with that Shook, with that Riven, for example, he could pick it into Fnatic. He could run that particular pick. But it is risky. It is a champion that I feel if you don't really get ahead and don't get your items, you are fairly easy to blow up in team fights. Without a good chunk of attack damage, that shield from Riven is not particularly effective. So at the end of the day, no junglers locked in yet.
Well, just as you say that, an insta-lock job on the 4th for Cyanide. Other side though, it was of course Kog'Maw, the second highest played champion, 4 tabs behind the Lucian, and also Orianna, a champion which you always have to factor into this matchup. X2K and Froggen have both set records with Orianna when it comes to farm, and that would have been surely a high priority. On the other side, as I mentioned, Jarvan for Cyanide, we'll see Thresh taken for Yellow Star again.
So Lulu is still available, and earlier this week when we were watching the OGN quarterfinals, Lulu was first picked in a large portion of those games. It is also a champion that we know has been run in the mid lane as well as top lane in recent weeks. The Jarvan being locked in conjunction with the Thresh and the Gragas means that Fnatic have got a ridiculous amount of zone control. They can put the box down, the Cataclysm, the Explosive Cast, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Alliance to position and potentially team fight very effectively. What Fnatic are missing right now is damage. So they could go for something like a Fizz Vayne and use that zone control and peel to allow the carries and assassins to find kills, or they're going to have to find some damage elsewhere, because at the moment, I don't see how they're going to burn through Morgana, Orianna, and Riven shields all at the same time.
Well, we also do have to factor in that Morgana can protect one person from the CC, but there's going to be a lot of it in there for Fnatic's side. As you mentioned, Riven coming in 3rd game in a row for Shook. His first game, I think we can safely say, more successful than his second one, although that was, of course, a win as well for Alliance, but if you look at his pure numbers, 7-0-3 the first time he played it, albeit against Gambit, the team that are struggling right now, 2-1-6 against the Super Hot Crew, so definitely in form with this Riven, and he'll be happy that, you know, while at this point we do have a lot of jungle bans coming out, that he's always got that Riven there to settle back onto. Funnily enough, when we talk about the top 3 junglers, at least not selected in this one. But let's move on, because Fnatic got a couple of seconds left. We're going to see Jinx picked up here for Rekkles in the AD carry role, and Ziggs for the mid lane for Peke.
So not quite the hyper carry that I was anticipating in the Vayne, but pulling the Jinx that will fulfill the role that we were talking about. A lot of damage. You are also adding to the zone control once more. The Flame Chomp is going down. Combine that with the poke that you're going to get from the Zap, as well as the bombs from Ziggs. Fnatic can do a whole lot of things at different stages of the game. If they chain their CC together, there should be no way that Shook on Riven can hop, skip, and jump through everything that Fnatic can throw down and put in the field. So for Alliance, they are going to be very, very reliant on avoiding all of that CC and ideally having superior vision to come from the side lanes, because Fnatic can crowd control, they can pick, they can zone very effectively.
So final pick here then for Alliance is one which Wicked is definitely very familiar with. Irelia locked in for that top lane, and we'll see how Wicked does against Soaz on Gragas.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup, because Gragas is trending in the popularity because of his ability to deal with bruises in the top lane. I like the Irelia pick because it can deal with a lot of the CC Fnatic are putting down based on her passive alone. That built-in, basically, tenacity based on champions around you. What it also means is that if Fnatic ever group up and Riven or Irelia get stuck into them, the Orianna ball is just going to melt everybody. We've seen how strong Orianna have been in recent weeks, and I do feel the average Orianna level is higher than it was in the previous split.
Yeah.
But it's all about dealing with that crowd control. If Fnatic can use it effectively, there should, in theory, be no way for Alliance to get on them. But it's all about Fnatic landing and playing properly.
Well, now that those champions have been locked in, which jungler do you guys think will make the biggest impact? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag FNC Cyanide or hashtag AllShook, and let us know who you think will carry harder. Hard one to call for me. We've seen Cyanide, that Jarvan seems to be a perfect fit to his style. If we remember back to his old Jarvan, the amount of dragons and barons that he was used to stealing there. We can also say the same for Shook. Aggressive, early game, invasive, heavy jungler. Riven fits him brilliantly.
I completely agree with you. And we need to see how impactful he can be on that back line. Jinx as a champion is fairly immobile. She has some escapes with the slow and the chompers, but if she gets caught by Irelia or Riven in the early to mid game, it could be tickets for Rekkles.
Well, let's find out. We're going to get into game. It's Alliance versus Fnatic here. A top of the table clash. We've told you many times already. It's 2-1 in the head-to-head in favor of Alliance. Fnatic not only can join Alliance tied at the top of the table, but put that head-to-head record at 2-2, meaning that if they're level come the end of the season, which is definitely not far away at this stage, then we could see a tiebreaker game to decide the positioning between the two.
And that would be the first time that Fnatic are in first place all split long. So it's definitely bragging rights here for Fnatic if they can pull it off. Just before we start, there are boots on Yellow Star, and it looks like Soaz has come around. Shook, he might get shook up.
Oh, the body slam coming in. Can Shook get away from this one? Still has his flash, but he does flash. The hook came out from Yellow Star. Last second flash from Shook gets him away to safety. That was real close, though.
Yeah, but very important to note that the flash is down. So if Fnatic can actually play aggressive and try to punish Shook in the jungle, they can catch him out and make his life difficult. I want to see how confident Shook plays for the next few minutes. Not having the safety of Flash may deter him from counter-jungling in Fnatic's side of the map. But of course, if he's got the support of his teammates, you never know, he may still go for it.
I think one thing that's going for Alliance here, that they have a couple of wards down, so, well, I mean, they've not seen anyone leave that jungle area. We can see Wicked up there, but they also don't know that they've recalled away, so that might just put a couple of question marks in Shook's mind. Does he go for the enemy red? Can he trust himself on that front? We can see that Fnatic have anticipated that Shook's thinking, okay, they're up there to steal my red, I need to go get theirs. They're waiting with 3 men, and we'll actually start that red off now.
It may end up just being an even start with both teams in their own jungles, because nobody has made a move to actually pick a fight. So Fnatic have done what they usually do with Vayne. Whenever they run a Vayne in their games, they tend to go for the lane swap to get Rekkles a safer laning phase and try to get him to farm up and get to a powerful point quickly. Something that Jinx can do more effectively than Vayne is in the siege situation, Jinx with her minigun and the attack speed bonus that you get from that will be able to obliterate towers. So if Ziggs and Gragas are zoning and putting poke down, Fnatic may be able to play a very quick tower push comp if they get themselves into that position. With the lane swap, you have to think it's a possibility.
Oh, Nif getting hooked in the stream, and there, that's a good flash over the wall from Nif, and I think that's enough to keep him safe, but the same might not be able to be said here for the red buff. So whilst it looked like Fnatic were backing away and we're going to go for a standard start, it actually seems that they're going to try and steal both reds right at the very get-go, but they need to be careful. Blue buff on Riven, Gragas is actually going to come up here, so Soaz giving them that extra power and presence that they need, and Cyanide will smite it away.
Yeah, so red buff stolen, advantage Fnatic. They forced 2 flashes from Alliance, and they've got control of the jungle. Yellowstar playing very aggressive. He's got the support of both Cyanide and Soaz, but they're a little while away. That's the 3rd flash of the game. Fnatic need to punish this. Fnatic have done a phenomenal job in the opening 3 minutes of applying pressure in every portion of the top half of the map here for Alliance. But it hasn't resulted in anything other than a red buff and some additional CS for Rekkles. But it is at the cost of CS for Soaz. So we need to see if they can punish those flashes being down by getting more objectives or by picking up kills. But a very strong strategic start here from Fnatic.
See Shook coming in there to give them some backup as well. They need to be very careful, and Yellowstar showing once again. And I'm still not sure why teams aren't at least taking Thresh away from Yellowstar, if not banning it out. We've seen a lot of teams trending to banning Morgana against him, for example, in the past couple of weeks. Whereas his Thresh performances, every single time we've seen it, have been absolutely incredible. Continuing that trend here today, already forcing flashes left and right with his hooks.
So if memory serves, this should be Yellowstar's 11th game on Thresh, and he has 8 victories under his belt already. I still feel that he is the strongest Thresh player in the last 4 to 6 weeks. He is just phenomenal on the champion. On the same token though, Nif is undefeated on Morgana. 4 games played, 4 victories under his belt. And if he can use his Black Shield effectively on Shook or Wicked, that could be the way in for Alliance to get some control in those team fights. Look how cheeky Yellowstar is, even interrupting the back from Shook. Just presence of mind and control. And again, just a strong start from Fnatic. They've read Alliance well, and they've got themselves a summoner spell lead, but not a gold lead, as you can see Alliance are farming slightly more effectively.
Yeah, and let's have a look at that farm somewhat. Mainly it's coming from the top laners here. Soaz against Wicked, 3 to 20. We see that Soaz did use his teleport to go into that bottom lane to try and claw some of that disadvantage back. The mid lane is pretty much even. AD carries Rekkles has a slight lead. Shook also getting off to a bit of a slower start in the jungle. And to be honest, Cyanide has just got rid of a lot of his camps here. We saw him take away that big wolf and will be walking out there with us with an XP advantage as well, of course, as the buffs.
I love the fact that we highlighted Cyanide and Shook in our featured matchup of the day. And traditionally in this matchup, this split, Shook has been the one that has been controlling Cyanide's jungle. Shook has been stealing buffs, and Shook has been making Cyanide's life hell. Cyanide this time around has already stolen a buff from Alliance. He's got a CS lead, and it's thanks to having the support of the rest of his team. Every time they moved into Alliance's jungle, there were multiple members of Fnatic around, and they want to catch Froggen.
Oh, Yellowstar going to move in. Actually, will flash play there. No real follow-up to that one. The satchel charge will be down, but I don't think Froggen's in any real trouble there. Did have Riven coming across to give him a helping hand as well, but Yellowstar showing once again that he's not afraid to use those summoner spells to get involved and start things.
Well, we'll see if it can work out. Minion wave, unfortunately, wasn't timed correctly, so the death sentence couldn't follow up. And something that I know the North American casters love to point out, if you just look at the minimap and you look at your own minion wave on the minimap, it is mirrored by your opponents. So you can always determine if you actually want to flash in there and go for that flay death sentence. So unfortunately, it didn't work out for Yellowstar. So we need to see when this next red buff spawns in a couple of minutes' time, if Fnatic are on point to invade. Remember, 4.12 buff timers were actually included in the patch, so they have vision of it. And the way Fnatic have played thus far, roaming Yellowstar, and a lot of pressure on Shook, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try again.
Oh, landing the hooks left and right. The Black Shield came in fairly quickly there, though, to stop the Chompers actually doing maybe damage that we could say there. Obviously not do much damage themselves, but give Reckless a few free auto attacks. And Wicked actually will use his recall here. I'm assuming going to heal up, buy up, and use his teleport to get straight back on into that lane. And we can see that he's picked up a Phage here as his first item. And we'll see if he does TP in or whether he opts to actually just walk it straight over. And that might be an anticipation here of a Dragon here soon with Shook on the bottom side of the map.
Potentially, it could also have been the fact that there was no more tower pressure from Reckless and Yellowstar, because they weren't really trying to focus the tower down. Wicked was not under pressure to use his teleport. But notice how Nif has been babysitting Wicked in the top lane. Because of the power of that Jinx Thresh combo and the fact that they can push the wave quickly and get on the tower very rapidly, I feel that Alliance are trying to defend their towers and extend this laning phase. Shook is still playing catch-up to Cyanide, and in terms of CS, all of the play from Fnatic has cost SOAS almost a 30 CS difference from Wicked. So while they got a lot of summoner spells, those flashes are almost all available with Wicked's coming off cooldown in a moment or two. And Fnatic have not been able to punish the summoner spells being blown, and they've actually come out 400 gold down. So while it was a positive play, net control, it hasn't really garnered Fnatic a lot more than the psychological damage on Shook.
Just want to point out the item difference there between these supports as well. We've already seen Yellowstar very willing to move around the map to get in towards that mid lane, try and set something up for Frog, and actually going Boots of Mobility as his first item, whereas on the other side, Nif actually picking up the Side Stone and a few more wards as well to be putting down. As it actually happens, it looks like we're going to be seeing the lanes normalize somewhat with SOAS and Wicked up on the top side. There's the ulti coming in, Wicked baited there underneath the tower. Don't know if there's enough damage to actually pick up a kill, but SOAS showing that he won't be bullied.
Very well played, and he actually forced Wicked to blow his flash instantly. FLICKR needs to get away himself. Shockwave was available from Frog, and it's not over yet.
It's not over, and SOAS once again is going to be bullied here. Ultimate used from Wicked. Well, get him a bit more HP back, running his pots as well, and that should be enough for him to have some free time in this lane. SOAS though does have teleport back available, so he should be able to just TP, as we see right now, straight back into that top lane and won't be missing out too much. However, he is still behind here, and it's a decent amount of farm, 30 CS.
It's going to be up to Cyanide and Yellowstar to move around the map and try help him out. There are very few players in the world that will know matchups of Irelia versus X better than Wicked. And he's going to take advantage of any time he can put damage or get control back. Joe, you talked about Dragon a moment or two ago, and once Alliance relocated their AD carry and support, it's now opened them up to a Dragon. Yellowstar's got Vision, Mega Inferno Bomb is available, so barring a steal from Ziggs, this should be Alliances.
Yeah, I'm not sure that FLICKR is even going to be trying for this one, and again, great tactical decision out of Alliance. They saw SOAS forced to recall, was straight back in lane, no TP available. Wicked had hits should they really need it, and that for me was a fantastic move from Alliance, and that gives them a solid gold lead 10 minutes in.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you consider how the game started, Alliance are looking strong. We talked about how Cyanide and Yellowstar need to help SOAS out. Look at both of them. Yeah, they're going on Wicked.
Yeah, they're going to dive onto this one. This could well be first blood. Cataclysm is going to come down. Damage is actually going to SOAS, but he will be able to walk on away from the tower damage. And first blood in the end goes over to Fnatic, and Yellowstar may even, with this next wave, be the turret as well.
Yeah, truthfully, there was always going to be a gap coming from Fnatic. Remember, well, that was close. There was Vision on the white camp. We did see the Super Mega Death Rocket flying past. Just to go back to the tower dive, Fnatic have also done low-level tower dives multiple games in a row. So when you see that SOAS is struggling and is so far behind, as well as seeing Moby Boots on Yellowstar, I think Alliance dropped the ball a little bit. There was no wards in the river, no wards in the Tribush there, so Fnatic could move through the jungle easily. And the trade for Dragon cost first blood and a tower. Fnatic came out ahead.
Out ahead, and we think back to the Copenhagen Wolves game, I think is a prime example of that, where they just dove time and time again to get people ahead from that top lane. This time, of course, that kill went over to the support, which is now giving him a couple of different items to be working in there, as well as his mobility boots. As we see Yellowstar once again just switching, not just between middle and bottom lane here, but not being afraid at all to go towards that top side of the map and really help out where it's needed.
So notice as well, because of all the pressure in Alliance's jungle, Shook has been a non-factor this game. He's been bullied, he's been picked on, he's had no ganks. He tried to defend the top lane tower, and got caught by Yellow Star Death Sentence. Shook is effectively not yet in the combat of this matchup. So smart play from Fnatic. The question is now, do they start rotating around the map? Soaz is still a good chunk of CS behind Wicked. Reckless is farming his way up towards an Infinity Edge. And I still feel that in siege situations, if they can chunk Froggen away, the wave clear, ooh, that's very good. The wave clear is in favor of Fnatic in terms of sieging power. But I want to see how they want to play it, because there's been a lot of movement across the map, top to bottom, for the Fnatic squad.
Yellow Star showing once again that these max range hooks are not a problem for him whatsoever. We'll now be seeing that 2v2 getting back involved down on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Cyanide here doing the golems is actually in no man's land. We'll see if Wicked's got enough damage here to actually kill him off. There is a flash coming out, and Wicked allows him to just walk away. Flash was used, and there is the flag and drag over the top of the wall, and we'll be all fine from that one. Close from Wicked. Couldn't quite finish off the kill though.
No, not this time round. The mobility on Jarvan is so incredibly powerful. And that was quite smart actually from Yellow Star. I think he was throwing at Nif. I don't actually think he was trying to catch Tabs in that scenario. But nevertheless, Tabs and Nif. Even on CS, 6 or 7 difference between Reckless and Tabs. You got 2 very good late game scaling AD carries. And with the tanky Jarvan, eventually, after Elder Lizard, and a tanky Soaz, Tabs may be able to deal with them if he can get protected from the Command Protect as well as Black Shield, etc. It's going to come down to positioning in these team fights. And the mobility on Alliance's squad needs to deal with the crowd control and zoning of Fnatic's squad in order to win. But it's been a great start to this matchup.
Let's have a look at the overall picture. 14 minutes in, and Gold is bang even with the Dragon for Alliance. The turret, single turret of the game so far with Fnatic. Both sat on 19,000 gold here as Shook going in for his red buff. Wants to make sure that he keeps tabs on that one. If we look at the gold to be spent here across the map, it's the mid laners, unsurprisingly, that have had, I think, the quieter of the 3 lanes, to be honest, and spent a lot of time farming up, that have sat on about 12 to 1,300 gold each.
So there's 2 reasons to that. The lane swap immediately forces your mid lane into almost an island, because your junglers tend to help out the disenfranchised lanes. In addition to that, you've got such good wave clear from both Ziggs and Orianna. They both went Athene's first. So it's very difficult to shove your opponent's lane in and then try to roam around the map. And we've seen how good FLICKR and Froggen are at farming. 180 in favor of Froggen. Orianna definitely seems to be the strongest farming machine in the European LCS, breaking so many records in multiple weeks, actually, back to back.
Yeah, and both of these mid laners doing that as well. So from the those wonderful farmers graphics in the preview show, these two really been battling over those CS at 20-minute records as the turret does go down there in the bottom side. That's Alliance's first of the game, and that gives them that 1,000 gold lead.
So there's 50 seconds before Dragon comes back up. Look at the numbers from Fnatic in the top lane. Because of the fact that Wicked has got himself that Trinity Force, he can't really defend this tower, and that's what we talked about with Jinx. If she gets to a tower with a minigun, she can melt it. The thing is, with Trinity Force on both Wicked and Tabs, if a team fight were to occur in the next few minutes, there should be an item advantage in favor of Alliance. Soaz yet to complete a big item. We're still waiting for Reckless to finish his eye edge. And we did a lot of stats digging for this game. In the 3 previous games, both Fnatic and Alliance are tied in Dragon Control at 7 dragons apiece. Alliance took the first one this match, 10 seconds before the next one's up. Let's see if Fnatic are going to challenge. It'll be risky, because item strength is still with Alliance.
Well, Fnatic are moving with 4 men towards this middle lane. Soaz has walked back to the top of the map and does have his teleport available. Fnatic are going to have to start moving on this one. That Dragon's down to less than half HP already. There is the bomb coming around, only catching Nif. Shook is on the Dragon himself. He manages to steal once again. May well be going down here. Put in the Cataclysm before he did go down. But Fnatic get the Dragon and back away, losing the 1 man.
So that's a very good...
Oh, they've got Froggen here. Box goes down as well. He will flash away, but can he get out? There's the shockwave. Super Mega Death Rocket from Reckless will actually get it. And again, Yellow Star coming up with the goods.
So they trade 1 for 1. Soaz doesn't have teleport. He's moving into the mid lane. Here comes Soaz from behind.
Soaz is going to throw the barrel. He's knocked them away though. We'll see if he can lock anyone down. He is on towards Wicked. Tabs as well will be flying off towards his turret. And I think that's all she wrote. There's another hook. This one though doesn't land.
Does not connect. Fnatic with a 500 gold lead. Dragons completely even, 1-1 in this game, 8-8 overall. Fnatic with the numbers advantage and health advantage in the mid lane are going to get some towers down, tower damage onto this mid turret, but the wave clear is pretty good. Wicked's got it.
Oh, Wicked's caught out, I think he's going down here. It's Soaz that will get that one. There's Reckless, and we forget even the flag from Jarvan giving him even more attack speed when he's hammering away on those turrets. It leaves Fnatic 3-1 up in kills, almost a 2,000 gold lead, and 3-1 up in turrets as well. And I said it at the start of the game, Jarvan is Cyanide's signature stealing champion, and he's done it again.
Manages to grab the dragon from under Alliance's nose, and even though Alliance had the item advantage in that fight, they weren't grouped up. They were split across the river, and they chased Fnatic into the jungle. So Cyanide did go down in the pit, of course, but with Froggen being overextended by the Wraith camp, it allowed him to get hooked by Yellowstar. And Fnatic were tight in net, and they were able to get their damage focused much more accurately. So Fnatic come away with the tower, 2 kills, losing 1, and the dragon, and they've regained control of the gold. It is a small lead, but it is a lead nonetheless.
Now Yellowstar waiting once again in that tri-bush, seeing if they can lure anyone in, using Reckless as the bait on that top side of the map, but it doesn't look like Alliance are going to be going for this one. I guess they figure inner turret's already down in the top lane, chances of Fnatic pushing that far up the map here with outer turrets in the middle and top lane still available. It's probably not going to happen, but Reckless continues to push it out. Alliance now starting to move themselves somewhat around, but Yellowstar and Cyanide are lying in wait should anyone go there.
Yeah, notice the way Nif actually moved. He was going to go left into the top lane through that bush by the double golems and decided against it, realizing something was fishy. A lot of members of Fnatic had been off the map for a while, and he plays it safe. If you look at the river and the top half of the map, Fnatic have got 4 pink wards down in conjunction to a couple of green wards. So vision definitely in favor of Fnatic. And we need to see if they can keep playing those games. They pulled Alliance away from the mid lane, and we did see Wicked going to defend bottom as Soaz was shoving that one up. But so far, Fnatic have been the team making the moves, and it is still, I'm still waiting to see how Shook's going to get involved. He's had some dragon calls, but we haven't seen him in team fights. We haven't seen him ganking because of how mobile and how proactive Fnatic have been playing.
It's going to come big for them. I mean, he's not had much presence whatsoever as Soaz here will be waiting. 3 men coming around. Spotted that one, I think, early enough here. However, we'll see if he can actually hold on to the turret. His barrels, of course, can clear out those waves quickly. And Peke also coming up there is the Mega Inferno Bomb to get rid of that wave completely. And Alliance will be forced to either wait for that next wave or, as seems to be the case, just back away. But Reckless is already pressuring the bottom lane.
And look how smart Reckless is. He's actually not going into range with his minigun where Wicked could jump on him. He's just using Fishbones, the rocket launcher, to poke from range. And if Yellowstar and Reckless do not get challenged, I do not think that Wicked can deal with that tower. So it looks like it's going to be a tower trade. 3 members of Alliance in the top lane. Reckless and Yellowstar have already got the bottom outer turret. Fnatic continue the push. Alliance need to back away because Reckless and Yellowstar are just going to keep pushing that inner turret. I mean, Reckless is melting this.
And why not? I mean, they've finally got Orianna coming over to try and stop that one from happening, and that will be enough. You see the missing ping in the mid lane, and that was enough to force Reckless and Yellowstar away from things. The shot once again is going to head towards his top lane, trying to get himself farmed up. Only 4 CS behind that of Cyanide right now. But Cyanide, you have to say, has done more for Fnatic across the map, including that great Dragon Steal early on. And Fnatic still sit about 2,000 gold in the lead in this matchup. Other farm, if you look, 259 for Froggen in the mid lane to the 262 of Peke. However, with the global gold, Peke still having a lead on that front.
Yeah, just minor leads for each of Fnatic's members at this stage. And Soaz is still playing catch-up. He is still a very large chunk of gold behind Wicked. And Wicked is one of the people that really goes out of his way to talk about how he feels Irelia in the mid to late game is actually better at teamfights than many top laners, but they're going to be fulfilling very different roles. Soaz is building tank, and he's going to be looking to disrupt Alliance. He needs to split them up so that Fnatic can focus down single targets and allow Reckless to pick up a kill and then get excited for the resets. Wicked, on the other hand, will be looking to combo with Shook to get to the backline and either pick off Peke or Reckless as quickly as possible. And then a spell shield, black shield rather, blocking the hook. So Dragon's respawning. Now we have both teams actually poised for a maybe a legit team fight, you know, head to head. But Fnatic are the ones split up this time around. So is his teleport, and he's dealing with the top lane.
Wicked already in position for this one. Cyanide just hanging around the wards, coming in from the backside of the pit as well. So see if Peke can actually get around. For now, he's just going to spam over the top of the wall, try and keep Alliance zoned away from him whilst dealing a bit of damage as he goes through as well. Soaz, in the meantime, still pushing out this top lane. Alliance have flanked around somewhat towards mid, not going to push it any further than the minions. And look at this, Fnatic have gone all the way into that bottom lane, so some positional trade-offs here coming out.
Very strategic game. Neither team wants to commit to Dragon and then force themselves into the potential of an AoE burst damage. Orion at Riven can do a lot of damage in a small space, and you can see that Alliance try push mid, Fnatic try push bottom. Soaz is now the man that's in lane, and he may have caught Alliance out.
Oh, coming from the back. He's actually all alone here, though, which could be a problem for him going forward. We'll try and move away on the top side. Meanwhile, Wicked has TP'd in, but he's all alone there. Almost taken down as soon as he drops in from the teleport. And Alliance have been forced to back away from this one completely. Not good news. Fnatic turn back around for Dragon.
Super Mega Death Rocket is still available. If anyone from Alliance takes more damage, Reckless will look to assassinate. They caught Peke!
Oh, they caught Peke with a bandit. He's dead. Chuck will actually get that kill. And now they turn towards Yellowstar, will fall as well. Wicked gets that kill, and they can go straight to Dragon. Soaz or Cyanide will have to steal this one. Alliance, are they going to keep up with it? It does look like they will. Barrels will be rolling in. Surely Shook can hold on to this one. He lost the last one. There goes Cyanide once again. This time, though, it's taken by Alliance, and Fnatic have to flash out.
Just like that, Alliance bring themselves back into their game. Soaz initiated the fight too quickly. No one else from Fnatic was close enough to get to that mid lane. So when Soaz threw out the explosive cask, Fnatic was still playing catch-up, had to dodge the Dark Binding, and of course, Wicked teleporting into the middle of the team. That forces Fnatic to not work on 100% the same page. So this time around, Alliance are the ones that are clumped up tighter together, Fnatic are the ones that are split up and engage different targets at different times, so they end up losing the Dragon, and all of a sudden, Fnatic regain the 1,000 gold lead. This is exactly the game I was hoping to see when we seen this on the schedule. It's fantastic so far.
If only it ends in a base race, I think all of our wishes, at least for one of these teams, will be complete.
Yes,
We've seen it before from them in week 4, and I think the outcome, especially on Fnatic's side, may just hinder any decision to go for anything like that again. Of course, that's all ifs and buts, and probably not that likely either way. We're 25 minutes in, we're tied on kills. It's 4-2 in turrets for Fnatic, but Alliance hold the gold lead. Although, to be fair, for a 25-minute game, it's not a massive goal.
So one of the things I want to highlight about that previous fight, Nif lands a great Dark Binding onto Peke. Peke actually may have been able to flash it if he wanted to, regardless. And because of the mobility of Riven, with her Valor the E, as well as the Broken Wings the Q, Shook was able to get on top of Peke and stun him up very, very quickly, which allowed Alliance to get all of their damage down and sort of gain control of that area of the map. So the key is still for Alliance, just how quickly they can collapse on a target. And when they land that CC, it is very, very punishing. So Alliance will once again be looking to try to create those opportunities. They've got more wards in the river, but still not deep vision, still not deep wards, and they've not been in Fnatic's jungle really at all this game. Fnatic have been the ones that have been invading Alliance and playing, I would dare say, much more aggressively.
And I think that last fight there, giving that Brutalizer and Hex Drinker over to Shook is a much-needed boost for him. We saw before that not particularly high amounts of damage is now a little bit tankier as well, so we'll see how he goes forward in that. We have now hit the 300 CS mark for the mid laners, 324 for Peke, 320 for Frog, and just showing you these guys, 26 minutes in, absolute farming machines. For the AD carries, a couple more items coming out there as well. It was an Infinity Edge start for Reckless, that's now been a static Shiv added in along with a Vamp Scepter. On the other side, Trinity 4 start for Tabs, now has a Blade of the Ruin King as well.
So as we're getting to the later stages of the game, I think it's fair to point out Baron control in, once again, history. 4 Barons in 3 games, 3 of them have gone to Alliance. So Alliance make better Baron calls against Fnatic than Fnatic do. Highlight that fact because if Alliance can force Fnatic to come to them, and if Alliance can turn and peel from the Baron to engage Fnatic quickly, that could be a way for them to force Fnatic's hand. the fear of a Gragas barrel into Cataclysm while sieging has to be prevalent for Alliance's mind. So if they are going to group up near a tower, they really have to have good jungle vision to avoid and prevent Cyanide or Soaz catching them off guard from a flank.
Like now, you mean? Possibly here as the wards go down and Alliance move over towards that inner turret in the bottom lane. They're just waiting for another minion wave to come in, but there are 5 men there from Fnatic. From Alliance. Fnatic don't have all 5 with them. There is a hook, he's landed onto Tabs. Will there be a follow through? The bomb comes out, the barrel will knock them away.
Yeah, not a great barrel there from Soaz. Came a second or two late. Had that knocked somebody backwards, yes, that could have worked. What that does mean, Alliance has a window of opportunity. There's no Mega Inferno Bomb, there's no explosive cast. So now they can siege with relative safety, knowing that those very big AoE spells are at least not available, and it looks to be the case. Going to be using Hogwarts Bioarcane Barrage to poke on the tower. As Deficio pointed out earlier today, if you get that Trinity Force proc damage, it works in your favor. But look at the movement from Alliance. Confident, controlled, thanks to the vision they've afforded themselves.
Still landing the binding there onto Soaz as well. Wicked off to the side. Yeah, Fnatic looking to defend this outer turret in the middle lane, and rightly so, Alliance had started to push there. Wicked will actually keep this split push effort going on, but Alliance seem to be recalling with a couple of men, so this for now will be more of a diversionary tactic, although they've cancelled that. Wicked actually is going to be chased down. He does have a Banshee's Veil though, so Yellow Star knowing the hook's not even worth throwing his way. Now they start to push towards the turret, and an instant ultimate comes out from Peke.
Okay, so 2 things. Yellow Star had flashed for Wicked. I believe the Flay was going to connect, and Wicked has burned his flash himself. So support flash for top lane flash, I think that's a fair trade. The other thing to note is with the cooldown reduction that Peke has, that's actually 2 Mega Inferno Bombs used defensively to prevent the siege and prevent the tower damage that Alliance have been trying to put down. But all of a sudden, Alliance are playing with much more confidence. They are the ones dictating the tempo, they are the ones moving around the map. And Wicked, I think, is going to try and play the split push game as long as he can. Because if he continues to get more items, it's going to be very, very difficult to deal with him in this mid to late game.
Blue Wolf coming in once again for Froggen. He's now got the workings of Blue Wolf coming in once again for Froggen. He's now got the workings of that Zhonya's Hourglass on top of his Rabadons and the Athenes. We've also got just over 10 seconds until the next dragon of the game comes down. Let's not forget that Alliance have had all of them except the one which Fnatic stole away earlier.
So Fnatic are losing control of their jungle. Alliance have once again invaded. They put some more vision down to ensure smarter dives if they want to chase past the dragon. But look at the play. Fnatic have grouped in the mid lane. Alliance are still on the dragon, so they've split themselves up. Soaz is coming into that mid lane as well. This is going to be a dragon for an inner turret trade. We do see Reckless should take this out with a couple more autos.
Yeah, easy takedown there, and that will be the trade-up that Fnatic were looking for. They did use the teleport from Soaz to get in there. And look at this, Alliance are trying to flank around the side. It looks like they want the fight.
It's going to come down to whoever gets caught out. A good dark binding or death sentence might be the death of one of these teams. Soaz does have explosive cask available, but he's split off from the rest of the team. Needs to be very, very careful. If Alliance decides to use that dissonance and use the move speed aura, they could jump onto Alliance, onto Fnatic very, very quickly.
Where are you going to go here? Alliance have actually said, we're going straight down middle. Look at Fnatic here. Reckless has walked towards the top lane. Peke's recalling. This should be the inner turret in that mid lane, which means that the turret advantage, if you want to call it that, the Fnatic got whilst Alliance are doing Dragon has been completely knocked out of it. Alliance got the Dragon and now get that inner turret as well.
Monumental errors from Fnatic. The way they had set themselves up, they needed to team fight to get presence or to pull Alliance towards them. Alliance, however, with very, very smart play. Understanding the position that Fnatic was in and realizing if they stayed grouped up, they could potentially go for, you know, those towers or team fight. Now, remember, Barons have been in favor of Alliance in previous weeks. They've started the it's going down relatively quickly, but all of Alliance are here, most of Alliance rather. This could be a steal potential. There's no Shook, there's no Shook, there's no Smite. I think Fnatic have got it.
Oriana's not there either. The Baron is going low, and there it is going over to Fnatic. We saw Reckless getting low from it from the start, but they did it quick enough. Look at Alliance, they're actually moving down towards this mid lane, but I think Fnatic can swoop around and get towards that inhib turret fast enough.
You can debate for days whether or not that is a mistake from Alliance backing away or whether that is a great play from Fnatic punishing Baron. And moments ago, you could also debate mistake from Fnatic or great play from Alliance. Maybe it's a combo of both. But Fnatic then reading the situation, understanding Alliance were going to back away, they did, and they steal Baron. That's pretty good damage on SOAS.
That's very good.
It should guarantee the tower.
Yeah, there is a Mega Inferno bomb to use, but I think they're just going to tank this one up. Wicked will take the hits of that one with his Banshee's Veil in there as well now. There's no real problem for them. Alliance get their 5th turret of the game. We're tied on that front, and there's only 1,000 gold that separates these two teams. I'm interested now what Fnatic do, whether they try to push an advantage with that Baron buff on.
I think they should. They've got such great siege, and they've got such great poke. With both Ziggs and Gragas, even though Gragas doesn't have the highest amount of ability power, the barrels just laying in the lane give you pressure, give you presence, and people have to dodge it. Fnatic have been trying to push the lanes out. Every chance we've seen, SOAS has been the one that's really trying to shove those side lanes, and now you can see it's actually Pekka bottom, Rekkles was top. So for Fnatic, they've got the statistical bonus thanks to Baron, but they need to be very, very careful, because if they engage in an area that Alliance can collapse on them quickly, it can turn sour very quick, because both Aurelia and Riven can get out of Cataclysm. And if they do get knocked away, they're super quick. So the theory of, or the threat of closing that gap is still very high.
There's a ping here towards the bottom lane. Fnatic have actually started to close on it, although their main turret killer, Rekkles, is not actually there. He's just coming up through their bottom side of the jungle. Fnatic here can't afford to take Alliance on head-to-head. They've seen that Wicked's up top. He's actually recalling now as well. And I think that Alliance may be forced to give this one up. Yep, they are. Fnatic move in there. Alliance say, let it go. We'll defend from the base.
Yeah, Alliance don't really want to fight a team with Baron, especially in the lane. If you have somebody either in the jungle or in that lane, you can use the box and you can use the Cataclysm super effectively.
Look at that difference as well. Overtime with gold. Shows you that it's swung a couple of times here between the 16 and 24 minute mark. Fnatic been able to pull ahead there, but that has swung somewhat now, and we see that the gold is bang level.
6 towers to 5, 3 kills to 3, completely even gold, and it really shows you the strategic level of both Fnatic and Alliance. Especially the last 5 or 6 minutes when they traded towers and Baron due to punishing your opponent's positional mistakes. You know, Alliance punished Fnatic, got towers. Fnatic punished Alliance, got Baron. And Fnatic used Baron to get another tower. They're running out of that Baron buff. It's about a minute left. And we haven't actually seen a big team fight from either of these teams. Whether or not that's due to nervousness or playing tentatively because of the importance of this game, or whether it just hasn't, the opportunity hasn't presented itself. This game could be over with one convincing team fight.
Yeah, and I think more of a, this is a big game, guys. If you have to use a flash, you better damn well use it. You don't want to die. We saw in the early stages, the first 10 minutes, flashes were going off left, right, and center as players were avoiding basically yellow star for a lot of that one. We also saw Peke not hesitating to just flash straight away in the mid lane when he was a little bit caught out. Let's see if he can actually get in. They've moved past that halfway point. There's a ward there in the lane as well. So he can come straight in from this one. Tabs now is going to be joining in, so they'll see that Tabs is there with him. I think that's the time gone for them, though.
They missed their opportunity entirely. Tabs was not there and Fnatic hesitated. Now it's Fnatic that are split up. Look at Rekkles. He's way down the lane. And Fnatic are trying to play catch-up. They need to reposition. Alliance are the ones that were tight in it. Cyanide needed to have gone. He needed to have jumped earlier to take advantage of Tabs not being there. But it doesn't happen, and we continue to reset. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Fnatic got the previous, Alliance got the previous one. So we'll see who's going to get their hands. It's now Alliance looking to do the same to Prey. Here they come!
Coming around the back of this one, Binding not connecting. That may mean that they get away as Yellowstar going to stop forward. He actually misses the hook there. Zoaz is off on his own on this left-hand side. Needs to be careful. But you can see how tense this battle is. Both teams just set up 5 versus 5 across that middle lane. It looks like Alliance have done enough to get themselves a dragon, but they may end up losing some of their base here if they're not careful. Fnatic actually have stepped back, and it looks like Fnatic is going to not get anything from the base and lose out on dragon as well.
So the threat of going for the inhibitor turret for Fnatic was a guaranteed team fight from behind. If Fnatic were the ones to push up that middle lane, it would have allowed Alliance to come in from behind, chase them to the top lane potentially. I can only think that Fnatic were hesitant out of fear of the impending team fight. So regardless, it was Alliance to pick up their 4th dragon of the game. Just before that started, we've been keeping tabs on buff control. And barring the strong start from Fnatic earlier, they've secured 14 red or blue buffs this game to Alliance's 11. So it is an advantage to Fnatic, but it's far and away not as impressive as it was going to imply at the beginning of the match.
Let's have a look down items with that as well. After that last dragon, we've got 1 minute 20 seconds for the next Baron to come up there. Both mid laners have now added in those Void Staff. There's also the workings of the Zhonyas coming up there for PK as well, so pretty much identical when it comes to builds on that front. If you look at the AD carries, slight difference as Reckless has gone in and picked up himself the Blade of the Ruin King now and another BF sword. Tab's feeling like he needed a bit more safety and picked up a Banshee's Veil.
So it's a different style once again. If Reckless is permitted time to auto-attack, he should in theory do more work than Tabs, thanks to having a few extra items, a few more damage. But on the same token, if Reckless is out of position at all, he should also get blown up. Having no defensive items at the 40-minute mark is a greedy and, dare I say, reckless style of playing. Wow. But again, he's banking on the fact that the rest of his team will protect him. Assuming the rest of the team does their job, he should have the protection he needs. Whereas for Tabs, it's all about dodging a hook or an explosive cask. So Fnatic have to do extra work now. Pop those Banshee's Veils like they've just done, and now there's the opportunity to engage. And it looks like Alliance thinking about it.
Oh, Cyanide was trying to catch up Shook.
Oh,
It does manage to land. Are they going to go on this one? Ulti comes through and Shook is down to less than half HP, but Alliance will walk away. Wicked actually over on the side. The barrel will roll in. Where's the ulti out? And so as it will knock Wicked into the rest of the team. He flashes straight out of there. And while the zap lands, they've actually pushed away from it. Tab's going aggressive there as well. Got Cyanide down to half. And again, we see a half trade from both of these teams.
Nobody has been caught severely enough to get killed. And because of the fact that both teams have been playing very, very defensively, we have still yet to see an extensive team fight. Fnatic now were the ones starting. Cyanide played super aggressively, held onto his Cataclysm for the longest of times, but they did get the flash out of Wicked. So once again, small summoner spell advantage to Fnatic. Baron is a threat, it has respawned, but Fnatic are backing away, and this is going to come down to one strong team fight, Joe. And I feel one mistake from a player could cost their team the game. Because of how powerful both of these squads are at taking towers. Orianna, Cogmore, Riven, Arena, they'll melt through towers. And fairly similarly, you know, Ziggs, Jinx, Jarvan, Gragas, if they get up to towers, they can get through them very quickly. And neither team's looking for a team fight. And it's all safety.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this game has gone, because they've been so pensive and careful about how they're playing, you think that if they do get a good team fight off, that's when they're going to try and seize the little advantage of that, or big advantage of that, depending on how it really goes, and try and win the game. We see here, Wicked's going to try and flank around the back of XPK. They know that Soaz isn't there. Wicked actually getting turned back around on. He may have done enough damage to PK here. He forced the flash. Will Alliance think about going Baron?
There's no teleport from Soaz yet, and Mega Inferno Bomb is still a threat. So even if Alliance go, they've caught Wicked.
Caught Wicked,
not
they won't follow through.
If Alliance go for Baron, there's going to be the threat of the Mega Inferno Bomb. PK rather, has not recalled. He has still not backed away from the mid lane. Soaz has moved his way up. So the AoE threat is still there. And this should be Cyanide's time to shine. If he can get multiple members in the Baron pit with Cataclysm, that could be the way for Fnatic to get a lot of damage. But look, Alliance still safe. Penson, Peke on a 3rd HP, and Soaz is the one that split up from the team.
Pincer move from Fnatic. I feel that'd be a risky one considering how this game has gone so far. We see them just pulling up that mid lane a little, try and maybe force Alliance to come back and show themselves. And Wicked actually going to dive in, but he's onto Cyanide. Not really the target that they'll be able to blow up as a hook comes out from Yellow Star as well. Peke knows here that he's dangerously low, but if he goes back, it means a rush Baron for Alliance.
Yeah, it really does. The moment his presence is missed, you feel like Alliance are going to go for an objective. It looks like they've started this one off. We do see Fnatic, they're still in the mid lane. They can respond fairly quickly, and if Cogmore is given a little more time, this Baron's going to get taken. Fnatic have lost it. By the time they get there, it should be Alliance's.
Got no vision, and there he goes, down to Alliance, and Fnatic come in and realize we've lost that Baron. Will that now give Alliance the confidence that they need to try and push more in this game? We see the bottom lane is actually pushing in Fnatic's favor all the way up to these steps of that inhibitor turret, which up until now not really having too much of a threat against it. Wicked has simply just walked up there and will be able to clear things out. So first Baron went to Fnatic, second one here to Alliance. They now hold a 2,000 gold lead, not much of a gold lead 42 minutes into it, but does it give them the confidence, I think, is the real key part here in this matchup. A match which has been so, you see how both of these teams are scared, I think we can put it bluntly, to make plays and make bad plays more than anything else.
I actually agree with you, and I think the indecisiveness in that mid lane with FLICKR being low, this is a teleport now from Wicked, he's coming all the way from base. Alliance are just straight up trying to siege, but they've got a lot of wave clear to deal with. You know, Gragas and Ziggs are going to do a massive amount of work at defending this tower, and Reckless got himself a Bloodthirster now. So a lot of sustain. With the Bloodthirster, it's now higher in 4.12 and the Blade of the Ruined King. So I really want to see how Alliance try to make this one work. A Dark Binding on a Squishy might mean a tower dive, but look at the range from Tabs. He's dropping that tower.
Almost down to half HP. We see the wave clear of Fnatic not getting rid of that full wave there, and that's a bit of a scary sign for them, because if they're to hold on to these towers, they need to get those waves out of there straight away, because I'm not sure how long Alliance are willing to be tanking up these turrets. And up until now, you have to say that it's a matter of time here before Alliance break through this one. We see those bindings coming out. Those barrels need to be on the minion wave. The Tab's actually going to get knocked around a little bit there. It allowed Reckless to get in, get a free auto attack off, and that gives Fnatic a brief respite until the next wave comes.
And notice how defensive Alliance were. The moment that Banshee's Veil, oh, they've got Nip. Star decides not to go in, but the moment that Banshee's Veil was popped, all of Alliance backed away. They did not want either Cyanide or Soaz to get an engage on the Alliance squad, but they're chipping it away down to, you know, less than a third of hit points basically, and Tabs is getting as many auto attacks as he can. That's going to be a tower down in this next wave, I feel.
And that, it makes him so hard to lock up, even if you do throw everything at him. There's a hook onto Wicked, no follow through. I think the tower is going to go down with this wave. Cyanide trying to get in there. There's the Mega Inferno bomb. It only does a bit of damage to Tabs at the back. And Alliance have managed to break through the defensive line and will take the first in him.
Indecisiveness from Fnatic. It's Wicked that's looking to start the fight. Fnatic are too afraid to pick a fight with Alliance while Alliance have Baron buff. So Fnatic do not engage. They lose an inhibitor, and now they're going to lose a top inner turret as well. There are 2 siege minions here. If Alliance want to continue sieging up Fnatic's base, they've got a massive amount of minions to work with.
Moving in onto this one. Can they hold it in? Tab's actually taking a lot of damage there. Got the instant shield out of Frog, and the minion waves cleared off quickly. That's a lot of damage towards Wicked. Once these Banshee's Veils go down, we see that FLICKR trying to really capitalize on that, spamming as much as he can in the direction of that person whose Banshees was popped off, but a lot of protection as well with the Black Shield. You see Tab's already not too afraid to step forward and hit that turret, because he knows with the Black Shield he's going to be saved, and especially now that his Banshee's Veil comes up as well.
Also, if you see Gragas, Jarvan and Thresh throwing themselves at Tabs, it opens Fnatic up to get caught by Froggen, by Shook, by the AoE. So there's always that benefit, that safety net of if Fnatic clump up, you're going to be hit by the combo of Alliance. So Fnatic are now having to deal with super minions in this middle lane. Alliance are going to grab their 5th dragon of the game out of 6, and they're in complete control of the map. With super minions in the middle, and with Baron just wearing off, it's now all up to Fnatic to find a pick and pull themselves back in the game.
Baron buff gone though. I think that might be the key part in this one. I think that might allow Fnatic to start pushing a little bit further out of their base. However, now look at the items coming in. Froggen has got himself a Guardian Angel. There's one for Shook as well, and that will make Alliance a little more confident, I feel, with starting off these exchanges.
Yeah, I completely agree. I actually feel like Fnatic have been a little hesitant to look for engages, because I do feel there is a lot of power in their comp with Jarvan, with Gragas, with Thresh. But the safe style of play means all of the work they did in the early game to keep Shook down and to make his life difficult has somewhat been counterbalanced. Shook is now even on CS with all the objectives and the items he's built up. He is very, very tanky. He will come back to life and, you know, ruin your day with a lot of damage and a lot of mobility. So for Fnatic, it's going to need to be punishing Alliance's positional play. If Alliance are in a spot where Fnatic can jump on them, I feel like that's where Fnatic will close the gap. But for the time being, Alliance have not made those mistakes. Not really. Once on a recall, and they lost a Baron. That's the biggest mistake I think they have made.
It's not the kind of mistake that you tend to make twice in a row either. When that kind of thing happens, as a scan comes down. Fnatic set up as a 5. Haven't currently been spotted, however that will happen if they continue on that route. There was a ward just a little further up. Alliance are actually pushing down this top lane once again. Fnatic setting up the trap here off to the side. They have been spotted now. Where's the damage going to come from? Who are they going to go for? In the end, they can't really connect onto anyone. FLICKR just trying to spam his way through there. The Guardian Angels successfully popped here as Shook does start to step forward. We see the ball on top of his head and a good shockwave here from Frogger could really get things started.
So there's two things to take note of. Nef has got those home guard boots, captain boots built. So if he's behind the team, it allows Alliance to peel away and retreat quicker if he's running away with the Moby boots. On the same token, if he's sitting in front trying to do a flash soul shackles engage, that will allow the rest of his team to collapse and close much quicker. We finally see Reckless picking up a defensive item. This is the second point. With some MR, he may not get instantly burst by Froggen and with the shockwave. But again, he needs to be super, super careful of his positioning, and he can't afford to get caught by multiple champions of Alliance.
Minions streaming in there as well, and that's dangerous for Fnatic. Luckily for them, the inhibitor has respawned, so that pressure will slowly but surely start to dwindle away. However, it's going to be about Baron once again here, up in less than 10 seconds. Alliance have already moved back. Fnatic here have to decide, do they go for it? They've got a big minion wave pushing down the bottom, but I think they're going to try and challenge on Baron.
Oh, this is so scary. Alliance are looking to find picks, and we'll see if they can catch Cyanide. Cyanide's in trouble.
Cyanide does get locked up here. Dark finally comes down. There he will take the Lantern away to safety. Well, can he actually finish through? Actually, with his Flag and Dragon, he's going to put Cataclysm down. That will actually get him away from this one. Fell super low, but ultimate down, flash down. That takes a lot of his steal potential away as well, and Alliance now going to go in towards it. The Hog does land from Yellow Star. Cyanide needs to heal, and he needs to come back as quickly as possible because Alliance have started the Baron.
There's no explosive cask available from Soaz either. It's once again going to be all on Reckless to get the damage down, but if they get on him, he will die. Soaz, considering going for the steal, I don't think it's going to work with that barrel roll. And Alliance, they do grab the second Baron of the game. It actually wasn't even the smite from Shook.
That was close.
That took that one.
That was really risky, actually. The barrel coming in. You can actually see here Fnatic pushing up the mid lane somewhat. The hook once again does come through, but Alliance with that Baron buff on, we saw how scary it was earlier on for Fnatic whilst Alliance were Baroned up. This time, however, they seem to be moving out somewhat. Going to take away that blue buff. You pointed out rightly that the tower in that bottom lane did it actually fall?
It did go down. The minions got
down.
it.
Yeah.
So the thing about this now is actually with minions taking the bottom tower, believe it or not, in map presence, Fnatic find themselves in a situation where they're fairly even with Alliance. They've both got exposed inhibitors. The difference is Fnatic have still continued to show they're not comfortable team fights and they don't want to team fight. And Alliance have got their second Baron of the game. Alliance sieged up incredibly effectively when they had the previous Baron. And if you contrast that to the very first Baron that Fnatic secured, Fnatic got an inner tower which they snuck. Yep. They didn't siege, they didn't play aggressive enough at all. It feels like all of Fnatic's aggression was focused in the early stages of the game. And as we've progressed through the game and traded blow for blow, the safety and the importance of the game really may be weighing down on some of their decisions.
Just want to go back to week 4 and that ill-fated, at least on Fnatic's side, base race. They were pushing the bottom lane out as Alliance went straight down the middle. There are the two lanes again this time around that have open inhibitors. However, it's Alliance with that Baron buff, with, you have to say, the confidence at this stage. You see them now just sauntering on in towards this mid lane. There's the hook. It goes onto a Banshee's Veil, though. And that means that Shook won't be hooked in, and that this inhibitor can be focused down. That means Super Minions coming in. There is the hook onto Shook, but no follow-through. He's got a GA as well, don't forget.
With the Black Shield as well as Command Protect, there's 800 or 900 hit points worth of shield to burn through. You add the armor and ammo onto that shield, it's actually very difficult to burst single targets down. Fnatic need to get the right target focused. Super Minions now going to pour through the middle lane. Alliance continue to siege. They are definitely playing more effectively with the Baron buff than Fnatic did. And again, Fnatic need to find a way to engage. They need to get onto Alliance in order to defend the rest of their base, and we'll see how long they can hold off here.
Not many waves, not lasting necessarily too long now. Soaz does take a big hit, but we saw Tabs already stepping forward as he did before in that mid lane to get a good few auto attacks off onto the turret. There's the hook, he actually misses. Cyanide going in. There's the Cataclysm, they're looking for Tabs. He will flash away, and Cyanide is going to go down. Tabs picks up that kill. There's another hook, this time on towards Frogger. Have they got the damage? He's not got his GA pod. Summon a heal actually helping him out. He's tanking up the turret though here. Needs to get away or the turret goes down. That'll be even better for them. 2 men down for Fnatic. This could be the game for Alliance.
Alliance have got the numbers advantage. They've just got to deal with FLICKR. He's still got a lot of wave clear, but there are super minions coming through the middle lane. They may have caught FLICKR out. The rest of Alliance not going to jump on him just yet.
FLICKR and Reckless have to be men here. They have to really go for this fight. Shook, you can see already shielded up. Yellowstar does get Nip hooked into this one. Reckless staying away on the backside. FLICKR is actually behind them, and he's going to get the GA out of Froggen. He uses his Sonias, but he's going to go down straight away after it. Some good damage towards Shook, but his Guardian Angel wasn't taken down, and now 2 men left to hold on to this one. Still 20 seconds until Cyanide comes in. Alliance are just going to steam through this one. Hook lands on towards Shook, but the Nexus turret's going down. The Nexus itself will fall, and Alliance win the game, stop Fnatic's win record, and secure that spot at the top of the league.
Undisputed first place in the European LCS, 3-1 over Fnatic. They extend the lead at the top of the table and really just demonstrate great control that game. Patient, coordinated, they didn't panic. And I actually think that was an exquisite match to watch.
Really technical, tactical the whole way through. You know, 6-3 in kills really tells you a lot about that game, about how many times we saw both sides dancing around one another. And yes, we can say that some of those decisions may have cost objectives. We saw Alliance taking a dragon, giving up an inner turret, but then we saw Fnatic backing away, losing an inner turret of their own in middle. Then we saw Alliance recalling from that and Fnatic rushing in for a Baron, but after that point, Alliance seemed to have nailed it down a little harder.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's not often that you see games have half the amount of kills as towers secured. Fnatic took 7 towers, Alliance took 10. It was really a very strategic game, and if you're a chess player, it's like an analogy where you lose a rook to take a bishop, trade a castle for a queen. It's those sorts of moves. In this match, it was inner turrets for dragon, then it was Baron, like you said. And I really have to wonder, if Fnatic had played more aggressively and looked for team fights earlier in the game when they were a little more in control, how would that have gone? Because you've seen how much damage they put down.
Yeah.
A lot of Alliance's members got very, very low in that final fight. If that fight had happened 15 or 20 minutes earlier.
That one point in the mid lane where Cyanide was sat inside of the Wraith camp, where Tabs wasn't there, that could have been the moment for, you know, him to jump over the wall, start off a 5 versus 4. They were going to get people low, if not take them down, I think, before Tabs could really get involved in that one. Either way, kind of what we expected here from the top of the table clash. What it means, though, is that Alliance carry that head-to-head, which means a lot, possibly, especially here in Europe. We've seen season after season that tiebreakers have been a real thing, and it means that Alliance have that safety of, even if they now draw with Fnatic in terms of the lead itself, because of their head-to-head, they'll finish first no matter what.
17 wins, 6 losses for Alliance. On the other side of the coin, 15 wins, 8 losses for Fnatic. So there's a small buffer as well. Yeah. So in order for Fnatic to catch and take that first place seed, Alliance have to lose a lot of games and actually end 1 game behind Fnatic. What I really, really like about this matchup is just how both teams demonstrated a great understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the respective comps. And that moment you were talking about, where Cyanide was looking to engage, we have to go back and look at the replay. Have to look, was Reckless close enough for a fight to break out? Was there enough vision? Did Fnatic know Tabs wasn't there? Maybe if they didn't have vision elsewhere in the jungle, it was just erring on the side of caution. But I think it was a phenomenal game, and all credit to Alliance. They go now 3-0. Yeah, because they won both the games last week. And they break Fnatic's winning record again.
Breaking the records. It seems like not many teams can get past 8 wins. Nope. 8 wins seems to be the magic number, at least this year. We've seen Fnatic already twice get up to that kind of level and then only to falter. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not really the streaks that count. It's winning your majority of games. That's what's going to put you, obviously, towards the top of the table. You win more than you lose. It makes common sense. But it's all about form now going towards playoffs.
I'm so happy you said that, because in the preview show today, I was talking about this matchup, and I felt that these two teams are most likely going to be in the final at Gamescom. It feels like they're just another level above everybody else. And Alliance have proven 3 out of 4 times to be stronger than Fnatic this split. Instant decision-making for the base race. Prolonged. That was a 53-minute game that Alliance came out ahead. Fnatic need to change something up if they want to get their 4th LCS split title at Gamescom. Well, they've got to get there first, of course. But for the time being, Alliance have been a step ahead. I'll say 1 step ahead, not more than that.
Yeah, because, I mean, you look back to that game and it just shows how close these two teams are in terms of form right now. I have to say, though, I wonder where the teams are closest to them. I don't see really many teams being able to match a Fnatic or an Alliance that are on top of their game, which, of course,
I agree.
You would expect there will be come the playoffs times. But now, guys, it's time to go down to Shox, who's joined by both Froggen and Tabs.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, joined by Froggen and Tabs. First off, congratulations, still in first place, and firmly so with the Alliance after beating Fnatic. Guys, what did you make of picks and bans coming in for you guys? Tabs, maybe shine a light on that.
Going into picks and bans, we had a pretty clear idea what we wanted to do, and I think we actually outpicked them in this game. Our comp was actually very good against theirs, so we ended up having a pretty good draft.
Yeah, we predicted pretty much everything they were going to do, and they messed up in some of the picks and bans, which allowed us to have all the things we wanted.
You say you predicted everything they were going to do. Let's break down the game a little bit, because of course in the early game they had pretty good buff control of your buffs as well, which kind of messed a couple of things up. So how did you guys react to that?
With the way the game was played, it was pretty obvious to what was happening, and I think the only bad thing in our early game was Rockat dying to first blood top because we got the dragon, and we should have gotten really far ahead of that. But they responded pretty good, and they had 6 to hold the waves whenever we wanted to rotate and push down towers for towers. They always had 6 to hold it, which was really annoying, but I think we managed to get around it pretty well, and I think we managed to outplay them in teamfights too.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, in teamfights, there were only 6 kills in the entire game, yet it was one of the most intense games I think I ever watched. Tabs, did you guys feel that as well, that it was so tight and that you had to play those map movements exact?
Yeah, every time we went for an objective, they would just push down mid and they would avoid us the whole time. And this ended up just being objective trading and trying to not get a really bad trade, like giving them an inhib for a dragon or something. So we need to be really careful about our positioning.
So, Froggen, what was the turning point then? Where did they make the tactical error and you guys succeeded?
They made the tactical error to never fight us. Like, at every single objective, we were there, and we managed to get every... Actually, we messed up once with letting them having a Baron for free, but except for that, they only smite stole one, and they never fought us for dragons. They only tried to trade objectives, and if you never try to fight and only try to trade objectives, you're eventually going to lose.
Yeah, exactly, because even with the Baron, they didn't want to team fight you guys, yet it was pretty hard for you guys to get into that base, obviously with the Zig. So what was the final push? You, of course, getting that final Baron. What was it that cut you over the edge?
I think basically at the end, we a few items up on them, and Gragas is incredibly useless with that item build he went. And Irelia can always stun people, even if they build Banshee's Veil or any other defensive item. It's really easy for her to get in and stun them, and that's really powerful together with the Riven and together with the Orianna, because you can always do ball delivery system. And I think that's the main point of pressure, while we have in Kog'Maw that never actually scales off in the game. So it's pretty even between the AD carries, and we just outscale them on other roles.
Yeah, great game from Kog'Maw as well for Tabs. And Tabs, I want to ask you, is the confidence that we saw from Alliance here in this game, is that a signal of the confidence that you guys have going into the rest of the season? Do you have that one-up versus Fnatic?
Oh yeah, definitely. We had a bit of a slump, you could say. Like, we lost a couple games, but we pulled back really well. Like, our practice lately has been really good, and we know what we have to do to win the games right now. So as long as we just execute it correctly, we could even not even drop a single game.
Froggen, what is your vision on it? First off, is Fnatic the one you think you'll be facing in the playoff final? How do you see the rest of the standings going? And if so, how will that match go?
right now we are the best two teams in Europe, so I would expect to be facing them in the finals, and it's a matter of who's actually going to prepare the best for the finals.
Well, if it's a best of 5 that's this exciting, we're in for a treat. Thank you very much, and congratulations on that first place spot for Alliance. Once more, we're going to top off our red and blue elixirs, but when we come back, SK Gaming will take on the Supa Hot crew. Don't go anywhere.
Nice. High five. All around, yes. Nice. Good job, team.
They got Becker with a bandit, he's dead. Jug will actually get that kill, and now they turn towards Yellowstar, will fall as well. The Cataclysm are looking for Tab, he will flash away, and Cyanide is going to go down. Tab picks up that kill, there's another hook, this time on towards Brogan. Have they got the damage? He's not got his GA point. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to head into our fourth game of the day, and the Supa Hot crew may have more faith in SK Gaming than SK does, as Mr. Rolls and crew look to secure a win over their opponents and take them down.
SK, they are still really good, but they're in a slump, and I'm not really sure what their problem is.
Right now, it's pretty obvious that we're the worst team in LCS. I guess we lost our dedication, so we gotta play more.
I think we got cocky
and we stopped practicing, and now it's showing. So we're getting what we deserve right now.
Before they were winning, they weren't really improving. They were just staying really good because they were winning every game. And now that they're losing, they're just dropping in like motivation.
I think we need a win to get confidence back up, and hopefully we can take it from there.
From my previous experience playing against them, I didn't feel like their bot lane was that strong. I feel like me and Relez, since we've been playing more, like our synergy has definitely improved.
Super hot crew are on an up. They're motivated and they're better than us. When you're always chasing someone, it's easier for them to be more motivated and improve, so that's how they are.
Right now, I feel like it's more up to us if we win or lose. It's not up to our enemies. If we do good, we can do good. If we do bad, then it doesn't matter who our enemy will be, we will just lose.
Some big words from Freddy there saying, you know what, they're better than us right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest point they highlight is just how hungry Super Hot Crew are. Since the summer split began, they've been chasing the top teams, they've taken games off the top teams, and now we need to see if SK are hungry enough to bounce back.
Well, guys, it is time for our last LCS game of the day, featuring SK Gaming and the Super Hot Crew. Wow. While both of these teams find themselves in the middle of the pack, you have to think that for SK Gaming, this is a big problem. They currently find themselves on a 4-game losing streak, and this is a team that finished second in the spring split and had massive expectations for summer and potentially then Worlds. And they simply have not been able to keep up with the times and appear to be struggling more and more as the playoffs draw closer.
Yeah, that's the truth. The biggest problem for SK appears to have been this slump that they've hit. It has been running for 2 weeks before playoffs, and it's a big problem regarding timing because it's not exactly a recent thing. SK Gaming have been struggling for several weeks now, and it's spanned multiple patches. We keep talking about how SK's strongest champions have become less viable, but as a team, they just appear to have lost the strategic edge that they once had. That video just demonstrated that the team themselves aren't even sounding positive about their matches. I want to theorize that one of the reasons for their loss of control and presence stems from their very limited in-game vision. SK Gaming has the least amount of wards placed and purchased across all 8 teams in Europe. So to put things into perspective, SK Gaming have placed 1,922 wards, they've purchased 387. Rockat actually leads the league with 2,276, nearly 350 more, and Fnatic has bought the most wards at 803, 430 more wards purchased in 22 games. That is a massive amount. And then just one player in particular who needs to be doing a better job at vision is Svenskeren. He often plays aggressively, he likes to spend time in his opponent's jungle, and he actually buys and places the least wards out of all junglers in Europe. You can't play aggressively if you don't have vision to back it up.
And on the other side, the Super Hot Crew find themselves in a slightly different position. They ended the spring split having some flashy games and generating some buzz around their potential. And in summer, they've actually really stepped up their game to match that as well. From great strategic play to securing defining victories over the league leaders. The problem, however, for the Super Hot Crew stems from their inability to play consistently. They struggle against different teams at different times and still make catastrophic mistakes, which sometimes cost them games.
I couldn't agree with you more, Joe. The Super Hot Crew have actually blown me away at different times. Their ability to control laning phase, or their very strong team fights in some games. They've even got great minion wave management when they want to play the map. The list goes on, but the problem is they don't have all of these things all of the time in all of the games. When we actually look at their stats in wins and losses, the biggest thing that stands out is just how heavily they rely on kills in their victories. So if you contrast their 12 victories this split, you'll see they've secured 200 kills, average team KDA 7.5. But in their 10 losses, they're nearly a third of the kills at 77 and only 1.37 KDA. I think both of these teams have had their ups and their downs, but for SK Gaming, it appears to be a steady downward trend, whereas for Super Hot Crew, it is related to inconsistency in terms of finding those kills or avoiding those big mistakes. Selfie in particular has cost the Super Hot Crew several matches this split already.
Seems to be a real all-or-nothing player, and for the Super Hot Crew, we can hope that it's an all game for him today. Let's check out, though, first of all, before we get to the game, the starting lineups. On the blue side today is SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda the AD carry, and then Rated the support.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew with Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing the mid lane, Mr. Rolls and Kasing as the AD carry and support.
So let's tally up the votes then at lolesports.com and see which team you predicted will win. With 51%, just a little advantage, the Super Hot Crew appear to be the bare favourites for this game. Very, very close though, and well, it all comes down to that, the fact that you don't know which Super Hot Crew team is going to turn up. And the SK have shown us moments of greatness, but not for a little while.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think for both of these teams, the laning phase is going to be very, very important. SK Gaming have traditionally been a team that lost laning phase but bounced back because of having smart strategic moves, but they've lost that strategic edge. Something that we talk about, off air is how the rest of the teams in Europe have sort of caught up to where SK Gaming were. And Freddie himself in that video is like, we're not really practicing, we got cocky, and they've let themselves fall behind. And they need to regain that, and I think it'll stem from a laning phase. If they get ahead, they are a team that can close it out, but they need to actually make sure they get that first.
I like the fact at least that Enrated says it's about us, whether we win or lose games. That shows already that SK Gaming are seeing that the problems in these games aren't that they're possibly being outclassed, but rather that they're not making the plays that would afford them those victories. We'll see how they've really adapted over this last weekend. We said a 4-game losing streak is what SK Gaming are currently on. Let's talk about, though, the picks and bans. 4.12, no Lucian. Does that affect this game?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, Mr. Rolls has played a number of champions. Lucian is one of his most played. But we've seen he can play a multitude of AD carries. One of the few LCS AD carries that actually can play Draven and has in the past. I feel like the jungle bans and the jungle picks should be where the focus is in this game, because both Impaler and Svenskeren are fairly swingy in terms of their performances. So let's see if we're going to once again see those slightly different picks, Jarvan and Riven from the previous game.
Well, let's have a look. We are going to see Yasuo out as the first ban for SK, and not a big surprise for us either. If you look at the last 2 games that the Super Hot Crew played, the win over Rockat, the loss to Alliance, both had the enemy team banning out Yasuo against Selfie. Kassadin also taken away. Don't really need to dwell on that one.
Yeah, we need to see where the priority is going to be for these mid laners. Jesus is expanding his champion pool. As somebody who played a very large amount of Kayle and Nidalee and Ziggs in the past, going to be switching around. Selfie's very excited at seeing Twisted Fate banned out. Truthfully, Jez's Twisted Fate last week against Millenium was questionable. And it's all mid lane focused, so all 3 of the primary junglers are still up. Lee Sin and Elise are there for both Svenskeren and Impaler if they want to go that route.
So what will the Super Hot Crew be banning out against SK? Already taken out Kassadin, which we can't read too much into. Gragas, though, will be taken away. We've seen time and time again that if Gragas does manage to slip through those bans, then the likelihood is he's in the first round of picks from either side. And what will SK finish with? Already 2 bans aimed straight into the mid lane at Selfie. We've already said it that he's a very much hot and cold player. Sometimes he'll go absolutely crazy and be racking up kills left, right and center. Sometimes he'll die far too much, and it is going to be another mid lane ban. Fizz taken away.
So it's all about the mid lane. All of the priority top laners and junglers are still up. And I've had a thought regarding Mimir in the top lane. He's tended to play tanks more than bruisers. Whereas Freddie pulled out Nidalee last week. Freddie's been playing a lot of Aatrox. Freddie likes to play the bruisers, the damage dealers, more so than Mimir does. We've seen a top lane Maokai earlier today. That's a champion that could fit his playstyle if he wanted to go that route. Xerath is still up. And the reason I highlight it is considering the amount of mid lane bans, as is Orianna. I kind of feel like one of those 2 could be considerations later in the pick ban phase, because it does sort of suit both Jez's and Selfie's playstyles. The Orianna a little more for Selfie, I feel.
Are we going to see Braum locked in here? We are going to see Braum locked in. So Enrated getting his champion as the first one out. We actually saw him play it last week in that loss to Millenium 3-3-15. He ended up in that game. So first pick on the support. Interesting one for me. That gives Super Hot Crew now 2 very strong picks, surely.
I also feel that's a little bit of denying it from Kasing. Kasing has played more Braum than any other champion at 5 games, and I absolutely love his presence with his with Braum's ultimate, the Glacial Fissure. Kasing has changed team fights by throwing that down. So I do feel that there's 2 sides to that coin, but you're 100% right. All of the primary top laners up, all of the AD carries, with all of the focus on mid lane bans, both of these teams are really taking their time. This is one of the longest pick ban phases that we've had today. And we're only in the first round of picks here for the Super Hot Crew.
Well, we will be seeing Tristana locked in for Mr. Rals. I say for Mr. Rals. We have seen mid lane Tristana over in North America, and Jarvan the fourth also picked up for Impaler. Now, Impaler, of course, has played that a couple of times in the past. However, last two games that he played last week, both of them were on Elise. So something a little bit different, at least if you compare what he's been playing in the last week or so.
And also very hit and miss with Jarvan.
True.
When you think of Impaler, he is a fairly aggressive jungler. And I'm not entirely sold on his Jarvan ability. In the previous game, Cyanide had moments of opportunity where he could have gone in. And maybe if Impaler sees the same opportunity, he may pull the trigger. He may actually jump into those team fights. Once again, you do have peel, you do have protection. But SK Gaming really taking their time. Super Hot Crew still have to decide on their top laner, as well as their support, and may potentially leave that mid laner for later down the pick ban phase.
Well, they are going to be locking in jungler and AD carry this time around, and it's going to be, I say jungler, very much a last second switch away there. Maokai picked up, we have to say, we've seen him in the top lane here today. We saw him last week in the jungle out of Cyanide. Also, the safer one here is Corki for Candy Panda. And look at this, Super Hot Crew are hovering over AD carries there as well.
I don't know if they're going to pull a curse. I don't know. Look, the Demacian standard flag that you rightly pointed out in the previous game increases attack speed of allies. So if you do put it 2 in there, you can theoretically shred a whole lot. The other side of the coin is SK Gaming with this Maokai lock-in, you don't know where it's going to go. You can't be 100% certain it's in the jungle, because we have seen it top lane, and we've heard from a few of the European teams that they're using it top lane. It's not merely a Rockat thing. So picks and bans going through, 10 seconds left on the clock. If Super Hot Crew do go with a double AD comp, it's all about the early to mid game. They need to make sure that they get towers in control early. If they fall behind and they get jumped on by Brown, by Maokai, in the early to mid game stages, they can be in a lot of trouble. But of course, if the game goes super late and Super Hot Crew are able to kite, it can work out. But decide to not lock in that second AD carry yet.
So Shyvana and Morgana it was then, so kind of typical picks here in the top lane and support role. That surely means that SK going to go with something safer in this mid lane, not knowing if that Tristana may or may not go into the hands of Selfie, whether that will be for Mr. Oz, and they've just been baited into something on that front. We'll have to see though, because Aatrox did slip through the banning and the picking phase up until now. It's been a big favourite of Freddy. Jesus, Ziggs, a champion that he has gone to time and time again, and will do so here today as well.
Yeah, hovering over the Xerath, deciding what they wanted to go for. SK have got a good combination of wave clear, they've got a fairly strong front line. I think there's a good mixture of everything here for SK. Having Jesus on a fairly safe farming, wave clearing champion like Ziggs is, in my opinion, his strongest style of play. And I think we've seen better games out of Jesus on that style of champion than elsewhere. And of course, Freddy's going to a golden oldie, a favorite. But with both Maokai and Jarvan locked in for the jungle, we've completely foregone the trinity of junglers. We're slowly moving away from the Twisted Fate, from the Lee Sin, Evelyn and Elise in terms of champion picks. So we need to see how this works out. Super Hot Crew deciding on their mid lane. They're not going to go for that double AD, so I got a little excited for nothing, Joe.
It's going to be Orianna versus Ziggs. Which is, yeah.
Oh, we've never seen that before.
Oh, or maybe not. Ahri, we should talk about Ahri here because we have seen, looking through a bit of what the players have been playing this week. Ahri herself did get a little buff and seems to be coming back into favor.
Yeah, the most important thing to note is that higher ability power ratio on her Q, the Orbit Deception. It should allow Ahri to wave clear somewhat more effectively. And on the assumption that Selfie can land those charms, there is insta-give potential on Ziggs, on Corki, maybe even on Brown in the early to mid game. So Super Hot Crew have also got themselves a fairly well-rounded composition, with Mima having Shyvana for the 12th time this split. Super comfort pick out of 23 games now. Going to be looking to get control in the laning phase, going to be looking to split push, and then having the roaming help of Selfie either to the top or the bottom lane to pick up those kills. It's good to see Ahri. It's going to be interesting to see how she handles the laning phase. Ziggs should outrange her and should have more damage thanks to his passive and the bonus magic damage on his auto attacks. But we need to really see how Selfie plays that lane out.
Yeah, and how the changes have affected Ahri, whether we're going to see it coming back into real rotation. There was a time where it was A lot of Ori.
standard.
A lot of Ori in the mid lane. We'll find out though. But guys, with those picks and bans, do you still think that the Super Hot crew will take the victory here? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag SK win or hashtag SHC win, and we'll see if those lineups did manage to change your mind somewhat. It was a very slim line.
I was going to say,
51 to 49.
Do you think Super Hot crew is going to win? 2% of the people thought that. And this is the closest vote that I can actually think of, 51 to 49, that we've had this split. And both teams have got very strong compositions. I think the wave clear is slightly stronger, slightly safer on the side of SK Gaming, but they need to make use of that siege power, siege potential if they want to. Corki, of course, short range ADC, so it makes taking towers slightly more difficult than with the Tristana.
And less safe. Let's find out though. We are going to get into game SK versus the Super Hot crew mid-table clash. As we've said before, SK on a 4-game losing streak right now with the Super Hot crew. Well, hit and miss, I think, is a safe way to really describe how things are going with them in terms of form. We'll see, though, here today, as we said, this one's such an important one with those all-important playoff seeds up for grabs.
Well, for both of these teams, they're going to be looking at every other team that they're competing with. So, for example, on the side of the Super Hot crew, a victory here actually ties them up with Millenium. Whereas for SK Gaming, a victory here ties them with the Super Hot crew in the standings. So we're going to come down to those last matches in Super Week to determine who's in third, they play sixth, and who's in fourth, they play fifth. And Joe, we may have some loved tiebreakers at the end of Super Week.
I really like tiebreakers. The more the merrier is my philosophy on that front. We'll see, though, because there's still... Whilst it's a smaller number of games to be played, things can change, and we see how close it is. Just one win or one loss here and there can really separate the teams at this point. See here the start for SK Gaming, Svenskeren with the Maokai, following in Cyanide's footsteps from last week. We'll be throwing out those saplings for a blue buff start, aided by Freddy. On the other side, it seems like we will be also seeing Shyvana with Mima headed towards that top lane after he's helped out Impaler on the red buff. That also means then, of course, that Standard in the middle and the duo is headed down bottom.
Yeah, we'll need to see how Enrated and Candy Panda hold themselves. I mean, Kasing in the pre-match video was fairly confident. I mean, he said he's not really threatened by Candy Panda and Enrated, and they've moved themselves up aggressively. I think Kasing's going to take a big chunk.
Well, it's a nice little face check in there. Luckily for him, didn't get stunned up. Mr. Roll's actually trying to put the damage back, but not really got too much power to him at this stage. So early blows coming out from SK Gaming, being aggressive in positioning on that bush area. And we'll see now then where the junglers go. Obviously, red and a blue both starting top side of the jungle. As again, Candy Panda and Mr. R's going to be exchanging things out. That's a lot of time spent in the pool as well, which is never good for your health bar.
I was just about to say, I actually feel like Candy Panda and Enrated, if they can get a full complement of spells down, should be able to outtrade Super Hot crew. But you've seen how much damage Candy Panda took just from the Tormented Soil, as well as the Explosive Shot from Mr. Rolls. They're just ticking away his HP. So Candy Panda's already burned through his potion, and he's going to be looking to control the wave. It's all about the Dark Binding here for Kasing. Candy Panda didn't even dodge that.
Didn't even really try to dodge that one. Was a bit of damage back, but Candy Panda continues to suffer somewhat. Already used his single pot there. As Mr. Rolls himself will go up and ward. They've already spotted Svenskeren here thanks to that ramp ward on the top side of SK's jungle, and that means that they're not going to be too scared about what's on the plate and what they've got to offer. Svenskeren, of course, did do both of his buffs, continues on his farming way. Similar thing for Impaler, he's making his first recall.
Yeah, we'll see which lane he decides to impact. I know I keep talking about the AD carry lane, but if you look at Kasing's mana bar, he's burned through almost all of his mana, throwing out those bindings and those Tormented Soils. Now that he can no longer cast spells, Candy Panda and Rated may have the opportunity to trade back or just try hold their own a little more in that laning phase. Freddy, at the moment, he's farmed himself up ahead of Mima, and he shoved that wave in fairly effectively.
Well, good thing is that Kasing's basically traded his mana bar for the health bar of Candy Panda, and once that first pot already gone, no big amounts of sustain going to be coming in from him there in that bottom side. We'll see if the Super Hot crew try and push an advantage in that bottom side of that mid lane, which we've been quiet on up until now. Ari for Selfie against the Ziggs of Jesus is bang even after the first few waves.
Yeah, they're going to keep themselves even for the time being. The fact that Selfie's going to have that Spur Rush available at level 6 means that he should, in theory, not be killed by Jez's. The 3 charges, the mobility to dodge, you know, the Satchel and the Mega Inferno Bomb, in theory, gives Selfie kill pressure in that lane. But it is very dependent on landing those skill shots. And I'm also interested to see if Selfie's going to rush a Death by Grasp as a first item, which is something that we've seen from Aries in the past. The important thing to note there is that if Supa can maintain control of the blue buff. If you don't go for any sort of mana regen items, it does make life fairly difficult for you on Ari. Although, Orbit Deception has a low mana cost now, 4.12, so maybe that'll play into Selfie's favor. We did notice in the bottom lane, Candy Panda recalled, picked himself up the makings of a Phage and another potion. And what we haven't seen from Candy Panda and Rated is any aggressive play from Unrated. They have been under the poke damage of Mr. Rolls and Kasing, the Dark Bindings and the Tormented Soul, so Candy Panda is being punished. And I think if he wants to regain some control, landing the Winter's Bite from Unrated, getting a stun down and, you know, landing some more skill shots aggressively might be the way. But of course it can't happen if Impaler comes in from behind.
It's a good ward there into the brush though. I don't think Impaler's really going to be able to get around only level 4 at this point. Do you really want to go under a tower? Oh, they might not need to. Svensson throw in the sapling over. He's going to spot them coming in, but the Charmer's landed as well. Svensson has to flash away. Impaler going under the tower, and Svensson's gone aggressive onto him. Will that be first blood? Impaler does get it. He will fall straight down though. And that means first blood going over to the Super Hot crew, but Jesus getting one back.
Yeah, I think if gold is more important on your mid laners and your junglers, of course. So well played by Impaler and Selfie to actually get in position to punish Svensson, but they didn't manage to get the kill. Now, Mime and Freddy, they're going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, level 6 there for Freddy. Wasn't able to get on top of him, didn't actually use the ultimate there, so Mime did hit 6 just as he was able to walk away, and there is the vote. 68-32, and that is definitely a swing from the 51-49 we had from LOLesports.com earlier. Super Hot Crew apparently favouring, or the favoured team right now, possibly with the Ari pick in the mid lane here for Selfie.
Well, it definitely seemed to work out in the jungle. Impaler just playing super, super aggressive, actually flashing to get another auto attack down onto Jez's and actually pick up that kill. So it worked in his favor, but now we need to see how they roam around. Now we need to see how they impact the side lanes. Completely even in the top, completely even basically in the mid lane, and it's only Candy that's struggling for SK Gaming right now.
See how that one all works out. We see that both mid laners are going towards the Athenes first, so no DFG rush for Selfie. That one assist will help things out as Mima also just went back to pick himself up the Cutlass and will return into this top wave just in time to not lose any of that farm onto the turret itself. Freddy done a good job, as we've come to expect from Freddy on Aatrox. Does hold a slight lead, but the next wave should be able to balance things up, with Freddy actually headed off home, picks himself up Vamp Scepter and a Chain Vest here early on.
He's going to try to get some sustain in that lane and continue to stick around, actually trading teleport. So Mima used his a tiny bit earlier, and extended laning phase from both of these teams. The head-to-head matchups, you know, top v top, duo v duo, does tend to extend the laning phase, and it also usually means later dragons as well, because of the fact that one team doesn't have that numbers advantage in the bottom half of the map. So we'll see who attempts the dragon first, but for the time being, call it bang on even in terms of overall gold. Another team with a strong advantage.
Oh, there's Selfie getting his blue buff. We questioned that earlier on whether he goes CFG. That's a lot of damage actually coming out from Jesus. Landed a full combo onto Selfie. Both of them, of course, already past that level 6 point, so ultimate's available, and Jesus just coming off cooldown there, so he obviously used it in that mid lane before he went back earlier on to pick up the workings of that Athene's Unholy Grail. Here is Impaler just waiting off to the side as well. And there is a good scan. That will reveal the vision out of SK Gaming and may set them up. There are pings off towards the dragon. Candy Panda also going a little bit low in the mid lane. That could be the signal to start that one off. Let's not forget that both top laners did initially just use that teleport, so that's not available. And Impaler here on Svensson doing a bit of damage, but actually I think finding that he's losing out in that trade and decides to back away. Doesn't have vision inside of the brush there, and it was Svensson who smited off that big ray.
Yeah, if Svensson jumped in, then Selfie would have been in there. Top laners, they're going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Freddy actually popping his ultimate from this one. Bloodwell to rely on, Flash still available, which isn't for Mima actually, so interesting use of aggression there out of Mima. Freddy still holds on to that CS lead. Similar story in the bottom lane. It remains even in the middle lane as well, so focus on farming so far, very much the priority in this game.
Yeah, and I think until we hit maybe 11, 12, 13 minutes, we may not be seeing any sort of attempts for Dragon either. That's usually sort of your standard Dragon timing in straight-up lanes. Mr. Rolls has also yet to back. So he's been in control of the lane for a prolonged period of time. He's actually built up 2,500 gold in his back pocket to spend, in comparison to the 1,600 from Candy Panda. Of course, Candy Panda did back earlier from the onslaught that Mr. Rolls and Kissing were putting down, but he's only 10 CS behind. It's not a massive amount, considering how dominant Mr. Rolls and Kissing were actually appearing with their two ranged champions against the melee and ranged of Corki.
Yeah, just a couple of 100 gold overall, which is, funnily enough, the amount that's separating these two teams right now. So we see that main difference does come from the carry.
And he is in trouble.
There he is going to be in trouble. Charm actually coming out. Svenska going to go towards Selfie. Actually flashes away into the brush, and that will mean that he can escape that one. But again, moving into territory that didn't have vision in there. And you rightly pointed out at the start of this game that SK aren't keeping up with other teams when it comes to the amount of wards that they're actually placing, and that has come to cost them in the past.
It has. They were lucky to get away with Svenska's life this time around. And it was also good to see Selfie hesitating. He still had charges on his Spirit Rush and didn't manage to use them. Attack move obviously not being used by Impaler in that scenario. And SK lived to ward that part for another day.
Poor old Impaler. He's spotted out the entire time, goes back off to his jungle. We have finally seen Mr. Rolls head back home and spend that massive gold that he'd earned in these first 11.5 minutes. BF Sword and Pickaxe he's going to come back with into the lane. Could be painful for Candy Panda if they don't watch out.
Yeah, I think it can be. Candy has obviously got a little more damage now with that Sheen, so dance time for a moment. Burst damage a little more in favor of Candy Panda for the moment with the Sheen, if he can get multiple spell reels off. Because one of the things that does work into Mr. Rolls' favor, if he combos the explosive shot with the rocket jump, with the buster shot on a target that may have been hit by a Dark Binding, there's actually some kill potential and bursting out from the side of Super Hot Crew. And Candy Panda has eaten a multitude of Dark Bindings this game already. So he really needs to pay a little more attention and dodge those skill shots. But he has been farming relatively well, still only 10 CS behind.
And especially with 2 points in queue in rapid fire for Mr. Rolls up until now. That's 45% attack speed for 7 seconds. If they end up getting into a fight, that's a lot of damage that could come out with that BF Sword and that Pickaxe from those auto attacks alone. Meanwhile, Impaler here on the top side of the map. Jungler's not really paying too much attention to this top lane so far, funnily enough.
No, they really haven't. In the bottom lane, though, Enraged's gone in.
Oh, actually jump away there from Mr. Rolls. Kasik popping his ultimate. That will block Enraged from moving any further, but not quite the damage to be finishing anything off on that front. And whilst they went for the aggression, losing a little bit of health on their way, no kills happening. Still was out 1-for-1, but the ultimate, of course, was brought out of Kasik.
So that's actually quite important, because if SK do get themselves into an aggressive position with that Glacial Fissure, they can be the ones to jump forward. But Enraged gets held in place by another good Dark Binding from Kasik. He's hit a lot of those skill shots this game, so all credit to him. But the enemy phase continues to extend. So we're getting to the point where we tend to see teams considering the Dragon. 13 minutes on the clock, Mr. Rolls and Kasik may be feeling a little confident at the lane. If they push it out, you know, towards SK's tower, that could allow Super Hot Crew to move into the back and maybe go for a Dragon. We'll see how they handle themselves in the next few minutes.
SK not able to finish off that pink ward there, and will actually end up losing their ward for their troubles. Did see Impaler coming down towards that bottom lane. Svenska actually there as well. I think Impaler's finally found that pink ward as Mima, and Freddy once again going to go head to head, and there's the ulti coming out. As we see there, Freddy now in all sorts of trouble, as if Bloodwell is going to get popped, but Mima decides not to go underneath the tower.
That was such great reaction from Mima. using the Dragon's Descent to cancel the Dark Flight meant Freddy couldn't get away. So Freddy does not have his flash available, and Mima with the Blade of the Rune King, in comparison to just the Cutlass and Chain Vest, means that he is now ahead, and he won that trade completely. Oh, that was confident from Selfie. Managed to miss that charm, unfortunately, since Jesus gets away with his life. Take a look on the side. Svenskeren, he may want to go in.
Oh, they're going to come in for this one. Charm actually going through. Selfie will actually flash away to the backside. He's going to get some damage back onto Svenskeren. Can Impaler get in there? There's a Cataclysm used. Impaler will pick up that kill, but Jesus going aggressive and surely will be able to finish. It's a satchel charge that does it. Almost takes Selfie with him as well. Another bouncing bomb comes through. The ultimate was used earlier, so nothing more. But it's a 1-for-1. Both junglers go down.
It is a near mirror of the very first kills that appeared on the map, just slightly further up the lane. That was actually very smart from SK, because they punished Selfie for his aggressive move. Because Selfie used the Spirit Rush, it just allowed Svenskeren and Jesus to stick to him and prevent him running away. So Jesus picks up his second kill of the game. He's got the Sorc Shoes completed, got the Athenes. So he's a full Sorcerer Shoes ahead of Selfie. Well, I take that back. Selfie's working towards the DFG, I believe, as his next item. Opted to go for the Athenes, which is probably the safer, smarter option in this scenario.
Let's see if once that DFG starts to get closer, whether he can actually build anything up and get some kills on the board. Currently 2 assists, obviously helping out Impaler with his 2 kills, only to see Impaler then go down and his opposite number in lane, being able to take those kills for himself. Is ahead though in farm, which is always a good thing on Selfie's front. Top lane farm is pretty even. If you look at the bottom lane more interestingly, I think as well, let's not forget Mr. Rolls had a healthier lead there. That's now been brought back towards a more level playing field.
So it's one of those things where at lower level, Candy Panda being melee was bullied and pushed around by Kasing, who's Morgana obviously with the long range dark bindings and auto attacks. But as SK's bottom lane has got levels, the kill threat has grown, and it looks like Mr. Rolls and Kasing are not looking to dominate or punish that lane quite as heavily. So we do see them pushing the wave out, but there's very little damage on that bottom lane tower actually. So Super Hot Crew happy to farm, but not necessarily looking to take the tower. And if they realize that Candy Panda and Rayton are gone, Super Hot Crew could go for Dragon.
Dragon at this point wondering why he's still alive and no one's really got involved onto him. That may change here though with the recall, as you see now the Super Hot Crew starting to move into position. The bottom lane, or at least AD carry, won't be there. Candy Panda went back, finished off his Trinity Force. We do see Dragon going low. Svenskeren's off to the side, but he's already backed away. Bouncy bomb! Ooh, that was really close, but the Super Hot Crew did manage to finish it off.
So they started Dragon and Impaler didn't have the smite available, but they do manage to actually get the one after the bouncing bomb closes. An advantage to Super Hot Crew, so they seem to be slightly ahead in the laning phase. Mima was bullying Freddy. We've seen Mr. Riles and Kasing bullying Candy Panda and Enrated, and Selfie has played aggressively against Jesus, but hasn't really completely come out ahead because of the fact that every time Impaler ganks, Jesus walks away with a kill. But it's all about the mid lane for both of these junglers. They've basically ignored both top and bottom.
Yep, may actually be roaming up towards that top side. Mr. Rolls now taking a lot of damage as well. That's a good dark binding onto Enrated, but gotta be scared of Candy Panda. That Trinity Force proving once again that it's a little bit too hot to handle. Mr. Rolls being forced to back away, as once again the blue buff's gonna be given over there. No real challenge out of enemy mid lane or jungle. Both sides of the map really when it comes to these blue buffs spawning in. So the farm continues, approaching that 20-minute mark. We have seen the first Dragon of the game go to the Super Hot Crew. Now finally we're going to see some roaming. Selfie is coming towards this bottom lane. There is Kasing trying to get in. Who are they going to go for? The charm actually missing, and the damage split across both AD carry and support, neither of which went down.
Don't land the skill shots, don't get the kills. So Selfie with the first roam of the game from that middle lane, unable to make anything happen. And this extended laning phase, while it has been very passive, is not... Oh, that's a cancel teleport as well. So they defend the tower, but of course, Mima's teleport's on cooldown now. And the one thing I want to highlight is that both of these teams scale fairly well. Mr. Rolls and Tristan is obviously going to have a slightly easier time in team fights than Corki will, thanks to the longer range and the buster shots. But once Maokai gets tanky, once Aatrox gets tanky, it's going to be a strong front line for both Jesus and Candy Panda to spam away damage. And the poke of Corki and Ziggs is very frustrating to deal with. So whoever can start to play this mid game slightly more strategically might be able to actually pull ahead. Super Hot Crew with a small lead for the time being, but here comes Svenskeren from behind.
Coming in from the side, that's a good binding from Kasing. Will that be enough to keep them safe on this front? There's a flash in, Svenskeren going aggressive on this one, all to use out Mr. Ross, but Kasing's going to go down, and it's Enrated that picks up the kill.
Very, very well played. They knew that Kasing did not have his soul shackles from the previous gank attempt. Flash had been used as well, and Svenskeren just punishes Super Hot Crew for basically failing their previous engage. So well played by them. Kill goes over to Enrated. And back to the lanes, back to the extended farming. You have to feel that unless a team groups for a tower, the next fight may only happen around the dragon.
And this has been a bit of a typical style, I think, from SK in particular. We've seen that they're quite happy to farm and farm and farm and rely on those later game decisions. Something that at the start of the split and at the end of the last split they were doing really well. Something in the last couple of weeks though that's fallen away from a little bit. The Super Hot Crew themselves, you've also seen them having leads going into the late game and making catastrophic mistakes which have then cost them. So some similarities maybe to be drawn from this match.
On the same token, SK Gaming have also been bullied in the very early game last week and the week before, where they've been quite honestly, you know, obliterated and removed from the game before the 20-minute mark.
Yep.
So SK are looking stronger in this game, despite the fact they have actually been behind in top and bottom. You know, Candy Pan has been bullied, he's still behind on CS. Freddy has been bullied, still behind on CS. It's not massive amounts, but you cannot deny the fact that Super Hot Crew has these marginal advantages, and here's Top going toe-to-toe once more.
Well, Freddy this time though feeling a little bit more confident with that Blade of the Rune King in there and the workings of his Sunfire Cape, and I don't think Mime wanted to go too heavy into that fight there, and we're now going to see Jarvan and Ari headed down towards his bottom lane. Awarding the Death Brush though will in fact spot Selfie coming out, and already see the SK backed away from danger.
So there was no vision for the Super Hot Crew in the top half of the map, which is why I think Impaler didn't go more aggressive, playing it safely, and he wasn't really trying to fight. It just looked like Freddy was going all in anticipation of the battle. So Impaler snuck himself into this bottom half of the map. Svenskeren's coming in from the side, and this could turn into a 3v3, but in the top, there goes Freddy and Mime.
Freddy and Mime going at it once again. Mime will use his ultimate. Freddy's ulti wasn't actually available there. And Mime using his Blade of the Rune King just to get that extra speed. Candy Panda actually landed a rocket onto Impaler, which Impaler then said, okay, I'm just going to leave this one, backed away, but Svenskeren has waited around this entire time. He's looking to get in there onto Kasing or Mr. Ralls. I have to feel Kasing probably the easier of the targets, but Impaler, after the recall, will come back down bottom as well. We could see a 3-on-3 fight break out.
So towers traded now. Both top lane towers are down. SK and Super Hot Crew's top laners are somewhat unlocked. Look at Mr. Ralls. We'll see if he's in trouble.
There's the damage coming in. Svenskeren going to go in. It's Kasing that they are trying to focus down. He's very, very low. TPs are going to come to the bottom lane as well. Svenskeren running around in circles here. And now he's the one in trouble as the bomb does come around. That may be enough just to save his life. All of a sudden, SK have 5 men in the bottom lane.
So with Dragon up and available, all of a sudden both teams are willing to commit a lot of resources. Charm does not connect. SK have peeled from the bottom lane and they are looking to go for Dragon. Look at ultimates. This is the key. There is no Soul Shackles for the Super Hot Crew, no Mega Inferno Bomb, nor Glacial Fissure. So in terms of actual fighting power, I believe Super Hot Crew have a slightly stronger situation. SK may agree and they're going to trade Tower for Dragon.
Not a bad trade-off here. The Super Hot Crew will be taking that Dragon down, but the mid turret does fall in favor of SK Gaming. See how that works out. Second Dragon in the game, and of course both of them on the Super Hot Crew side. Impaler actually on top of a pink ward. He needs to be a little careful. Use the flag and Dragon get back off into the Dragon pit just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out on that one. Actually didn't quite get the pink ward either. It's been a pain for him so far this game.
It really has been. Not the end of the world. Super Hot Crew may trade the towers. Oh, Candy Panda, he's got no mana.
He's got no mana, he can't do anything here. Mr. Otto is taking up the tower, and Candy Panda gets one. Will he get the second? No. Impaler was able to get out. They did get that kill onto Candy Panda. Freddy and Enrated then finally coming back around to save the turret. Mr. Ralls, I think, expected that Impaler was tanking that one up and didn't quite see it as he jumped in.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic of Mr. Ralls, really. Obviously, he didn't have his summoning heal either in that. thanks to the previous fight where he needed to use it and save a teammate. So Candy Panda gets his first kill of the game, manages to punish Mr. Rals. He's fallen slightly further behind in CS, and we see Sorcerer issues being picked up by Candy Panda. It's something you see on Corkies fairly regularly, thanks to the high amount of magic damage they deal. But again, it's just fights around the dragon for these teams. They have not really committed to rotations, dare I say it, as it is just been straight up head-to-head laning. And I feel with all of the teleports down, and I feel with the towers now falling slightly quicker, we may now see these teams starting to roam and move to the other lanes slightly quicker than we have been seeing.
You're very optimistic. Quick shot.
Gotta hope for the best.
Well, SK are at least stacking up 3 men here on the bottom side of the map, so looks like they're going to be trying to at least pressure that one. Would give them a 3-1 turret lead if they can actually finish this one off. They need to be careful though, because there are 3 men doing exactly the same for the Super Hot crew on that middle outer turret. And there we go, they force Mima back, and that will be turret number 3 for SK Gaming. Nicely done, quick execution on the tower kill.
So this has just been a straight up skills game, with both teams having standard lanes and waiting for junglers to really impact. Impale and Svenskeren have put all their focus in middle. Now, Mima's off on the side lane. He's blue buff rather. So he's away from the rest of the team. And SK are fairly well grouped. Here comes Mima for the fight.
Well, he's ulted in, and the rest of the Super Hot crew are focusing. Svenskeren off to the side. Mr. Rals here is going to take damage and actually has to jump away because Sing is low as well. This could be real bad news overall. The slow and the maybe stun could come onto Mr. Rals. Actually, Jezza splashes in. They actually land the satchel charge, and they're going to keep going. They have finished off Candy Panda, so Corki is down. Selfie is now running. There's no tower there. He's going to have to pull a sneaky one here if he's to escape from this. He may possibly still do it. There's the flash in from Svenskeren, and there surely is the kill. It's Svenskeren that picks it up, and in the end, a 3-for-1 for SK.
The front line of SK is so difficult to burn through. Super Hot crew started a fight and they were split up. Mima just dove into SK Gaming, but look at this, the rest of his team is half a screen away, and by the time Mr. Rals, Selfie, and Kassin move up, Mima's already forced low and on the full retreat. So Candy Panda Jez is completely untouched that fight, just allowed to put the damage down, and even with the buster shot, not hitting multiple targets, Mr. Rals, it just gets popped. So I think it was too quick for Mima. I think he should have waited for his team to get in a slightly better position. SK Gaming even out the gold despite being 2 dragons down, and they accelerate in terms of kills.
Throwing a lot at Svenskeren as he was walking into that fight as well. You have to feel that a beeline straight towards the rest of the team could have helped things out more for the Super Hot crew. But that's all in the past. We're sat now at 7-4 for SK in kills. However, the Super Hot crew still hold the gold lead. It is a minute one though, only about 200-300. 3-1 tower lead for SK Gaming. Dragon will be coming up again in 2 minutes time, and that, as it has been so far, will surely be the next melting pot of action in this game.
Look at Selfie's build. Death by Grasp, as well as that Void Staff completed, along with the Athenes of Holy Grail. So if he manages to catch out Freddy, Jesus, or Candy Panda, they don't have the highest amount of MR. And I think he can put a lot of damage down. But we've not seen Selfie land a lot of charms. You know, he's tried to use the Spirit Rush into Charm combo 2 or 3 times this game, and we've been left a little wanting. So we'll see how he handles himself. For the time being, Super Hot crew now playing defensively. They had Dragon control, but they haven't won the team fight that has followed. So that's definitely going to be promising for SK Gaming. You can see they're grouping themselves up and they want to siege this middle lane.
See that Freddy actually went for the rando into your first dark binding coming out, forcing the Valkyrie there from Candy Panda. Direction on it was good. But it's all about pressure here for SK Gaming, keeping that bottom and middle wave as far up the lane as they can with the impending Dragon. 43 seconds until that comes up. You see that Selfie still hanging around the side, so still looking for any kind of positioning or advantage, being able to catch anyone out, but that ward will spot where he is, and SK quite happy to put down as much pressure as they can onto the inner turret until the Dragon spawn.
So if Selfie's not at the tower, they're relying on the explosive shot from Mr. Rals to really clear out the waves. Selfie's got the only sort of safe wave clear, And now let's see, 2-on-1, can they get Freddy? Charm doesn't land, but they're still going for it.
Well, it is now going to push in from that one. Freddy is already low here and will get that Bloodwell pop. Question is, have they got enough damage? They will have enough damage. There is an easy charm. Selfie picks that one up, but what's it going to cost them here? They've left 3 men to defend the turret in the middle. And look at this, Impaler going to go aggressive. They've locked Svenskeren in underneath the turret, but is Svenskeren the tankiest man there on SK Gaming? And he will walk away with still half of his health intact.
Manages to get away cleanly. Impaler forced to flash out of the risk of dying. But you see how quickly Selfie blew Freddy up. Even without landing the charm for the bonus damage, the DFG and the lack of magic resist up until now, the Spectre's Cowl, melted Freddy's HP bar. It's all going to be on Selfie to pick off a target in his team fights from the sideline if Supa Crew want to get a commanding win.
The Dragon's going down. There's nothing that SK are going to be able to do about this one. And that will be another one for the Super Hot Crew. Those Dragon pickups really keeping them in this game. They're behind in kills, they're behind in turrets, but securing all 3 Dragons leaves them with a 2,500 gold lead with 30 minutes on the clock. And look down some of the other items here as well for Zazee, who, by the way, is at 401 with over 300 CS. Zhonya's Hourglass of Thieves, Void Staff, and has now got another blasting one, which I expect is going to come up as a Zhonya's, not as Zhonya's, as a Rabadon's death cap here shortly. Selfie, meanwhile, has taken down the second turret of the game for the Super Hot Crew. Freddy not feeling confident about getting too involved without his Bloodwell.
So you have to feel that it's now on Super Hot Crew to make the plays. They've been playing very passive for 30 minutes, and Impaler's put his focus in that mid lane. The few times that Selfie tried to roam, it got countered quite effectively. So that may have been where one of the big stall buttons came from for the Super Hot Crew. But as it stands, they've got some very big item thresholds. Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv for Mr. Raz against a Trinity Force Bloodthirster. So Candy Panda's got very good sustain, but he still needs to get in close. He still needs to get in to charm range from Selfie. And I think if Selfie catches him out, that's just going to be an instant team fight victory for the Super Hot Crew.
Well, SK starting to push up this middle lane once again. It's hard to say that Baron might be a priority here soon because this game has worked on a different time scale to, I think, to what we used to see in a very passive lane phase. Not all that much action in it. Both teams really focusing on getting farmed up as quickly as possible. And the numbers really reflecting that. Both mid laners above 300 CS. Top laners are approaching that point. AD carries aren't far off it either.
When do you ever see a top laner at 300 CS in 30 minutes in this day and age? It's very, very unusual because of the prevalence of sort of lane swaps and the inability to have this extended laning phase. On the same token, we talked about how both of these teams are in the middle of the pack. SK have been struggling for recent weeks as they're 0-4, and Super Hot Crew are very up and down. So when you've got a team that's inconsistent, one of the best things to do to prevent mistakes is just play safe. So again, I just think playoffs around the corner, it's an important match. Neither team wants to give up any objectives by making big mistakes. And Mr. Rolls, again, Lost Whisper picked up. This is going to help so much against the very tanky targets SK have put in front of him.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that front. We saw it in Alliance versus Fnatic as well, that neither team wanting to make any silly mistakes. This is interesting though. We see that Mima is actually behind SK right now, and he's going to be waiting in a position where SK have no vision. That's good damage towards Selfie though.
Now the last time Mima came in from the sideline, it didn't work out too great for Super Hot Crew. They split up, they can't defend the tower, and Mima is still not moving. But Selfie has backed off, so he's got full HP. If Mima engages from the side, if he can flank and get multiple targets, and then Impaler follows up with Cataclysm, it would work well. Didn't happen because SK strategically moved away already.
Yeah, they spotted Mima as well, who was behind them, and SK be happy with that quick move towards the turret, take it down and push straight up through the jungle on towards the top side. However, Impaler is now waiting in that brush off to the side. Selfie will be pushing out middle. Let's see if the Super Hot Crew feel like fighting for this one. Ziggs always going to be a problem. A 4-0-1-6 Ziggs with 350 CS. Even more of a problem, possibly a Selfie coming in from that side again. Mima now waiting. They are actually going to be going in onto this one. Candy Panda Valkyrie away from things, and they seem a little bit apprehensive. There they go. They're going to throw everything at Svenskeren. It doesn't go down. Is that a bad news here? Selfie off to the side. It's been kept out of lots of damage. Freddy will get his Bloodwell pop. Selfie now going to come back over once again. The charm came through, didn't actually land, and such a big, prolonged team fight, landing a 1-for-0 for the Super Hot crew.
So when Rated actually prevented that being worse, by throwing the Glacial Fissure down in the top, he made it so difficult for the rest of Super Hot crew to engage through that very powerful slow. They blew a lot trying to kill Svenskeren, and they had very little left for the rest of the fight. But Super Hot crew, they get the kill, they peel for mid lane tower.
Can they get it here? SK only have Corki there. He's going to have decent wave clear. And we see they're just pushing out Phosphorus Bomb. Freddy will actually TP in there as well. So SK being pushed away after losing the one man. Selfie still waiting. And that all-important time, I think this game more than any, the Dragon is coming up in 120.
And so important to note, because Freddy was forced to teleport to the mid tower to defend, he's not going to be able to jump into a Dragon fight if and when it breaks out. So Super Hot crew will have that information, and they should throw Mima into a side lane to try and make pressure elsewhere on the map. We'll see if they can play it that way, because Mima hasn't had the best of times split pushing for probably the last 10 or 12 minutes. Freddy has been more capable of dealing with him in those 1v1 duels.
Yeah, which was a problem earlier on for Freddy, but since the addition of that Blade of the Ruin King, his Randuin's now finished as well. They'll be just chunking lumps out of each other and able to both back away, I think, when the time calls for it. But Dragon gonna be the important one here. 35 minutes on the clock. Still, the Super Hot crew lead this one in gold. 3,000 almost by now. Dragon is the next important thing in this game, and the Super Hot crew already trying to make positional ground.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that because Selfie's got less angles to come in from the side to catch somebody out, it might be more difficult for him to get a full combo down. In the straight-up open areas, he hasn't landed most of the charms. And part of the reason they killed Svenskeren in the top is Selfie was hiding in the tree line. So we'll see how they play this out. Candy Panda's nowhere near, so SK do not want to fight yet. Candy's getting his own red.
I have to question as well whether a full combo, DFG and all, onto Svenskeren is really what they need to be doing. We'll find out here as that Dragon is going to be started off, finished quickly there for the Super Hot crew. SK couldn't do anything now. Mima's in the mid lane, so they can't even push straight up there.
With Mr. Rall's damage build, Infinity Edge, BF Sword, Last Whisper, Static Shift, he melted through that Dragon so quickly. And because Candy Panda wasn't with the team instantly, SK was so hesitant to start the fight. Super Hot crew extend their gold lead, but the problem is they'd have to deal with the Ziggs. So even though Super Hot crew seem to be in the lead, seem to be in control somewhat, it's so difficult to get towers down. It's so difficult to break through that very powerful wave clear of Ziggs and Corki. So if they don't get kills, it's, I don't want to say impossible, but it's unlikely to secure towers quickly.
Let's have a look down some more items then while we have another brief respite in this game. We see the Rabadon's Death Cap now.
It won't be too brief, James.
Well, possibly not. Dragon's up in about 4 minutes. That's when we've got. Rabadon's Death Cap is the next item here for Jesus. Obviously, on the other side, no Death Cap because of that DFG start for Selfie. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Actually, a lot of damage there onto Selfie now. Still couldn't quite finish off that tower. We're too afraid of getting involved. We do have Mima pushing the bottom lane. TP available for him. On the other side, Freddy has no teleport available. They've chosen to actually send Candy Panda down there, which, without the AD carry, Super Hot crew might actually fancy that 4v4, especially since Mima's got TP.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And on the same token, part of the reason is because Candy Panda is fairly far behind. Impaler, he's got it!
They got it, and Mima's coming around the back as well. They're alone for now, though. Here is Selfie trying to get in. He's going to go for Freddy, who's still got his Bloodwell available. Didn't even need it there in the end. He's burning from the Ignite, but will get away. But that's finally the opening on the turret that they need. Good damage back. Glacial Fissure, it's nothing there, sadly, for Enrated. And then Super Hot crew take a tower, back away, no kills.
One tower for almost, a whole bunch of ultimates, as well as a teleport, as well as Impaler's flash. Yes, Super Hot crew got the objective, but it took so long to get Freddy from 100 to 10%. They didn't even get his Bloodwell at the end of the day. So this is boding well for SK Gaming if they can pick a team fight and if they can have Candy Panda with them. But Super Hot crew, they need to get Selfie onto the right target. He blew everything on Freddy, and it wasn't enough.
And that's the funny thing about how this game has gone so far. And now, most games that we're used to seeing, you'd say not worth all of those ultimates, everything piled onto one man not to kill him. However, in this one, because he's been slower, because those turrets have been more difficult to take down, that One turret at this stage may be worth all of that. We'll see now, because SK are trying to get a bit of a hold on the super hot crew jungle, getting a few wards down by the red buff. Look at Kasik trying to cause a problem for them there. Impaler was around as well, and Selfie is now pushing this bottom lane out. There's no one to deal with him just yet. Freddy does have teleport and should be coming down there. Jesus is actually pushing out that top lane as well.
Yeah, there's actually 2 members of SK moving down towards the bottom half of the map. But it does look like town was already taken, so smart play there from Super Hard Crew. They send Selfie down. The wave clear from that orbit deception that we talked about. Higher AP ratio. He shoves waves very, very quickly. But in the same token, it's the inhibitor turrets that count. There are still 2 inner turrets standing for SK Gaming. They still have Ziggs to turtle and defend. So SK have made some positive moves, but it still feels relatively small in the grand scheme of things.
We're trying to catch Mimer out there, but he just hops away. Burnout running, not really a problem for him. Soral's defending as well. Impaler actually off to the side. Svenska going to phase check him, but I think they've learnt the lesson from throwing everything at Svenska in here. Impaler decided not to go through again. Selfie looking like he's going to head towards his bottom lane for somewhat of a split push. He needs to be careful though with everyone from SK except now Freddy, who's gone towards the top lane but does have the teleport available.
So there's 2 things that SK can try if they wanted to. Baron would be a possibility to peel and then fight, but it's actually Super Hot Crew that look like they're starting to engage. And they've got some good damage on Sven.
They've gone very, very deep here, but this could be bad news for them if they're not careful. Impaler will actually slide away. Freddy going on towards Mr. Raz. He's been slow, and Freddy doing a great job of it. Kasik gonna go low. They're focusing Mimer first of all, though. He will actually flash away. Black Shield comes in, or Dark Shield comes in. No, Black Shield, that's the name of it. Now it's up to Selfie to come around the back. Is there anyone available for the taking? He could kill pretty much every single one of them, I think, if he lands a full combo. However, SK, they're going to try and bait out Baron. They're going to try and take the Baron.
They know everybody from Super Hot Crew is low except Selfie. So you can see Mimer has already backed away. No teleport for him. Look at the rest of SK. They're on the Baron. Impaler is aware of it. But if he jumps in here, he may just get instantly blown up. Selfie looks like he's going on a long walk around. He's gone through the blue buff area of SK. Baron,
they can't do this.
It's only at half. It's going down so slowly. Super Hot Crew may have a chance.
Yeah, and Impaler actually throwing another flag in there. We'll see that one. Here comes Selfie from the side. He blows up Candy Panda. The Baron's still alive as well. SK not able to finish that one up. And Rated goes low. They're all diving in, but it's Mimer that's tanking them all. Mr. Rolls at the back as well. Has now flashed. Gets himself one. He's going to get a second onto Jesus as well. That's a double kill coming out. And just like that, SK lose 4. Freddy's going to get his blood well popped here eventually. He was trying to take out Impaler. There's enough damage though to finish him off. Can he take out Impaler in the end? No, he can't. See, 8 for nothing for the Super Hot Crew.
Super Hot Crew at 40 minutes. Wait for SK to take an eternity to deal damage to Baron. And it wasn't going down. SK just stuck around. You've seen how quickly Selfie can blow somebody up when he comes in and lands the skill shots. 20 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of split decision making here. Mimer was thinking inhibitor, rest of the team's thinking Baron. And that is a massive swing in control. SK with Baron and a 10k gold lead. It's now up to them to find more team fights. So look at Candy. Well, Charm didn't even connect and it wasn't even needed.
Nope.
Burn through summon and heal, burn through everything they had. And the most important thing is just SK Gaming stuck around. They were not blowing Baron up. And Super Hot Crew waited, what, 15 seconds at least? Maybe a little longer? Before they decided to move in and just cleaned up the house completely.
See here, once again, the push onto Impaler. Great binding. Pretty much last second, there was a lot of health to come back up and a good knock up. That Black Shield coming in and just too much damage. 4 versus 1 there. Super Hot Crew got the Baron. They're going to take a Dragon. And all of a sudden, it's 13,000 gold lead.
It's just bad decision making from SK.
See, because we got 43 minutes on the clock up until this point where both teams have played so careful, for me, it makes very little sense that SK would try and force it on that one, spend so much time on Baron, lose so much health. We've already seen time and time again that Selfie has not been with the rest of the team. He's flanked around almost every single time. He's been trying it this entire game to get in there. And if he gets it, he's managed to sneak all the way around the back, get the DFG off in a full combo almost, except the charm, onto the AD carry. I don't know, bad decision here from SK Gaming, and you have to feel that's the, you know, enough to tip the scales.
On the same token, SK may have had the opportunity to peel and get a target, but it was far too late. You know, Supa Crew played so passive, they didn't go into challenge for Baron, they didn't panic. And that slow approach may have thrown SK Gaming off. Now SK have to play a massive defensive game. Yes, they have all of this wave clear that I've pointed out multiple times, but the threat of getting caught by a Dark Binding or a Charm means that you are potentially just going to get blown up. And in a 5v4 scenario, hell, I think Supa Crew would dive. They are a team that plays aggressive. They are a team that plays a little bit fast and loose. Teleports up for Mima. So Selfie's pushing bottom. I expect Mima to push top. And they're going to try break that last inner turret in the top lane.
And this is what we heard from Selfie, I believe, last week when he said, you know, I love to play aggressive. I like to play a little bit risky sometimes. And I think Ari is the kind of champion where it can certainly work out for him if he's able to get in on the flank. Same time, if they lock him up while he's trying to flank and the rest of the team aren't there to give him any protection, it could be the opposite story. But that last fight there, not that it was really much of a fight, that last cleanup from the Supa Crew. Yep. Once the AD carry's gone, it's just a matter of time, especially when you have Ziggs who had 0 mana left once that fight started.
Very, very true. And you know, Selfie's most banned champion is Yasuo. He very seldom gets to play that. Yasuo is a very mobile, in-your-face assassin, much like Ari, so he's got the mindset and he's got the ability to play it. So, top inner turret, secured for Supa Crew. They're going 1-3-1 and they're extending their lead.
Now, and look at that graph as well. It's so close for half an hour there. And you see just the sharp drop that's gone down towards that 15,000 gold lead mark, which Supa Crew already have under their belt. Selfie continues to split push off. Candy Panda, oh, he's gonna get dove on. There is the kill. And that's what happens.
Well, Flash Charm. That was a great play. Supa Crew with a 5v4. They're on the inhibitor. They are tower diving.
Oh, they are tower diving here. Jez is going to be the target. There is the Cataclysm coming down. Jez's ultimate does really nothing to them. Jez is actually still alive in there somehow. And now Mr. R's going to join in. This is surely the cleanup crew. Freddy on top of them. Kasing actually falling pretty low. Jez does get that kill. And there is Freddy jumping out once his Bloodwell comes back up. Supa Crew not exactly getting kills there, but they don't care. They've won positioning on the first inhibitor turret and the inhibitor in the mid lane, and now they're going to take the second down bottom.
Super minions in 2 lanes, plus the ability to, you know, tower dive. Look at the damage. Mr. Rahl's untouched. He's still going in. I don't know if they want to finish it. They've got a few minions to play with, but this is very, very aggressive. Charm doesn't connect.
It doesn't matter. Selfie able to finish that one off, and Mr. Rahl's is just hammering away on the turret. See how much damage he does, and Selfie once again dives in to get the double. Can he get the triple here? He's going to move forward. No, he gets shut down by Jesus, but Mr. Rahl's has taken down the Nexus turret and will focus straight in on towards the Nexus itself. Jesus gonna try and hold him off here. Not sure if he's got the damage. Apparently he does. Impaler, Mr. Rahl's, Mima, all backing away. Candy Panda's gonna try and chase through. There is the Mega Inferno Bomb. Comes down and they do get the kill. 4 men are dead here for quite some time for the Supa Crew. Are SK gonna try and push it out?
They've got such a difficult time if they want to. With super minions in 2 lanes, it's gonna be next to impossible to deal with the minions as well as get multiple towers. Mima's still alive, so he can Dragon's Descent into the middle of the team and try wave clear, but it looks like Candy Panda and Jez's definitely pushing up through that middle lane. And I do take it back. When they were under the Nexus towers, I just watched the fights against Selfie. Did actually land the Charm onto Enrated and blew him up. Absolutely melted him. So super minions, plus Mima, plus Kasing to deal with. SK peel away from the mid lane.
Not able to go all the way there. I thought they were going to try and push back, but takes a while to push up that middle lane with those super minions coming down. Leaves us at 14-11 in kills. Shows us how action-packed, in terms of kills in these last few minutes at least. Let me put that disclaimer out there before I go and proclaim that this was a action-packed game. Certainly not the first half an hour, but it often escalates very, very quickly.
Well, the later you go, the more items you have, the easier it is to just clean house. Especially when you give Supa Crew the option to have positioning on you in the Baron pit. So SK Gaming, you just have to feel it's a matter of time before Supa Crew group up and push them down. And if Supa Crew do it fairly smart, they can wait for the super minions to get to the Nexus, which is exposed, and then simply keep them busy with a team fight. Allow the super minions to do the work. Looks like they may consider going for Baron. It will respawn in 50 seconds. and we just need to see how confident they are to finish the game. Selfie, 8-2-3, DFG, Hourglass, Voidstaff, and a Lichbane. His burst damage is through the roof right now.
We have seen, though, the Super Hot crew make mistakes where they've been ahead in games before.
You've got to make a monumental mistake.
You have?
This game.
But have they or have they not made those mistakes before?
No, they have. I do not disagree with you. However, they made those mistakes in what were fairly even games. You would have to make a plethora of catastrophic mistakes to give away a 17,000 gold lead with super minions in 2 lanes. I believe the term is very optimistic there, Joe.
Well, one can hope sometimes. I don't know. Selfie, he's the man that could make the mistake. That's what I'm trying to get at here. We've seen him trying the flank time and time again. Granted, it's worked most of the time for him here. However, if he gets killed off early, there's still hope for SK Gaming. I'm sticking to my guns on that front. Well, Baron is going down here, which makes that a lot harder to achieve, though.
Yeah, one of the things that SK's comp doesn't necessarily do too well, unless Svenskeren locks down Selfie and Jesus uses his full burst combo down, they actually don't have your traditional bursty mage or assassin in that comp. But again, if they do, they need to make sure that SK can immediately peel and deal with Mr. Rals. He is the man that's been winning the team fights previously. So, middle inhibitors respawn, bottom will be done in just a few seconds. Super Hot crew with Baron. Oh, Charm got Freddy. And there goes Selfie.
Yeah, DFG gonna be used there, but we see no... Well, didn't blow him up. That's what I was trying to get at. Freddy already a little bit tanky. We see he was struggling with the super minions earlier. Actually lost half of his health pretty much. Trying to keep that bottom lane pushed out. We need to be real careful about this one. We've seen already Selfie not scared to flash DFG Charm and just throw a full combo at whoever he likely catches from that one. They're going to try and get in there, finish off this inhibitor. Now with Mr. Rals moving in. There we go. They're going to go for Mr. Rals. Where's the damage coming from? Mr. Rals will actually Rocket jump away. Impaler's in the middle of them. I think the Super Hot crew are going to try and back off. Selfie almost being chunked down there. The Svenskeren gets bound up. Candy Panda, meanwhile, he's chasing Mima. They've held it off for now.
Oh, are you a believer, Joe? Can SK continue to defend? They managed to catch Super Hot crew when they were split up. Mima was not with the team, and Svenskeren used a flash engage onto Mr. Rals. But they didn't get the kill. Summoner Heal was used, as well as the Mikhail's Crucible, and Mr. Rals got a big chunk of hit points back, which allowed him to get away safely. But again, Super Hot crew have just got such a massive lead. As long as they group up, they should theoretically be able to win these team fights. And they didn't use any of their ultimates here. Selfie, once again, has Spirit Rush available, whereas Jesus does not have the Mega Inferno Bomb for a few more seconds. It will be up in 5 or 10.
So though, how fast, if things land, Selfie, Mr. Rals, the 2 key components of this team for the Super Hot crew. You see how fast they went down. Selfie can 100-0 pretty much anyone though, and there he is, he's going for Jez. Oh, he's pulled the Zhonya's, and now Selfie uses the Zhonya's of his own. Can he get away from it? A lot of damage coming on through. Will they keep chasing? Mr. Rals running unchecked on the top side and will actually jump away himself. Svenskeren surely going to fall. Selfie that gets that kill. Freddy having his Guardian Angel pot. Can they get any more from this one? Mima the next target as they try to hold them off. They force Corki to Valkyrie away. They're having to flash through as Freddy going to get his Bloodwell down, and that is Selfie to get the kill, and the Super Hot crew push through and pick up the win here over SK Gaming after 52.5 minutes.
0-5 for SK as we approach the second to last week in the split. Super Hot crew with a shaky mid-game managed to pull it back, and Stern looks there on Freddy's face. Not happy with that game.
Well, it's a 5-game losing streak now for SK Gaming at exactly the wrong time of the season. Exactly the wrong time to be on a losing streak here. Everything so close in that mid-table area. This is exactly the time where you need to be going even, picking up more wins than losses, and SK in bad shape.
I completely agree. They're stumbling down from finishing second in the spring split to being 5th or 6th. We'll do the math in just a moment, but it's not looking good for SK. For Super Hot crew on the other side, they had a strong laning phase. It went on for a long time, and they had a tiny advantage throughout most of it. They had fairly strong team fights. They closed the game out in the late game, you know, a little hairy at points, but they played it safe and they finished it. And Selfie again with a big performance. 10, 2, and 3 on Ari on 4.12 after the changes. You can argue just how good it was, but it was good. He got a lot of kills, he found the targets when it counted, and that's what matters.
And that now surely adds another champion to the must ban against selfie list.
Not sure if I'd say must ban.
No?
Must consider to ban. The reason I say that, if SK had been slightly more on point in terms of punishing the split push or whatever, you know, when Selfie was down in the bottom lane, Super Hot Crews picked a fight with SK in the mid lane, and then sort of went, oh, we're kind of losing this. This may not have been the smartest of choices. If SK had been proactive and punished, they could have come out ahead. But they didn't, so it didn't work out for them. But I do agree it was good. It has to be a consideration, but I do still feel Selfie is still strong on champions like Yasuo.
So for SK Gaming then, as I said, not peaking at the right time, troughing at the wrong time is probably the official way to say it.
It's now anyway.
It is now at least. What's going wrong for them? Is it a mindset thing? We heard from Freddy in the pre-game video. We've seen Freddy after the game there. They look real down at this point.
You have to think that is the primary concern. Because of the way they played in this matchup. In the laning phase, they felt slightly behind. Wasn't as bad as we've seen in previous weeks, but they didn't make super proactive plays. Didn't really look for team fights. Only once Super Crew jumped on them did they commit. And then the Baron call, that is a monumental mistake. They stuck around. It took a very long time to get Baron down. And instead of bailing out safely early or peeling for a fight, they waited for Selfie to get in position, waited for Selfie to go in, and then sort of went, actually, guys, we don't want to be here. So mindset, I definitely think, is a core problem. And they're going to have to talk to their sports psychologist to try and solve this problem. I mean, they have somebody on hand, and they need to make use of the resources.
It's funny how it works out, really. The only team, to my knowledge, that have that at their disposal, and they're the team that you would probably say in the league that are actually looking the most in need of that position. Either way, it's tough times for SK Gaming. Good times, though, for the Super Hot Crew, and we're going to send things over to Shox and Deficio, who are joined by the Super Hot Crew's AD carry, Mr. Rawls.
Thank you very much, and congratulations first off to Mr. Raleigh after that hard-fought win versus SK Gaming. Take me through the picks and bans. A lot of mid lane bans, and I think maybe surprising SK banning out a lot of things that I would assume they wanted to first pick. So how did you guys react to all those bans?
First of all, we planned to ban out Fizz ourselves. But then, yeah, we kind of prepared for blue side because we thought we were blue side. And then we realized that we were actually purple side into the game. So we kind of just did fast picks, and it was kind of random, and I think we got outpicked as well.
Well, you play Tristana. Lucian is now gone, 4.12. A lot of the European AD carries love to play him. For you, what does it change as an AD carry that he's gone now, and we have all these new AD carries coming up, and what is it Tristana brings?
I think currently Tristana is the safest pick. It's something you can pick very early, just like Lucian before you got disabled. I think Lucian is probably strong in mid lane right now, while I wouldn't really play him that much in bot lane because he's so long range, and he can be tough to play in laning phase because currently it's all about the long range AD carries, and yeah, it can be a tough time if you have to face against the Kog'Maw or Tristana.
Well, Tristana definitely is very long range at the end game approaches, but let's focus back on this game. You say the ban and pick phase was kind of random and unexpected for you guys, so how do you then work with those picks in the game? Because it took a long time, but then you guys kind of find your flow with those picks.
Yeah, well, this game was really hard for us because we got outpicked, and it was very hard for us to do anything because they have stronger team fights. Like, we had to flank them, and we had to go 1-3-1 to even be able to siege. So it was kind of random what we did.
So talking about flanking, let's just bring up the very first replay. Around the dragon here, it's actually you guys who start the fight against SK Gaming. You are 2,000 gold ahead at this point. And Maima is, of course, trying to flank around here, but just try and talk me through the fight. Because it's a bit weird for me with Impaler being in the mid lane, and yet you guys seem to engage. So let's just roll the clip here.
Yes, I think overall the engage was really, really good, but I think we overchased it a little bit. We could just have walked safe out there and got our own blue buff, and instead we just, got caught. And
did it surprise you Sventon came from the side? Like, it seemed like you guys were walking in, he approached, and everyone's like, oh, what are we doing here? And you tried to bind him, it missed, and he engaged on you?
Yeah, I was trying to get some basic off, and then suddenly Svensson just came into my head, and I just couldn't really do much and W'd out.
So lack of wards, a bit over-aggressive with the engage, or?
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, but we definitely need to improve our ward control.
Let's actually transition straight into the next replay where things go a lot better for you guys is when they're around Dragon. Let's pull that up on the screen because SK was trying to get that Baron, but you guys didn't let them.
Yeah, again, so SK, they set up the Baron here. A bit of a risky one because you guys are staying around, but you did lose a team fight where Selfie had gone down to bottom lane and there was an engage. He joined in very late. He still has ulti, has everything ready here. But SK started the Baron. The communication right here, who is actually making calls? And you guys, are you starting screaming, go in, or is it very, very calm?
Well, the communication was that we knew Corki wasn't in the Baron, so it would be very, very slow. And it would take a long time to do the Baron. And then Selfie was screaming that he was flanking them from behind.
All right, so let's just roll the clip at least so we can also see Selfie come in.
Yeah, so you can see Selfie come in and just get easy kill on Corki, and then we pretty much just clean up.
And it must be the worst feeling as an AD carry, knowing an Ahri can actually come in and just destroy you in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I don't like that Ahri is coming back, because I'll probably just get one-shotted again.
Well, yeah, the curse of AD carries. You are the target always for an Ahri. And
yeah.
This teamfight for me actually seems to be the issue for SK Gaming, because they seem to make the wrong decisions when it really matters here. I'm not sure if you agree, but you guys in the past used to make some wrong decisions in the late game, which could end up costing you the game. Is it anything you agree with? Is it anything you guys have worked on?
Yeah, I definitely agree with it. It's something Nick has been helping us a lot with, because we used to through a lot of games and make a lot of dumb decisions. But Impala have been watching a lot of OGN games, and he's been getting way better at this, calling our stuff.
Well, you're definitely focusing on improving, and with this win, you actually locked in your spot in the playoffs, which is a huge improvement from last split. So what is the mindset now? Now you have locked that place in, and there is a really real chance if you guys keep fighting that you can make it to Worlds. So how is the atmosphere going around that?
Well, the atmosphere is obviously really good, but we are still trying really hard to win the next couple of matches, because there is still a chance for the second place, I believe. It's going to be really hard, and it's probably not going to happen, but we have to improve a lot if we want to be able to win against Alliance or Fnatic to secure Worlds.
Well, don't think that way. I mean, you got to win here, and it was very impressive, so we'll see where that goes. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right, now we're going to send it back over to Joe and Quickshot for an update on the standings.
Thank you very much, guys. And with those 4 matches under our belt, here's where things currently stand in the European LCS. As you can see from the graphic, the following 4 teams have secured a spot in the playoffs. Alliance maintain control of their first place spot, while Fnatic have a comfortable hold on that second place as well. Millenium and the Super Hot crew have both punched their tickets to the playoffs and are also tied for 3rd with 13 wins.
In the rest of the table, SK Gaming and Rockat are tied for 5th. They are heavy favorites to round out the playoff spots, but even though the Wolves are in 7th, there is still technically a chance for them. Unfortunately, Gambit is the lowest ranked team in Europe. Their playoff dreams are no longer alive, but they could still hope to pass the Wolves for a better seed in the promotion tournament, or to spoil the dreams of their rivals if they take victories of Fnatic, force them to 3rd, for example.
And of course, on Friday, we'll bring you 4 more matches as teams continue to fight for those playoff spots, starting with the Super Hot crew taking on Gambit, and then SK Gaming face off against Rockat.
After that is Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic versus Millenium. After those matches, the EU Challenger Series begins as the veteran Ninjas in Pajamas. And of course, they take on Gamers 2, led by Ocelots.
And that's all happening on Friday at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is 9 a.m. Pacific. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the European Challenger Series semi-finals as H2K Gaming take on SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-3.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 10 of the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Yeah, Gambit, go!
Gambit, go Gambit, go Gambit.
Overpower does manage to use the Zonias, but he will get the kill onto Diamond. We see Genja going down, Rockat making all sorts of problems.
Losers have to dance! Please don't show that.
Follows straight in, gets straight on towards him. It's a great ultimate for Kevin. He just obliterates the Wolves there, and they were not expecting so much damage.
Nice. High five. All around, yes. Nice. Good job, team.
There's a Cataclysm, they're looking for Tab. He will flash away, and Cyanide is going to go down. Tab picks up that kill. There's another hook, this time on towards Project. Have they got the damage?
No pressure, but we do kind of have to win.
Mr. Oz at the back as well has now flashed, gets himself 1. He's going to get a second onto Jesus as well.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola.
I'm David Frick-Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going pretty well, man. Ready for these semifinals to start kicking off.
Yeah, beginning of the week, 4 semis in 4 days. Can you handle it? We can. Hopefully everyone's going to be okay. We're now in the Summer 2 semifinals. Today's featured matchup is the #1 seed H2K Gaming and the 5th seed SK Gaming Prime.
Yeah, H2K Gaming won it all in Summer 1, and they are still looking very strong here in Summer 2. They dominated GG Call Nash in their quarterfinal matchup, and they're once again the favorites here today. But SK Gaming Prime does have a shot at an upset thanks to their new addition in the jungle.
Exactly. So former jungler Broken Shard left the team to join Copenhagen Wolves in the LCS last week, but he was replaced by Kikis, who stepped up big time in the quarterfinals with a 9.0 KDA. However, SKP aren't the only team making changes, as H2K will be bringing in a former Fnatic and Supa Hot Crew support, We Will FLICKR, today to try to secure the wins.
Yeah, not only do the two teams have new additions in common, but they also share impressive records in Summer 1 and 2. H2K is 8-1, and SK Gaming Prime is 6-2. But both of SKP's losses came at the hands of H2K in the Summer 1 quarterfinals, which ended their run.
So we're going to see if they can get revenge here. So if SKP is going to do that, they're going to need Kikis to get AD carry Z's going like he did last week against Forever Zenzik. Kikis had a 20 KDA last week.
Yeah, and if they can repeat that performance today, SKP will end up with the better record and advance to the finals when it's all said and done.
And of course, here is the road to the finals has been set as teams have been cruising on. After sweeping their opponents in the quarterfinals, H2K and SK Prime are facing off in the first semifinal match of today. The winner will advance to the Summer 2 finals in Cologne, Germany in front of a live studio audience.
There's a ton of rematches here from Summer Series 1, and we will learn the second squad in the finals tomorrow when 2 more dominant teams go head-to-head for the second time. It's Ocelot's Gamers 2 and Alex Each's Ninjas in Pajamas.
And in the Challenger Series, whenever you win, you're going to get some points at the end of Summer 2. The teams with the 6 highest point totals will qualify for the playoffs. As of right now, 5 teams have already clinched a spot.
H2K Gaming, Ninjas in Pajamas, Gamers 2, SK Gaming Prime, and Loveland Shore have all secured their entry. Now they're aiming for higher seeds. Meanwhile, Playing Ducks and Unicorns of Love will face off in a tiebreaker match to determine who will have that 6th and final spot.
And the top 2 teams as well earn a first-round bye. H2K has actually already secured one of those. The other bye is actually going to go to tomorrow's winner between, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas and Gamers 2. So to keep up on all the Challenger action leading into the playoffs, head over to lolesports.com.
Under the Leagues and Tournaments tabs, you'll find schedules, scores, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS for the rest of the 2014 season.
So we're just about ready to go into Champ Select here. H2K Gaming, SK Gaming Prime running up in the lobby. As we talked about, H2K, they are definitely a favorite. Of course, they won last time around. They 2-0'd them in the quarterfinals back in Summer 1. And you got to figure this is still a team that's looking to keep playing strong.
Yeah, but here's a little caveat. Back on July 15th, about a week ago, they played each other in an outside tournament, and SK Gaming Prime came out 2-0 with some little unorthodox picks in the mid lane. We saw an Akali and a Xerath come out for them wins. That's kind of like last week where Xerath was just coming back and everybody's like, oh my god, maybe this week it's Zillion.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting great things here from the mid lane.
Yeah, I do want to see, what else What the Fox can kind of do here. He's been a really interesting player where he seems to have a very varied pool and varied styles of champions. But we want to talk about some of the other important players here as well. Talked about a little bit in the pregame. SKP's AD carry Z's 9.29 KDA, right? Great scoreline overall. Really great AD carry.
Yeah, and the 20 KDA in the last game that they played, he's usually the person that carries the game. And back in the day, Z's Was Alive was the name of the team named after him for very good reason. He hardly ever dies, and when he does, it spells disaster for the team. So there's a lot of focus that can be put on him, especially with the hyper carry meta.
Actually, interesting stat. In every game that SKP has lost, Z's has died.
That's true.
Yeah.
No longer alive.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a team where that wasn't the case.
No.
But still true in this case. Other guy for H2K, I want to talk about their jungler, Trashy there. He's been pretty big, 8-2 and 24 overall, but he's up against the new jungler for SK Prime and Kikis.
Yeah, and if you've been watching Challenger Series at all, both these guys' names will ring a bell. H2K Trashy is a phenomenal player. He's a very force-oriented jungler, very early game. He forces things. He just tries to make objectives happen, try to make kills happen very early on, and he'd be punished for them. Because Kikis, on the other hand, capitalizes on people's mistakes. Trashy forces a lot of things, and they can be mistakes, but they usually come out on top with superior laning and skill off the back of it. So if Kikis is in the right place at the right time and takes advantage of Trashy's playstyle, it could be the way in for SKP.
Yeah, and that is actually kind of the interesting test for a team like H2K is throughout the entire history of that team, and you mentioned the fact that these forces work because their lanes are stronger. When you make a team where your like #1 strength is we're just better than our opponents individually, you develop a lot of habits where you expect lanes to win. And the farther you go on to a tournament and the tougher teams you face, the less likely that is, and forcing things can get capitalized, as you talked about. So if SKP can stand the test of individual player skill, I think they can actually definitely catch some of these, I guess, overstepping of bounds in this game.
Yeah, because H2K has that lineup where it's like, oh, we got Ojwamna, we got Fabevin, we got a ton of veterans from Challenger Series 1 and from Spring who made it all the way on Cloud9 Eclipse to the finals and almost had an LCS spot here for a lot of these guys. But I do want to bring it back to somebody who was in the LCS with WeWillFLICKR replacing AOD today. Now, WeWillFLICKR's coming on, and when he was on the Supa Hot Crew, he wasn't a huge force to be reckoned with. Is he going to be one of those people that you transfer into the challenger scene? He's just a god, and he's going to make his way back to the LCS.
Sure, and you got to kind of assume that happens to a certain extent. This is a team that unfortunately failed their promotion tournament last time around, so you figure, you know, the teams that are in the LCS definitely extremely strong, and we're going to see what he can do. The random stat for WeWillFLICKR was 5-5 with Supa Hot Crew, a team that has gone 8-5 since switching to Kasing. So there was arguably a slight upgrade when they dropped him, but we'll have to see, though, what kind of synergy he makes here. We see a lot of teams actually continue to churn through supports to find the right mix for their bot lane.
Yeah, there's a lot of priority on just making the AD carry shine instead of replacing the AD carry. People are like, let's just swap out the support. Let's just get some new tires on that baby and see if it'll just run better. So that's kind of the whole mentality going into this, because there are all-star AD carries all throughout the LCS, and then you're kind of like, all right, 10th best AD carry, still a damn good player.
Yeah.
Like you got Hjarnan, you got Zazee, these people, they carry games regularly, solo queue all the way to Challenger.
Yeah.
And it's like, get him inside of a team and you're like, all right, how does our synergy work with a support? Is that support going to be as aggressive as me? Is he going to cover my weak spots? Is he going to play safe so that I can play aggressive? You know, it's just back and forth. How do you work with that one person in your lane?
Absolutely. We're going to have to see what these guys can do with their team comps, though. Lee Sin, Xerath, Syndra, all removed away from SK Prime, Kassadin, Orianna, and Aurelia away from H2K, and that means Gragas going to be grabbed right away from Ojwamna in the top lane, though interestingly, Lulu's still up. And we see interesting sort of champion priorities based on regions. For example, we had the SKT versus Samsung White matchup where Lulu was first picked 3 out of the 4 games. And spoiler alert, it was a couple days ago, hopefully that counts for you guys. But it's interesting to see which ones are and aren't very important based on the team.
Yeah, and the regions do have a lot to say about that, like you said. People are like, all right, we're going to pick Lulu first, because even if you get behind in lane, you're still a force to be reckoned with in team fights.
Right.
Gragas gets behind, it's kind of like, okay, your whole lane bully gimmick is done.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really do or contribute as much as a Lulu does when he shows up.
Right, and I'm also pretty underwhelmed with the tank Gragas builds we're seeing. I feel like the Lich Bane first build is the optimal build there, but I'll have to see what kind of Gragas we get from Ojwamna here. Looks like we're going to have Braum and the Jarvan picked up there for Kickass. And interestingly, we've seen a really big departure from the old top 3 really recently. We had the SHC versus SK matchup just a couple minutes ago. And you had champions like Lee Sin, Elise, Evelynn all up, and these guys are saying, no, we actually really want the Jarvan as the new top dog jungler.
Yeah, he's really good at forcing things, forcing flashes on ganks very early, making a repeat gank that's hard to get out of. His cooldown's very low. Yeah. And also, he's unlike an Elise, where if you miss the cocoon, if you EQ in, you're still next to the person. You're still going to get some damage off, and you're going to be able to slow them and possibly force a flash that way.
Yeah, and actually, there's so many fun tricks you can do with him as well. I like the flash shield. Just for the slow, you're like, I flash red buff you, and it's like, I'll EQ once you flash.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like there's a lot of really cool combos for the really good Jarvans out there. So we'll see what else these guys can do with their team comp. Yasuo is still available in case it's going to be up there. 2 knockups already in the team. Trashy going to grab Rengar right off the bat, though, and Thresh coming out for WeWillFLICKR. So H2K not rushing a mid lane pick or an AD carry here. It's very interesting that they're basically trading, equal lane picks.
Yeah, they're kind of going parity with each other, just back and forth. And another thing on the Jarvan point from Kickass, though, is that the 2 times we have seen Trashy so far in this series, he's played Jarvan. So taking that away from him and putting it on you as a very early priority forces him onto Rengar for this. Yeah. And it does kind of fit Trashy's style, and you can't really invade a Rengar. If you go to his bushes, he can buy so much time. He can just play you very easily. so you can't really invade, and it's not going to play into Kikis' hands in terms of invasions.
That could be all kinds of interesting then, yeah. So WTFox going to lock in the Rise for his team right here. Have to see if that goes mid or top lane with these ones, but also the Ezreal coming through for Z's, and then right off the bat a Kog'Maw. So again, very strange, no AD carries banned away, but Ezreal ends up being the first one grabbed up.
Yeah, the Ezreal pick, it's a little strange. We've seen some of it from Vasily in North America. He hasn't really made a huge resurgence, but I guess 4.12, now you can E into your
E into the W.
So now you're good. Give yourself a little bit more attack speed. I don't actually think that's the reason. I just think he thinks he's the premier lane bully now that Lucian is gone, for at least he's disabled right now. Kog'Maw is going to be the pickup there. And I actually love the Twisted Fate being locked in because I thought that's what SK Gaming was going to pick. And you take that away, you take that option away from them. So I think that's a top lane rise for Smitty because he's played it before and it doesn't sound like a WTFox champion.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but I mean, we'll see. This guy plays, I mean, he played Akali a couple weeks ago. I wouldn't consider Akali the standard champion either. So, I mean, I know he plays it, so I guess you could say, oh, it's in his pool, whatever. But you can always be surprised, right? That's always the thing I look at in this one. I never like to be completely sure of it, but I think you're right. That's the most likely situation. Have to see what else gets picked up. The Syndra, the Xerath banned away anyway, so he doesn't get as many of those burst mages if he wants them. H2K basically are really well set up to just protect Hjarnan. They've got so many ways to make plays early on, thresh Rengar ganks, and then get whatever they want the rest of the way. And will that be Riven? It is Riven. So Smitty, his top play champion solo queue is Riven.
And they just had to make one swap there. Yep. They basically picked an order aside from that. Got Smitty a matchup in the top lane between Riven and Gragas. Now that's a matchup that we don't see very often.
Basically
at all.
Never.
At all. You never see that matchup.
No.
I mean, if they swap Riven over to jungle, I'll be like, he's taking lessons from Shook. But I
top Jarvan also not a matchup we see much.
I know, I don't think so. It's a very strange matchup there because Gragas usually has an edge in it, but Riven's very aggressive early on.
Yeah, the cool thing about Riven here is, so yeah, she can dance around his cooldowns pretty easily. Gragas can't get away in any meaningful capacity. Also, Riven can dodge the barrels, right? It's actually very easy to time their damage as well, so her shield is likely to actually block damage every single time. And then again, she's also pretty much immune to movement speed slows, because pretty much all of her mobility is based on her actual active effects, not so much walking around back and forth. So I can really see why Riven would work well here. And you got to consider Smitty, again, a big Riven main, because Gragas has caught on so heavily in League of Legends. You know he's gotten plenty of time to practice the matchup, and I trust he's completely confident this is the matchup that works for him.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of experience in solo queue with that.
Right. So you got to come in with trust. Now, we've seen, actually, for what it's worth, counterpicks fail.
Yeah.
We saw, for example, Evil Geniuses were convinced that Aurelia would beat this Nidalee as a counterpick back in NALCS last week. That one actually was turned around on them. It didn't work against Dignitas, but maybe it'll get corrected here, and the Riven matchup's actually very good against Gragas.
But the matchup in the mid lane of the TF versus Rise, and WTFox actually taking Cleanse too. So you can get a little bit of a counter there. I actually like that, because if he gets ganked by Trashy, you can cleanse out of the Bola. You can go ahead and make it so that the next CC is reduced as well. So there's a lot of good things in that Summoner spell for WTFox. Of course, he's not going to have the teleport for the global Rise pressure, which is something that a lot of people go for, but he's in mid lane. So he's a little centralized and closer to where you would normally be as Rise.
Yeah, and one thing I actually really do like, especially about the fact that he's running Cleanse, is the cooldown is so much shorter than on Flash by a couple of minutes here. And so he can kind of get ganked once, burn Cleanse, get ganked again, burn Flash, and by the time the third gank comes in, he's got Cleanse back. Yeah. So I feel like it's actually really hard to set Rise down there, and TF is such a low pressure laner otherwise. I think WTFox could be very well set up for farming for quite a while. Smitty uses dash, put a ward down to watch invades. They see H2K now. Flag toss comes down. And we have pretty similar invades right here. Both teams know that the other team got wards on their own red buff.
So they have that knowledge of one another. I was thinking about the Ezreal pick more. It is going to work out in terms of getting ganked by a Rengar. If you have a lot of mobility in his kit, he can get away from those, and the fact that Lucian wasn't available, I'm pretty sure that would have been his higher priority, because he has played Lucian 3 out of the 4 times we've seen him this series, and he just likes those lane bully champions and tries to dominate the mid game. Another thing here is I want to talk about both the team comps, because SKP has more of team fighting.
Ooh, we will fail her. We will fail her. Walks right into it. Does not get a Q out for a really long time. Zaitan just waited. That was the easiest bite in the world. That would have been a stun, and he just didn't cast it.
It's going to be one of his potions there. He's actually going to be in pretty good shape considering he wasn't the AD carry, so he's not going to be as zoned. He's going to try to use his charges of his Relic Shield as fast as possible for a little bit more HP. And now he's all good.
And we're seeing the teams just push down minions as fast as possible, trying to get themselves the level 2. Looks like we have a small lead to SK Prime there, and you're seeing actually Mystic shots are coming through and dealing a bit of damage as well. You can see another one just tagging We Will Fail It there.
Very aggressive bottom lane, rushing for that level 2, and whoever gets it first will have a big advantage in this lane.
Look how much mana Zazee is using just to try to push the minions in. They're trying so aggressively on both sides, but
one more.
It's real close. There's level 2. Does he go for Arcane Shift? He does have it. There's the Q on in. The big damage. Real Failure forced to flash away. Ignite is on. Ooh, first in the Summoner heal. 1 minion away from level 2. But SKP got the engage.
Gets a flash and a Summoner heal there. All the mana used from Z's comes up really big there because he gets Summoner spells in return.
2 Summoners for 1 right there. It's going to be the Threshold. He forced a recall back. Picked up some extra wards for himself. So there won't be easy ganks for Kikis down there, but it does mean Cog's stuck in a 1v2.
Kikis, he's going for the invade here, trying to use the power of Jarvan in the early game. They know where he is though, and for Bevan.
That's just good smart play by H2K. They have the ward in the right spot, knowing Jarvan started topside because of their ward coverage. They saw him down in this. They knew he'd be on the southern side of the map around 3 minutes, and they got their trinket ward already set up to watch the gank path. Just, it's not flashy, but it's exactly the right play by H2K. That's one of the really good things about an early ward is it just lets you ward properly at 3 minutes.
Oh man, this top lane, back and forth. The fighting, long sword, 3 potions for Smitty. Making sure he has that early sustain. Odwamna, the built-in sustain, the 4% maximum HP every 8 seconds.
Yeah. The difficulty though is Odwamna still has a potion, whereas Smitty is out of pots right now, so he's gonna be.
But he's got Kikis. Stuck up there.
Maybe. Odwamna has flash though. I feel like it should be, with very few exceptions, easy to get away from a flag toss combo. Stun comes in there, tries to bait in the all-in, but doesn't do it. Odwamna, too smart to get baited into that fight.
Trashy is on the top side of the map though, saving his ferocity, so he's looking for a gank soon. No, he's just gonna go for the clear. Nope, actually no, he is looking for the gank. There we go. Saving the Frosty, holding on to it.
Yep.
Walking around.
Trashy gonna make his way towards the mid lane. Has a nice pink ward right there.
Oh, does he see? Nope, he's not seen by the ward.
Gets away from the trinket ward in the mid lane. Another trinket to watch Jarvan's jungle route, and he takes the long way around to get to the top lane. Smitty does not know about this whatsoever. The Jarvan just left. Odwamna starting the fight now. Here comes Trashy. Now, can they flash the Bola? Flashes early. The flash Bola is going to land, and first blood goes into Odwamna.
There's a minion right there too. The flash Bola, huge luck, I would say, off the back of that. The minion is right in front of him.
Absolutely perfect there, and H2K get first blood for themselves. Top is going to push out. Hook's going to land on Aziz. Not a happy place to be in, but Zaitan going to go ahead and say, hey, this shield's going to block your damage. They'll stay okay.
A little bit of a turnaround here in the bottom lane in terms of aggression. FLICKR going back, but staying safe. Hopefully throwing him a lantern. There we go.
All right, and life is still okay. A 5 CS lead in this bot lane. Summoners coming back up fairly soon. You're seeing them about 3/4 of the way back up there in the bot lane. Watch Peppervin, last 100 turrets. Not too difficult for TF. Gonna do okay in this one. So yeah, bot lane holding fairly close to equal. We're seeing him trade blows a lot more. Now Slona Hjarn then. There we go, good lantern. We will feel like keeping him safe, but they still going for this one. Actually, one shot from the stun. Ignite came back up. Hjarn has a flash, but he might be burning down. Yes, it is the kill picked up by Zaitan. Z's gets away just safely. Actually disengages early to not get caught by Kog'Maw. Beautiful.
Fabivin has the ultimate, but just looking for the pink ward. Cover his route when he goes down bottom next time. I actually wanted to talk about that. The team comp from H2K is more pick-oriented than anything else. They have the Rengar, who's actually camping top right now and trying to shut down this Riven, because he has been giving Odwamna a hard time in the top lane. Just look at the CS. He's 10 behind this early on in this matchup, and he's going for the Rod of Ages route. If Odwamna can get to that item faster, his ramp up, he hits his power spike sooner, a lot sooner, because it's time-oriented as opposed to goal-oriented.
Also worth
wants it early.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's going to be all kinds of scary pretty soon. It's also worth pointing out, you mentioned the minion deficit. Part of the reason there is the fact that he walked back to lane where Smitty teleported back in. So Odwamna has about 3 minutes of teleport advantage if these guys want to go for Dragon by about the 9.5 minute mark there. And I want to see if H2K actually uses that, or if Odwamna kept his TP up for no reason.
He does have an advantage here over Smitty in terms of life, so Smitty doesn't want to risk it and move forward.
And here's the real test as well, is Riven does not have very good fallback patterns. Yeah. Once she's behind, you can generally just keep bullying her and life is really difficult. And so it's basically, how much does H2K bully? Does Kikis risk ganking a losing lane? And risk getting counter gank and getting even farther behind? Or does it become an island where Odwamna is really risk averse, but so is Kikis?
Whoever ganks top next. There's the ultimates here from Odwamna. Ooh,
wow, the dodge is
trying to turn around.
He's going to want this one. Slow comes in, can't chase any farther. Febiven pops the ulti anyway. Gold card hits. Wild cards follow the dash. The shield comes up in time. Febiven, one more attack. The stack deck comes in. He gets the kill. Nice use of the ghost. And there you go. Assist goes top lane.
Camping Smitty in the top lane. No advantage taken from that because it's the top laner. The jungler just goes mid, so you can't get a dragon off of this play.
Wow, but it was just such beautiful play overall, though. He ghosted to get into range in the first place, Febiven right there, and used all his summoners, but hey, got another kill for his team. Still a minute on Smitty's cooldown for teleport, which means a full another wave or so just crashes into this turret and gets denied. Very bad for the SKP top lane.
Yeah, no, Odwamna actually gets a CS advantage through all of that. The fact that there was no TP, Smitty has to walk back. He's going to miss even more.
There's a second wave crashing in right now. It got cleared out. And Riven realized, yep, can't go for double golems, got to go to my turret. And so we have a 900 gold lead now for H2K. Let's see what else we can get right here. The bottom lane is working for Zazee here. Didn't even need Kikis to do it. Just the fact that he went for the Ezreal pick has worked out. It doesn't mean anything in minions, but the kill gold still does mean quite a bit.
Yep. Visit to the bottom lane by Kikis, standing on a pink ward, trying to get the lane gank. He knows there's no flash, and he has Cataclysm, so if he can get Yarn in, and we will fail in the same one, it'll be tough, though. Because
Flash
he's always
Lantern.
lanterned out. Exactly. Yeah. He will blow a summoner spell, though.
He's getting pretty close to in range. Zaitan has ulti as well. There's ways to even counteract the Lantern if you can knock him up in time. I'm surprised Yarn hasn't... Okay, there...
Oh, he's getting both.
The wheel failure. Yep. There's the flash wave, there's the Lantern, and there we go.
Yep.
Exactly as we expected.
Yep.
There you go. I was actually surprised, though, that Hjarnan didn't just say, hey, you know what? Let's just ult in front of that brush. Maybe he's there. I don't know how often you should check as Kog'Maw. Like, you can doing that, but
yeah, that's...
I feel like once a wave, like, I would check.
That's the thing. Smitty versus Odwamna. Again, we've seen this before.
Ulti pops in by Riven, just immediately explosive cast says, get away from me. I don't want your wind slash. Oh, body slam, dodges away. But Odwamna has plenty of mana right now, so whiffing spells doesn't really matter to him.
Now, also, when he has a level up, he'll just get a huge burst of life.
Mm-hmm.
Catalyst is going to help him out a bunch on top of his happy hour. Smitty. Oh.
Drinks, but of course you just can't chase Riven down. Smitty, very hard to chase without some kind of jungle or mid lane intervention, but Odwamna can keep pushing up to his turret. Kikis can keep maybe looking for a gank, and in fact, his ward coverage is good enough. The wards are... Oh! He tossed the flag too short. He didn't get over the wall.
Is he going to try to Q to the same one again?
Whee! Yeah.
Yeah.
But now he's out of mana. He can't gank anymore.
Yep.
That is very unfortunate.
A little too close.
A little too close. I do, however, I was talking about the ward coverage of SK Prime. The wards are far enough down in the river that they'll spot a Rengar stealth. He can still lane gank, and that is extremely hard to ward against. But I also don't know if they really want to keep camping this top lane. Trash is going to look for the mid lane instead.
Bevan.
What the Fox sees it. Rune Prison. Gold card does not get locked up until he gets to flash out. Bevan didn't want to betray the gank, but he was too slow to help.
He pops his ghost, but of course, it's the flash cleanse, the cleanse flash actually that got him out of that, so What the Fox was fine. There is an ultimate available for Febiven though. So he can get his roam on pretty easily.
And so far he's been 1 for 1 on his ulti ganks. They have turned into kills every single time. There is an aggressive ward deep in the lane that will spot which way Febiven tries to roam.
Yeah, you would go top on this one because you want Odwamna to back and get that Rod of Ages.
The ulti looks for Smitty. Flash forced. Ulti for Flash. And again, no teleport for Riven once again. Odwamna has not TP'd yet this game that I can recall. And he still has that if they want to get Dragon. If they can finally get a lead bot lane, that would be a Dragon for H2K.
SKP is actually going to go straight for this Dragon, though. Kick us in the vicinity. Trashy hit back, so there's no smite around. And no TF ulti to close this distance.
Wheelfiller tosses out a hook, not going to mean very much. And SKP, very clean pickup Dragon for themselves. Kickus didn't even have smite up. They just realized everyone was gone. So beautiful stuff there. SK Prime back within 400 gold here. Their bot lane is winning. They've turned that into a Dragon.
And the item buys, too, are actually pretty big in that. The Phage versus the Doran's Blade and Boots. For Bevan, he's going to go roam right over a pink ward.
He's going to know it's there, but he really wants his kill onto Riven. Smitty should be able to easily back up in this one, though. And he sees... Yep. He didn't kill the ward.
Nope. Blue's too important.
Okay, that's understandable. Ganking top was one of them. Blue buff was one of them. And now getting back in a million for the minions is one of them. Feviven going to get knocked up into the air. There, watch the box. Oh, good flash by Feviven, getting away from Rise. But it's a flash for an ulti, just like last time.
Yep, that's definitely worth it in Jarvan's case, for sure. The cooldowns are, of course, much lower, just like Twisted Fate's ultimate. Next time you gank the same person, not going to have the flash.
That's the difficulty, actually, is we're not even seeing that so much. Jarvan has not been back to bot lane, and Wewolf flash is basically back up right now. And in fact, Yarnet has all his summoners now as well. So Kickus, we said he was an opportunist, much more than a forcer, but I feel like he's almost not forcing enough.
And Trashy's doing the opposite of his style, too. He's just trying to get these ganks off. They're kind of later, though.
Oh, the Pola misses. What the fuck sidesteps. It almost locks him up in turret range as well. Trashy took one turret shot. That's going to be Feviven backing off. No summoners lost for What the fuck, but plenty of damage dealt. Oh, Dwalman actually having a much harder time with this matchup there. Smitty, despite dying twice in the lane, is finding ways to beat up Dwalman. No, he does not.
He doesn't.
No.
Nope. He just had it, the icon still lit up.
Should change that. It's really confusing when you see it still green. Like, wait a second. Yeah, Odwamna would have been like running for dear life with a flash if that was still up. I trust he knew that was down. Smitty knew it was down. All is well. Blue buff goes to What the Fox. These buffs have not been contested. Both teams have been very secure in their objective control on their own sides.
Yeah, it's the junglers. The junglers have not been overly aggressive or aggressive at all. I haven't really seen an invade for the most part because both these junglers would take advantage of the positioning, and they both have really good follow-up mid laners. So invading is kind of a no-no. And then all of the ganks they're trying are usually falling flat. Most of the ganks we're seeing, at least from H2K's side, are successful ones from the mid lane. There was one from Trashy in the top. But aside from that, they aren't really playing to their styles right now. It's kind of H2K is playing a little safer, which kind of makes Kickus not play his capitalization style.
And that's kind of the weird thing with H2K, though, is they had crushed the top lane so much early on. And again, props to Smitty for turning this lane around despite giving up 2 kills.
Nope, nothing in there.
Kind of.
Nothing to sweep in that bush.
Those are such common pink ward brushes, too. But yeah, but the thing is, I'm very surprised that H2K haven't made moves on the top side of the map more often, because Odwamna was ostensibly winning that matchup, because Smitty had to play defensive for so long, because Gragas could keep shoving the lane in, but they never went for a red buff invade, they never went for moves over there. And it's just surprising to me.
Yeah. Like, a lot of the jungle movement's been very stiff, very just reserved on our sides. Nobody's going on to the other side. Kickus just took a Wraith, and that's about the most action we've seen from the junglers.
Again, damage and Wheel for the half HP. Zaitan gonna get hooked in, goes through a box. Well, no, has to flash away from that one. Burns an Ignite for it, though. Finally, the pink ward defensively in the bot lane goes down.
Go top. The 3-man gank on Smitty.
Smitty gonna get rooted up in place. Slows come down as well. Lands the 2-man stun, but he's gonna go anywhere. He's Trashy as well, and Odwamna finds another kill.
But down bottom, it's the return gank.
And Hjarnen's got almost nowhere to go. The Lantern a little bit far ahead of him. Not quite in range for that one, and it's gonna be the kill picked up again securely, so cross-map moves frequently now.
Oh, Watafox, he's going for We Will Fail It right now. He's got the flash.
Rune Prison bounces in, and there we go. Nice solo kill.
And everybody on SKP's side is on this bottom turret. Meanwhile, H2K, they're just going to go top.
And that's going to be 2 turrets taken for that one. SKP actually didn't get a single turret yet. Looks like they'll get it on this wave here, but really, even though you're getting more kills on SKP's side, you're getting more gold and more map pressure from H2K.
Yeah, the gold is just a little bit ahead. because they did get one extra kill on SKP's side, H2K's extra turret.
Yeah.
So it's pretty close. But, man, Smitty is pretty shut down in that top lane. They're shutting down his most played Riven. It's actually the easiest person to take advantage of, too. They've been playing that one pretty well.
Yeah, they have. I'm just still impressed that Smitty has looked pretty good at the one-on-ones anyway.
Yeah.
That's the really impressive thing to me is you know, how far down do you have to keep Smitty to make him not crush Odwamna? Because it was looking decent when he was 0-2. What if he doesn't get camped? Like, how bad is his matchup? He's down 1,300 gold, and it doesn't... Last time we checked, it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that way. He just pushed Odwamna out of lane when we saw him before. Yeah. And then Odwamna needed the help. But it does, like I said at the start of the game, though, Gragas is one of those champions that if he gets put behind, he feels like he's behind. He's not one of those comeback kings.
Yeah. But he's not behind. He is
oh, yeah.
Plenty scary there.
They set him up for a reason.
And look how big Febiven is as well. Athene's Zonia's both already done at 18 minutes. Is an incredibly fast clip right here.
This mid lane turret being sieged down. Dragon is up in 8 seconds. And that's the next move for SKP. They have TP in the top lane.
Both of them do, and so you got to watch this matchup between Odwamna and Smitty right here. Ward comes down, and looks like SKP sweep that away, and there they go for the Dragon attempt. Looks like we do have Trashy around. He could flash over, take a lantern out if he wants to go for the steal. There's the ward. Too low on health. Picked up by Rise. Ulti comes in, and this is going to be the chase in. Zaitan Aziz trying for it. TP comes in for Odwamna on top of the enemy team, and he is going to be right there. Here's the rest of the team. Trashy up in the mix, and a big burst of AoE comes down. 2 kills so far. H2K getting routed right now, and here goes Smitty chasing down Febiven. Ghost used, runs away. He's going to stay safe, but 3 kills. H2K limped into that fight.
And SKP get a dragon off of it, too. They now have about a 3,000 gold lead, and Yarden had nothing to say about that. It was essentially a 4-on-5.
Yeah, just a beautiful play right here. I'm very confused by H2K. They seem so lax in this game. They lost dragon control despite having TP up the entire game. But things like this happen.
It's funny because FLICKR, he doesn't have his flash up until right after he dies. It's so close to being back up, it now comes up. And the TP in, Odwamna gets there early, but all Kog'Maw's doing is throwing living artilleries. He doesn't get his auto attacks off at all.
Yep.
And the way that the target priority went for SKP was perfect. Also, Febiven had to wrap around the back, and there wasn't really a priority target on that side where he came out. Everybody's just kind of grouped, and it was like, all right, let's zone him now.
And that's kind of the problem with H2K as well, is that, oh, this is going to be tricky. Yeah, Smitty's got nowhere to go. This is going to be pretty rough for Riven. Wait, what? Are you? No.
Febiven has the sidetrack. He's going to have to wait for the... Oh.
Okay. Hey, man. For that ward, there was a chance he gets away.
Yeah. There's the ward from his inventory, too, because it wasn't a trinket ward.
Nope.
Had to spend that one.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's worth it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely worth it. He got a big refund on that ward. Plus 225 some odd gold.
And another 150 for the teammate.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing with H2K. So yeah, Kog'Maw needs a real front line. Like, he can't really easily self-peel against things like Jarvan and Rise. And when you're cut off like that, you know, and like Yarden did the right thing, right? He did as much damage as he could from as far away as possible because he knew it was a dangerous position. But the rest of H2K decided they wanted to fight a battle where their support got caught and was going to die. It was a very strange choice by the team. Kick his flash, ulti finds Febiven. This is not a good place to be. Zaitan kind of around. Ezreal does hit as well. The knockback from Gragas, but still nowhere to go for TF and Zazee. Actually going to pick up Z's rather going to pick up the kill there. Odwamna going to get stunned up as well. Ulti again. Glacial Fissure from Braum, and a second kill comes through. SK Prime keep finding good battles.
And the fight go for Baron right now. Off of that fight, they just got 2 large members off H2K. No teleporter on Odwamna. Febiven, by the time he comes up, the Baron might already be down, and I don't think he'll be in range for his Destiny Gate. Can Trashy steal this, or can they even contest this? But the pink ward coverage from SKP all game has been phenomenal.
Yeah, well, Trashy has the ulti. He's going to pop. He wants to jump in. Wards come down. Will they peel back? Nah, they're just going to pick up Baron Nashor, and Smitty just goes right in. Forced back here, and then uses his flash for it, actually. Cog now, no flash, despite having Thresh around. Again, H2K just don't seem to be on the same page here.
And Big Thing gets the flash from him. And man, H2K last time went 2-0 against SK Gaming Prime.
Yeah.
SKP, since picking up Kikis, have looked really good. He has been involved in the most kills aside from Zaitan. the support. But they kind of sacrificed Smitty in the top lane. He was the GOAT.
He was.
He's every kill that H2K has.
100% death participation for Smitty. It's a good score to have.
Yeah, you camp the top lane, though, and this bottom lane that was lane bully oriented is going to win.
And I gotta really commend the play of Zazee and Zaitan here, and I also have to question, what about We Will Failure then? Like, so you have you have two stories here, right? And they're kind of competing. It's like, okay, yes, you picked up this Ezreal, trying to punish hyper carries. You get the Braum as well. There are very early picks there for these guys. SKP really invested in having this type of aggressive lane, and it paid off. On the other side, though, H2K pick up We Will Failure, thinking this will be an even better fit for a bot lane. A bot lane that was already pretty good with Voidal a while ago, with AOD more recently, and it's failing against a team that they 2-0'd last time.
Definitely a lot of things to question here between these two teams. Trashy looking for Smitty, though. Nope, not going to go for it. They're just going to collapse on Forbidden.
Ooh, good. Zonya's there, but can he stay alive? Nice Lantern. Yes, he can. Well played there. WTF getting hooked in. Burns the cleanse early on. Walks away from the box as well. That's still going to give them room over this turret. This will be going down. SKP burn down structures.
Flexing their muscles, too. This is really big, though. Because just coming into these matchups, you would think H2K, heavy favorites just in terms of individual skill and team fighting prowess. But man, SKP, they were winning lanes pretty much on their own. Kikis was not involved in this game until the team fights blew up. And by the time they did blow up, most lanes had an advantage aside from top. Like I said, is the only source of gold from kills for H2K. You camp Smitty. Smitty is like, all right, I'm going to play a little more defensive. If you keep camping me, boom, we got 4-0-1 Rise, 1-0-6 Z's, who carries the team regularly. These two rocks for the team are in good positions.
Yes, it really is. And I mean, you talked about the fact that Smitty was the only source of kill gold. Top lane is basically the only source of gold, period. 2 of their 3 turret kills, top lane as well. When they sent 4 guys up there practically, I guess it was 3 technically, but they sent 3 guys up there, go hard on the 0-3 Riven, get 2 turrets for it, and SK Prime is like, well, we still set up your bot lane, we still set up for Dragon, etc. Yeah. Like, that focus definitely is not working, and I gotta give grats to SK Prime for, as you mentioned, you know, they leave the goat out there, the sacrificial lamb, whatever you want to use.
It's like Jurassic Park.
Yeah. The T-Rexes came out, but the kids escaped.
Yep, and now they're getting a dragon.
Man, Jurassic Park all full of creatures that don't exist anymore.
Dragons once roamed the earth. You heard it here first.
Hey man, depends on the mythos you want to follow.
Yeah.
WTF is Rise, and he is crushing minions like they're champions. 4-0-1. Had a pretty similar record against minions and champions this game, so yeah, I think that one's going to work out.
Man, Trashy really hasn't been getting his build going at all. He got the Mad Red, sat on it. He's got the Bilgewater Cutlass, had no time to build it into a Blade of the Ruined King. There we go. Yeah. And he didn't go for the Yumu's Ghostblade. Instead, now he's going tanky to try and be a frontline for the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing, is he had double longsword. And I was like, oh, is he going Brutalize? He's going like high CDR, like high burst assassin build. And he's going for kind of a different one, an extra slow, I suppose, in there for himself. But yeah, I've not seen the build pay off just yet, of course. Remember that SKP did ban Orianna in Champ Select, and you got to figure Ori Rengar is one of the scarier combos to face in League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
Moving that at square one was, I think, a very good choice by SK Prime.
You want to talk about Forbidden's Orianna?
Yeah.
You can't let him have it.
No, you can't.
Basically all there is to say. Can't let Forbidden have Orianna or Yasuo.
That's true. He's good at those champions. We will fail there, waiting in the brush.
A little far up.
Yeah, he waited a long time for that one without teammates. I do not know what's happening there, but we will fail. This is not his game.
They just don't have the ward coverage all game long. And he's going to get killed under turret?
Well, they knock back WTF, so maybe he trades his life for that one, which is worth it in the case of the support right here. But the shield comes out, he stays alive. There's a TF ulti. Kog'Maw finally chases him down, but 3 kills already picked up. SK Prime just crushing another battle.
And going through this game, just thinking about wards, the pink wards from SKP and their ward coverage in the jungle has been phenomenal all game long. Their pink wards stay up so long. They're in the right positions, and they capitalize off of the positioning that they've created with this vision, and it kind of shut down Trashy's early game. He wasn't able to find any opportunities. They're going to crack the base, and they're going for an inhibitor now, too, off of all of this great play.
Well, right there. Speaking of more great play, perfect time to disengage here as SK Prime. They're missing their mid laner. Their jungler's low. Respawns were coming. Say, all right, we'll back out. Flash Goldcard loses the game and loses map control. They get a bunch of kills, they get a bunch of global objectives, and they can back right on out.
Fox, great dodges there and sidesteps, and then he gets Yarned locked up, and he's not even dead yet. He gets face of the mountain. Trashy doesn't have the DPS to deal with it, and it's an Acathian surprise that ends up getting the kill.
I like that Smitty still only has 1 assist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard as Riven, and he just goes and buys a Banshee's Veil. He realizes he's taking a bunch of magic damage, but honestly, even though 0-4-1 sounds dumb, I'm pretty impressed with the Riven play.
Yeah, he's only 20 CS down.
Right.
4 deaths. Basically, he lost 10 CS every time he died. More than H2K's Odwamna.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here, man, this is really exciting because SKP are very close to taking a game off of the Summer Series 1 first place team that only dropped 1 game, and 3 members who almost made it into the LCS off Cloud9 Eclipse.
Well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing is H2K are basically the best team in Challenger. They won Spring 1. They won the Spring playoffs themselves, I believe, as well. They won Summer 1. They're obviously incredibly strong here. And SKP are like, guys, we're really fearsome showing up in this match. And what's good about this is that they've been playing a very strong aggressive game. It's so easy to see a game where you're like, man, our top laner's getting camped. He's 0-4. Oh man, we're screwed. But they keep making moves elsewhere across the map, right? Bot lane is winning. They know Trashy's somewhere else in the map. Fox took every Rengar gank this game except for 1 and got away from basically all of them. He only died in that last team fight where they got 3 kills and 2 turrets. So down the line, SKP are saying, yep, Smitty's getting camped. The rest of us will carry, and they are.
Yeah, and the fact that he brought Cleanse in the mid lane on Fox got him out of a couple ganks where it would have spelt disaster. Also, the fact that he had Cleanse kind of dissuaded ganks on him mid from TF and Rengar, so they just kept focusing top, which gave objective control of the bot lane on Dragon. I'm actually almost positive that Smitty, even before that Baron, had more gold than Odwamna, just from global objectives.
It's a good chance of that one, honestly.
They were close in CS.
Yeah. And now Odwamna does not seem to be able to convert that early lane lead into much here. Top lane inhibitor going to take plenty of damage there. The attack slowly coming through from Ezreal. He's the guy hitting it for the most part. And down it goes. Inhibitor number 1 before 29.5 minutes. Baron, of course, already taken very cleanly by SK Prime. They just need minion wave to push down the next inhibitors.
Only 2 jokers in the deck, and I get dealt you.
Thanks, Febiven.
Man.
Still finds time to taunt.
I like how we just like, let's be quiet and listen to the...
I really like when commentary just stops and we get to hear the champions tell their side of the story. Because we're talking the entire time. Riven just goes, ha! A bunch. But what does she really believe when these games are going on?
Well, apparently, Bevan doesn't like his teammates because he's got a bunch of jokers on him now.
I gotta be careful.
2 jokers in the deck, and he gets 4.
Oh my gosh, here they go. Trashy gets completely exploded. 1 kill picked up already, and the battle continues. Smitty finally gets himself a kill on the scoreboard. Odwamna now getting chased down. Great Rune Prism pops Zonia's, but has pretty much nowhere to go. Kickus gets it with a flag toss, and Zazee just walks on away with that one with Arcane Shift.
Oh, they're going for
stun on a Febiven. He's not going to be very happy. Good Zonia's pop, but that's a surrender in 30 minutes and 30 seconds. Congratulations, SK Prime, for a very well-played game 1.
They just took a game off the team that was regarded as #1 through spring, through summer.
Yep.
This is looking like a great series here shaping up. SKP, great vision control. They didn't play H2K's game. Instead, they just focused on the lanes, sacrificed Smitty top. And honestly, I don't think I'd ever give MVP to somebody who's feeding, but damn, Smitty. That was really good. The fact that he didn't get so far behind in CS and he still held his own was phenomenal.
Absolutely.
That's like, he wasn't... a lot of the time when somebody gets camped, you're kind of like, oh, that's a crutch for the team, or that's somebody who's a big hindrance.
Yeah.
You know? It was like, he's kind of a boon.
You gotta carry him.
Exactly. He's a boon. It's like, they're just going to keep camping you, man. That's fine.
Pulling TF up out of the lane over and over again, tanked plenty of Rengar ganks, and okay, to be fair, the first Rengar ult did become a kill. And yeah, like, again, SKP did such a good job of making plays elsewhere. Perfect Dragon control, perfect Baron control. Bot lane stayed ahead. They didn't play the standard sort of metagame AD carries. They adapted to the metagame, pick champions that would reach the back line, that would damage the back line, right? A lane that would win and punish the greedy late game choices, and they did so. That is a great choice by SK Prime. On the other side, though, I do have to ask, what exactly was going through H2K's mind? Just because Odomna specifically did not one time TP back to his lane. He always walked back to keep his ulti available, said if, or his flash, or his teleport available, and said if there's a play to be made bot lane, there's a dragon, I'm there. Never that entire game did he teleport into a good fight. And that's an issue, where he's making the choice to sacrifice lane pressure to not do anything.
Yeah. It was a very strange, uncharacteristic game from a lot of H2K. Usually you see them just win the lane flat out. Like we've seen Forbidden 2v1 and come out with like 1.5 kills pretty much and be like, oh, actually he killed both at one time.
Yeah.
Just very, very sound, great player. But we didn't see a lot of that this game from all of H2K. Trashy especially, because usually he's a big facilitator of his team, and I'm actually a big fan of his. But we saw none of that this game. It was the warding of SKP that kept him down. We saw Kikis didn't really invade and bully him around. He's like, I'm going to place a ward here and wait for you to walk by, and then we're just not going to give you anything.
Yeah.
He ended the game with 4K less gold than Kikis, only 1.8K gold more than We Will FLICKR. And everybody else on his team, he's 3K gold behind on Trashy. Trashy was pretty much shut down because he wasn't allowed to do anything.
Yeah. He tried so heavily to facilitate the mid lane.
Yeah.
He tried time and again, and every single time, WTF found a way to outplay it. There was a missed bola, there was the cleanse escape, there was the flash escape. It was just completely great by WTF. Got away from the Rengar ganks, and you can blame some on Trashy. There was a missed skill shot. You can say WTF was great, but combined, an ineffective jungle. So that was really an impressive game by SKP. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have Game 2 between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming, with a spot in the finals on the line. Don't go anywhere. Here's the rest of the team. Trashy up in the mix, and a big burst of AoE comes down. 2 kills so far. H2K getting routed right now with a knockback WTF. So maybe he trades his life for that one, which is worth it in the case of the support right here. But the shield
Not going down.
He stays alive. There's a TF ulti. Cock finally chases him down. Oh my gosh, here we go. Trashy gets completely exploded. 1 kill picked up already, and the battle continues. Smitty finally gets himself a kill on the scoreboard. Adwabna now getting chased down. Great Rune Prison pops Zonius, but has pretty much nowhere to go.
Give me a fat beat!
Hey everyone, welcome back to the show here. We're just about ready to get into the second game here between SK Gaming Prime and H2K. And would you believe it, SK Prime leading 1-0 so far in the series, getting vengeance so far.
Yeah, and coming into it with a great team comp for them, the fact that Lucian's disabled, picking up Ezreal for Zazee, even though he's played Lucian 3 out of 4 games we've seen him, bullying the lane of the late game Kog'Maw, and they ended up just owning most of the lanes except for top, and just basically leaving it on an island and saying, you know what, it's a dead island. Go ahead and bring people down with you.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that they made just great cross-map plays, SK Prime had just good team fights as well. Some of that miscoordination from H2K. They were, as you mentioned, a pick-oriented team, and none of the picks seemed to pay off except for it, Smitty. And we talked about this time and again that SKP managed to outplay it, so good by them. Z's, he did stay alive, 3-0-9. As we mentioned, every time they lose, Z's manages to die at some point. So, you know, it's correlation.
It's a trend. Yeah, correlation does not mean causation, though.
No.
So, just because he may die doesn't mean they won't win.
That's true.
So, I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Maybe he'll play Cog, increases damage by dying.
Boom.
Just strats.
I don't know. He won't get much use out of that if he keeps a scoreline of 3-0-9.
Wow. Man, who wants to not use their passive as Kog'Maw, though?
Hey, last 2 games that he's played, last 3 games he's played, he has a 32 KDA.
32. Pretty impressive stuff. Remember, what was it? I guess in Summer 1, we had the Gamers 2 bot lane had a 96 KDA till they got hit by NIP. And hey, I mean, if games keep going this way and the other side of the bracket plays according to seeds, maybe Z's will be able to break the NIP bot lane KDA crushing curse.
We'll see.
It's a bit of a reach.
Oh, man. Yeah, it is a bit of a reach because you have to see how the games today go.
Of course.
And tomorrow.
Right.
See what happens there. But coming into this as H2K, I think they had to pick a more team fight oriented composition because they were not objective focused at all.
Yeah.
They didn't really get a dragon off of anything. Their back timers were not correlated with it at all. And instead it's like trashy backs, dragon gets taken because there's no chance. Didn't even have a smite there for Kikis. Yeah. Could have possibly contested it. But they did have good pink ward coverage around the area to see the entrances when he ultis in.
Yeah. So SKP kind of showing us that, you know, top lane can get camp, but you can make plays elsewhere. H2K, I mean, maybe they can go for picks again, but they've got to probably focus on the correct lane and convert that into more because I feel like 4 kills, 2 turrets is not a very good margin for getting a lead somewhere. Lee Sin, Orianna still being removed away from H2K. The Xerath and Kassadin dropped from SK Prime. Aurelia still removed from Odwamna, so looks like SKP making a lot of very similar choices here.
Yeah, they leave Yasuo open though, which is a big one for, in my mind, for Bivin.
Yeah.
Gonna let him have that if he wants it, but Gragas, Lulu's still on the table, which means SK Gaming Prime will pick one of them, most likely if you don't ban it, and then H2K might take the other 2 because they will synergize with Yasuo.
Ooh, that could be all kinds of fun. Well, right off the bat though, Braum still early pick there for Zaitan, really wants the champion. Now last time around, H2K went for the early picks onto Thresh and Rengar and Gragas were their top 3. So we'll have to see if they still value these very heavily, if they will go for a Yasuo comp. Also with Jarvan being available could set that up as well, and that is going to be the case. So Gragas, Jarvan, this could set them up pretty safely for the Yasuo team as you talked about. Guys, we're going to be remaking champ select in a little bit. Those picks will remain the same so far, but we get 3 picks in, we'll see the rest in a little bit. So yeah, I do want to see that as well. I think that that's the comp you go to. It's a team fight comp. It lets you kind of play to the strengths of the players. They've got the picks that set it up.
Yeah, Watafox, though, he has played Yasuo before back in Summer Series 1. So it is in his champion pool, and they might contest that and take it away. But at the same time, man, there's just too much here for H2K to set that up. Because you kind of have to take it away at this point. You don't want Forbidden on it, because he's 2v1'd on it before in the mid lane against a Ziggs, who has a lot of poke potential and is good in the late game, but they just crushed with it. So you're going to have to think about these picks really hard. And actually, Arise coming into it is pretty good if you are suspecting that as the pick.
Arise, decent matchup. The Ezreal still coming through. SK Prime going to go ahead and make very similar choices. You know what would be funny? Smitty goes Riven and lane swaps. Riven crushes Yasuo one-on-one. And it's not like Watafox doesn't know how to play Rise against Gragas. Fought enough Gragases in his days. I'm sure he's used to the champion. I don't know. Maybe we're tunneling too hard on the Yasuo point, but I think it is a smart choice for H2K here regardless. But SKP playing the same comp so far. They will not get Jarvan again, though.
Yeah, they could go H2K. They could end up going for another just Twisted Fate. and just trying to roam and make plays off of that. If he does pick the Yasuo, though, he's most likely picking it into a Ryze, which can do a lot of just root him through the wall, walk around it, and just set up a bunch of damage. If they go with the Nami, though, man, they have so much here to set up a Yasuo that it would be a crime not to pick it if it was open. Seriously, that's way too much teamfight prowess and knockup for a Yasuo. It's easily accessible ultimates there. Yeah, that's kind of a telltale sign.
In H2K, they make some choices to realize, look, you know what? The early game bot lane went really poorly. Of course, Nami a great, I don't know if it's a better laner than Thresh. I think she's pretty good against Braum in general. So I think it's a slightly advantageous matchup compared to the first game, but also going for Corki instead of Kog'Maw. Actually, the big difference here, a champion that will fare much better in lane. And that was a trial for H2K last time, was having a losing bot lane. So this could help a lot of those difficulties.
Yeah, the bottom lane allowed it so that Dragon was very easy to access. The fact that they decided to camp Smitty top, pretty big. And SKP, they're going to go with the pick comp here we saw. So it is going to be a Ryze top, Twisted Fate mid.
Very interesting here. So I like the Ryze flex pick. It looks pretty cool. They are happy to play Ryze with Gragas, of course. Smitty's so far shown great skill in fighting Gragas top. It's just been the ganks that have turned him around. TF, though, could easily snowball that matchup. And I feel like Ryze is the champion where even if you don't kill a million turrets, making that champion start 4-0 is just like, okay, we win now. Whereas like Gragas, going 2-0-2 or whatever is not nearly as important. So the weird thing is SKP could do what H2K did last game, and it would actually work.
It's true, because if they just camp the top lane, you just get that Ryze going, and he scales so well into the late game.
Yeah.
We saw it previously on Watt to Fox. Now we're going to see it on Smitty in the top lane. What can he do with it? How can they get him going? Because there's going to be a lot of focus in that lane, and it does look like they have that same combo of Ezreal Braum in the bottom. It's going to be self-sufficient and fine.
Ooh, yeah, I completely agree. These guys are going to be hard to gank overall. One thing I like about that combo as well is that Ezreal can escape and Smitty can jump to him. Like they actually both have escapes because of this, so I agree with you very heavily that it is a self-sufficient, pretty acceptable bot lane here. H2K do go for the Yasuo. Not surprised in the slightest, but we do want to see how these matches pay out. I do like Yasuo against TF. I think it's quite strong. You can block everything that he does aside from teleport, but he's going to have a hard time pushing you around in the lane. And you've still got these Jarvan ganks.
Yeah, they kind of swapped here in terms of what each team wants to accomplish.
Yeah.
A lot of team fighting here from H2K. You want to set up for Bevan early. You want to get him to the point where he's just going to be ganking and having all that team fight prowess when you come and get the dragons, be more objective focused. Yeah. SKP is kind of like, all right, let's pick people off with Twisted Fate and Rengar and get into that late game with Smitty on the Ryze and make sure we can shut people down and then show up to the fights and be like, you want to team fight us, but we're stronger than you.
Yeah.
And try to take objectives that way or pick somebody off before them. So there's a lot of options here for both teams in terms of their win conditions, but they just swapped them between games.
And so now it's the real test of, look, was that a fluke in game one? Did H2K just have their minds in the wrong spot? Did they not get enough sleep last night? Like, come up with your excuse, come up with your reason why. But, did something just break for H2K and they're back and they're fine and they can play team fights, they can play the game, they can win their lanes and normal stuff? Or is just SKP have them figured out? SKP are just the better team. They've leveled up and they can just outplay them regardless of compositions.
Yeah, there's a couple things here because I didn't like the whole composition for H2K last time and the way they executed it.
Yeah.
They're camping a Gragas top lane when you have a Kog'Maw bottom.
Yeah.
Who is kind of in you're in a losing situation, but you have a lot of gank assistance with Thresh.
Yeah.
You have a lot of ways to close that distance and get to Ezreal and Braum. It's hard to, but I mean, I think it's the better option. Even if you just get half damage on them, it's like, okay, now we can go do Dragon and get ourselves global gold, which helps top lane, which helps mid lane. Gragas against Riven, he was getting bullied around, but still, he's just very self-sufficient, just leave him to his own devices. It didn't look like he was going to get solo killed for a while there, and there wasn't a whole lot of emphasis on that top lane that should have been there. And then you swap it over, and I was like, they should be team fighting. And the fact that Trashy didn't have a very damage-oriented build, he kind of went half and half.
Yeah.
He double-dipped, but kind of just half-dipped each one.
Yeah, I don't really love Madrid's Cutlass in competitive. The two builds I've liked the most is there's one that Dominate ran, which was cooldown boots into Kindle Gem. And then he's like, I'm going to be tank, but I'm rushing 25 CDR on items. And it's like, okay, cool, I buy that, right? And you're just going to go for the ganks, you're going to build tank, you can do whatever you can. That's fine. Or you can go the awesome way in Korea, and I unfortunately forget which player does this, but there's a couple of different Assassin Rengar players out there who will go full damage and be like, I will one-shot your AD carries, your life's going to be pain, and I'm going to go for that. And he prioritizes getting farm, prioritizes getting ahead in gold and levels so that he can actually push that forward. But the weird half and half of Madrid's, but then a Cutlass, but then like the Spectre's Cowl, none of that really seems to fall through, right? None of that seems to actually sort of happen at the end of the day. Is you're like, I'm not taking enough to be a real tank, but I don't do enough damage to one-shot anybody, so I'm kind of in this middle ground. And that's, I think, a really rough place to be in. And so I want to see then what actually happens from Kikis, what Rengar comes out, and how effective he is.
Yeah, and see what Kikis does with the build is a big thing here, how he's going to build them and what he ends up getting. Because, I mean, he could go full damage. He could go get a Yumu's Ghost Blade, go all the way for the Blade of the Ruined King, or he could just go full-on tanky. Don't know which one he's going to go with. But that's something I want to keep an eye on here, because it didn't work out for Trashy. And they kind of swapped junglers here too, and they swapped team win conditions. But now Vivid on the Yasuo with so much setup. Like, if you're going to gank anybody, you should gank this mid lane and shut down Fibivin, if you can. It's going to be difficult, but that's where your focus should be. H2K, they should just focus on ward control. And man, I do have to still give like more kudos to SKP on their ward control that first game, because their pink wards were in the right places, and H2K didn't really have anything to say about it. They couldn't get them off the map fast enough, and just the constant influx of wards was huge.
It was absolutely perfect by those guys. We're going to see if they can do it again in Game 2 here. Battle lines drawn.
So Smitty starts with boots instead of the Sapphire Crystal to try and dodge barrels in the top lane from Udwamna.
I like it a lot. All right. Gragas is one of the few champions whose way of engaging is actually blocked by minions. Like Aurelia, Jax, etc., they can leap strike on top of you. Gragas actually gets blocked by minions, so it's actually very hard for him to gap close. Right? Boots don't help much against Aurelia or Jax. But if you're dodging barrels and you can basically be immune to body slams, it's actually a really good situation to be in.
You can dodge a barrel, you can dodge a body. A belly.
Yes, you can.
Oh, they're going to do it again.
Gonna face check in. A lot of damage comes
Other side.
through. He's got to back out on this one.
Wow. So the teams kind of just swapped dynamics too.
Yeah.
Now we have SKP face checking bushes.
But We Will Failure, of course, learned W already. He didn't save that skill point. He could have bubbled Ezreal, forced a heal and a flash probably. Ezreal does recall for health back. He actually, I don't believe he chugged a potion during that. And he's going to be late to lane by a wave, though.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big, though. Oh, Zaitan, he's going to get level 2 a lot sooner. But they aren't fast pushing this either. They're kind of just...
They're denying as much as possible. Because you can't push the end of the turret in time to deny XP, maybe some gold. But if they can deny a couple of minions, they guarantee level 2 first. They guarantee an even longer time zoning.
And less gold.
Yep.
So it's a great strategy coming into here. I mean, of course, it means they won't be able to push the wave to the turret. It'll be a little frozen in SKP's favor. But once they hit that level 2, I'm sure they'll try to all in and then go
Good chance they can. You're seeing the harass come out from Corki. We Will Failure.
It's very close.
Have hit damage as well. And Braum and Tilly. And the thing is, the minion wave is bigger, so Braum can't engage. It's basically a 1-on-2 right now. Zaitan has very few things to do.
That last one, and then they'll get 2. There they go.
Bubble? Good dodge by Z's.
That was just the side of it. Very, very close. He was right up against the wall.
Very fortunate for SKP. This throws right in front of the turret, so minions were not getting hit by the tower there. And they can actually keep this freeze for a while, I think, and continue to last hit from pretty much safety.
Trashy. He's on the Jarvan. He's on the champion that he's 2-0 on right now in Summer Series 2. If he can start making these early plays that he's so known for and so regarded for, he can start getting H2K into a good spot.
Uh-oh, Yarnden. 2 turret shots there. It's not a happy place to be. Missed that one too. Yeah, so being out of the turret now is actually really hurting Ezreal. There's only so many ways to last hit. Ezreal's base attack speed's quite low, and the cooldown Mystic Shot's actually pretty decently long, to where you cannot guarantee every last hit under turret as an early game Ezreal. Seeing 23 to roughly 19 at the end of this first few waves, so a few more denied. Trashy really wants to bypass wards, and he actually will dodge this on the way in towards mid.
They pinged it out. They knew that it was there. He's waiting for the cooldowns on his abilities. What can he do with it? He's sitting in the bush, using a lot of his time. This is a cannon wave, and they're going to bait him into a cannon that's pretty big.
Red card used, Knockup, good flash.
Ooh. It wasn't a cannon wave, now it's here. But that's the kind of forcing plays that Trashy likes to make. And on Jarvan, it's perfect for him in his champion pool. He can basically play his play style regardless of what the enemy plays as a jungler. You have to ward against this. You have to ward early, where wards are pretty damn scarce.
And it's been some pretty good stuff now by H2K to bypass the wards that have gone down. So SKP doing what they can to make this a 2-0. It'd be really nice for them. They're playing for the potential ideal situation for SKP is 3rd seed in the playoffs, meaning they would play the winner of the tiebreaker first round, ostensibly a weaker team. Otherwise, they're going to face Lublin Shore. If they fail the 3rd seed, they'll be 4th overall. Lublin Shore guaranteed 5th. H2K, if they win, they can get themselves a 1st seed and get themselves a better spot in the playoffs. A bye regardless, though, for these guys. Top 2 is ensured.
Also, if you win, you get to go take a little trip for the finals. Yeah. It's no
more
London.
Stage experience, which is actually rather valuable.
Oh yeah, especially if you're going to be playing in the promotion tournament.
That's the goal. And the LCS itself, also all on stage.
Oh yeah. Get as much stage experience as you possibly can. This is the ticket to it right here. Winner of this game, or this series, possibly winner of this game if it's
Potentially.
SKP. CS advantages across the board right now for H2K. All their lanes are doing very well.
And that's what they kind of expected, and they picked in it. They picked for that as well. They finally, hopped off the hyper carry hype train and said, okay, you know what, bot lane's really rough if we don't pick something good earlier on. Hjarlan goes over for Corki here. Kickus now looking for his way to the top lane of Drum. The nice explosive cast, but still gets re-imprisoned. The leap still comes through. There's the first bola. Kickus does have the root. Odrom's going to tank that. He does not have flash. Damage still coming through, and he's going to get the kill to Smitty. No, he's not. Kickus says, that's mine. And a trophy for the hunt.
Too far up and no mana in his mana pool. Able to use the explosive cast, but then the leap back in. Closes the distance. Kickus, Smitty, getting that first blood top. The teams have basically reversed every dynamic from the last game.
Yes, they have, and I want to see then which team can play around that better. H2K having trouble in the top lane. In fact, Udamna even TP's back to the lane as well. He really wants to not miss any of these minions here, put the turret pressure down, deny this wave as much as possible. Smitty will at least miss a few on this recall.
I think the idea was to try and stop the back, though, because you don't TP to a minion and get the longer TP cooldown without at least doing something along those lines, but no. Doesn't deny it.
Yeah, it's a 1 minute difference in cooldown, and you hope you get something that's worth it. There we go, ulti comes in. Oh! There comes the flash engage from Trashy as well, and that is WTFox going down. Nice gank, H2K.
The flash flag and drag for the extra knockup. They knew that he didn't have flash anymore on WTFox, and he brought Exhaust as his secondary summoner spell. No ghost for him, no heal, no cleanse. He wants to try and shut down the damage of Forbidden, uses the Exhaust on Trashy there at the very end.
And a beautiful gank. Overall good stuff, and H2K, look at that, immediately they capitalize on the mid lane kill with a push on towards Dragon. Exactly the right move here. In fact, SKP had also just finished recalling down in the bottom lane, so in every way this is going to be untouched.
Yeah, I love this comp for H2K. It plays a lot more to their style. They thought they could win off individual skill last game, and the fact that they weren't able to capitalize off that or even create leads in the majority of the lanes was really big for them, and SKP came out on top. Being more objective focused plays to their style. More team fights, more clashes, more gold. That's how H2K want to do.
So far they're doing this very successfully. Top lane still kind of treading water there. Looks like Smitty's not getting too much.
Oh, he locked the red card.
He's got to be a little bit careful on this one. Fibin does have a knockup available about 1 second. Knockup's going to land. Big damage through. Puts the wind wall down. Just gets all the damage he needs. The solo kill for Febivin.
That's why you don't give him Yasuo.
Yeah.
Talked about it coming into this. His Orianna and his Yasuo, you don't want to give them to Forbidden. They are way too good at team fighting, and the fact that he solo kills in lane with both of those champions.
And it's only going to get worse now for SK Prime. I feel like this game might just go the way of so many other H2K games right here. Kickus not able to make his gank in the bottom lane. That's fine. But you're seeing a 1,000 gold deficit now for the blue team. Ulti in for WTFox, just gets back to the mid lane. That's all he can do is just, you know what, ganks aren't working, I'll just get my farm back. That is a very rare thing to have happen.
Yeah, the counter gank pressure here from SKP is completely gone. Kikis used his ultimate to try and gank down bottom, didn't get anything for it. WTFox has to use his ultimate to get back to this mid lane, pick up the CS. So if Trashy makes any plays, they're pretty much going to be unpunished.
This is a very big danger then for SK Prime then if they can't get control back in this game. Again, they are the pick-oriented team. Smitty's actually not crushing the lane enough. Odwam, a nice knockback. Smitty very low on health. Another barrel is going to land, but maybe. No, Smitty's too low on mana. Can't keep chasing in.
It's just a big back and forth there, and Smitty doesn't have enough mana for it. They're going to try to contest this mid lane. Low mana on the top laner, low mana on the mid laner. Vivin, though,
Trashy is going to go for it.
It's not nearby yet.
All right, does not get the blue buff steal. Nothing picked up there.
No collapse from Vivin. He's too focused on this turret. He wants the damage on it.
That's fine. He denied a full minion wave by doing this.
Minion wave for blue. Not exactly worth, but as long as you don't give up the blue,
yeah,
it would have put you even further into the hole.
Exactly, and I mean, Trashy's got his own blue anyway, regardless, so they basically just managed to tax a minion wave. Trashy got to solo his without any incident.
He's looking to get the flash from WTFox.
There's the ulti right on the way, and there's the flash right from WTFox. 4.5 to 5 minutes based on masteries there. And it could be another follow-up gank.
Forcing Flash out with the Cataclysm. He'll be back. They're putting a lot of focus on this mid lane, trying to get Fabivin ahead. He can almost 2v1. He's Yasuo. He likes those item power spikes and all of that gold that's coming into him. Highest CS in the game currently. He's just had a really easy time with the help of Trashy.
It's been beautiful to watch so far, but what? Ooh, Zytang gonna take some damage there. Good bubble by We Will Failure. This bot lane actually back to treading water, actually. 86 to 82 in minions right there. The Ezra coming back in soon. Equal items on the AD carries as well. And despite having the early aggressive lead, it actually has equaled out.
Zazee has a really good Ezreal play, I've been noticing. His Ezreal's been really good. A lot of SKP, they're actually pretty good at playing from behind.
Yeah.
That's something about this team that, man, I don't know how many times they've been behind, but they're getting a lot of practice with it because they are damn good at it. Smitty in the top lane was behind. He's behind right now as well. Having a great time.
And that's actually the issue, though, is Odwamna is playing a lot better as well now. The fact that he died and is actually winning this matchup. Pinkward's going to spot Febivin. Smitty is going to say, yeah, all right, you're going to kill that ward. A couple of crits. Still deal 1 damage, though. Wards are resilient like that.
Crit you for 1.
And what if you could get ward armor? You'd never die.
Ward armor? If you had armor like a ward?
Yeah, you take 1 damage every attack.
Why don't you just slap a bunch of wards on your body?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You'd be invincible.
Ward mail. Warden's mail.
Warden's mail. That's the one, guys. We should update that item.
Doesn't quite work the same, though.
Imagine if it did. That'd be horrifying.
Take thousands of hits to kill everybody on this team right now. League of Legends would be no longer fun.
Lucian would remain the best AD carry. He could just attack more often.
That's true. Attack speed would be just immensely helpful. Auto attack resets, yes.
You know, Jarvan's passive still works on wards, so he'd be much higher in the tier list as well.
I did 1.1 damage to you.
Well, no, it would still do 10% of max health.
I guess so.
Kikis has to flash away. Look at that. Just another H2K. Great ward coverage. They're finding more things to do, more things to force, as you mentioned. Nice little move there. Jumps the wall. Looks stylish.
Man, level 11 here for Forbidden in the middle lane. 2 over WTFox. Rank 2 ultimate is really big on Yasuo. He's ready to just pressure this. And the fact that WTFox doesn't have a flash, he has to play very reserved and very safe.
And look at that for Kikis as well. He's just forced out of his own jungle. He walks back to the Wraith camp and says, you know what? Never mind, can't go through there. Goes all the way down to the bottom lane through the minion wave. Actually spots Jarvan on the counter jungle. Knows the red's back up, but H2K already has ward coverage of this. Tiavoldi comes in and says, we can't fight this either. The whole bot lane's there as well.
Yep, the collapse coming in, and the advantages in all of these lanes coming up big. Fight for this.
Wow, H2K actually back off, but that one Smite comes in for Kikis. But this could be the fight anyway. Fivivin does not want to go in this one just yet, but the wind wall's down to block some of the Zeza's damage, and he whiffs the true shot barrage. There's the tidal wave, and the Kikis picked up onto Braum, and now the chase onto Z's. Nice arcane shift over the wall, but Fivivin's not going to be stopped there. Picks up a second kill for himself, and now moves forward to Smitty. Good flash, going to keep Rise safe. But H2K win another fight.
Just such a bloody fight there. 2 kills falling into the hands of H2K, and Dragon is now up for them as well.
This will be another easy pickup for these guys. Of course, they earned it off that bottom lane. A jungle fight. But farther and farther ahead they go, now 3,000 gold.
That was pretty much a catch-22 for SKP as well. Because of the fact that Kikis smited the red, he wasn't going to have it up for Dragon. So even if the H2K walked up and was like, smite this, I dare you. They just collapse onto Dragon afterwards and say, all right, are you going to fight us at Dragon now? We have the better team fight composition.
Yep.
And you don't have smite.
So H2K playing exactly to their strengths, and they found a way to stop basically all of Kikis' jungle ganks, just like the first game. First Rengar gank comes through, gets killed in the top laner, basically first blood, sets, you would think, the top laner up, and then no other Rengar ganks work.
Yeah, Rengar ganks this entire series haven't been coming up very well. The ward coverage from whichever team is against Rengar has been pretty damn good.
Yeah, it has been. And What the Fox also has gotten actually 0 effective TF ultis, which is very surprising to me. I know he's a great player, but they are not working for him right now. I feel like if he could just crush that top lane a little bit harder, just get rid of Odwamna. As we talked about, four kills for a Ryze is enough to win a game. 4 kills for a Gragas, maybe not the same, but not even that's working for SKP.
Yeah, Smitty hasn't even completed the Rod of Ages yet. He has the tier in between them. Whereas the Rod of Ages for Odwamna is already stacking up. So the power spike is going to be a little different in the late game. Kikis looking up top, maybe taking a little bit of your advice, seeing if they can leverage this.
Odwamna has the explosive cask, though. He's actually been very hard to gank. He knocks back people
he goes
constantly. Remember the fight, Rengar ulti comes in, Kikis wants this one, gets the root, and gets knocked back towards the other side. Flash by Odwamna, TF ulti pop, but just sees that, hey, there might be a counter gank. Just shows up and cuts off the engage. I don't think he should have even left, though. He could have shoved mid lane in.
Yeah, now mid lane's going to get shoved in by Fibivin and Trashy. Basically, TF pulling a little Western there, heads him off at the pass, but they weren't even coming.
So here's the interesting risk, though, is Febivin and Trashy together can actually knock this turret down rather quickly. There's enough AD on Febivin plus some attack speed from Trashy that they could do some real damage to Tier 2. SKP will take out Tier 1 top, but looks like they're going to send the TF back to defend. H2K actually, it's going to be close for this turret. I think they get it.
Yeah, if he throws down his standard basically behind them,
they'll
get the extra attack speed and it'll be even quicker, but instead he wants to keep it just in case they want to get a knock-up on somebody, so I like that.
Okay, so +1 kill picked up for SKP.
Oh, they're roaming bottom.
Oh, you got to be real careful. The pings come out. Zaitan trying to run away. Febivin's around. One more Q till he gets the knock-up. And now can he get the engage? Zaitan, great shield in the way, says, don't you even dare.
Oh.
They clear the minion wave out, but the entire team is here to take this turret down. Good rotation by H2K.
Yeah, good cutoff to separate the team. Now What the Fox. Of course, he has no ultimate, so there's no way for him to actually engage this fight. He has to wait for it to come to him. They pulled everybody here, too. Smitty's down there as well.
That's very surprising, actually, but it gives Odwamna plenty of time now in the top lane to push in, grow a farther minion lead, and despite the death, maybe get up in experience as well.
Fight over the blue objective.
And Trashy gets it.
Blue Wraith. Victory. For Trashy and H2K. Odwamna in the top lane continuing to just push this turret down. Smitty's here to finally answer it. But man, this entire game, it's just been role reversal from the first game. H2K more objective focused. SKP, even with the TF and the Rengar, have not been getting a very carry-oriented lane ahead. And the kill participation for the junglers pretty low too, considering both of them are Kikis and Trashy.
They go for the plan in. Trashy ults in onto What the Fox, but Smitty's going to cut them off. Febivin might just be in the wrong spot, and Rune Prison says, yes, you are. Now Trashy also stunned up. H2K bite off way more than they can chew, and Rengar takes him out.
Very beginning of the entire series, we talked about how Trashy is a forcer, and Kikis will capitalize off these little mistakes. Cut off 2 members with 4. Now you're going to get yourself a Tier 1 turret, possibly a Tier 2.
Well, the entire team basically here looks like that might be the case here, and then wants to do something about it, but What the Fox, with a gold card, you force him to Valkyrie the wall, Out he goes. Turret damage still coming through. Half HP right now. Odwamna, good knock, but this actually could catch them up. Kikis gets exhausted, takes massive damage, heals up just in time, and Odwamna goes down. The bubble hits What the Fox, but exhausted to keep the team safe. Nice damage from Rise. We will fail to get stunned, and Smitty sticking around with the high health bar. Couple Qs away, forces a summoner heal. Now Smitty very, very low. Z's got to be a bit careful. Couple shots from Dead. Hjarnan, will he chase in? More rockets, flashes, gets the kill. Nicely done.
Big thing about Yasuo comps is that you kind of need Yasuo in the comp to execute what it needs to do. If he was still alive, that would have surely been multiple kills off the back of that, because there were some good casts in there, there were some good knockups with bubbles, but it was just damage off top of it, but it was mostly damage from Gragas and Nami. Very low damage sources. Hjarnan, he hasn't really hit any spikes except for the early Trinity Force.
But that's enough. Like, I feel like Triforce Corki is better than Triforce Ezreal. These guys are fairly equivalent right now.
He has a higher damage output right now, but I'm just talking about in comparison to the rest of his team, like the mid laner.
Oh,
Vivid,
sure.
That's the guy you want. You want these guys in the fight.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to keep making the considerations on who's in the battle and who's not, of course. Most of Twisted Fate's power is not in his ability to fight, but his ability to get to the fights he wants to be in. And in extended sieges, you know, TF only does so much in combat.
This dragon is going to mean a lot. We will FLICKR. His ultimate is pretty close to being off of cooldown. It'll be up for this fight. And now it's the team fight composition versus the pick comp at the dragon.
Wow, SKP might just pick a fight here. They could have just shoved the mid lane, but they're trying to contest this. Big damage to Febiven. He's forced to flash away. Dragon goes over to H2K, but the battle has begun. Tidal Wave comes across. Kikis going to be dropped down 1-0. They trade back out of Febiven. What the Fox flashed into the pit to fight, but now he might just be caught out. They go for Trashy. He gets picked up. Z's just killing everybody. Smitty going massive as well. 1v1. We will FLICKR. Gets the vengeance there. Shutdown comes off, but there's the TF ulti. Goes in for Odwamna. Gets in the way of the body slam. And another gold card gets picked up. More damage from Z's. The W goes in as well. And SK Prime pick up 4 kills there.
They come up really big off the back of that. A lot of kills in that dragon pit and around it. Febiven took a ton of damage before the fight actually broke out. And his ultimate, I don't even know if he got it off that fight. It didn't look like it, because if he did, he got it off at the very end and just got chunked down. Because off the back of the left side of it, we saw that What the Fox was over the wall throwing cards. He flashes in yellow cards for Febiven in the back after he had started to engage. It was really just a very hectic dragon fight. And the way that it started off, H2K looked like they would be on top. But the fact that SKP had the right positioning on the fight was crucial to it.
And that was the big thing, is they had really good poke, and I think Wind Wall got used on Dragon. It's a really common tactic. You Wind Wall the Dragon, doesn't deal damage to your tank, you know, you get the damage mitigation removed, you know, all that fun stuff. But the cooldown's like 30 seconds, basically, until you get it. It's like 28 or something, rank 1, right? Something large. And they got TF poke, Ezreal poke, and that was the one thing that we didn't really account for, is there's actually some decent poke for SKP. Like, on a squishy target, I mean, you so rarely get poke on squishies, but like Wildcard's Mystic Shot, actually pretty decent damage, and that was a lot of the reason they actually got the kill there. It was impressive.
Yeah, and he did actually use the wind wall, but he went through the dragon, turned it around, because he was trying to escape the stun or the lockup on him that happened, but then What the Fox flashed the wall and was like, oh, I'm on the opposite side of your wind wall.
Right.
So he came up behind him on that.
Yeah, and it was actually pretty impressive. We actually have a replay of that last fight, if we can pull that one up there, because this has been pretty big here for SKP. They did lose the dragon in that fight, but they go 4 for 3 in the battle. And it gives them that control afterwards as well, and it allows them to push on forward. So you can see, Febiven takes so much damage.
He got stunned, uses his wind wall right here across the dragon. What the Fox walks up through the wind wall to get the stun off, and that's the biggest priority target now off the field. We will FLICKR. Actually tries to help Hjarnan out, but he gets taken out by Smitty before the actual reinforcement comes in. So the fact that Hjarnan didn't survive, all their damage is basically gone. And now with the 2 primary damage dealers of SKP, aside from Rise, still up, the fight was theirs at that point.
Yeah, and it's really impressive play by Smitty, who was, he got all of, what, 1 successful gank up there? He got a second one eventually, right? They eventually took down Gragas the second time. And we talked about the role reversals in this game. Right, a lot of the champion switching sides, a lot of the kills switching spots as well. And when you saw in game 1, H2K limp into battles, when Odwamna would show up as like this 2-0-3 Gragas, it was very unimpressive. We didn't see much come out of him. He would come into the fights late, and the battle was already lost. In this battle, SKP picked the fight, saying, we're down in gold, but we think we got you. And Smitty gets a double kill to basically start the battle. Like, barely dies to support afterwards, but takes down Corki by himself. And I believe he removed the jungler. That was his kill credit there. And suddenly you've got a top laner who's doing things in team fights. What a great place to be in. And as we talked about, like, hey, getting Rise ahead is a weak but an existing win condition.
Yeah, and it's one of the ones that they're going to have to play to here. We talked about you to pick the pick comp, but then they have a hyper carry in the top lane. Yeah. So you set him up for success so that he can carry the late game off the back of his middle and his jungler who set him up. At the same time, though, the double gold card onto the high priority target of Fnatic with the Yasuo. Talk about it's a Yasuo comp. We call it that for a reason.
Yep.
Because if you take him out of it, it's kind of like, oh, we have a bunch of knockups, but not a lot of follow-up damage. It's kind of like protect the Kog'Maw.
Right.
You take the Kog'Maw out, it's like, all right, we have a lot of protect, but who are we using it on?
Yeah, and that's really the big thing there is who is the other damage threat. I mean, Corki's pretty good mid-game. 1 item, 2 item Corki's pretty all right, but he can't carry a team fight. He doesn't crush a tanky Rise. He doesn't crush a Braum who can basically block all the skill shots there. Odwamna is in a weird middle ground where he's got some damage, but he's still pretty durability focused. Again, I feel like the only good team fighting Gragas that I've really seen is a Lichbane Gragas. Like Lichbane, Death Cap, Void Staff. He's the only one I've seen like, that's a good team fighter. And so without Yasuo, as you mentioned, they're all there for setup and like, well, they're useful, but they're not great.
The Dragon still did go over to H2K.
Yes.
So they have a bit of a gold advantage. Dwamna, the Abyssal Scepter, which you were kind of touching on there with the durability. Don't know how much he's going to be able to do with that because he's just going for the wave clear, but he gets taken down. Actually, he's not really a big factor in the fights right now.
Not yet.
Because Smitty's kind of outshining him. He's showing up, he's displacing, but really the focus is Fnatic. The fact that 2 gold cards went on to him and he couldn't get his ultimate off for the longest time was pretty much the deciding factor of the fight. Because they have to utilize him.
Well, Fnatic about to get some friends. Bubble's gonna land on a Zaytan. Good damage comes through. Half HP on Braum. Has to jump away. Tidal Wave comes out. Blocked by the shield, but he's still taking damage. Forced to flash, actually. Peppervin does not want to get back into this fight just yet. Turret still taking a bit of damage. Wattfox gonna spam out, and this will be losing more and more health. Smitty waiting in the wings. Trashy around as well. Bubble won't quite land 2 more attacks. Wattfox takes it out with a gold card. And we're now within 2,500 gold. H2K, to be fair to them, haven't talked about him much this game, been pretty reprimanding, but they do hold the lead here. They have been controlling, I believe, every single dragon, and their bot lane is up 30 CS. That is very good.
Yeah, coming into this game, I said you need to pick a team fight comp for H2K. Even despite the fact that they lost that last team fight, they got the dragon off of it, were more objective focused this game than they were last game.
Yeah.
Which I was saying is a bigger influx of gold. The fact that you lost a team fight, you still came out on top in terms of gold income, because the fact that you got the dragon. Absolutely. So if they keep playing to that type of strategy, they'll end up winning the game. But SKP, they can still pick somebody off. They can still take advantage of poor positioning, and they can also just wait for the Rise to scale up.
So how long does SKP want to wait around for that then? And how much will they keep contesting these objectives? If they get the early poke, maybe they keep going. Right now, Febevin really being donated a lot of the farm. He was in the bot lane, took a big wave by the turret, walked all the way across the map to the big wave top lane and said, yep, that's going to be yours as well. Highest CS on the team. They really want that Infinity Edge to come in so he can carry.
Yeah, speaking of Infinity Edges, Yarnen's on his way to one right now on the Corki, so he's looking for that extra damage, whereas Zazee is going to go for the Blade of the Rune King build as his second item.
I actually think that's correct on both cases there.
Oh, they set a trap.
Jumping on in. Wattfox taking massive damage. Knocked back in.
Oh,
and there is a 3-man Yasuo ulti. This is not a good fight for SK Prime, but Smitty goes in actually anyway. Mass will just come across, but it's 2 kills so far. Odwamna picks up that one. Another one for Hjarn, then everybody in SK Prime falling away. Only Zazee is alive, and H2K gonna get Baron.
That's a 4-man kill there for 0. 3-man knockup. All I gotta say to that is Wattfox. That was a crazy fight. There really isn't anything Zazee can do about this. No ultimate. It's going to go over to H2K on that Baron. It looked like a bait from both sides. But one was a little more prepared for it than the other. I want to watch this. Odwamna doing so much damage to Wattfox. knocks him into that, which hits 3 people because they get knocked up into the already started ultimate. Last breath, really big there. Kikis gets taken off the field, and it's just this big clump up against the team fight composition. Terrible positioning there from SKP. They tried to collapse because Odwamna said he wasn't doing much, but man, he had enough durability to last long enough. The perfect barrel into that ultimate. You only need one, really. You just need one great last breath or one great shockwave, the 2 champions that Vivin is known for, to just turn a game around and just blow it wide open, and that's exactly what happened right there.
Oh, my apologies to Odwamna. That Kragus build working in this case. I mean, stacking Magic Pen. You got no other magic damage dealers in the team, really, so you wouldn't buy much magic just otherwise, so the flat pen build gonna give him plenty of damage returns there, and yep, he's setting up the team, so grats to them. H2K now 7,000 gold up. To be fair, they've been in control actually most of this game. And they could maybe just push it home in the near future.
Ooh, is that going to be a Rabadon's death cap here for Odwamna?
Yes, it is.
So here's the thing with New
There we go.
Is basically take away some AP ratios, give him another damage ability with his W, because it wasn't really one before. But there is counterplay in his kit, because he has to be closer to execute all of his moves. So he puts himself at risk. But if you just go full glass cannon, I'm going to go wombo somebody and set my team up, then I would argue that he's even stronger than he was before.
If you land everything, yeah.
Yeah, you have to land everything. The W, just adding an extra damage skill on, overall his damage output's a little higher than it was previously.
If you can get it all, absolutely the case. And right now, Odwamna's been landing some combos on some important backline targets. And that's going to be a risk there. What the Fox does have his Zhonya's Hourglass now. He's going for the Lich Bane as well. Kikis wants in, goes for it, jumps across the wall, gets bubbled. Zaitan lands a slow, but Kikis forced to flash away. There's the ulti in for Trashy, but he's maybe overextended. Teleports come in, ulti not going to come in for Yasuo just yet, but do they keep on chasing? Odwamna is around, gets the knockback. Smitty very low in health, goes down to a barrel. Another one goes off on a Watt to Fox. This is not good for SK Prime. Another good fight for H2K.
It's a very uncharacteristic engage there from Kikis. Usually he doesn't want to force the issue. He jumps in. You can see everybody with the Rengar ultimate. Goes over the wall. Believes he has some backup. He flashes out and ditches the 2 highest damage dealers on his team. And a great wind wall from Vivin that stopped the Grom ultimate, the Glacial Fissure.
Wow, and that one just stopped the Ezreal ulti as well. Goes for the knockup. Nice arcane shift by Zazee, keeps himself alive. Barrel comes out, slows her there, but it's not enough to stop H2K. He's going to move in, take down the middle inhibitor at 28 minutes.
A huge power spike for Vivin before that fight even started, getting the Infinity Edge completed. And the ward coverage all across the middle of the map from H2K has been setting them up perfectly. But SKP, even though they are down 10,000 gold in this game, they still have great ward coverage of the map. That's the thing, is they picked that fight consciously, knowing who was around. It was just seemed very forced.
So let's see what SKP can do. They still have those wards down, but right now they're stuck inside their base. Wards don't help much when you see them right in front of your turret. Another one's going to be going down. H2K making a lot out of that Baron. Multiple turrets going down, plus the mid inhibitor, and they still got time.
They're just playing it very slowly. I say slowly, but it's 29 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's still a pretty quick game to have an 11k gold lead in. Playing to the strengths and the win conditions of their composition, picking it from the get-go, and the fact that they got Yasuo last rotation and didn't have it stolen away from them, it's pretty big, because if you pick this composition, and the fact that they banned Orianna out, what would you get instead in the mid lane? It's kind of like, well, we could go Ziggs.
Yeah.
But who's going to do like the most damage on our team?
Sure.
It's kind of hard to figure out, like, if they didn't have Yasuo, what would they be playing instead that would actually work in this setup? Because they basically planned for it from the start. Their first 4 picks.
The plan worked out really well for H2K. Was not interrupted mid-champs like by SK Prime. And the picks they thought might have hampered hampered Yasuo just did not pay out. H2K get another turret for themselves. Baron buff is gone, but they're so far ahead in items. They recalled by the time Baron buff ran out to cash in all that global gold lead. And they're just as far ahead as they were when they had Baron buff, basically.
Yeah, they turned that Baron temporary combat stats into permanent ones for them. They are so strong right now in H2K. They have so many ways to set up the Yasuo. All they have to do is get at least one onto more than one person. Make it a priority target. The fact that the tidal wave will get to the back line spells disaster for SKP.
Well, then it's on Zaitan. How well can you stop the Tidal Wave with your shield with Unbreakable? Also for SK Prime, can you defend under a turret or can you not? H2K, how hard do you have to force it? They don't have many long-range champions. Turrets don't exactly go down fast for them unless you force SKP back. In this case, they do.
It's a 4-on-5 because Fox in the base, he would have to Destiny Gate into this fight. And Twisted Fate doesn't really blow up anybody on this team right now. He doesn't have the Lich Bane completed. He kind of split on that one. Might be going for a Rabadon's after.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just the sheen. It does give him turret damage, but it's a strange choice. But see if it pays off.
You can't really blow up a Yasuo either. A full combo from Twisted Fate, you would really need a lot of assistance, so he can't backline pick somebody off.
No. Not in any meaningful way. You even got heals from Weevil Failure. The Locket done as well for Trashy, so everybody on the team has 20 bonus magic resist. And again, life just painful for SK Prime here. It's really, I think, on Z's because they're really magic damage focused. Kikis does have a bit more damage than Trashy did last game, but I don't know if it's still enough to kill people. There seems to be enough peel.
And SKP are kind of in like a Edgar Allan Poe situation right now because the map is just dark for them. They're in a lot of pain. All the wards expired. They have no vision. They're basically walking through darkness now across the map. Baron is up in 27 seconds. It's almost disaster.
And H2K are wrapping at their chamber door. They have been for a while. Inhibitor's going to come back, though. We'll give them some pause. And they're saying, you know, you guys want Baron, but never more. We're going to try to keep this away, put the ward control in. And they do have wards. This is still, as we talked about, SKP are very good at this ward game. Problem is they're just so far down in gold. I don't know if they can win in just kills, even if they do see the fight coming.
They got the ward coverage up, so map's a little brighter for them. But even if they pick a fight, and it's a good one, will it work out for them? Because there's just the level advantage, the sheer power in the members of H2K, and the fact that they have the teamfight composition. You'd have to split them perfectly, but you don't really have a way to split them. It would be on H2K to misposition the fight.
And right now, SKP have Poe Vision. Oh my gosh! Z's is alive, though. He's going to back out. Rune Prison comes across. Smitty trying to run. Tidal Wave going to come across. Doesn't quite land, though. Still running away. Smitty getting caught up. That's a kill picked up. Nice by Hjarnan. And there's a dive in. Trashy takes him out. 2 kills so far. And Febevin just going to keep on chasing. Knock up the What the Fox. Flashes in. Another kill picked up. And there's the inhibitor going back down at 33 minutes. This is going to be the game for H2K.
That crazy quick engage there from Odwamna, setting up the fight. They're going to go straight for this. They might even up the season.
They actually don't have minions. They've got to backdoor the entire double Nexus turrets. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. 2-man knockup. They are going to take down Zaitan. Kick is back in the base, and they're slowly tanking these down. Who's going to take all the damage? Odwamna forced back. Now it's on towards, looks like Trashy. Gets healed up, puts the shield down. You know what? That's fine. Who needs minions anyway? H2K just man mode it down the mid lane. In 33.5 minutes, they will take game 2 back.
Even the series up 1-1 between SKP and H2K.
Yeah.
SKP took a game off of them, which is a big testament to them, but in that second game, completely swapped roles in pretty much everything. First Blood went over to the opposite team.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, face checked, opposite team. Team composition on the opposite team.
Right.
It's just crazy back and forth. Victory on the opposite team. It was crazy just swapping it. So now I think coming into this third game, both of them are going to want that team fight composition because that's what they won with both times.
That's true. These guys have done such a good job of outplaying the Rengar picks. And even though Kikis' score looks good, he's 4-2-2, it felt like he was the best performing member on that team. I feel like part of that's just because he was so opportunistic. Like, he did happen to find a way in a few times, but Trashy just did so much more on Jarvan. The Yasuo comp just did so much more in team fights. SKP's perfect fight just happened so rarely. The Twisted Fate has really not worked so far this series, and I think it is something that you have to adapt to mid-series and say, you know what? This is what's working right now. This is what's not working. This player is having a very good day. Think about that.
And What the Fox, though, I don't know about having a good day or bad day because we just saw a great game and a bad game from both teams. So coming into this, it's kind of hard to judge that. I think you just have to go after comfortable comps. I really think that's what it is here is the big difference because we had Ezreal Braum bottom lane again, completely shut down this time. Twisted Fate, you know, he did lose both games, and I think Rise lost this game pretty hard but didn't get ahead. Gragas one game, lost another. I don't think it's the fact that it's the champions they're picking. I think it's just the synergy within them and whose hands that they're in.
Yeah, I think you have to focus on what specifically is working well. And I had it in my head, and then it fell out again really quickly. But things like, look, these teams are clearly are able to play around the Rengar properly, right? These guys are clearly able to play around the TF pretty well. The fact that, ideally H2K says, we were going to play hyper carries. We think Kog'Maw is really good. It's going to work. You realize in the series, even though we normally can beat bully lanes, we can't today. Just play an early game team, right? Just play an early game lane. Like those adaptations were to say, look, this sort of facet of our strat isn't working today. Just throw it out, switch it for game 2, keep it for game 3, right? You find the elements of the strategy that work. You talked about team fight comps. I agree, even though both teams have played pick comps to success, you say, well, today it's not. So let's play the comps that are working right now.
I think what's making that be the factor is that both teams are fantastic at warding. Pick comps don't work very well against people who ward fantastically. So both teams have had their go at it and failed with the pick comp. The team fight comp, nobody's losing their lane just flat out solo.
Yeah.
So you just group up for team fights, and the comp that has the better team fight will come out on top. So if they both pick team fight comps, it's kind of more even ground.
We'll see if that's going to happen here in game 3. Guys, we're going to take one more quick break, but when we return, the tie will be broken, and one team will advance to the Summer 2 finals next week. Find out who after the break. Febiven might just be in the wrong spot, and Rune Prison says, yes, you are. Now Trashy also stunned up. H2K fight off way more than they can chew. Tidal Wave comes across. Kickus is going to be dropped down 1-0. They trade back on Febiven. What the Fox flashed into the pit to fight, but now he might just be caught out. This is not a good fight for SK Prime, but Smitty goes in actually anyway. Nass will just come across, but it's 2 kills so far. Drama picks up that one. Another one for Hjarn, then everybody in SK Prime falling away. Still running away. Smitty getting caught up. That's a kill picked up. Nice by Hjarn, and there's the dive in. Trashy takes him out. 2 kills so far. Hey everyone, welcome back to the European Challenger Series. It's time for the third and final tie-breaking game between SK Gaming Prime and H2K Gaming. Now whoever wins this one will head to the finals in Germany next week. As you said, tied 1-1 in this best of 3.
Yeah. Against all odds, SKP take the first game off of H2K, the Summer 1 champions, the playoff champions from Spring, just a huge, just dominant monolith. And man, they got cracked a little bit.
Yeah.
And seeing them in that second game, though, they looked back to form. So this is really just back and forth, and it's anybody's series.
It really is, and that's kind of the test now is how do you adapt in the middle of a best of 3, what is working, what isn't. And right now, H2K, they found something that did work. They found the Yasuo comp. Febivin went gigantic, crushed everybody in the face, and they built a team around him, and that worked out in the do-or-die game.
Yeah, 6-2-10 and 8 KDA after that game. Like I said it multiple times, you can't give him Orianna, you can't give him Yasuo. He just thrives with those champions. Febivin knows what he's doing in team fights, and you can't give him that. When he had the Twisted Fate, kind of fell by the wayside.
Yeah, and that's going to be a bit of a test for H2K because, for SKP, because they're back on red side this time. They have been banning away Aurelia every single game. Red side's been banning Cassin, I believe, every single game. And these guys have wanted to ban Lee Sin as well, interestingly enough. So what do you even leave available at this point? What is your ban? Is it just 3 mid lane bans, Cassin and Yasuo, Orianna, and it's like, let's just hope the rest of this works out, and they suddenly have to give away this Aurelia that's been target banned every single game so far.
Yeah, I'm actually a little stumped by the Lee Sin, too, because Kikis loves Lee Sin. He loves to play that champion. He's just not getting it from his own team.
Yeah, and it's the interesting thing. I mean, maybe they just sort of really believe it, like, oh, we can get rid of the knock-up, like, and maybe allow the Yasuo comp to not work, but of course, and it makes sense when they picked, like, Jarvan early on in Game 1. They're like, oh, we need to remove all these elements, and they were, like, picking to remove the comp, but we'll have to see what happens here. Of course, H2K's bot lane was also plenty good. They went a combined 4-1-23 last game. They picked a better early lane, didn't get crushed, they managed to be useful in fights.
Yeah, combined 27 KDA for a bottom lane is pretty damn good. We talked about how Z's had a really good KDA going for him in the last 3 games. Nope, tack another game onto that, and it's pretty much crushed at this point.
Yep, unfortunate. But the case there, Xerath, Syndra still being removed away. SK Prime, Cassid and Orianna. Now, is it Yasuo? Is it Aurelia? We've got to see.
They've been banning Aurelia every time. They don't want to deal with Odwamna's Aurelia. But Yasuo, like, there's just so much here to consider because H2K Gaming is just so good on so many different champions across so many different lanes. You kind of have to think, what lane do we want the leverage in? What do we not want to face?
Well, H2K doesn't want to face Lee Sin here. They're going to remove that from SK Prime. Now, we know that Yasuo is a contested pick. Fox can play it. Aurelia not so much on Smitty's champion pool. So you could ban Aurelia first round Yasuo, like Yasuo Jarvan as like your first round there. And that would be reasonably effective here. They're discussing, they're making sure they're banning the right thing. It will be Aurelia. Now H2K is the first pick Yasuo. Knowing it's contested, games become very different in best of 3s when you realize what strats are and aren't working. And I would forgive first pick Yasuo, even though in 99% of games it wouldn't make sense.
Well, you would have to pick the Yasuo into whatever mid lane SK Gaming Prime is going to pick. And you have to think they saw that Yasuo coming from a mile away last time.
And they went for TF, which didn't do anything for him.
Yeah, and even if Odwamna doesn't get Gragas, he can still get Lulu for himself unless they pick Lulu Gragas and just put Lulu on support for Zaitan.
Sure.
It's just mind games going through between these two teams in the final game of the best of 3 to see who goes to Cologne and competes in the finals.
Well, right now they're hoping the Gragas. It has been reasonable for Odwamna.
He's played it every game so far in this series.
And he's locking it in. Now, which Gragas will we see? The one that succeeded, the one that didn't? SKP, exact same picks as they had in Game 1 here. The Braum, 3 times in a row for Zaitan.
3 times in a row being the first pick for SK Gaming Prime, I believe.
Yep.
They get it every time it's open.
Smitty has locked in Braum every single time. Giga's getting his second Jarvan. Jarvan going to red side every single game as the most sought-after jungler, as interesting as that is. So H2K. Febivin is a big Riven player, though I don't see why you'd pick it very early. I don't see why you'd pick any of these assassins early in the game. I feel like those aren't the proper hovers.
No, you wouldn't pick an assassin against somebody who has Braum. Like, that's just a no-no. pick an assassin against a team that has a Braum on it, you're just asking to get exhausted, you're asking to get your damage absorbed. It's not a good idea.
So okay, smart plays for H2K. I like Nami. It worked better than Thresh against Braum. She's a good laner. I think she's second to Morgana, the, I think, best anti-Braum bottom lane. Just good long-range poke. Yes, you can shield her ulti, but it's still pretty effective. Trashy will switch to Elise. More playmaking early on for the guy. His Rengar didn't work in game 1. Hops off that hype train.
Is this just a race to see who's going to pick up Yasuo first? Like,
well, it's not, because they went 7 picks in without grabbing.
That's the thing, though, is people are like, we're going to take all of our knockups, and if SK Gaming Prime don't take it now, they're never going to get it.
Yeah.
So...
Well, they're also rushing contested picks, right? Like, the Corki is to try to push down Sharnan even farther. They said, well, your Kog'Maw got crushed when I was Ezreal. Your Corki was your fallback. I bet you don't know Ezreal. And they're like, we can crush your bottom lane here, right? They've tried so hard to get Braum time and again.
Man. This is crazy.
Nice.
Oh. Okay, so they go for the top lane Lulu, and now you pretty much have to 100% take the Yasuo here. Just because, even if you don't want to play it, you can't let SK Gaming Prime have it with this composition.
Unless they feel like they can beat it. I mean, that's the real test. Is, again, Febiven plays Riven, who destroys the heck out of Yasuo.
True. But if he picks the Riven right now, they'll just pick something else.
Potentially, sure, right? It depends on the mind games there. And yeah, that is one of the downsides of Blue's side. I know players love to talk about how first pick is so powerful, but the chance to last pick can matter a lot in the mind games as well when you think about counter picks and linchpin champions that are vital to a team composition. Now, H2K, it's not really so much a Yasuo team anymore. I mean, the Gragas is still there, but I think they can go back to things that they like. And I mean, I don't like the choice of going for Kog here. I do like Kog Nami. It's a great lane, and maybe just the fact that you have Nami instead of Thresh holds up the lane, because it wasn't that bad in game 1. They were down, but they weren't crushed. They weren't dying under their turret. The change in Nami could be enough to say, no, we think this will float the lane. It is risky to go back to late game AD carries, but it can work. Going back to TF, even more risky.
Yeah, that's something that I'm really shocked by right now, because they get the Yasuo. I was saying it's pretty much a death sentence with this team composition. Lulu top, Jarvan in the jungle. You have Braum as a support. There's so much here to set up that Yasuo, which was just devastating last game, played into a Twisted Fate. They're going to try to just reverse that matchup, be like, yeah, I can beat you with Twisted Fate. I'm going to pick that knowing that you want that Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's really, really strange to me, but I can see the mentality behind it. Febiven says, since we have a late game carry now, instead of the Ezreal or the Corki, we're just going to go ahead and try to set up that bottom lane, try to make it just survive the laning phase, get to the late game, peel for him later with multiple stuns from Nami. We're going to have displacement from Gragas, we're going to have stuns from the Twisted Fate, and then we're also going to have Elise cocoons. So they have peel for the Kog'Maw, but it's not really protect the Kog'Maw composition.
No.
And there's tons of ways for them to get in on the Kog'Maw with Jarvan.
Yep.
So this is kind of a strange composition here for H2K for me, but I think SKP played it better. They were kind of handed things too.
Yeah, they got to pick up a lot of important champions, and I think they still have, once again, a very incredible bot lane. The one interesting thing actually about this, I want to kind of focus on the Braum matchups here real quick, because there's a lot of interesting synergies with Braum. Lucian's a big one because of the passive, the double shot, you can lane your stun really easily. Ezreal's one for the same reason Lucian's good. Attack, Q, attack is 3 stacks, just the exact same as Lucian is. And so Ezreal works in, again, the exact same ways. Corki, one of the lowest base attack speeds in the game for AD carries, one of the lowest attack speeds per level in the game for AD carries. Actually, has a really hard time triggering the stun. It's actually not the best combo here for the two of them, aside from the fact that you can Valkyrie in and he can follow you with Stand Behind Me, which is temperamental, I feel. So, SKP not picking the best bot lane duo they can, but trying to deny champions and say, we have the only early game AD carries that you know. Play late game carry. And maybe they can bully out Hjarnan.
Oh, Hjarnan did play a lot of Kog'Maw in the first 2 games of the season. Getting himself a 6.67 KDA, so he's very good on that champion, but at the same time...
We've shown that SKP can beat it.
Yeah, they beat it last time. I think SKP kind of won champion select, but that's not going to win them the game right off the bat.
Nope.
That's why we watched the game.
Darn
Anything
right.
can happen.
Yeah.
People can face check a bottom bush and this time die for it.
Yep.
I think both teams kind of learned their lesson on that.
Yeah, and actually an early defensive ward on the tri-brush there from We Will Failure. And let's see. Just battle lines drawn. These teams are very risk-averse now in Game 3. H2K's route for a #1 seed rests on winning this by and large. SKP's route for a #3 seed. They must win here.
Minions have spawned.
Get themselves a better seed and possibly play one of the tiebreaker teams. Which is definitely the situation you want to be in.
I mean, think about this, right? If H2K wins the tournament again, their first seed, and SKP becomes 4th seed for sure, and they would have to play in the semis, which H2K just beat them.
Yep.
Right? And you figure, like, you look at that story and you're like, man, that would suck for SKP.
It's been a pretty close season, though.
Yeah.
Series between these two.
But you figure if you're lifetime 4-1 against them in the Challenger Series, do you really want that for a semifinal matchup?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. No, you don't.
Yeah. So even though seeding is a weird thing to play for, sometimes it really matters when you realize your opposite seed is freaking H2K Gaming here.
H2K, they were going more for the harassment than they were the minions. And that's kind of costing them right now.
But it will pull into the turret, and there's actually a pretty good way that H2K just gets level 2 at the same time regardless. There's only so much damage being dealt there. 4 CS. Okay, never mind. These minions are dying really fast.
Yeah.
All right, level 2 will be first for SK Prime. How does H2K play around that? We will FLICKR trying to heal up Hyaron as best as he can, but there's 2.
Yep. Comes out. A good back off. Don't really lose anything for it either.
Yeah, here's the thing. This wave got pushed so fast, it'll walk into the turret. Maybe they deny CS this way, but they will not get any harass that way.
Yeah, they're going to have to ward up. And that's exactly what they go to do instead of harassing, because Trashy's on that side of the jungle now.
All right, both cast. 2 of the 3 casters got denied there. 3 CS lead for SK Prime.
That ward isn't actually all the way tucked into the tri-brush either.
No.
So they won't see the setup here from Trashy, if he does come bottom.
It basically looks to watch repel to dragon ganks.
Ooh.
I think you need to ward River as red side against Elise, because she can easily repel to dragon and dodge tri-brush wards.
I think Hyaron just missed the cannon too.
Oh, that's rough. I missed that one. I was talking about Elise.
Yeah,
that is bad. Trashy wards for his friend, but actually Kikis is already on the top side right here. Evan does have his ward trinket available, though he could trinket top side. Kikis is going to flag toss. Trinket to watch where Trashy might come from. Nowhere to be seen right now. Kikis actually looks at the top lane, and there's no wards here.
Yeah. No wards
But it's
at all.
pushed in. There's nothing to get.
No way to get a gank off just yet. He's actually going to back off. And I like how both the junglers are just going back and forth on these picks, saying, we're going to pick junglers where it really sucks if you try to counter jungle me and you run into me. There's a lot of fighters.
What a brush to recall in. Actually, perfect information for SK Prime. They know Trashy's back to base. They know he's nowhere to be seen. These guys can go aggressive, but look at that. Big damage on a Hyaron, and they know there's no jungler around. Exhaust comes on Ignite there as well. Heals come through. Decent,
Zazee is very
but
low.
Zazee is almost dead. Wheel of Failure takes plenty of damage there. Trading spells, Ignite, and heal down. No flash for Hyaron.
No mana either for Z's. More harassment potential here for Hyaron.
Nice damage for What the Fox, and you saw right there why I like Nami. She's one of the best fighters of the sort of meta supports. She has a lot of persistent damage output. And you saw, like, she kind of carried that battle right there.
Yeah. A lot of prolonged damage, a lot of healing and sustain. She does very well in skirmishes.
Yeah, the W is remarkably efficient.
Vibivin might get ganked here. They see Trashy off on the side.
Good ward coverage by H2K. They've kept the bottom side covered, but that doesn't spot Kikis.
Vibivin goes too far forward. Nope. And he's gone.
Back to base.
Meanwhile, up top.
Oh, Dwamna is getting pushed around a little bit. He's not sacrificing or suffering in minions just yet. But he's still being forced back to the side. And the thing is, if SKP had better ward coverage, they could arbitrarily push the mid lane wave, show up with What the Fox, show up with Kikis, and just dive Dwamna, as long as they knew that they were going to be safe from Trashy's counter ganks. That's not the case right here, but anytime you've got a lane this bullied, I think you should look for the random roam play.
Vibivin's just knocking What the Fox around right now. He was on the receiving end of this matchup last time and ended up winning it as Yasuo. Now he's going to try to win it as Twisted Fate.
I'll see if he can do this. Kikis, early pink ward, going to spot one. Hut! Hut.
He can't go for it though. He's being collapsed on.
He's got EQ though. He can jump to Dragon Ball and be safe. There's the E.
Oh.
Febiven's gonna walk by it and he's like, hey, remember this? Hey, I'll kill that ward.
He didn't kill it either.
Both players lose trinkets. Kickus. Yeah, it's gonna get defended by Elise for now.
Neither pink ward goes down, but he wants it.
He really does.
And you want this? You will never get this.
And there's a TP for Odwamna, so all that bullying did not pay off. Catalyst comes in, equals CS, actually an advantage in CS for Odwamna.
He gets this.
Yay!
Freaks the entire LCS crowd.
Slightly higher pitch though.
Oh.
And less loud.
Febiven.
Oh, the flash knockup! What a move! But there's not enough damage coming through. Febiven stays safe with his own flash. EQ flash from Jarvan, man.
Yeah.
And he called What the Fox, spam R on this, I got this.
That's a thing.
It is a thing.
It's a thing. I didn't know it was a thing.
Oh yeah, it's totally a thing.
Been playing Jarvan forever.
You didn't know it was a thing?
I don't know how far away from you actually have to get from the flag. Like,
basically, your body's in a state of I'm being pulled to my flag. And you just flash yourself, and your body says, yeah, you're going in the air.
Does it pull you to the flag again?
No, it works like body slam. You just stop.
So you're in a state of knocking people up for that little bit of collision time. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Yep. But much like Arcane shifting a explosive cask, you just kind of stop moving afterwards.
Or Arcane shifting a Blitzcrank hook.
Yep.
Those are fun.
Yep. It interrupts the movement, but you're still in the state of being stunned, or I am a human knockup. Tornado, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can also do that with Yasuo's EQ.
Yes, you can.
If you flash after you E and you hit your Q, it will spin still.
Yeah.
Hard to do. Don't recommend it unless you are very practiced on it. Try
But
to do it.
Cool.
You'll look silly if you mess it up.
That's true.
So.
You know, I did a Yasuo, or not Yasuo, Varus ult flash. I never tested it before, but I was like, I bet you this works, and it does.
See, this stuff is just like trying to be a fire breather. It looks awesome if you can do it, but if you mess it up, you look really bad.
I was like, it's a ranked game. Never done this before. Bet you it works. It did. Illusion did not dash away in time. I was very happy.
Oh, gank coming down bottom. What the Fox looking
This
for
is
his first
good
ult.
for him. There's big
Bit
damage
of follow.
available. He does have ulti. Yasuo ulti. Oh, nicely done right there. First blood comes through. No ult was left for Zaitan, but didn't matter. Someone to heal by Z's keeps him alive. But do they have control over Dragon? Seems like it's just a kill.
No follow from Febiven. He ends up getting the cooldown reduction for the Morellonomicon first item.
Okay.
You don't want to go Athenes. Gets an AD. But he still doesn't use his ultimate, despite all the cooldown reduction he has.
He's at 30% just from items and buffs right now, even higher with masteries. Misses almost the entire wave. Silly Febiven.
Pretty late on the, well, the fact that he didn't do it.
Yep.
Really late on the fact that he didn't use his ultimate. Not even to just see where the roam was.
Yeah. Well, Ward's coming back down.
They see Kickus on the left side.
Okay, want to control this. Yep, Kickus gets pinged out. They're going to stay safe. Right now, 300 gold to SK Prime. That roam brought them back into gold here. Otherwise, actually, it was a slightly losing laning phase. Something that H2K is pretty used to is getting gold leads just for the lane matchups.
Up top, though, Odwamna, despite being bullied a lot when we were watching him, up in CS by about 11.
That's the thing with Gragas. He's very good at last hitting, even from disadvantaged matchups. You can one-shot cast him into the Q very easily, and just sustain up with the W.
Things make it to turret, you can hit them with the W as well.
Yep.
He's got AoE wave clear with 2 abilities. He's really well suited to that role. The fact that Lulu and Smitty was pushing him in the entire time.
Hey, 3 with the ultimate.
Oh yeah.
Have you rolled it for CS?
A couple times. Good. Depends on the champion too.
Yeah. I do it with Elise all the time.
Sometimes with Orianna, you just gotta do it.
Why not? L for CS is Corky like 80 times a game.
Yeah, that's true.
What the Fox just didn't stop the
wind wall yet.
But doesn't. Okay, good. He blocks the gold card. Kickus. No real reason to ulti and no good follow-up available. What the Fox did have a tornado, but didn't want it.
Yeah, Febiven didn't have his flash either, so if Cataclysm had come down, they maybe could have followed it up. But at the
Close
same
to a
time,
turret is risky.
It's very close, exactly.
They're both melee, so you can figure he walks back a couple of steps. Odwamna wants to roam down, gets spotted by a ward while doing so, but they want to make this play. Flash up for Wat the Fox. Kick is still babysitting, no flash for the Jarvan though. Now the bot lane matchup actually holding very close here, and then honestly, He picked the Kog'Maw, but with the Nami, he's holding up just fine, 87 to 88. Well done, good choice.
Yeah, basically he's playing whack-a-mole with don't die at the same time. Make it to the late game. Play whack-a-mole for about 30 minutes and you'll be good.
So far, okay. H2K have brought the gold back to equal, despite a 600 gold first blood plus assist.
Another roam coming down from What2Fox. Is he just going for the rates this time? Yeah.
Back up on a Zaitan. Ward sweeping fails for WeWillFLICKR. SKP defend that with their bodies. Kikis gets spotted.
They saw Fnatic back. He does have his ultimate. He's able to make it through this fight. They have the ward coverage.
Trashy's smite is down. He's actually going to finish. No, he's not going to finish recalling, but there's no easy way to steal this. The damage is coming through. The easy wave clear. Look at that. Red team picks up Dragon. Nicely done.
And so far these series, we've seen the team that establishes objective control first keeps the objective control.
Yeah.
So HK could be able to break that trend and get themselves into those finals, or SKP just going to continue the trend, make it all the way.
Well, Smitty forced to ult himself. He's pretty much out of mana. Does have his teleport though, and he's going to back right on off of that one. Odwamna bullying the lane out a little bit. Kikis waits on a ward. Not much to gain there. The pressure bot lane really not yet paying off very heavily.
Pressure in the other lanes, though, has been paying off. The fact that that dragon was warded, not going to be able to close this. The fact that the dragon was warded from multiple angles, H2K saw that Kikis was in the vicinity, What2Fox was roaming, but Fnatic had to back, and also the fact that Trashy didn't have his smite and he wanted to back too. It was just bad timing. They didn't set up for it. They didn't set up for the time that SKP would want to do it. So H2K get the short end of the stick.
And SKP, though, they are trying to kind of strengthen theirs, if that makes sense as a phrase here, because Kikis gets his Lizard Elder, buys a bunch of wards, wants to keep the map control up, keep the vision control up. And they're going to look good at a 1,000 gold lead. Smitty is back in, pushing around Odwamna. Now, the thing is, Odwamna has not backed for a while. He has to Explosive Cast to disengage. He'll get away. Let us TP back in, but that could have been the outplay for the kill. Like, imagine if Smitty flashes that barrel.
Oh, yeah. Damn. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. He would get this flash out of Odwamna, because I don't know how many, I don't think he had any damage spells still available to him.
No, but just maybe you catch back up. Either way, not going to be the case. 120 to 112. Rod of Age is done. Boots there for Odwamna as well. Here's the first real jungle invade of the game. SKP want this one. They are in vision of a ward, and actually they're going to get collapsed on pretty soon. Febivin steals it away with the wild cards. Nicely done.
Wild card. You never know what it's going to do for you. Sometimes it steals
your own blue buff.
Your own blue buff for you. I guess secures at that point.
Yeah. But Febivin going to make his way down towards the bottom side. Does he want to go for the ulti roam? He's like very far across. Hides in a pink ward. As I dare you to play aggressively.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
he saw him.
Yep.
That could have been real dangerous.
Cut off the roam, but at the same time didn't get anything for it. Just sat in a bush for a little bit.
Go ahead.
May have actually given up some turret damage here, because now it's all pushed up to him.
Yeah, a little bit. He's going to miss about 2 melees here. Also, bottom lane outer taking a lot of damage as well. Here, and they're starting to lose health on top of this one. TF still held in the mid lane. And look at that. There's the two of them. H2K, they're too hurt to wait around, even though TF could ult, even though Trash is on that side of the map. They respect the dive power of SKP. So instead, they go top lane. He's going to defend Smitty there. There's the stun on. Febivin actually start going in for this one. He's in very much the wrong spot. Great explosive cast. Easy gold card. Kill picked up by Febivin for a bottom turret.
I was about to say that Febivin hasn't been using his ultimate pretty much all game. I think that's the first one we've seen out of him.
Yeah. SKP pressuring every lane, though, right? They went... It's so weird to look at who's winning a lane because minions don't always tell the story. Levels don't always tell the story, but turret pressure certainly does. H2K had to walk away from the lane, and in a straight 2-on-2, turret kill goes down. Febivin says, okay, well, bot got pressured, I'll go top, and in a straight 1-on-1, the jungler shows up and Kikis knocks down the mid lane turret.
Yeah, he abandoned it. Trashy backed previously. That was one of the things that I was talking about when Febivin was trying to hold the mid. It's like, well, when you rotate out as Twisted Fate, either you're going into a gank with your jungler or you're having your jungler hold the mid because you're going to lose it.
And that turret started going down. So SK Prime, 2 turrets to 1. They've got the only dragon on the map as well, which is respawning in 2 minutes. And they hold a 1,400 gold lead. SKP continuing to press whatever advantages they can. Triforce done on Corki before it's done on Kog'Maw. That is pretty big.
It's really big there. Kog'Maw, he needs to keep in tow so that when they hit those late game power spikes, he's just getting shredded. Inner track here for SKP. They're going to get the turret for free.
Yeah, they dared H2K to defend that turret. It was just WTF hitting it, but the rest hiding in the brush with no wards to spot them. And now 3 outer turrets gone. Febiven did knock that one down.
Flash
Minions
Cata.
going around. There's the Ghost.
Cataclysm's still available, as well as Flash, but he just gets the summoner spell and he's not going to be greedy about it.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice because they let his Ghost go down, and they could trade Flashes plus Cataclysm, or just leave both up.
Well, they see WTF. It's going to be hard. Wind wall is available.
Gonna win wall and dash through. He's gonna take his time, flashes the wall, but there's the rest of the team, and down he goes. Nicely played on this one. And now Zazee, though, wants Trashy. He has nowhere to go. Zaitan joins the fray as well. There goes Elise with nowhere to walk. There's the trade kill. Nicely capitalized by SKP.
It was really the only place he could go, and...
Flash Cataclysm gets 3! H2K's got to be real careful on this one. Nice knockout from Lulu as well. 2 kills, make that 3 kills. Beautiful fight, SK Prime.
I don't even think being careful is going to help you in that situation. Just completely locked up there. Smitty, part of that fight, Odwamna was still top, still roaming down, has his teleport. Not yet.
Wow.
Almost up. So close. This was great. He waits for it, throws it over. The bubble actually, I think, hits the wind wall. It doesn't go over.
Yeah.
Trashy flashed instead of repelling it so that he could get the damage off faster. So he doesn't have his flash to get back over. And Febiven, they just decide, no, we have to run from this. They just don't have the power. They don't have the mana. Great play here from Kikis, the catalyzation playstyle. Flash, Kata onto 3 members. And it kind of just sucks in Twisted Fate at the last second. And they just play cleanup duty at the very end. Phenomenal team fighting there from SKP.
It's going to give them the dragon right as it respawns as well. Convenient timing, but great all the same. SK Prime now up 5,000 gold. Oh! The prediction bubble. That was sick. Kikis really not in the right spot. That was all kinds of amazing by We Will Fail It.
It's all kind of strange, too. He was like in the trees for a couple of seconds. I can't go anywhere, and he's dead. Then he gets knocked into the turret. So he's basically
so amazing.
He was stunned by displacement effects for so long.
That was so cool. Wow! And I was giving him a little bit of crap in game 1. I was like, We Will Fail It, you know, new guy to the bot lane, but they lost in game 1.
It actually looks like it's off to the left, but boom, and then it knocks him kind of off to the right because it's the corner. Cocoon doesn't hit, but then he gets displaced by the barrel, but it just stuns him because it knocks him into the turret from the angle. Jeez. He just got shafted by angles there. Geometry.
Geometry. For more than just Vel'Koz. What a man! I'm just gonna fanboy a little bit longer. That was awesome. Well, 2 kill lead still for SK Prime. Mid lane outer turret did go down, bringing it back to a 3,800 gold lead. Sharna will get himself a red buff just now. Finishes his Triforce, but Zazee already has a BF sword for himself.
And is Twisted Fate gonna have a 100% lose rate today for the Challenger Series?
It's a chance.
Because, man, the just picks have not been working out when these teams face each other. A lot of it's the warding, a lot of it's the roaming from mid. But
he is 2-1-0, but it's much like Kikis' Rengar. It's like, yeah, he was 4-2-2, but I mean, you only ever got 6 kills, right? You're supposed to pick off so much more than that. You're opportunistic. It's hard to die if you only pick fights once in a while and you play safe the rest of the time, but how much are you really getting when WTF is going all over the place, making arguably better plays? And of course, you're not seeing the turret totals in that scoreboard there. He's basically caused all 3 turrets that have gone down to go down.
Ooh, a BF sword for Zazee over Hjarnan. Looking for the gank here from Febiven. Where's he going? He's going mid. It's a little far, though. Doesn't have a card yet.
Can't make it over.
He left the top lane, so now WTF is all by himself against this turret.
Yep, they tried to go for the Gambit. They said, can we make the big play while this top lane gets pushed down? It's a guaranteed 5-on-4, and they couldn't quite catch it.
It's the right mentality, though, because you have to start this fight before all of SKP group up, because like I've been saying, this series, the team fight composition is the one that keeps winning. The one that has more synergy within the comp.
The SK Prime team fight is, in fact, working here. Bot lane now getting surrounded on H2K, a little bit slow to this one. Both mid laners staying in the top lane. Smitty going for some damage. Great wave clear by Odwamna, though.
Now they have to back off. It's Febiven versus WTF in the top lane. They're both about to be level 14s. It's Yasuo versus Twisted Fate.
Breaks the shield, whatever.
There's a Zhonya's here too, so he could possibly, if they do get into a duel, avoid a knockup. But I don't think that's going to happen. They are staying very clear of each other.
Good clear. Good job.
It's pretty decent. Just the extra numbers from Twisted Fate passive just make it embellishes it.
Make you feel so good about that. Like, I love taking Wraith Camp with an Avarice Blade. It's only 8 extra gold, but it feels so good.
It's just like, oh, it's worth more.
Yeah.
Worth more.
Yes.
Exactly. Like, look at that. 10 extra gold.
10 extra gold.
Boom.
We can add.
More numbers.
4 + 6 = 10. H2K just playing a little bit more passively. They've realized these moves haven't been working so much. They're trying to tread water there, get their Kog'Maw to catch up in items, because Hjarnan could carry a team fight for these guys unless he gets wind-walled out horribly. Febiven's ulti is back available, and actually, the more this map is stretched out, the more the split pushing keeps happening, the higher H2K's chances are to find a random lopsided fight with Destiny. It's up to SKP to make sure they are grouped in the right places, but not getting crushed by the wave clear of Kog'Maw TF. Good damage on Aziz right here. Down to 1,000 health. And you can see how hard it is actually for SKP to make the right choices. Split push gets TF'd, and a Siege gets TF Kog'Maw'd. Or Gragas'd, right? They can play around the objectives, but they still have to be grouped to make this happen.
They do have a little bit of the stronger lanes. I think that Odwamna, though, he does kind of go even now with Smitty. I think they're both in a good position. They're going to go with the split push mid with 4 members. Ooh, Wind Wall and Unbreakable are going to be really hard to get around.
Yeah, and that turret took even more damage. Febiven was randomly in the western jungle when that siege went in, just didn't respect the push really coming through. Odwamna standing on some wards, and SKP keep this push going.
SKP have great ward coverage all series long. Same with H2K. The fact that he's able to see these rotations means that you can take little advantages, just more and more every time.
This turret's 2 hits from dead right there. Wind Wall comes out. Z's
looking for it.
He's got to be careful, though. Again, 1 knockup and his life goes away. Doesn't have a Mikhail's from his support yet. Doesn't have Cleanse. Stun lands, he could die.
Dragon in 15 seconds. Everybody's setting up for it now because it's a little black on it. People were just warding up the jungle area.
That's good for SKP, though. They never let H2K get on that side of the map. Bot and mid were the focuses, the lanes around Dragon. They did not let anyone into the jungle. There's not even a chance for H2K to have gotten wards there.
Febiven wants to go top right now. Trashy's on that side. They're going to have to just concede this Dragon.
Yep. And so H2K are getting whatever they can for the Dragon. They know what's happening. They got the timer. The whole team disappeared kind of out of nowhere. It's like, okay, how far up can we push these lanes? What wards can we get down? Looks like they set up their blue buff and the route towards Baron. And a little bit in the southern jungle. But look at this for SKP. They say, hey, you guys went and warded up top side. We saw Febiven. We know blue buff came back up. So they go and push down the bottom lane with a numbers advantage. This turret's going to go down fast.
Febiven is trying to get into the area in range of his ultimate. Red buff up. Nobody has it on them just yet.
The small risk for SKP is they haven't bought in a long time.
Yeah.
They're sitting on a lot of gold right now. So that 5,000 gold lead is not as big as you would expect. And that is a bit of a risk here. The SKP can't be overconfident if they haven't bought in a while.
Sitting on the gold, it's going to do nothing for you in the combat stats. They're trying to go straight for this. Ooh, a little bit
oh no!
Call there.
There's
Big
people
call.
around. Bottomhawk's got to be careful. There's the flash. The engage comes in. The knockup from Lulu keeps him safe. Big knockup comes by, and there's TF on the back side. We will FLICKR getting in the face of Z's, who's forced to flash away. The shields are on. Zaitan goes down. Odwamna keeps going through. They trade kills onto the enemy mid laner. There was TF falls over. Smitty not going to get caught. 2-man glitter lance now, taking huge damage from Kog. Does go down. Double kill for Hjarnan. And now the flash in. Kickus goes for the dunk. Can't quite land it, though. Slowed down by We Will FLICKR. Odwamna leading the team away. Very low health bars here for H2K. I don't think they can chase the kill, but again, SKP could maybe take bot lane turret with their health bars.
It's 2 for 1, and the low health bars. No ultimate came out from WhatsApp. He was a little overextended at the start of that fight. It's good capitalization there from H2K, but Febiven on the wrong side just got picked off by Kickus and WhatsApp.
And there we go, SK Prime using their health bar lead. As you mentioned, a bit of a miscommunication, you're right. Health bar went down a little too fast, a little too early. And now they get to cash in. And it'll be a lot of items coming through there.
Almost gave him some purple drink.
Z's just got an Infinity Edge done. He was a BF sword.
What the Fox takes a huge chunk of damage here, and they just try to all in. He gets hit with the cast with the wrong direction. He gets the wild growth. Vivid comes in, and his card gets wind walled, and then he just gets crit over and over again. He's Zonius to buy some time, because these are two really big parts of SKP's composition focused in on him. Whereas Hjarnan just had free time, all that time to wail on all the other members of SKP.
Yep, there's only two champions that threaten the back line on SKP. That's Kickus and that's What the Fox. Otherwise, Hjarnan's totally safe. Ideally, H2K has more battles like that where Fnatic just tanks the aggro and says, screw it, I'll buy time with Zonias, but you better carry this fight otherwise. More battles like that are the ones that H2K actually want. They're just hard to find.
Their ticket in. But will they punch it? Top lane tier 2. It's the only tier 2 remaining, aside from that middle one, which is very close to falling over.
Yeah.
They didn't get it.
That's true.
Off of that strange little footsies they were playing earlier.
Yeah. I mean, it's good on H2K that they were there to defend in time. I didn't think they would be, but they were right there saying, hey, don't you dare. Problem is, they still need so much more time to catch up. 5,000 gold is a pretty big deficit. The fact that Hjarnan's down basically a full item. Cutlass is not a very great item on Cogma. It's only until you get Ruin King that it matters. TF
for a fight? Fibiven's not there.
They have enough people around. Just, yeah, goes to the top lane. They thought maybe, just maybe What the Fox is alone. They saw Kickus was nearby. Said never mind on that. Infinity Edge, just the recipe to go. If I'm SKP, you let What the Fox get like one more wave and then recall and fight with that item. Even if it means Ruin King is done for Hjarnan, then it's worth it.
That's true. You want that 100% crit build coming in.
Whoops.
He didn't want it anyway. He walks away. He's fine.
Yeah. He wants blue wraiths anyway.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Just mid laners and AD carries. Yeah, look at that.
All right. Well, Hjarnan's got the money coming in.
Hyper carry. Put it on the hyper carry.
All right. There's Edge. There's the power spike there. What the Fox again overkilling on attack speed. Zerk Greaves and Shiv. This time there's no Frozen Heart to be worried about.
It's good for the Blade of the Ruin King.
Ruin King I like. Merc Treads would be so useful though.
Yeah.
TF, Nami, Elise, even Gragas. A lot of reasons to get Merc Treads.
Is Nami's negated?
Yeah. It's actually coded as a knock-up and a stun. And when the stun times out, the knock-up goes away.
Oh, okay.
It basically cleanses the knock-up.
Oh, he's getting teleported on. We will fail her in a bad position.
Bubbles going in too early. Tidal Wave comes out, but Smitty gets the kill anyway.
That is a Baron setup here from SKP. They were in the area. They're going to get these wards completely swept out and have the pink ward coverage for themselves.
Okay, they are only missing the teleport of Smitty. Every ultimate is available here, and just the one flash, but that's fine. Pretty similar
so
for H2K. Damage coming out. No one's around. Good zoning by Smitty. Baron Asher gets picked up 29-30. Zazee just goes in. Takes explosive cast for his trouble. Spiderling's going down. One more rocket. Kill the spiders. Ulti comes out. Trashy forced to flash away. More big cooldown trades. There we go. What the Fox. Spiderlings are gone.
And because of We Will Failure being a little overextended there without the rest of his team, they're going to be punished by having the Baron taken away and that middle tier 2.
Oh man, there we go. 5 turrets go down. H2K, to be fair, have done a very, very good job of defending these turrets, though. For how far ahead SKP was, they have not been able to siege these down. The wave clear has been great. The defense has been great. It's been, oddly enough, SKP finding picks.
Yeah, it's really just overextended.
They've been wresting ward control, and they're basically playing around Dragons and Barons, right? Siege's not working. Split pushing is not an acceptable way of winning against Twisted Fate. You just run too much risk of getting caught out. And so they're playing, you know, every 6 or 7 minutes. Okay, Dragon's ours, right? We'll siege 2 lanes who are close to each other. Block back, get Dragon. We'll siege these lanes, set up Baron. When are you going to get impatient? Pick up a kill. It's really, really remarkably good play to adapt to what's on the map. As you mentioned, right? TF's not working this series. The teams are too good at playing around it. Their ward control is good. They're playing too smart. The exact example is right here from SK Prime.
And the fact that they have a team fight comp, which is better than H2K's currently, unless Kog'Maw gets really far ahead, they're just playing that strength, saying, you have to come to us at Dragon. We're just going to keep taking the objectives. And they almost have a 10,000 gold lead now. SKP might be going to the finals over H2K.
And they really could be. They're poised to do so right now. Over 8,000 gold ahead. Very impressive stuff. You're seeing leads down the line in every single role. And the one thing that surprises me, actually, is thinking about Twitch a little bit more, because we've seen him so much, is he requires you to play passively if you're ahead against him, because he can capitalize on mistakes. But the fact is, he's got a teammate in Trashy who loves to force things, and yet we weren't seeing H2K force early leads from TF. The ultis were so scarce and so sparse.
Trashy is about 3,000 gold behind Kikis. The biggest gold difference in terms of roles. And you can see he's not very tanky. He hasn't completed a second item yet. 32 minutes in the game.
SK Prime, what are you guys going for right now? It's very interesting. They run across the map. They push the top wave in. Looks like they'll push mid in. They've got to be a little bit careful pushing bot because TF can show. TF and, heck, a Gragas teleport as well.
They've been getting picks all game. They're kind of going for more of the same. They're just going to walk straight into your hands, deny the vision, get the wards up,
yeah,
go for more picks.
SKP playing a little bit longer game. They've got 1 minute left on Baron. They say, guys, the buffs came up. Take the buffs. We don't have to rush this game out. Buy up what you need. Let's close back in. So, 50 seconds on Baron. Z's coming down mid lane, of course. Smart by Febiven, he's going to push the top lane out. That's, again, not a wave that SKP can use, but it's back to bot and mid. Those are the lanes that SKP are going to use. How do they use them?
Last Whisper completed for Z's. They want to start pushing this up. Gold advantage here is very, very big. We're about to look at the longest game of this series. First one was 30 minutes, 36 seconds. Second one, 33 minutes, 31 seconds.
Windwall comes out, engaged from Odwamna. Decent damage comes out, but the shields keep Kikis pretty safe. Mid lane still pushing in, gonna get swept out soon. SKP still want this though. Windwall plus Rom shield. Great at protecting a back line while hitting a turret. There's a push on forward, gonna stop the Cock Ooze. Gonna stop the wild cards as well. A little bit of damage comes through. Z's really doesn't want to get into this one. Explosive cast gonna get dodged. Odwamna tried to flash body slam as well and got nothing for it.
Nothing for the flash. That's a kind of a big deal. You don't use your summoner spells effectively this late in the game. I don't know if they even have 5 minutes on the clock to get that back up.
But they're gonna keep pushing on forward though. Slowly but surely this turret is taking damage. They are respecting the engage.
Oh,
wow, the cocoon lands! The bubble as well. There's the engage. Z's gonna flash away. 3-man tidal wave, but isn't enough to do anything. There's no follow-up for H2K. SK Prime though forced to run away.
That was probably the best engagement that H2K could have asked for, but they didn't have the explosive cask available still. Could have been even worse. They could have just popped Z's into the team.
There's a good chance for that one. Right now from SKP, I really feel like Zaitan needs to get Mikhails. So they can be so they don't have to be so afraid of all the engage. They can keep Z's alive, they can just go in for a battle. But Zaitan wants so badly to be tanky right now.
Well, good news for H2K is they stop the siege.
Yep.
They get them off their doorstep, they kind of reset everything. SKP has waves to push out. And the Dragon and Baron are both around the same time in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Gonna have to go for one, you'll sacrifice the other.
Potentially. The thing is, H2K have to be so afraid of being caught out in open terrain. As soon as they take a team fight outside their base, they'd lose the game.
Yes. They have to stay turtled in their base and get sufficient vision, but they aren't really doing that. They have vision of that right side.
But unable.
They think that they're going to have SKP return to the scene of the crime. And will they?
So the only vision that H2K has is Southern Jungle. And whatever minion lanes they can keep pushed out. Smitty heads top lane. He is not in danger just yet. Only Febiven can reach him. Mid lane being pushed by the rest of the team. What the Fox stays bot. 1-3-1 push is a bit of a risk though. It's very easy to reach one of those members as soon as they all reach the inhibitor wall.
Big thing here too is Odwamna has his Lich Bane completed, so when he does get in contact with somebody who's squishy, he will blow them up.
Yep. Zonya is going to be coming in soon for Smitty. Is not going Lich Bane, so he's not the fastest pusher himself.
20 seconds on Dragon, 27 seconds on Baron.
Most of the Southern Jungle wards died. Yeah, H2K looking to get some kind of control back.
It might be now or never.
Is there going to be the catch? Good ward over the wall. What the Fox on a windmill. They go in. There we go. Adwamna. The Cataclysm's there. What the Fox takes big damage. Here comes Braum, and the battle has begun. Two-man knockup. We will FLICKR gonna die. Trashy as well. 2 for 0. Sharden isolated on the side. What the Fox claims that one. 3 kills, 4 kills already picked up. No, just only 3, but everyone is falling over. There's the 4th as Adwamna falls, and only Febvin left alive. SK Prime taking the series almost definitely as Smitty falls. Maybe they can close it out right now. I feel like they should be able to. Ignite is on. Febvin. Zonia's the Ignite. Yes, he will.
Styled.
Yeah.
That was good.
SK Prime, they have What the Fox and 2 very low health melee champions. I don't know if this is enough to close the series out, actually. It looks like they will back up off that fight. They go +2 in the battle. But that is actually, and I guess they got an inhibitor as well. So they do push the lead forward, but H2K fought closely enough to stay alive.
The whimsy on Kickus to get him into the fight didn't look like the best engage, but then the Braum ulti on Trashy and We Will FLICKR was huge to get them out of the fight, and it also freed up What the Fox to say, I don't need my damage on those centralized guys, I can go pick off Hjarnan on the side. Just amazing team fight engage there from SKP, and I said it, like, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the team fight composition just keeps coming out on top all series long.
And it absolutely has. And it's been shown time and time and time again. The one upside for H2K is a bit of an inefficient build for Z's. Burt Treads and now a Quicksilver Sash. He's actually going to start falling under Hjarnan in damage output in a team fight, which is maybe the way back in. Valkyrie's in, Baron taking massive damage. Odwamna still around though. Will they go for this fight? They're going to try. Who's going to pick it up there? More damage comes through. There it is, picked up by SK Prime. The battle begins. 2 kills already picked up. There's the dunk in. Hjarnan's got nowhere to go. Surely going to be a dead Kog'Maw. 3 kills already. Trashy falls as well. Only Febvin left alive. This now could finally be the game. Minions will flood in the mid lane. And that could just be it. The wave clear comes in. SK Prime, maybe for real this time, could take the series 2-1.
Going 4 for 0 in that Baron fight, getting the Baron for themselves, being 17,000 gold up. SKP taking game 1.
Yeah.
Losing game 2 in a very convincing fashion off a team fight composition. They win Champion Select in game 3, and they play it perfectly, except for that.
Yep. Small mistake from Z's, but the knock-up in towards Febvin. Gonna pop his Zonias, but the Nexus still can't turn itself invincible anymore. This game will go in, and SK Prime in 39 minutes take game 3. They take down the #1 seed, the favorites of the tournament, and they are going to the finals next week.
And they're going to sit there and await either NIP or Gamers 2. This rematch didn't go the way H2K thought it would. They got 2-0'd previously. H2K won that. They start off 1-0, go 1-1, they come back.
Yeah.
Even though some people may have been like, oh, it was a lucky game, game 1. They play Champion Select really well. Yes. And H2K, though, that was a big thing for me, was their Champion Select was just not on point that game.
No.
You identify why they were winning and why the other team was winning. It was the team fight. The pick compositions are just not working against these guys who ward so well.
Yeah. And I'm really a big fan of, honestly, when you get into a series, you come with your plans, you do your research, you do your preparations, but you key in very quickly on what is and isn't working. You have to make those games count. You say, what worked for us? Okay, the slow lane, the Kog'Maw lane in game 1 didn't work out. They said, well, maybe with Nami it works out this time. But again, even though they kept up in minions, they lost the turret. They lost pressure. They gave SK Prime not only the turret, they gave SK Prime the dragons as well because of a weaker bottom lane. And over again, objective control has meant the game time and again. The Twisted Fate picks have not worked time and again. The Rengar picks they identified didn't work. Pick a different jungler, and I thought Trashy had a decent game. But they didn't make enough adaptations. I don't think they keyed in enough to what was actually working on that day.
Yeah, and you want to talk about adaptations. SKP, they saw the team composition come in. Twisted Fate, Gragas, Kog'Maw. What do you do? Build magic resistance.
Yep.
A lot of them bought Banshee's Veils. We saw an Aegis of the Legion into a Locket of the Iron Solari for Kickus as his first item, pretty much.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, then we'll tack on some armor and HP later. Because all they wanted to do was just negate a lot of the magic damage. And when I saw the composition coming out, remember before in Game 2, I was saying, if they pick this composition and they pick Yasuo, what if that wasn't Yasuo? What if you had something else in that? They kind of did that to themselves here in Game 3 for H2K. Set up a Yasuo comp, pick Twisted Fate when it was open, and then it's kind of like, where's our damage? Where's our secondary type of damage? They had no physical damage output aside from Kog'Maw, who basically built attack speed and tried to use Bio-Arcane Barrage as much as possible. So he wasn't at that point yet to deal a whole buttload of physical damage. So they really paid for that. And SKP, they were like, they basically said, we're going to take Yasuo if you leave it for us. And they just got handed it. It was a gift wrap to them on that one.
Yep. And you got to wonder, at what point do you try to, preemptively counterpick as well? Like, I would have loved to see what happened if Ebivan went for Riven this game. Even though, of course, WTF can go ahead and play a different champion, go play Lulu mid, play whatever he wants. The fact that you basically say, I dare you to pick Yasuo right now. You've been trying for 4 picks to get Yasuo. I dare you to fight my Riven. I feel like you have a different game. You force a strategy away. You force them on a comp you know they've never tried before. And suddenly maybe you get the game you're supposed to win there in game 3. But all you got to say is SK Prime, the better team in this series, deserved 100% going into the finals. Gonna be fun to watch these guys. So after today's matchup, here's how the bracket shapes up. SK Prime advances to the finals, which will take place live on the LCS stage in Cologne, Germany, July 30th.
And we'll learn their opponent when Ninjas in Pajamas take on Gamers 2 in the other semifinal match tomorrow.
And before that series, there's more LCS action when Supa Hot Crew takes on Gambit Gaming, then SK Gaming takes on Rockat.
Then Alliance battles the Copenhagen Wolves, and Fnatic fights Millenium. It all starts at 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
So with that, we reach the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. Flash gets 3! H2K's got to be real careful on this one. Nice knockout from Lulu as well. 2 kills, make that 3 kills. Beautiful fight, SK Prime. We will fail her getting in the face of Zazee, who's forced to flash away. The shields are on. Zaitan goes down. Odwamna keeps going through. Here comes Braum, and the battle has begun. 2-man knockup. We will fail her. Gonna die. Trashy as well. 2 for 0. Sharnan isolated on the side. WTF claims that one. 2 kills already picked up. There's the dunk in. Sharnan's got nowhere to go. Surely gonna be a dead Kog'Maw. 3 kills already.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way